I see Heretic in here. He must have y'all going too.
But anyway, I hate you just showed up, Dr. Young, because I got to jump off here. I got to make a phone call, and then I'll be at the office after that. So have a good morning, and I will wrap with you soon.
You as well, Mr. Barrington.
Heretic, Crit, good to see you guys. Blood, if you're back there, was loving what you showed me yesterday. So I'll talk to y'all soon.
Thanks, buddy.
I'm unmuted. Look at that.
Hey guys, I'm getting messages from flat earthers are silly. Can we get in here? Like it seems almost pointless to have a flat earth and an edge to push these globies off of if there's no globies hanging around. You know what I mean? Like he didn't say a word yet today, I don't think. Like can't we just like give him a chance? Can't we give him like 20 chances? Hello? Hello? I'm alone on the flat earth. I'm scared. Nobody's here but me. Where is everybody?
Did you say that you wanted to talk to him?
Yeah, I think he
Can you
should be.
go to another channel and talk?
Yeah, but it's not.
Yeah, go. Just if you want to talk to him, just go to another channel.
No,
Does that work?
He wants to talk in here.
No, he doesn't.
What does he want to do?
He wants to be annoying and just insufferable.
And you guys just aren't in the mood today?
It's not about in the mood or not. It's about setting boundaries.
Oh, okay, I can respect that. But I kind of want to see what he's gonna do.
Yeah, then go to another channel and say, "Hey, I want to see you do something." You know, like Dance Monkey.
Give him some clanging cymbals. Come on, let him in. I'll be your best friend. Is somebody joining and leaving repeatedly? What's going on here?
Yeah, that's him. It's like slowly over time. Like I was in the middle of talking to someone else. He started to blurt. I put him on mute. He couldn't handle it. Start flooding the text chat with just inane pings over and over again. So I text suppressed him. So he didn't like that. So he turned his camera on. So he can't turn his camera on now. And now he's just clicking, joining and exiting, join, exit. This is what happens to the mind of somebody whose full worldview, epistemology, is just in collapse. Like just total, absolute collapse.
Say people are ready to be awakened, that they'll desperately fight the system that they, whatever.
Fight for the system in prison. Hopelessly emerged or immersed in the system. That's a good speech.
The whole movie. We looked for him yesterday, not now.
Who's there?
Keanu Reeves.
Have you seen? He's like a serial killer slash rapist. It's like the weirdest role he's ever done.
No different. He was just like a good family. Two chicks came one night and just kind of pretty much went on to him. Then banged that morning. They were all fucking.
It happens.
You can't keep on nothing.
Yeah, so I feel like he's just shouldering the door, like by coming in and he's just like hitting the door with his shoulder, but it's not opening. God, that's annoying.
Uh-huh.
gonna have to roll though, because he keeps getting kicked out.
All right. I'm just gonna move everyone that's not a flatter out, okay?
Do it.
Because it's Cartisel a flatter?
Hello?
Who's
No, he's been in
Cartisel?
here to-
Cartisel's just from like our crypto Discord. Yeah, let's move Cartisel out too. Let's just move everybody out just for this interview. I think they can do that everywhere. I think they can do it everywhere, to be honest.
Roll.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, he's in here. Okay.
No, yeah, I accidentally left the chat when I was trying to re-roll him.
Okay. Is FBI Jedi IP man? Is that guy with you, Panto?
Jedi's with us, aye.
We're from the 247 server.
Yeah,
Okay,
no,
awesome.
that's
So
fine
is
with-
is Jedi coming up as well?
Aye.
Okay, yeah, he is.
Okay.
I gotta give him a roll too.
There we go. Jedi's in here, so we'll get him unmuted.
Yeah.
And Morvis doesn't want to be unmuted, right? Oh,
He
I
doesn't
think
want
he's
to
at
be?
his work.
Oh, he's muted himself. Yeah.
okay, yeah. He said he was working and he's just gonna listen in.
Okay. Yeah, Jose Meza, he was the one that was coordinating this. Let's get you in here. It's Jedi, are you from the Flat Earth?
Yes, buddy, yes.
Okay,
Are you
awesome.
from the flat Earth?
Yeah. Oh, wait, technically we're all
Everybody's
from the flat Earth, right? Yeah.
Exactly.
You're right.
Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you guys for coming on. We really
Oh,
appreciate it, and
no, thank
we're
you
looking
for
forward to the
inviting.
conversation.
No problem.
Yeah, thank you for inviting us.
Of course.
Two people I think we're waiting for. One is El Baba Yaga or Jose Meza, and the other one is FB.
Who's the mad philosopher? Is that a flat earther? Or?
I believe so.
Yeah, he's a flat earther too, yeah.
Okay, so we're getting Bino, right? Does Bino come up or no?
Yeah, why not, yeah.
Okay. So we got Bino.
Unmute that boy.
Yeah, he's unmuted.
Get it unmuted on Bino. Yeah, but he's just got his.
Muted.
Well, he's client side muted.
I'm here.
Jedi,
Jedi, man, if you could please make sure to speak a little bit slower because your mic is kind of muffled. So I want to make sure that we hear you really well on the podcast.
No problem, buddy. That's fine.
Thank you.
One
Are
of
you from
us.
are you from the north or south, mate?
We're not trying to be talking about this back. I'm gonna have to mute you, Toke. We're not talking about this dumb bullshit. We're talking about flat Earth here.
Yeah, no. Just ask me.
So do we have everybody? Are we ready to start?
I'm from North Flairth.
North left.
What brought all you
North
guys
Flairth.
together on
North
this
Flairth.
this flat Earth Discord? Like, how did you guys come about? Like Redditing? Yeah, I'm curious too.
I got
Well,
it from
first-
my YouTube recommended, man. Yeah, it came up. I never used to pick anything that came up on my recommended. I would never ever pick it, and it came up for weeks and weeks. And then one time I just clicked it, realized they were talking about like heavy duty scientific stuff, and I never realized that Discord was even like software that you could go on. And I was kind of listening for hours before I realized that you could actually get into the conversation. That was about 7 months ago. So
Okay,
I joined.
awesome. Yeah, I guess before that, like that was perfect, Panto. But like, I guess, yeah, to start things off, just go through and introduce yourselves, and I guess how long you've been aware of that the Earth was flat, or believe that the Earth was flat, and then kind of what got you into it. So that was
Go first.
Panto. Yeah, you just did.
Right,
That was
cool, man.
perfect.
Cool, man. Well, I'm Panto Math. I've been in the server, our original server, including this one, like about 6 or 7 months. I've known about Flat Earth now coming up for 5 years. I think that's about it. I mean, I've always been into like speaking to people about it, find out where I lived in this reality, and I went along with the heliocentric model all my life. I hung on every word NASA said for decades, literally, and then I decided to just stop going along with everything that I'd been told and go back to what I could verify myself and my natural experience on Earth, which is that we experience it to be flat and stationary. We need to be told we live on a ball flying through space, which the TV helps quite a lot. But apart from that, we do experience Earth to be flat and stationary. If that's good enough for you.
What makes you believe that? Is
No, hold on. Well,
yeah.
Bet allow the others to
yeah,
introduce
you're right. Yeah,
themselves.
introductions. I apologize. Yeah.
Yeah, perfect, Pantho. It's nice to have you on here, man. We appreciate it. Whoever wants to go next, just go ahead and speak
Thanks.
up.
Thanks for letting us come.
Yeah, of course,
Well,
man.
I'll introduce myself. I'm FE Jedi. I'm from the 24/7 Discord server 2.0. I've been a flat earther for coming up 4 years now. This September, actually. So yeah, next month. So yeah, I've been a flat earther for 4 years. Yeah, man. Yeah, absolutely. How did I get into it? It was just I've always been curious. I've always asked questions. I've always done personal research. Conspiracy theories, some people want to turn in, but it's just personal research into things. So I've always asked questions. I got to a bit of a point. Well, I felt like I'd gone through everything, and I just clicked onto a video. It didn't have Flat Earth in the title. I didn't even realise it was about Flat Earth until about 15, 20 minutes into the video. And then from that video, I just had to start asking questions because the information that I got within the video was it was definitely something that I had to follow up and ask and look into. And that was 4 years ago. And yeah, here I am, willing to talk to people about the Flat Earth.
Awesome.
Okay, so really it was just YouTube videos that like fully convinced you and stuff. Like you haven't, there's nothing like in your actual life that really like had you on this beforehand. It had a lot to do with like seeing what other people had researched.
Well, primarily it was just research like that, but I went out and done some of the tests and observations myself. I live in the southeast of England, and the coast of France is 24 miles away. There, in my position on the southeast coast, I could see different locations at different times. Looking at that with the Earth Curve calculator, when you find out that you are literally seeing things in the distance that predictably should not be able to be seen because we're told that we're low on the ball, then you have to start digging deeper and deeper and deeper. And yeah, within the community and with stuff that I've done myself, I understand you have to be flat and stationary.
If I can ask, while we're doing introductions, it sounds like both of you guys have seen some videos that I'm sure you've shown other people. Please feel free to share them with us because I would love to see them myself. And I feel like if you guys, I'm sure that you guys have the permissions to post them in general chat or whatever chat. I obviously would love to take a look. So if you guys have one or two specific videos that, like the go-to ones that you say, that if somebody asks you, like, which one would you recommend looking at? I would love to take a look at that one as well.
Also, I just pulled up 2 more people who talk about this subject today.
Okay, well,
Jose, you're the leader of the server, I believe, right? Like you're the
Jedi, we're
head.
really happy to have you as well, Jedi. Appreciate it, man.
And Jose, you're like the head, right? Like you run the 247 server.
I'm not the leader. We're a whole community that we work together. I just happen to be an administrator because I'm pretty decent, like I guess making choices as an administrator maybe. But no, I'm not the leader. Like I see myself in the same position as everyone in here.
Okay, awesome, man. And Jose, how long have you been with the Flat Earth? I guess I don't want to call it a cause. I guess just
movement idea.
A movement. I guess like.
So I've been looking into Flat Earth since 2015. Would you like to hear kind of how I got into it?
Yeah, of course, man.
All right, so it was 2014 for me, and I was a big space nerd. I used to watch like Cosmos. I used to watch anything to do with space. Anything that with the word space in there or outer space or planets. I was watching it. So I used to watch all these shows, and I was on YouTube one day, and I seen this video that was made by this guy named what's his name? Sorry, I can't think of his name right now, but he made this video called The Principle, right? And it's a geocentric documentary, and it had a lot of high-level scientists in there, or astrophysicists, theoretical physicists. It had Michio Kaku, Lawrence Krauss, like all these very big names in these fields, right? So I was really drawn to watching that because I was already watching those guys. So when I saw this, The Principle, it pretty much opened my mind to the idea that the Earth was still a globe, but that it wasn't moving, that it was stationary and everything revolved around us. So that's what the whole idea of a geocentric model would be, right? And it wasn't until I saw that video that I got so into that idea of geocentric that I started typing on YouTube, geocentric Earth, because I didn't know what it was called. I didn't know what it was, but I was looking into it like that. And every time I typed geocentric flat Earth, I would see a flat Earth video pop up, flat Earth geocentric. And I was like, what? Like it's flat then? I was kind of confused because I didn't know geocentric meant what it meant. I thought it meant it just wasn't moving, but I didn't know what the flat Earth was at the time. So I clicked on this video by Eric Dubay, that's my recommendation for anyone. It's a little bit buried because YouTube censors Flat Earth now. I'll go and pull it up in a minute for you guys. But this is a video that kind of got me like with my eyes wide open into Flat Earth. It's called The History of Flat Earth by Eric Dubay. And I saw that was the first video I saw. After that, that one led me to another video. And I literally went through like a couple of weeks of just going through these Flat Earth videos. And it wasn't long before I was into this for like a month that I saw enough long distance observations that just sold me. There was things that were being seen that should not be able to be seen on a globe, and the only explanation that there was for the globe Earth is that it was like some type of mirage. And I've seen mirages, I know what mirages look like, and I'm like, that's not a mirage, that's actually there. Now I can agree that there's a thing called refraction that makes the image be a little bit distorted. The claim for that image to be loomed up, to be observed on like your field of view, right? It just doesn't make sense to me. And that was my first, my first steps to Flat Earth. And now we're a little bit more advanced. There's a lot better proofs, which we'll get into in a little bit later. But yeah, that's my whole little story of Flat Earth and how I got into it.
I mean, awesome. We'd love to have you here, Jose.
Yeah,
and so that's
I'm glad you guys
great.
are serious too. It's nice to be able to know that. Like, I was worried that we were just going to get a bunch of trolls who were going to come in here and just say some stupid bullshit. So it's nice to know that you're a reasonable human being and you're actually being like someone in the chat is like, this guy sounds legit. You actually, it's nice to know that we're not just like getting. We had a guy come in recently who was like pretending to be an incel and he just like went off on Kayla and it was just he was trolling. So
I like you actually have the as well to back it up. Like you were in space and like into researching scientists already, so that's actually really cool to know.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you something that's very interesting about Flat Earthers, at least in our community, in our Discord. I guarantee you that most of the people that go in there that believe in the globe don't know the globe, and I guarantee you that most of us know the globe in and out way better because we came from that side. Like we were actually nerds for the globe, So it's we're not retarded. Like you have to I know Flat Earth sounds insane.
Oh, we don't think you're retarded.
No, I know.
No,
I'm just saying for people that believe that. Like I'm not generalizing you guys, but like most people will go out and be like, Flat Earthers are retarded. Or I don't know if you've seen that late interview with Scott Kelly, the astronaut. They asked him, what do you have to say to Flat Earthers? And he says that he doesn't even deal with these people because they're special kinds of people. So like there's that stigma of Flat Earthers being retarded. I understand you guys don't feel that way, but the majority do.
Okay.
See, I didn't know if I thought you guys were necessarily retarded or anything, but I thought like maybe it's a LARP. Like there's no way because it just sounds so bizarre and out there that it was a LARP,
Yeah, we get that a lot, buddy. We get that a lot.
I was going to say.
Yeah, quite a lot. I mean, the guys that you got here in the moment from the 24 Discord server, we speak to people all the time. Quite a lot of those people will come in and their main aim is to troll and ridicule. Because it's the flat Earth, right? We're absolutely retarded and backwards, of course. So we get it. We do understand that.
Have you guys seen like a rise in people joining and stuff since? I guess Flat Earth is. You guys said that some of you guys have been involved for over 4 years, so I'm guessing. I mean, it's just now becoming like this mainstream, like kind of. I don't want to call it a meme, but that's what the mainstream media and Reddits and things like that are spinning it to be. And so have you guys seen a lot of like an influx of joins since then?
Yeah, I mean, again, just going back to the server, we have so many people joining on an hourly basis. We've just started a new one, the 2.0 from the 24/7 Flat Earth. But ultimately, we see it growing on a daily basis because we're live streaming as well. We have a lot of people brought in, and there's a lot of other Flat Earth content providers out there on YouTube and Facebook and Twitter and all of these places where you can see that the movement, whatever you want to call it, is definitely growing.
Yeah,
just
to put that in.
Sorry, go ahead. No, you go ahead.
I was just going to say, just to put that in context, as Jedi just mentioned, we've got this new server. I think we started it last Friday, was it? Was it a week ago?
Yeah, over the weekend.
And there's more than 1,000 members already. So it's,
wow.
How many servers can get 1,000 members in a week?
I think
that's crazy, man.
I think it's almost the Trump effect, right? Or the Streisand effect, where for every one person that comes into Ridicule, you have one person that comes in that says, "Oh, I'm actually interested. I'm glad I found out about this." So it's kind of like a growing effect.
Yeah, and we've had loads of people. Sorry, go ahead, John.
No, I just want to ask: is the goal of the server to educate, or is it more so just to have a discussion with people that are already believing? Or are you like actively trying to? I don't want to say convince, but I guess educate people and try to bring them in.
A little bit of both, really.
I think our position is this. Like, this is the position of the server. What most of us say, when someone comes in, we're not here to convince you. We're here to present information that we came across. It is really up to you to research the information we're presenting and come to your own conclusion. That's our goal. Our goal isn't to indoctrinate people. Our goal isn't to like make you believers, because we're actually, flat Earth is actually against that. Because in our position is that's where we are. That's why we are where we are, because a lot of the stuff was indoctrinated to us through the school systems. Things were just taught as fact to us, never presented a different argument. So we've been indoctrinated in this worldview. So we're not going to do that. We're not going to return it back and be like, oh, we're going to indoctrinate people in the flat Earth. We're just presenting what we've came across, and people are, eventually going to decide whether they've researched further into it and maybe figure it out for themselves, or just not do anything with it. It's really up to them.
So I feel like, thank you for explaining that, but I feel like Flat Earth kind of really took off, especially here on the West Coast, when I believe the moment not too long ago when Tesla decided to launch the Roadster into space. And from that moment on, that was kind of when you were watching the chat that was going on, and you saw people say something about Flat Earth at least every other second as the video was going on. So I'm sure, I just wanted to ask you guys if you guys remember that moment, if you guys watched that video happen, and your take on it, because I specifically remember a moment, a very long moment for a couple minutes or possibly a half hour longer, where the feed legitimately cut out and you couldn't see anything. So I was curious if you guys remember that and your take on that whole experience.
Yeah, I was one of the members in there actually trying to debate people. You might have seen me in there, who knows? But I was in that chat while I was live, and we were also trying to find things to deconstruct that whole video, like live. We actually have a couple members on our server that downloaded the original video, and we did some research, and it turns out that SpaceX did something really interesting on YouTube. They were able to go back and edit their live video, which is impossible for anyone to do on YouTube. So they did edit some stuff out, and we actually still have the original. We downloaded it as it was published within a couple of minutes, and then the next day later, they actually went back, kept their views, kept everything, but they re-edited a couple parts of it. I think they took 7 seconds off of it, which is really interesting, because what kind of pull would SpaceX have to have with YouTube to be above every other YouTuber, and they can do something that no other YouTube can do? It's something to question.
Well, there's actually something interesting with the. I was looking into this before because I was looking into getting in some shares in SpaceX. Do you know the only way you can get shares in SpaceX? Does anyone know? No, you have to buy shares in Alphabet. Now, who does Alphabet own?
No clue.
Alphabet owns Google. Who owns YouTube? Google.
Oh, okay.
So they're not independent at all. The only way you can buy shares in SpaceX is through buying shares in Alphabet.
Okay, that's a hot take for sure. That's definitely interesting to know. And earlier, I know you guys mentioned when YouTube. I guess so. Does YouTube classify what you guys put out as conspiracy, or the information on Flat Earth as conspiracy theory videos? Because I know they recently they stopped putting the conspiracy videos in recommended, right?
Yeah, a good couple of months ago, or so a good couple of months, the end of last year, Google, YouTube announced that they were going to be, putting a restriction on the amount of fake news. Some of the things that were mentioned were things like vaccines, Flat Earth, and a couple of other things. Just throwing all of these things in together because that's bad, right? Ultimately, now, what will happen is when you search on YouTube and you put the phrase Flat Earth, what will happen is, basically what happened for the first 4, 5, 6 pages is you'll just get, ridiculous Flat Earth claims or debunk videos, 5 reasons to debunk Flat Earth and this, that, and the other. Not content that's really provided by true Flat Earthers, I would say.
Yeah.
You'll come across that. Basic clickbait. It's kind of reassuring to see reams and reams of pages and recommendations, showing that the Flat Earth can be debunked in, one proof or this, that, and the other. So it's just clickbait primarily. As opposed to, say, this time last year, where you put Flat Earth into a search and you would primarily start getting, good content providers who were talking about Flat Earth, Eric Bay, ODD Reality, to name but a few. But yeah, there is definitely something going on with the algorithms and the search engine. There's also been, as the movement's been going, and growing stronger. There's obviously been, media straw men built up. There's a huge straw man, what we call a gatekeeper, which is called the Flat Earth Society. Now, the Flat Earth Society are the people that make the claim that the Earth is a spinning disk and it's rising at 9.8 meters per second squared. That's how we have gravity, but space still exists and all this type of stuff. They make a lot of, straw men claims. And so when people go there, they have a good laugh. They pull the argument down in about 5 seconds and carry on with their day thinking that the Flat Earth is completely ridiculous. So we have things to deal with as well.
Sorry to interrupt real quick, but I have a quick favor to ask of you. Do you mind posting your YouTube or Twitch channel? We have a lot of people on our server that want to watch your Twitch,
Okay, I'll just put it in the general chat. It's twitch.tv/neat_life. And to touch on that censorship, like that is extremely deadly or dangerous to any cause, really. And I can only speak on it from we just had the drug users on here before this. We did an interview with them, and just something from that is when you Google harm reduction things, like how to safely use a drug or something. Now, the only thing that comes up on Google is just pages and pages of these rehabs, these paid centers for people. So it's almost like that censorship is in a way for multiple causes doing more harm than good, because these are people that are already going to use the drugs or whatever they're doing regardless, and they're trying to look to Google for information or Reddit or anything, and all they can find is these pages just telling you to go to rehab. Or in your case, you're looking up these things, you're trying to get information on Flat Earth, and you're finding just this bullshit or debunking videos, and it's almost like the cards are stacked against you, against actually spreading information. I think censorship of any kind, especially that, is extremely dangerous.
What's quite interesting is I was just looking up, because Jose recommended looking up Eric Dubay's History of the Flat Earth. Now, when you type in specifically, with no other words, Eric Dubay, The History of Flat Earth, which is the name of the video, it's like the 8th or 9th link. Yeah. Every link above it is why history, why Flat Earth is retarded. And then the next one is explaining the Flat Earth and brackets, obviously debunking it. And then it's video, and eventually you get to the exact thing you typed, and you just think, well, how is the algorithm giving me a bunch of stuff I didn't type way before the thing I typed?
It's just an insane amount of censorship. It's just happening so much now. It's like we're getting into that position where are these I don't want to call them outlets of information, just like search engines, like Google as a whole, are they getting into a position where they're kind of able to choose what you see now, where it's not this freedom of information that the internet should be, and it's more so people are getting indoctrinated, because even if they want to see something else, obviously you just said it, the first 8 results had nothing to do with what you actually wanted to see, and instead it was just information shitting on that. So it's almost like they're in a position now where they're choosing what is fact and what is reality,
See, the thing is, at the end of the day, I think most flat earthers would agree with me when I say this, is if they're hiding it, why don't they just prove it? Why don't they just prove the spinning ball? Why don't they just give us the empirical scientific evidence, which is something that we'll get into later? Why can't they just come out and give videos that just prove that the Earth is a ball? They can't do that. They have to pour storm.
Okay, so I just want to ask a question from the chat really quick. There's a question that just says, what does the flat Earth even change about the world? I guess I sort of on that page, what does it change about, because I'll say, you want everyone to believe it. What if everyone does believe it? What actually changes?
Well, I can answer that real quick if you like. This is my opinion, by the way. My opinion is that it changes your whole worldview, because if you believe in the heliocentric model, you're going to have to believe in evolution. Evolution makes you believe that you came from a big bang, and that, we came from slime, and it kind of gives people a very atheistic, nihilistic worldview where nothing matters, YOLO, you only live once type of deal. So people are not interested in finding anything else because everything's been given to them. Now, what that would change, in my opinion, is if everyone knew that, this place might be even created, it might give rise to the idea that this place has some intelligent design behind it. Now, that's one of the reasons why it would change. Another thing that would change would have to be just the structure, the way everything's ran, because if people are lying to us at the very top, that structure is going to have to change, right? It will. I see change coming if they ever get exposed. So there could be a lot of change, but if will your daily life change? Will you still go to work? Will you still have to do everything the same? Yes, of course. But at least you'll know the true reality of where you might live,
there like a lot of crossover between Christianity and flat earthers as well? Like I noticed you mentioned just intelligent design. Like, is that a big crossover or is that not a big crossover?
I think it is. I'm not Christian. I'm not religious, but I definitely believe in intelligent design. But there happens to be a lot of Christians in Flat Earth because their book really supports an immovable stationary Earth with like pillars, dome over. You know, it makes a lot of sense. But I'm not religious and I don't really follow any religious texts. But I definitely do believe that there's some intelligent design to this this nature, this world we live in.
Yeah, I think.
Can I add in?
I think that the Sorry, go ahead, philosopher. But I want to add something after.
I was gonna piggyback off of the religious, spiritual side of it, because it does bring in a lot of Christians, but it also brings a lot of other people from other religions, and it also opens up the idea of other religions and spiritualities as well. Like myself, I was Christian, but since the Flat Earth has come about, I've looked into other religions and other spiritual texts and stuff that also teach a flat Earth, like Hinduism and Buddhism, Jainism. They all show that the Earth is flat in their religious texts as well. And I actually I now err more on the side of Hinduism than anything. But their flat Earth is called Brahmandala. That's the name of the Earth for them. It's like in Norse mythology, the Earth is called Midgard. But it's all still flat in all other religions. Sorry, go ahead, Crypto.
I mean, you more or less said what I was going to say, but I'll just I'll answer the question a bit more directly. Is there a crossover between flat Earth and Christianity? I would say that that's not a wide enough question. Is there a crossover between believing in, say, a deistic or a theistic worldview and flat Earth? Yes. That's what I would say yes to. I wouldn't say yes to specifically Christianity. Myself, I'm a deist, and I think virtually all flat earthers are either deistic or theistic in some regard. Very, very few atheists, but I wouldn't say that there is a huge amount that are specifically Christian.
If I could answer a little bit as well, back to the, we get this asked on the Discord server, what would they gain? Why would they lie? I mean, it's where has this lie come from? We've kind of, looked at a little bit of religion. The majority, if not all, of ancient cultures and religions are the flat
Gotta
space.
shout out Faded Console. He's our only subscriber, so I gotta shout him out. He said, "I just woke up. I'm here." Shouts out to you, Faded Console.
Much fucking love, boy.
Sorry to interrupt you, but shouts out.
Yo, is Mid IHC with you guys, by the way?
Yes, he is. Yeah.
Okay, do you guys want him up here?
Yes, please.
You
Okay,
guys
awesome.
are incredibly articulate for who I thought you were gonna be. Like, this is like, I'm kind of getting convinced. Like, you don't do this.
No, so I'm glad that you guys came like so well prepared. It is nice. Yeah, like I said, I think a lot of us were worried that it was going to be just like some like YouTube. Just be like, watch the YouTube video. The fact that you guys all have different perspectives as well is pretty fucking great. I'm not gonna lie. I'm interested how you connected it to fucking Norse mythology and like Buddhism and shit as well, though, because it's like part of me just goes like, because what about the picture of the blue dot or whatever? Like, is that not considered any evidence at all? There's the stream of light with the blue dot, and it's supposed to be Earth floating in like the whatever the fuck. Like,
no.
Can I do this one?
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah,
I love
please.
talking about images.
Yeah, go on.
Because I try and bash this into people's heads all the time when they're like, we get these like really hardened globers come in, and it doesn't matter what you say to them, they just, there's no way that it's flat, sort of thing. And so I had this discussion yesterday with a couple of the guys, and they were basically making the argument that if you see something enough, then it becomes true. But then this is an argument I always say against it is, well, if I give you a picture of an orc from Lord of the Rings, do orcs exist in reality? Of course, you would say, well, no, it's just a film, right? And then, so then Jose gives you a picture of orcs, and then FE Jedi gives you a picture of orcs. At what point is us giving you pictures of orcs making orcs real?
True. I mean, that's
but part of me's just like, damn, like, because these scientific people, it's like so much of what they're doing has to do with the search of truth. I just feel like it's like, how meaningless is your job if all you like Carl Sagan, right? Like, I mean, it's like part of me that's like it's appealing to human nature, but part of me is just like, damn, boy, how do you have a whole career doing some shit that's just complete fucking lies and not just feel super not fulfilled? You know, you're
actors, man.
But maybe he doesn't think it's the lie as well. I think this is the thing, is that we get this other question, which is, wouldn't look like, you know, tens of thousands of people have to be in on the lie? No, I think the vast majority. I mean, you guys believe that you live on a globe, and maybe some of you have never even really thought about it. You just thought, well, that's what I was taught, so it's probably true, you know, whatever. And you even see that attitude manifesting in some of the questions, where like, how does it affect me? You know, so it's an extension of that attitude of, yeah, it's probably a globe, who cares, you know, whatever. So maybe Carl Sagan believed it. Who knows? But he is just a presenter of a TV show. At the end of the day, I don't know what qualifications he's got, but someone like Bill Nye, he's an engineer. Like, what would he really know? Has he ever been to space to check out what it looks like? No, he's just an engineer. So how would he have any special knowledge that anyone here doesn't have?
What about there's this clip that I'm sure you guys are aware of. It's from the Flat Earther convention, I think, and where the guy misproves his own theory, right? Where he sets up the lights, and I'm sure that's like a video that gets brought up a lot in your Discord. Maybe it's
Yeah, I think you're talking about the one where the guy shines a light and he goes, interesting. Is that the one? Yeah, that's actually I know those people, and here's how it went. It's not so much a parody. It was just the people that did the video, the producer, literally cuts and pastes things how he wants it and skews it to make it look like a certain way for the viewers, right? Now, here's the thing. The story behind that is he didn't disprove anything. What happened was he was supposed to go do a laser test, and he had these 3 big old, type of wood things with holes in it, right? And the point was to get them with enough space and distance. So, like, if the Earth was curved, there's no way the light should be able to shine through all 3 holes, right? Now, he had a laser with this, but what happened was right before the test, he actually melted the collimator on the laser, which made the laser, invalid to be used. So he used a flashlight. Now, if you're familiar with how light works and flashlights and beam divergence and all that, you'll know that a flashlight's beam divergence and its potensity of the light will diffuse, and it was actually not strong enough to make it through any of the holes. So what happened was when he raised it up, they were able to see it, but when he brought it down, the light wasn't able to pass through all 3 holes. Now, they took that as he debunked himself, but in reality, it was an inconclusive test. And the producer knew this, but they painted it in a way where it's like he debunked himself.
I just know that I just brought that up because that's one of the videos that like everyone uses to like, oh, look at this guy, he shit on himself, basically, like he disproved his own theory.
Yeah, and it's the same with the gyroscope in that same video. I don't know if you saw the whole thing. There's a man in there that claimed that something about 15 degrees per hour, and then they got a quote where it's like, oh yeah, we measured 15 degrees per hour. That's a problem because we know that like the globe Earth model is supposed to, have axial rotation, and it's supposed to be the sun's supposed to move about.
Whoa. So I got to interrupt really quick. Faded Console just gifted 5 tier 1 subs to the people in the audience. Damn, this boy based as hell, boy. I swear to God, boy.
Yo, I'm gonna suck your wiener.
Oh, you got my premium snap now, Faded Console. Sorry to interrupt, but you got my premium snap, boy. Premium snap for this boy.
I mean, I probably won't, but you guys feel free.
Interjecting quickly, Crypto, Jose, and you guys. One quick question: did you guys touch on what Mother Hubbard was? I was on a call just now, unfortunately. What does Mother Hubbard have to do with? Because someone asked me to throw that on the roll. Flat Earthers.
I don't even know what that is.
Oh no! Yeah, just ignore that. That's just me being. I'm just a bit weird sometimes.
No, when you said Hubbard, were you referencing the Scientologist?
No.
Ron Hubbard.
No, I was just saying Mother Hubbard because I didn't want to swear. So it's just like someone get me a roll, and I thought I'll swear, and then I thought,
well,
this
you
is
guys
my
are
server, I can't
from
swear.
Mother Hubbards now, I guess.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, it's nothing to do with Ron Hubbard. Sorry.
Okay, but back to what Jose was saying.
Yeah, Jose.
So the gyro video.
Yeah, the gyro. So like the man made said something about 15 degrees per hour, and they took that in context that he had the gyro in his hand. Like they made it seem like this man literally proved the 15 degrees per hour, shift of the Earth's rotation with this gyro. Now we know this person too. This is from our Flat Earth community. What happened was this other man. It wasn't never in Bob's hand. That's the guy's name, Bob Nodell. It was never in his hands. He commented on something and misquoted, misspoke. Now, what really happened is the owner of that gyro actually recorded about 7.5 degrees per hour, which would mean that the Earth is spinning twice as slow. Because it's 7.5 plus 7.5 is 15 degrees. So that means the measurement they got was actually half the speed. So there is some movement, but now there's a big debate whether it's an ether. I don't know if you're aware of that. Back in the days, they used to believe in this kind of like movement of the ether, and that's another possibility that'd be causing that. But to be honest, no gyroscope test is really any scientific test, because if you're familiar with the scientific method, you need to be able to manipulate the cause to know, to have that cause and effect relationship. Now, tests don't do that. All they do is infer data, and then you correlate the data to what you want it to be, right? It's not really.
Sorry, I gotta cut in again. This boy's gifting more subs. Fade at console throwing Sludgy a sub. This boy is balling out so hard in our channel right now. Thank you so much, homie. Sorry to interrupt, man. I gotta shout him out though.
Yeah,
this is a real one. This is a real one in the chat. He the VIP. Oh goddamn.
So with the gyro, he had him chain like. It's so basically all of it has been like a slop operation. Like anytime you guys have got involved with anything, it's something has been taken out of context and spun a way that's made to actually shit on your cause.
And that's what they tend to do, just twisting the truth. Like when you get some real facts in that bitch, it's like, okay, but yeah.
Yeah, interesting enough, like anyone that's familiar with like the topic of like how gyroscopes work and all that, they will know that that video is complete garbage. But for an average viewer that isn't familiar with how gyroscope works or how like what 15 degrees per hour is to them, that's going to be like, wow, they debunked flat Earth, But it's the real people that actually are familiar with these instruments and how they work that can be like, that's bullshit, because no one's ever proved motion on the Earth. No one. There was a bunch of experiments in the late 1800s to try to prove that. I don't know if you've ever heard of the Michelson-Morley experiment. It's literally an interferometer where they try to find a phase shift of light dependent on the movement of the Earth, and they actually didn't find any. But what they did prove was the ether. But now then there was this big problem, because if the ether existed, then it proved that the Earth wasn't moving. So in the scientific community in the late 1800s, 1900s, they went with the path with, well, the Earth has to be moving, so the ether must not exist. So that's the position of mainstream science that they've taken. Now we have this theory called the general theory of relativity, and special relativity, which is what the mainstream science now, it evolved from like those tests, all these theories,
Yeah, I just thought I wanted to add on to that just to make it crystal clear. This is what the theory was there to do, was to discard the ether. It doesn't just ignore it or hope it goes away. It philosophically discards the ether, which it has no proof. It has no proof. That the test found the ether, and they went, "Nah, we'll just discard it. We'll just come up with a framework that doesn't include it." So it's literally ignoring the elephant in the room.
So wouldn't this all get squashed if we could just fund a big ass spaceship to go up and be like, "Pop screenshot, got your ass." Like,
isn't there a guy that tries to do that?
Some dude in the chat
said
said some
that's
shit
so
about
ignorant
that.
of me, but like
Faded
that's
console trying to fund a spaceship.
Well, yeah, there's a guy named Mad Mike. I'm sure that's the guy you're talking about.
That guy's a troll, right?
Yeah, he launched stuff in a rocket and it went up to like 18,000 feet, which is not even higher than a plane.
No, but I just mean like actually, like, Kyrie Irving's a flat earther. Be like, yo, bro, like I know SpaceX is eventually gonna do like a commercial space flight. I just be like, bro, like put up the money and just prove this shit once and for all.
Well, the problem is just to get into past a certain altitude, you need permission. That's the problem. See, like all these ideas of like funding something, like it could all be stopped because we need to essentially ask for permission just to go to a certain altitude. There's even permission just to send high altitude balloons now. Just look at the new stipulations for NOAA. They actually require for you to actually go and get approved before you do any of these things.
That's what I'm saying. Don't weather balloons go to space?
They reach up to
High
about
altitude balloons.
2 miles. Go ahead, FJ, go ahead.
No, yeah, they're just high altitude balloons. They just go high up to the atmosphere. I wanted to cut in because you're talking about two subjects that are close to flat Earth's heart. How high do you have to be before you see the curvature of the Earth and let's go to space?
Yeah.
Ultimately, it doesn't matter how high you go. We've got high altitude balloon footage of 135,000 feet that show an eye level horizon and an Earth extending into the distance, no curvature to be seen. How high do you think you need to go ultimately there are curve calculators out there. We're on the ball with definite dimensions. We can math the hell out of it and figure out the drop value between point A and point B. The thing is, you should be able to see curvature from the Earth, and a relative, using high-powered optical equipment, there should be a prediction of things you shouldn't be able to see because of that curve of the Earth. But ultimately, we can talk about space. Why would we need to go to space? What is space? It's this controlled place, right? It's a place where there's other planets, and the moon being a rock and the sun being some kind of nuclear furnace, and blah blah.
I do have a question about that. What do you guys feel about other planets? Do they just not exist, or are they just in the sky?
Right, yeah. So other planets, no. Other planets don't exist because this Earth isn't a planet. That cosmology that I told you about, like Mars being a planet due to being a super gas giant and the sun, like I said, being in that nuclear furnace, is absolute bollocks. It doesn't exist.
Well, what are they then? Because I literally just saw Saturn and Venus.
Yes, ultimately, to me, you and everybody else down here, if we use our eyes or a telescope or high power, because we're looking at it, we can't reach out. Everything that you've been told about those lights in the sky, you've been taught. Everybody's been taught. We've all been indoctrinated into the system, whether that be educational, propaganda, films, TVs, what have you. It's that kind of cultural thing, space story about it. But ultimately, me, you, and everybody else will only ever be able to see it.
So what is it? I mean, definitely, if you're looking through a telescope, you can definitely see a planet. I mean, so what is it? What to you guys? What is the moon? What shape is the moon? Is the moon like a big potato chip, or?
Well, here's the thing. Like when it comes to what planets are, the moon, like no one's denying that we can't see them. Like we're not like retarded, we don't think like, oh, if I pull out a telescope right now in my backyard, I don't think the moon's there or the sun or the stars or the planets. No, we see everything the same as any other person. It's just we've been sold the idea that they're planets and that we're planets and that they're terraform and they're just like us and that they're spherical. To be honest, there's no way to even determine that they're spherical by looking at them with an optic, because when you look through the telescope, that's a monoscope, meaning that you have no depth perception. That means you cannot perceive 3D shape with one eye. You only see one side of it. Now, whether they're globe, sphere, flat, whatever shape they are, it doesn't really have no bearing, because in the flat Earth cosmology, it's not like the planets and the Earth are on space. This is going to be the part that probably makes you guys like hate flat Earth, because this is the part that
no, we wouldn't hate anyone.
Well, this is the part that was hard for me to get to flat Earth, because space isn't what we've been taught. Like everything is within the system, and those things that you observe in the sky are all within the system. They're not like trillions of billions of light years away. Now, planets, we refer to them as wandering stars, and that's what the ancients referred to them. Whether they're terraforma, whether they're just like Earth, that's actually a non sequitur fallacy, because we haven't proven this place to be a planet unless you believe in every NASA space agency that's been to space. If you believe in that, then I can understand why you would have that train of thought. But if you're coming from the perspective of like, hey, what have we proved on Earth? We haven't proven the Earth to be a planet or those things to be the X amount of distance that they claim they are. And we don't even know if they're terraforma, meaning you can't land on them. For all we know, it can just be a light in the sky,
Yeah. But I mean, when observed through a telescope, you can definitely see like surface on the moon. Like, so I guess what if we're not a sphere, is the moon a sphere? Or no? Or what do you guys, I want to know what you guys feel about
ultimately when we're talking about what lights in the sky are, we don't know. And that's because none of us can go there and test it out. We can't go to the moon. We can't bring.
So was the moon landing faked?
Yeah,
100%.
And right, I'm just going to add this, and I'll let everybody else jump in. Every single story you've been told about space, satellites, international space stations, moon landings, remote-controlled cars on Mars, pictures from outer planets from a satellite or a probe that's been slungshot around Mars through an asteroid field to give you pictures. All of these stories about space are not true, because space fundamentally can't exist. It breaks natural laws. You can't have gas pressure without a container, which within the heliocentric is exactly what we've got. We've got gas pressure, atmosphere here, uncontained from the vacuum of space. Second law of thermodynamics will dictate that busy energy, air pressure, atmosphere system will disperse into the space available. It's akin to constructing a vacuum chamber, opening the door, and watching all the air rush in, because it's now uncontained. So what we've also got here is we're going to start going into a little bit of science, but what we've got is something that we can't demonstrate. In the heliocentric model, this spinning ball with atmosphere attached, you can't demonstrate your necessary antecedent for gas pressure. In every single demonstration, you require a container for gas pressure, whether it be in a tyre, whether it be in your Coke can or just deodorant can, whether it be in an oxygen tank that a scuba diver takes swimming. You need a container. Earlier I said you needed to construct the vacuum. Yeah, you need to contain one pressure from another. In the heliocentric model, we don't have a container, and we do not have a demonstration of the necessary antecedent, which would be gravity.
So, just to touch back on the moon, as I lived in Alaska, and you can literally see the tides like coming in and out, and just the massive effect they have on the Earth. What is a tide then? If or is that just another thing that you guys chalk up to? Oh, we don't know what it is. So,
well, I love talking about the moon. I'll be happy to talk about the moon landings, but we can do the tides first if you want.
Yes, please.
Did you know? So you say you live in Alaska. I grew up by the sea as well. I'm sure a few other people here have as well. Obviously, tides are quite a significant part of how the seas and the oceans work.
Yeah, very noticeable.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no doubt. There's parts of South Essex, where I'm originally from, North Kent as well, where you can literally walk from one county to another when the tide goes out. So
yeah, that's how Alaska is.
Yeah,
The
it's crazy.
Yeah.
It's like
literally an entire bay that had water in it will be a mud flat at that point. So
yeah. So how does that compare to a Great Lake? Do Great Lakes have tides? The answer is, I think, no. When you look this up on Google, it'll say they have like an inch of tide.
I think because I also spend a lot of time in Michigan, and I do believe that the Great Lakes can be seen having tides there. But I mean, the whole reason that the tide works based on the moon is because the water has somewhere to go, whereas the Great Lake, where is it really moving? You know?
Sure, but then this is the thing. You taking it back to a scientific perspective, the observations are very different, aren't they? So to give the same cause to two very different observations is, I mean, that's fallacious. You're not seeing the same thing. And, without going into gravity, this is another problem with gravity. You have multiple observations chalked up to one single cause, and neither of them have an experiment that you can actually verify the cause of. The cause for, sorry. So, yeah, I don't want to go into all of that really, but it's interesting because you've got these huge tides on the oceans and the seas, and these barely noticeable tides that I actually think don't exist on Great Lakes. Now, when I say they don't exist, what I mean is that yes, weather can affect the lakes. There's other atmospheric effects, but the moon's gravity, which is or just gravity generally, which is considered the cause of tides, I think fundamentally doesn't match observation.
All right, but so you, I can understand what you're saying. So, but what is the tide or anything like that? Like, so that's something like when I present you with the moon or the other planets, you can say, oh well, we can't touch them, we can't see them. There's no physical evidence, and I can accept that as an answer. But with the tide, that you guys just simply have no answer for that. Then
and there's behind
tide is physical evidence. Like the tide is clear.
That's what I mean. Yeah, that's clear, physical, and measurable.
Exactly.
Evidence.
Yeah, but was it what is it evidence of?
Was evidence of something gravitationally moving the water levels, because it's not that there's an increase in water, because we can't agree that matter is being created. There's only a set amount of water within the ocean, so it would have to be gravity moving it, because gravity is a set.
Unless someone
we know how water behaves physically, right? Like the way water fits into its
that's
container.
A
so
rotation, though, like how do we know for sure it's a mass like pulling it?
But that's how gravity works according to our physics
we know
model,
that it's
right?
no.
But then there's a whole new can of worms if we're talking about gravity, I'm sure.
But it's like
that's why I didn't want to.
But it's like, well, how does your physics model explain that? Because they can explain, I feel like, tides through our physics model quite well.
Well, why are there two why are there two tides per day if there's only one moon?
In some places there are 6.
Ooh. Oh, well, because the moon's on one side of the Earth and then the other, so it's like it's low.
Well, I mean,
tide,
because
high
people
tide,
that believe the Earth is a globe also believe it's tilted on an axis, so that explains that.
Not really. You see, you've got tides on opposite side of the supposed globe, and you're saying that the moon causes the tide. Well, which one is the moon causing, and what's causing the other one?
And I smoke Reggie on the moon, boy. I swear.
No. See, that's the thing is that's That's things that we don't know, and that's why we like to have you
Yeah.
guys on here to like.
Yeah. But I mean, but your only evidence is
I do have to keep it real with you. Like there is like an effect of what they say gravity from another mass to the pulled liquids that pulled stuff. You know, if you'd let me finish. The thing is that's why like on these full moons and stuff that the people with like bipolar tendencies, it's fucking with the fluids in their body, and like it's like shifting different things, and they fucking flip out. So like that's a big thing behind it too. But then that's
I don't think any. Sorry, I've got to think.
No, Bet's bipolar, by the way, so he's speaking from experience.
That's fine. That's fine. I don't think any flat Earth would deny that the moon has some kind of effect on the Earth. We just, it's just a lot of correlation.
But how would it have that effect? If everything is just in like sitting in the sky, so if it has an effect, is the moon just like this object that just like fucking spins around our disk?
What is the moon?
We live in a very electrodynamic environment. Yeah, we've got compasses. They seem to point north. We have seem to have energy ley lines. All of these type of electrodynamic phenomena, lightning, for example, electrodynamic potential rising every meter. These types of things. So we obviously live within this electrodynamic environment. Maybe these lights in the sky, they impart energy differently. I'm talking about the sun and the moon, the lights in the sky, which appear the same kind of size, even though one of them is supposedly 400 times further away and 400 times bigger. But ultimately, they could, as they appear to be the same size, they also appear to be different. No one's denying that there may be some kind of connection or correlation between the energy output of the sun and the moon, which is related to the tides. I mean, we're talking about predominantly, the script I was pointing out, the salty seas, not the lakes, not the clear waters, the salty seas. And we should understand what happens to electrodynamics in salty solution, for example. So there could be an electrodynamic energy system at play. We obviously live within a very complicated environment. We've got seasonal cycles, we've got day cycles, we've got constellations. We've obviously got energy being inputted into the system primarily by the sun and the moon. So maybe this is the cause of tides. Doesn't have to be gravity, mass attracting mass. You can talk about gravity if you want to. I'll just quickly say this, just so we're all on the same page. Gravity, mass attracting mass was superseded in 1915 in favour of Einstein's general relativity. Now, the guy who abandoned the ether, they also abandoned this gravity because it didn't fit their model, this mass attracting mass, this magic at a distance. Now, the scientific rhetoric is the bending and warping of space-time. This is based on a presupposition. Both of these gravitational ideas are based upon a presupposition. Mass attracting mass, working on the presupposition that the Earth is already a ball, already existing in space, and gravity is the course why we're standing on the floor. Even got people standing antipolar to us in Australia. The general relativity is starting on a presupposition that the Earth is already a ball, and we're in space, and this ball of mass is sitting and bending and warping the fabric of space-time, which is how we observe gravity. Both of these ideas have not got any scientific evidence or experiment to prove them.
They're theories. Yes, they are theories.
Yeah, but no scientific proof.
Can we go slightly into the moon landings? Because I feel
definitely. That was a hot take, boy. When I asked about the moon, so I definitely. That's like base level conspiracy theory, or what people would call base level conspiracy. That's like that's where you start, right? That's the first. Do you guys have a pill? Do you have like the flat pill?
Yeah, we should.
Yeah.
It's just like really flat. It's like
let's get flat pilled, boy.
It's like a nanometer thick, but it's really like long.
The flat pill,
like a tablet.
It's a flow.
Yeah, you just have to take one a day.
Like all the other incels have the black pill. You guys got the fucking flat, the Zan pill, dude.
Yeah.
Red.
I mean, it is a red. It is a red pill. I just wanted to a lot of people say flat Earth is the ultimate red pill. So you kind of got to work your way up from the moon landing. You get it. Yeah.
So you guys are like top tier red pill. Okay, the flat pill, boy. Hit me with it, Ronald.
The flow
I'm trying to find the lunar module because my god, it looks absolutely horrendous, and I'm honestly so.
This is actually where I'm on your guys' side. Like, I think that when I look at like the moon landing, like the technology, when they say a calculator nowadays has so much more electronics than the fucking space shuttle, I'm like, boy, you're telling me we could do that when like literally like the fucking tablet I got sitting on my table right now for $60 has like a million more. It's so much more complicated than the fucking space shuttle.
Yo, they use Stanley Kubrick to big dick the fucking Russians.
I unironically think that's a way better excuse. Like Stanley Kubrick had the skills. He filmed in he knew how to make space look good. And fuck boy, like a calculator. You're telling me a calculator got sent to the fucking
like what?
I swear to God, but my TM-83 in high school, that shit was way more powerful than a fucking spaceship.
But yeah, I mean, you are right. You are right. But there's so many more problems. Like, yeah, Beano's just posted it. But there's one that's I'm trying to find it at the moment. It's an amazing picture where you can literally see the grey is there. It is. Thank you very much, Beano. Look at that shit. Right, that grey is clearly cardboard. Clearly cardboard. Right. If you look at the rods,
that's a space peanut.
They're obviously curtain rods that they bought at, I don't know, do you have Target or whatever in America? That's not high-tech space equipment that's going to bloody moon, is it? Look at the gold foil. I can buy gold foil in my local shop.
Yeah, a lot of that stuff.
This stuff isn't. It just looks like a 10-year-old science project. That's not going to the moon. And anyone who looks at that and goes, "Yeah, that's legit," there's something wrong with you.
Hold on, is this a picture of it on the moon here? I'm guessing.
Yeah, this is this first one that Beano showed you. Like they're trying to pass that off as this is us taking a picture of the moon, like us on the moon. It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. So, like that shit, I just like when you actually look into, you're like, excuse me. I mean, like now, but then again, it's like part of me. I do think we could go to space now. So it's like, that's definitely the difference.
Well, let me ask you a question.
The thickness of the walls of that
What about that Red Bull jump
thickness
where
of
the
3
dude like
sheets
went
of
to
foil.
space and he parachuted, like he did the world's biggest space
Yeah,
jump.
the red.
That Red Bull jump. Just quickly, that Red Bull jump. What you've got to do is ask Neil deGrasse Tyson, and he will turn around and said, and he did it on TV, that you shouldn't be able to see the curvature of the Earth from Felix Baumgartner's jump. That shit is flat.
Okay.
If you scroll back a bit, I posted that when we spoke about deGrasse a minute ago, 5-10 minutes ago. So if you scroll back, it is back there. Like.
Oh, that picture's from that jump.
Well, MIDI HC has actually done a hot flat Earth rap remix. If you check that out as well.
Ooh.
Quick
Yeah,
question.
maybe I should become a flat Earth rapper, boy. I got some.
16 minutes ago, so
I
28.
want to know what this picture is here with this guy looking at a spaceship and see a wall. Who is that? Is that picture edited? Like, can I get some detail on that? Beano?
What picture?
I think that's
if you scroll up a little bit in general, it's right before the Red Bull jump gif. It's like a guy looking at a spaceship.
Isn't that Stanley Kubrick?
I don't think so. I don't think that's Stanley Kubrick.
That's some that looks edited, boy.
That's the guy that cucked my wife.
I didn't know what that was. It looked realistic at all.
Oh no, it's not
the
Kubrick.
background.
It was the moon landing a cuck story.
Yes, bro.
Yes.
Yes.
The moon landing was the final nail in the coffin. As long as they got everybody to believe that space existed and we were on a ball.
Yeah.
This lie about the Earth being, a ball hasn't really been going on that long.
I think I'm getting flat pilled.
We got some background. Warren Von Braun.
Yo, Kayla, your mic actually sounds like you are sucking a fart out of a bendy straw.
Holy shit!
No, it's
so.
Von Braun. Yeah, of course.
Did you guys already get a chance to talk about the sun? Because I'm really curious about
What
your
the sun
perspective
is?
on the sun and what is revolving around what in that scenario.
Okay, well, the sun, like the moon, is revolving around and above the flat Earth.
Yes.
Now, the sun seems to revolve. It is smaller and local than what we've been told. So I don't know the size and I don't know the distance. But it appears to circle between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn throughout the year. This is how we get our seasonal cycles. So when it's circling the Tropic of Cancer in the north, it's obviously summer in the north because that's where the sun is closest to, and it's winter in the south. 6 months later, when the sun's across the equator and gone down to the Tropic of Capricorn, it's summer in the south and winter in the north. It's obviously how we get our day and night cycles because, it's quite easy to understand moving a light is going to only shine a light on a certain portion of the surface you're shining it on. So the sun is moving, it only shines its light on a portion of the surface it's able to shine its light upon at any one time. So it goes around in a circle throughout the day and throughout the year constantly. And this is how we get our day and night and seasonal cycles. What it is, I don't know. Again, it's another light in the sky. It's intangible to us. We can't physically go there. We've been told a story about what it is. There's a little bit of pseudoscience to back that up. But ultimately, again, we don't know the size and we don't know the distance. But it's quite hard to understand the sun. We can just observe what it does.
Okay. So going into that, the next question that I had, speaking of that, you kind of touched over it, is that there is really no climate change that much on the equator as opposed to the poles, if from a globe perspective.
Yeah.
So, obviously Antarctica, Arctic Circle, the cold side, and then you have tropical in the middle of what is considered a circular globe Earth. So in your case, how would you explain that climate difference between these locations?
Really simple. So you've got a central north where a compass is pointing, where Polaris is above. Obviously, Polaris is a star in the sky that never moves. So we've got this northern point, which is the Arctic Circle. Now, as I said earlier, the sun only goes as far north as the Tropic of Cancer. That's as far inwards as it goes. So obviously, it doesn't get as close to the Arctic Circle. So it keeps circling in and out between the two tropics. This is, the heated zone, for example. Obviously, the equator is the hottest. But ultimately, it never goes any far further north than Cancer. It never goes any further south as the Tropic of Capricorn. And this, again, is how we have our Antarctic Circle.
I just want to interrupt real quick. This guy in the chat's got a pretty good point, I think. He's saying, well, you guys talk about the ISS yet? Like, what do you guys think about the International Space Station or, like, Chris Hadfield, like, guys who are, like, filming themselves floating in the ISS, supposedly?
Or what about that lady that just committed fucking cyberspace crimes, boy? Is that not real? Is that real?
We've actually got a roll.
Boy.
We've got a roll on our server now. Every time some ridiculous space story comes out, we invent a new role for it. So we've got a space herpes roll. I don't know if you guys heard about the space herpes.
No.
Okay, well we can post that up in a bit as well. But yeah, the latest role we've added is space criminal. So if anyone comes in and we just fancy just having a laugh with them, we just give them the space criminal role. But I mean, fundamentally, these stories that they come out with from the ISS, they're to sell you the story of the ISS existing, right? So, do you guys know much about Hegel?
No.
Okay, well, I'll try and be as like basic. I don't know what your audience is normally like, so I don't want to be like going like deep into this stuff. But there's a sorry.
I don't know.
Yeah, like I mean, like basically we're just building the audience up. The point is just to get some good VODs and good interviews with some deep insight. Like,
Yeah. You can go as deep as you like. Please, no filter with your stuff whatsoever.
Cool. Okay.
That's what we need.
Yeah. Cool. Okay. So there's a concept known as the Hegelian dialectic, right, which Hegel came up with, hence why it's named after him. The idea is that you present kind of two options, but that both options actually present a result that you. So you've got the synthesis, the antithesis. Sorry, the thesis, the antithesis, and then the synthesis result. Okay. So, for instance, let's say I wanted to convince you that dragons existed. I wanted FE Crypto Gangster wants to convince everyone that dragons exist. So I might put someone out there saying, yeah, dragon scales exist, and then another person goes out and says dragon breath exists. So your two options are dragon scales exist and dragon breath exists. Well, the synthesis result is that dragons must exist because your two options are scales or breath, right? So obviously it's removing the option of no dragons existing, which is the point of the Hegelian dialectic in the first place. So you see this everywhere in politics, and you also see this in certain other concepts such as the flat Earth. The moon landing is a Hegelian dialectic. Okay, so you've got the moon landing happened versus the moon landing didn't happen, but it was to screw the Russians. Okay, so both of those sides of the Hegelian dialectic have the synthesis result of the Earth's a ball, which is the whole purpose of the Hegelian dialectic in the first place.
Okay. But
It's a little bit like this as well. I mean, it helps prove space. So this is why we get lots of stories about space. Did we or did we not go to the moon? That's an object in this place called space that we could possibly get to. Yes or no? Doesn't matter. The place called space already exists. That's what they get you to do. Because half the time you don't realise that you're doing it. It's like the paper that the story is being written on. That paper is space, and you can take that away with the second law of thermodynamics. But ultimately, like I said earlier, they will give you as many stories as they can about this space, because we can all see it and point at lights in the sky. They call the stars, and they've already categorised them for us. But we can all see space, right? It must exist, that dark part in the sky that comes out every night, where the moon is, where the sun is. It's just a lot of stories to make this place called space
So what about
tangible.
Interstellar? Are you telling me Interstellar wasn't a true story?
Well, Hollywood often does a better job than NASA. We joke about this all the time. You see like stuff from NASA and you think, fuck man, like the film Gravity looks way more realistic and it's admittedly fake, right?
Yeah.
Who would believe that the film Gravity actually happened? No one. But it looks more real than what NASA produces. So
I
what does
thought
that tell you?
Armageddon was a true story, to be honest. They saved the Earth with that giant black guy. That was fucking based. No, real question. Actually, like on the topic. So, what about what? I'm sure this is you guys are probably pretty used to answering this one. What is the edge of the Earth, boy? Is it an ice wall or what?
Oh, it's a sweet rave party.
That'd be lit.
Well, there's areas you
That's
can't.
a concept.
This is where
That's a concept that you. That's a concept that you can talk about. The limits to the Earth. You mentioned ice wall. This isn't as far as we can go. That's just the container for the waters, the seas, and the oceans. Antarctica is a very mysterious place. There's a treaty that stops people from freely exploring this place, for example.
So you don't think we can ever get over, like cross Antarctica? Like
we can get. We've got scientific research stations. You can go down to Antarctica on a cruise ship and go and spend some time with some penguins if you want to. Like I said, the scientific research, there's activity down there, but ultimately it's just along the coast. What's further inland, we don't know. We're not allowed to freely explore. The place is on lockdown. But we're talking about a very extreme environment. You know, we can't survive there anyway. We'd have to take resources with us. We wouldn't be able to walk there. We'd have to take a lot of fuel with us. We're talking about an extreme environment that could go on for thousands, if not tens, if not maybe hundreds of thousands of miles away from the circle of the sun. It's only ever going to get colder and colder and colder, and eventually it's going to get dark. That you're not going to be able to see the sun anymore because you're too far away from it. It's going to set beyond the horizon. You're never going to see it again. It's ultimately, this might be outer space, a place where it gets cold and dark, a place where they are actually going. And
so that we couldn't go.
Yeah, we can't go there, buddy.
What about like? So do you guys believe in like so aliens just 100% can't exist, right?
Aliens is the secret that NASA wanted you to think they were keeping.
But
Well,
the secret is.
I guess it's really interesting for you to talk
And what was that?
So for aliens, I'm not saying I believe in aliens or I don't believe in aliens, but I'll tell you what. Do you know who Aleister Crowley is?
Yeah.
Okay, so Aleister
We're
Crowley
gonna
is
bring some
supposedly,
Satanists in here.
yeah, he summoned a demon, and when he drew a picture of what he summoned, it looked just like a gray alien. I'll drop a picture of his drawing. So there's this theory that people believe that aliens are actually demonic entities and not coming from outer space, but they're interdimensional. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's one of the theories out there that I've heard kind of thrown around quite often. And I'll drop a picture of the alien he drew. And
the tall gray,
I
right?
heard that.
Yeah, it looks like a gray
Wasn't
alien.
someone recently saying
I've
that
met
they
a
could,
tall
like,
gray boy.
get to the point of like summon something like that and thinking that it would only like cause destruction? And the scientist that was talking about bringing it or whatever, that it would aid in helping civilization.
That alien's got a obese brain, boy. That big watermelon brain.
I don't know. I can't quite subscribe to the alien idea. Like,
No, I definitely believe in aliens. That's why I wanted to get a flat earther's take on aliens.
boy, you've been
Like,
mainlining Chris. Boy, calm down, just play it.
No,
How can you though? Like, I don't know, dude. Like,
how can you what? I mean, because I believe that like space is ever expansive, and so that's how I believe in it. So that's why I wondered like a flat earther's take on it.
Boy, I've been
Interesting though that you use words like belief. I believe X. I believe Y. I mean, I prefer to keep it to what's observable and what's verifiable and what you can actually.
I know, but you guys have
reasonably
literally said a lot of
know.
things that you can't prove as well. So you just believe that those things are the way
What we
they are.
said that we can't prove.
I mean, the tide. You can't prove what the moon is.
Hold on.
Saying what they are.
This is a good one. This is a good. Yeah, this is a good. This is where people are being honest. We can't, for example, go to the sun So even within science, we couldn't find out the cause of that effect. And it's the science. The sun is out of the realms of science in this case. So if we don't know what the sun is, so we're just being honest when we say we don't know. Tides, we've been told a story that it's because of moon gravity. Now that story has to be thrown to the wayside because the moon is not a rock, its gravity doesn't exist in the way that we've been told, blah, blah, blah. There's obviously another mechanism. We live in a complex environment. Maybe the sun and moon do have something to, to do with it in an electrodynamic sense. But ultimately, we don't know. I don't know, but we are just being honest. We haven't said anything that we can't back. We haven't even gotten to proofs of, why we understand the Earth to be flat and stationary yet. Predominantly, we've been talking about space, a place that none of us can verify.
So what do you think? How does the sun move around us then? Or do we not? Do we move? That's what.
Again, I might just be giving you a story because I don't know what the sun is. Therefore, I don't know how it moves. It may be electrodynamic in nature. It may work on some kind of electromagnetism.
Okay.
It might be quantum locking.
Yeah, I was going to say I'm not sure these guys. Do you know what quantum locking is, guys?
No, but I'll look into it real quick. Quantum locking, you said.
Well, I can bring up a video.
Oh damn! Well, I'm about to die. This hurricane. What about this hurricane that's about to smoke me, boy? What is that?
I have to go for a second, but if you guys could, for the VOD, talk about one of the things that I know for sure is that Antarctica is not accessible to most people, right? There's a lot of military involvement in that area, so I'm sure you guys have something to say about it.
Yeah.
There's about 50 plus nations that signed off on the Antarctic Treaty that pretty much states that no one could independently explore past that 60-degree parallel south. So yeah, it's pretty much locked down. Now, we're not stating that people can't pay $10,000 and go enjoy a little vacation with penguins at Myrtle Beach or somewhere out there in Antarctica. What we're claiming is that it's inaccessible to independently explore. And now there's applications to sign up so you can do that, but they're so very difficult to even get by. You can't even take a shit in Antarctica. You have to pick it up. There's so much stuff and stipulations with Antarctica. It's pretty impossible to go out there and actually do some research. If we wanted to go and explore it, see how far it extends, whether there's a 24-hour sun, it's really hard to get that going,
Okay.
Would someone else like to touch up on it a little bit more? I know I kind of just gave a quick talk about it. Indio, maybe?
Yeah, I'll touch on it. Just okay, so the Antarctic Treaty is enforced by the signatory nations. So in the there isn't an international body that's going to do something to you. It's the nation of which you're a citizen. So the United States has laws which in there. So the United States laws, if you wanted to go to Antarctica, you need an environmental assessment from the EPA. You need a permit from the National Science Foundation. You need approval from the United States State Department. You need an emergency evacuation plan in case you get hurt. You need, what else is it? I can't remember. There's another requirement. But all these requirements combined, I mean, the EPA assessment alone would run you $50,000. And that's just the cost of getting permission to go there. Then if you actually go there, then you have the problem of being there, which is you have no water. There's no rivers, right? So there's no drinkable water. You have to carry everything with you, all your food, all your water, all your energy. And like Jose said, you can't take a shit. You have to pack anything you pack in, you have to pack out, just like a national forest. So you can't just go down there and traipse around and just, and there's actually a precedent for somebody going there unauthorized. The guy's name was Jarl Andahoy. He's a Finnish sailor, and he went down there, went down to the ice, took a snowmobile, rode around, and when he came back, he didn't have a ship anymore. His ship was at the bottom of the ocean, and the two people he left there were dead. He got arrested, shipped back to Finland, and then he tried again to go down there to I don't know, to retrieve something. And before he even got there, they knew where he was going, and they arrested him again and shipped him back to Finland. So you can't just go around and traipse into Antarctica and do what you want. It's a highly restricted area.
I just found that super weird because even those the hollow Earth theory, that's one of those things. It's and they're oh, the entrances are in the Arctic, so you can't even go to them. What do you guys think about the hollow Earth? If you think we believe in the hollow or the flat Earth?
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, I haven't seen any evidence for that. I've seen more evidence for a concave Earth than a hollow Earth.
Fair enough.
But
I guess if you believe in a hollow Earth, you have to believe in a globe Earth, because if it's going to be hollow, it has to be a globe.
Well, who knows what's under the floor?
Earth is kind of like a globe, except for you're on the inside of the sphere, upside down or whatever. And the sky is a black sun in the center.
And the other thing is, as well, is like, you know, the Earth is provably hollow in places. I mean, does that make the whole thing hollow? I don't know, but again, we're talking about things we can't verify. You know, the furthest we've gone down is a few miles. We've 7.6 miles, I believe, that we know of anyway. How are we going to know what's 20 miles, 30 miles, 50 miles, 500 miles down? No one can verify that. So it's just literally just people having opinions on it. So I guess this leads us into the core of the Earth argument. We're often asked, you know, what about the core? You know, the core can't be verified. So how do you know the core exists? Another thing that's interesting about the core, I don't know if you guys know what the Curie point is, what that idea is.
No, I don't know what that is.
Okay. It's the point at which metals lose their natural magnetism. So if you heat any metal up to a certain temperature, it then loses its magnetism. The problem with the core is that it's said to be the magnetic center of the ball, while being several thousand degrees above the Curie point of every metal in that in the ball. So
the mass of it is nickel, from what I understand, is the metal.
Nickel and iron, yeah. So nickel and iron, but nickel, I forget the exact numbers, but it's around sort of 700-800 degrees.
Yeah,
for one of them.
really easy. It's not got high temperatures.
So they're both in the hundreds, or possibly the like low thousands, and the temperature of the center of the core is said to be like 6,000 degrees, which again can't be verified, but it's just the model. So even the model doesn't work. Like the fact that it doesn't even comport to reality isn't even being considered at the moment. The model isn't even internally consistent before it's even being investigated. So yeah, there's all these problems with the core as well.
Why is this so quiet?
My bad. I just sat back down. So so you guys don't believe in that the Earth has a core either, huh?
Well, to have a core, it'd have to be a sphere, wouldn't it? And there's no measurable, observable, or practically used curvature.
So what do you believe is under us then? Or is that just another don't know?
Yeah, again, like Crypto said, that we've only dug 7.6 miles down. The Ariana Trench is about the same distance. We've got a limit to go down. We've already discussed, the three fundamental limits of our reality. It's hard to go up, it's hard to go down, and it already looks like Antarctica is an extreme environment that you were dying. You didn't take food and resources with you.
Yeah.
So natural limits to our reality. It's hard to go up and dig down. But nobody knows, mate.
All right.
Boy, we need to get Kyrie on this shit. We need some funding, some evidence.
Yeah, like, I mean, what do you guys think would actually be a way to fully prove this if money wasn't an option? Because I thought it's there's like a singer too, like Wale or somebody, or maybe like somebody, I don't know. Somebody definitely is a flat earther as well. Like, how much would it cost to just like get to the height you guys actually need to get to just fully prove it and be like,
we don't need to height.
We have something a little bit better than height, I think. It's just measuring the surface of the Earth. Now, the globe Earth has never been scientifically measured directly. Like, they've inferred it. Have you guys ever heard of Eratosthenes, the guy with the stick?
Yes.
Okay, so Eratosthenes in, I believe, 230 BC, came up with this idea that if you put a stick in Cyrene at solar noon, where the sun is high above the sky, he would get no shadow there. And 500 miles away, he had a buddy, I guess. And I guess he must have sent them a text to check at the right time, because I don't know how they communicated back then. But point is, his buddy at 500 miles away measured a 7.2 degree shadow. Now, from there, they measured those angles and derived close to the radius and circumference that we have now. But that's not a direct measurement, because that measurement has to infer that the light source, which is the sun, that those light sources have to travel in parallel lines, the light itself. Now, if we were to change this change the two assumptions, which is the Earth is a globe and the light is parallel, if we change it to divergent rays and the Earth is flat, you can come up with the same angles on a flat surface. Now, what flat earthers have, we've done some tests. People in our community have done tests where they take a laser, a very high-powered laser, very expensive laser that they actually have to put on this, it's called a Satellite Super Aiming Laser Device. Now, this laser is about 2 meters above sea level, right? And they shoot it to pan at a couple targets that are about 6 kilometers, 12 kilometers, and 41 kilometers. Now, the distance between 2 points is over water. Now, in the Globe Earth model, the prediction is that everything should get pulled to the center of mass. Therefore, the most curvature that we should be able to measure should be on water. Now, the curvature rate is roughly about 8 inches per mile squared. Just so you get an idea, at 10 miles, there's 66 feet of drop, meaning from point A to point B. Point B would be dropped 66 feet from point A. Now, the point of the laser is to use that as a straight edge, right? Like a ruler, like we're putting a ruler on a ball. That point from point A to point B, there should be a drop off, right? So the targets that are being hit by this laser are about 1.5 meters of height, and the furthest target was about 25 miles. Now, at this distance, that puts the lowest target to hit on the globe model is 90 meters of height. But these people are able to pan targets that are 1.5 meters, showing that there's no convexity to the surface of the Earth, in these measurements at least. So the globe predictions actually fell when you actually directly measure the surface of the Earth.
But you just gave us evidence from like what 200 some BC, like, and like it hasn't been redone. I don't know. And let me say this. You said you have something better. You have something better than getting height and getting like a snapshot to like fix my doubting Thomas.
No, he said he would want something better.
No, he says they have something better, and it's measuring the curvature of the Earth.
So if I got really high and I took a picture and it had Bigfoot in the image, would you like accept that?
Boy, I'm a doubting Thomas. I need to go up there myself.
No, like with images though, imagery in and of itself is subjective, like the interpretation of.
Would there be like a flat earther that you guys would trust that could go up and be like the vessel to say, boys, it is in fact round or flat? If you
No, because then you're still going with trust. See, that's the thing. We don't want to have to trust anybody.
Okay.
If you take what Jose said, and he said in something BC, someone proved it, right? So why can't we prove it in 2019 to ourselves?
Yeah,
we're more technologically advanced, we're smarter, we're better, whatever. Why can't we prove it? Why do we have to rely on some, stranger that we don't know to go on TV and say, yeah, I did this. Here, look at these pictures.
But it comes to a more fundamental.
Think about what they're claiming. Just if I showed you video of something fantastic, like someone flying, or elves, or ghosts, or aliens, or anything like that, you wouldn't believe any of that. So they show you images of people floating around, experienced a ball you've never seen floating, way up into space, something you've also never experienced, and all these kinds of crazy, magical, fantastic things that you've never experienced, and you have no way of judging, the reality of that image or video depicts reality. Why would you just believe it? You should apply the same skepticism that you apply to any other thing.
I'd have to stick my fingers in the side of Jesus. I'd have to be right there, dude. I have to be up there seeing it. That's what I'm saying.
That's the thing is, I know you guys said you get this a lot, but why? Like, what does anyone gain from this? Like, just like all this you gotta agree. There's just tons and tons and tons and tons of information out there about space and planets and all this shit.
I know.
What do they gain? What gain?
Well,
what gain do people get from pulling the wool over your eye?
Well, like I explained earlier, what they've done is they've given you a new creation story. It's called the ontological primitive, the dichotomy of creation, how the Earth got here and how we got here. In every single argument or debate about this, every single point will land in one of these two camps, point A or point B. Point A is that a creator, an intelligent source, created the environment, the Earth, everything you see, and you to experience it. Or in camp B, nature created it. Matter created matter and sentient life from nothing regarding a Big Bang and billions of years. It's called the ontological primitive. By doing this, what they've done is they've given you the option of not creator. What they've done is they've taken the obvious created environment around you, the earth, the lights and the sky, the clockwork nature and the very dynamic patterns and structures we have here on earth. They've taken that obvious reality away from you and given you a more atheistic ideology. Now, the people that have lied to you, the historical argument, you can go back to religion for that. We can go back to as far back as you want. We can go back to the Greeks if you want to. We're talking about the perfect sphere. We can go back to the Kabbalah with the Talmud. We could go back to the Egyptians. This kind of nefarious, we control the people, kings and priests ideology. The Vatican, for example. The Vatican Church were the ones who gave us, primarily through this kind of new science that they were trying to build in at the time. What they gave us then was the heliocentric idea, turned everything into balls, us revolving around the sun. 1931, Monsignor Lemaitre, another Jesuit Roman Catholic priest, gave us the Big Bang cosmology. So they've literally taken the creation away from you and given you a new creation story. This way, they've made themselves creators.
The only thing that I've noticed is you guys actually have no working models or figures. You just say that these things can't exist. Look at the proof; it doesn't look real. But you have no proof of your own. You have no working model of what the Earth actually looks like. You have no answers for anything, really.
Well,
Hold on. Right, let me say this. Let me say this very quickly then. Let me say this.
Do you think?
No problem. The Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as a flat stationary plane. When I mean practically used, it's built upon, navigated across, and travelled across. If it's observed that way, you will only observe a flat stationary plane. No matter the altitude that you gain, the horizon will always rise to your eye level, and you will, with high-powered optical equipment, see things in the distance, 10, 20, 30, 1,200 miles away with an altitude that you shouldn't be able to, so we don't observe the ball. We practically measure over vast distances of water between lasers and hitting target. This is a direct line of sight shot. This is impossible on a curved surface, thus demonstrating that the water below that laser line is indeed level. How water always appears. You notice how water reflects light, like a perfectly level surface. Cut glass. When you're driving down the road and you see a bit of rain, you see the lights in the road. It's exactly the same way that all large bodies of water reflect light. The sun's light. If you're at altitude in a plane looking down at the surface of the seas and the oceans, it's reflecting light like a perfectly level surface.
What is an eclipse then? How do you guys explain solar and lunar eclipses?
Back to the sky again.
Yeah, so basically, I've noticed that talking, like I'm trying to be very objective, not rude, but basically it's like having a debate with a Christian. Anything you can't prove, you just say, well, it's just a miracle, or it just happens, it just is that way.
No, well, what can you prove?
Okay, can I just?
No, I let him say his piece, but my thing is, Sketa. Here's the thing too: is like from where they're coming from, the only actual science-based funded shit is out of like control of like normal civilians. Like that's the thing is they lack the ability to do it.
I mean, but have you ever debated a Christian? It's much the same. You ask them anything that they can't prove.
Christians all the time.
It just happens.
Talking about belief, bro. None of us have been speaking about belief. We're talking about.
But you are talking about belief. These are things.
No,
you
actually,
believe.
I think this is fundamentally different. Can I explain to you why I think it's fundamentally different? Because you're talking about the God of the Gaps fallacy, right? But actually, we're doing the opposite. We're saying, sorry, Panto, can you mute, bro?
Somebody's echoing.
Panto.
Okay, you're good now.
Yeah, so you're talking about the God of the Gaps fallacy, which, yes, when you debate some Christians, if they don't have an answer, they say God did it. I understand.
Anyway,
right?
you have a misconception. Flat Earth is not a model. Now,
you have no
working model. It's not. Listen, because it doesn't require a model because it's not a physical theory. Right? We're not trying to explain phenomenon. We're only trying to determine what is just like you would determine like the shape of your kitchen floor, the shape of a table, the shape of your house. You don't need a model. You don't need a theory. There's no theory of the shape of your house, right? We're only saying, listen, we go out, we measure this, and it's flat. It does not show a convex surface. Now, why that is, who knows, right? But it's just an empirical fact that's what happens. Right, you believe that there's some that explains all the phenomenon perfectly. That's ignorance, because in fact it doesn't. So I'll give you a perfect example. In 1597, the Barents Strait was named after. They got their ship was stuck above the Arctic Circle. So as you know, when you're supposedly above the Arctic Circle, it's 24 hours of darkness. So they're waiting for the sun to come back up.
I
Yeah,
lived in
so-
a place where the sun is like that as well. So yeah, I'm
So-
actually well aware that that's
for
true.
the sun to come up, so the ice will melt, so they can get their ship out. Well, just so happens the sun came up 2 weeks too early. 2 weeks, not like a few hours, not like a few days. 2 weeks, right? And it came up every day for those 2 weeks early, right? So there's an example of where the model didn't work. There's tons of examples.
Okay, that's like some hearsay bullshit. But I've lived in a
That's
place.
not here.
I've lived in a place. I lived in Alaska.
Documented.
I spent a lot of time in Alaska, and the sunrise and set is measurable, and it happens on a literally the same way every year, and that sunlight and the lack thereof during the winter is definitely measurable, real. So how do you explain that? Again, it's just something where you say, "Oh, we don't know," but the globe theory.
No, I didn't say
explains
that.
it.
You're putting words into my mouth. I didn't say that. No, we don't know. I just gave you an
Okay.
example where the model doesn't work. And
Okay, but
I'll
that's
give
all you
another
guys can
example,
say.
and
All you guys can say is, "Well, this story proves that it didn't happen that way," but that's just bullshit.
Let's not say that.
Because
No, you
listen,
no.
hold on. Let me finish. Let me say this, dude. Because you're trying to make as if the flat Earth and the globe Earth are equivalent. That's incorrect. Ours is based upon measurements, right, of the physical world, whereas the globe model is a physical theory. It's something that's completely different. There's a theory. They don't go out and measure a globe Earth. What they do is they say gravity exists. Gravity is caused by mass attraction. Mass attracts mass, forms everything into a ball. Therefore, the Earth is a ball. That's a whole line of reasoning.
But these all
to get
these
to the Earth
theories-
is a ball, which is completely different than saying I took a ruler and I went out and I measured a ball.
But the
It's
thing is,
something
all these
completely
theories
different.
line up. All these theories.
No,
that
they
you guys-
don't.
Yes, they
I
do.
just
they
pointed
do.
out a point you were ignorant about.
They
That-
do.
that
All
the
these
glo-
theories line up. And
I can
and you
give you
guys,
more.
all
Do
you
you
guys'
want more?
theories is that
Listen, I
the
can
Earth
give you
looks-
more.
You're getting
I can
upset.
give
but
you
the Earth-
more
You're getting
examples
upset,
where
which
the-
is
Hey,
which
I'm not upset.
makes sense
You're
because you're a
wrong.
sensationalist.
Listen, you're
Yeah.
wrong. You're just incorrect, and your ignorance is showing. The reason you don't know where the globe doesn't work is because you never actually looked at any data. Which most globe earthers they don't look at any data. Like you never went to time and date and verified any of the data to see if it matches up, or the angles of the sun, or to see if the sun, observing the sun, those angles intersect at the same place. You've never verified any of this stuff. That's why you think it works.
You have
Another
no
example.
working model, but you can't
I'm
explain
getting-
anything.
Because I explained why there's no model,
Scott, I'm
because
getting
it's not
lots
a
of
physical
feedback
theory.
here. I'm getting lots of feedback here from people DMing me saying that maybe we should I understand that you don't subscribe to it, right? Because you feel
I just subscribe to actual fact,
Well, yeah,
and
but that's-
measurable
that's the thing.
The
fact.
facts that you
provable
don't know
fact.
that exist, right?
that's the
The
thing.
facts that you
Hold
don't
on.
know that exist.
You don't
Okay,
have a
can
working
I
model.
take this? Can I take this off in a slightly different direction? Because
So how
I'm
many
aware that
models
we're on a
for
podcast
the
at the
globe
moment,
model?
so
How many
Yeah,
theories of
perhaps-
light?
yeah, perhaps the
Go
guys
off,
who
yeah.
are
So
actually
when you look at a
listening to-
diagram for an eclipse and they
Looking
show
at
that
him.
the way the paths of light take, what is that? What is that? What does that look like? So those rays diverge, or actually they converge. But then when you look at say the Eratosthenes experiment, they say that they're in parallel. And then if you look at why the sun rises at the wrong time, then that the rays are refracted and they're bending in a curved line. So
I mean, you're
sitting here
literally-
saying the consistent model for the globe is just your ignorance. There's
It's not my
a
ignorance,
model. It not that you're stupid, that you don't know something, right? That because
I understand what the
you've
term
never,
ignorance
researched it.
means. I
Okay,
understand
well,
what the term
that's-
ignorance means. So you
Well, I
don't need
don't
to
want you to
explain
feel
that to me, big
insulted.
boy.
I don't
Well, I
want
mean,
you
you're
to
the
feel
one that
insulted.
the way that you're talking. I mean, and it's,
All right,
it's
well,
the only thing.
let's just move
hold
on
on
then.
Hold on. The
Let's
only
move on.
the only reason that the only thing that you can repeatedly say with no provable model, nothing that actually lines up. When something
And-
doesn't make sense, listen to me. Be quiet. When something doesn't make sense to
Be
you,
quiet.
I mean, you're continually trying to talk over me while I let you speak your piece.
So I'll just
Are
sit here
you
and listen to you lie.
I just listen. Listen.
So
I
straw
just
man for 5 minutes.
I feel like
You
I
keep
just allowed you to
eating
speak.
shit
I'm
about
just
the
gonna
model,
go ahead and
right?
talk
So
now,
I said there is no
I've
model.
been
and you keep
PMing
saying
with
that I already
Motivated
admitted
Bet.
there is no model,
I think
right?
that we
or did I
need
not?
to probably just
So why are
calm.
you
I just
using it as some
allowed
sort
you.
of
I just allowed
pejorative?
you to speak to
It's
talk your
meant to
points.
be an interview, and it's not meant to be like
Listen,
a debate.
feel free, speak
so,
at will.
should we?
And then
should
you
we
try
bring
to
it back
talk
to
over
the
me,
interview?
so
thing?
you actually are upset. So let me
I
talk
don't
to you
know.
for a moment.
Does anyone
just,
agree with
just
me,
a moment. I
or-
just have a question.
Yeah.
If we can.
Okay, should we bring
Okay.
it back to the realm of interview and not debate? Like I
Don't
don't
do that, Ben.
because I'm happy to debate, but I didn't feel like that was the purpose of us being here. So We can debate another time if you want, or if you want it to be a debate, we can debate. It's up to you. But I don't know. I was brought in with the idea that it's an interview. So what do you guys want to do?
I want to ask, if you have no provable facts, no working model, anytime you can't explain something, you say it just is. I don't know why.
Why are you saying that?
Okay, hold on. Can I make? He's left. Can I make the point I was trying to make about 5 minutes ago? Right. What you're invoking?
Jedi, go ahead.
With
I mean,
your...
you might as well just answer that, I guess.
Just go for a debate. He wants a debate.
No, I'm asking you to answer the question. Here's my 2 cents. Skita, I understand that you have some questions, but like you have to understand the questions you're invoking are kind of conjuring up a debate, and I think it'd be best to continue back with the interview, and then later on we can come back and we can have a little debate, a little bit more, get a little bit more rowdy than this. Just to be nice to your viewers or the people watching this, let's kind of give them back to the interview. Maybe they might be interested in that, and we can always schedule a debate.
All right, that sounds good, man.
Thank you, Skeeta. Appreciate it.
Yeah, you too, man.
Right, the thing go on, Crypto, Karen.
Sorry, I've been trying to make this point for ages, so I'll just be very quick. You talked about the God of the Gaps fallacy, right? I understand, I hear what you're saying, but actually, that's not what Flat Earth does, right? When you say what causes that, a Flat Earth of the Gaps would say, oh, well...
nobody else is going to talk. I'll bring up some evidence that the Earth is flat.
India can
so
hear me.
I'll list a whole bunch of things.
Can someone make sure India can hear me?
India, can you hear Crypto, mate?
India, I think you have Crypto Gangster muted. Can you double check to see if you don't have him muted?
I don't think he is.
Yeah,
let me see.
He couldn't hear me talking, and then he said,
no,
if no
I
one's
can
going to
hear
talk, I'll talk. No, I know, but I don't think India can hear
I'll
me.
disconnect and jump in the other chat.
Yeah, that's why I think I didn't think he would just want to talk over me. That's why I was getting a bit confused earlier. So maybe just have me muted. Whatever. The point I'm trying to make, what we're doing is actually the direct opposite of what Skeda accused us of, which is the God of the Gaps fallacy, but the equivalent of. Instead of giving answers that we can't prove, which is what the God of the Gaps fallacy is, we're telling you we don't know, right? So it's actually the opposite of the thing you're accusing us of. It's the direct opposite. So we observe an effect. It's like, oh, what causes the sun to float? Well, if I wanted to give you a God of the Gaps fallacy, I would say God caused the sun to float. That would be a God of the Gaps fallacy. But I'm actually telling you, I don't know. So it's the very opposite of what you're accusing us of.
Can you guys move India back up to when you get a chance? Sorry.
Well, here's the thing: is what I think was going on there. There was a little miscommunication. Sked felt like he was being talked over, unfortunately, and that kind of heated him up. This boy's high T. He's got that high testosterone. So what the thing is, what I really like to do, I'm the guy who came in, talked to you guys, like, yo, come through. We really appreciate this, but like that, there's just a little bit of a miscommunication. However, you can't expect us to like subscribe to this outright. Like we get that, But
that's why the interviews. So that's why it's an interview, right? We've got different ideas, and you're here to
absolutely. And dude, this is like our third like big our big podcast, and we're getting there. But you guys are bringing the content. I'm loving it. Like it's just But I guess if you want me to go back, I'd love to just string this right on back in. Why do you think that we will never ever get an objective eye view of a flat Earth ever? Like, because I need to see something. You know what I'm saying?
It's not necessarily true.
Well, you don't think that could ever happen? Because like the guy before, he was saying we're gonna have to fly everybody up into space and personally see it with their own two eyes. Like you can't just have a picture, this and that.
He's talking about verifiable evidence, though, and I do agree with him on that point. Like, if you can't verify it, then you can't know it to be true. But I think Jose then touched on that earlier, and he said, well, you can just measure the ground. So why not just measure the ground? That's something we can do from here on Earth.
And that's the thing. That's what we do. There should be, according to the Ball model of 24,900 miles in circumference, there should be curve over water. It's 71% of the Earth's surface, So this is where we should primarily be able to measure the curvature of the Earth. We do this in drop value, the calculation, like I said, 8 images per mile squared, from point A to point B at distance should descend so much. Now, we use lasers, we use high-powered optical equipment. P900s, 1000s with infrared filters, for example. This is the technology that we use to observe things in the distance that, according to the model, should not even be there. Now, we're talking 1,200 miles maximum distance, and the mountains that are viewed in the background should be tens of miles beneath the curvature of the Earth. They shouldn't be there. You've got observations from 1 inch above the surface of the water, observing islands 18 to 20 miles away, the beaches, for example. Now, we see the bottoms of objects at great distances across what is apparently supposed to be a curved surface. And when we go and measure this, we use lasers, we hit targets that, again, should be predictably hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, and not we hit them directly in front of us. So we have a direct line of sight, and we verify that with the laser targeting system. Now, practicability as well. We are able to use or not use the Earth's curved surface. Aeroplanes, for example, planing across the Earth. They go up, they get to altitude, and they literally fly level. They don't go up or down. You will never feel like you're going around the curvature of the Earth. For example, if I was to fly from Heathrow, London to Australia, I would get on that aeroplane and I would get to altitude. I would look out the window and I see an eye-level horizon. I'll probably be able to see 200 to 250 miles direct in front of me, depending on air clarity. The waters beneath me will be reflecting the sun's light like a perfectly level surface. Now, when I get to Australia, apparently I'm supposed to be upside down from where I first started. Now, you don't realise, you don't notice, you never see a ball. You will never see a ball. No matter the altitude that you gain, the horizon always rises with you. Think about it like this. The Earth's surface is supposed to be always curving down and away. That the horizon with distance was descending. The horizon would drop. It never drops. They tell us it should. The horizon is an apparent location. We witness it through the atmosphere. It's light and atmosphere. It wiggles around a little bit. Like most things at distance through 20, 30, 40 miles of atmosphere, it's going to wiggle up and down a little bit. But ultimately, we see the object because it is directly in front of us.
So I have a small brain question for you. You ready?
Yeah, man.
Okay, so let's say that there's a flat plate suspended in Earth, correct? In space. A flat plate that's Earth suspended in space, correct?
No.
What's its shape? Is it like a little concave, convex?
Well, we don't necessarily believe in that. We don't necessarily believe that we're a disc floating in space.
No,
It's
again.
flat Earth. I don't. So like a triangle, a pizza shape.
No. Think about it this way, right? Yeah. Think about it this way. When you're walking around in your room, do you believe that the floor of your room is floating about in space?
No.
No. It's just the floor, right?
Yeah, it's stationary.
So the Earth is the floor. And everything you see around you is above the floor.
So there's no universe.
Well, not in the way that you would conceptualize it in the globe model. No, there is no universe in that respect.
So you're saying it's like a snow globe kind of situation?
I don't necessarily subscribe to the dome. I know that there are certain people who talk about a dome and they'll say, here are certain reasons why a dome would be logical, and a couple of those guys are here. They can give you those opinions. They can probably argue them more intelligently than I can. But what I do know is that if you're talking about a flat Earth, then in my opinion, it would have to be the floor, and everything that happens above the floor, i.e. the planets that you see, that ancient people used to call wandering stars, these are all happening in the sky above you. So there's an objective up and down, rather than a relativistic up is out from the ball and down is towards the ball.
So there is an existence outside of this ecosystem per se that we're in. That's a flat Earth.
There may be. We can't leave the Earth, so we don't know.
So you think that existence, space ceases to exist in a certain boundary?
I mean, that would be the same problem with the heliocentric or acentric, is that what's beyond the edge of space? Because it's said to be expanding, right? You said earlier that you believe in an expanding universe, right? So what's it expanding into?
I don't know. I don't know what I believe. Like I think there's just so much information at our fingertips that it's like it's you know what I'm saying? Like you really can't get a grasp on anything. In my opinion.
You understand that? Yes, I know that that's another one of these questions that you can't answer, but actually, it's a question that neither conception can answer. What's beyond the known universe? Dunno. I can't tell you. Neil deGrasse Tyson can't tell you. Bill Nye can't tell you. No one can say. But what we can tell you is what we can observe and what we can verify.
But and this brings me to like my small brain question for you is like so man, that doesn't even work because like I always like see pictures of when I think flat Earth is like a disc just like in the sky or something. But like see that just throws me off. Yeah, that's crazy. And I feel like that's awesome. We can like we just said like boy, there's too much damn information. Like all we can really do is just observe and theorize. Like there's really no solid fucking concrete like any evidence on fucking anything, and with everything's just been so diluted, it kind of makes sense where it's like damn, we could look for an alternative thought process that makes sense in a certain way. That's really awesome you guys are able to like do that, like come together as a group for that.
The shape of the Earth is an observation and measurement question, isn't it? We're talking about the floor, so we observe it, like I said, long distance observations across the water, and we measure it across water.
Yeah.
There you go. The Earth is observed and measured to be flat. That's it.
Yeah, you understand, like,
I feel like I'm too low IQ to like wrap my head around this. Like it's.
Hey, motivated Ben. Sorry to cut you off, but you're not low IQ, man. I was exactly where you were when 2015 when I first heard about this. All these terms we're speaking of, all this like stuff we're talking about. I would hear guys talking like how we're talking now, and I always thought, damn, I'm too stupid to get this. But if you're really interested in looking into it, I guarantee you, within a couple of months of research, you'll get to understand a lot of the things we're describing, like when we're talking about certain laws of physics and all that stuff. It's not that hard. They've made us believe that you have to have a PhD, you have to go to Yale University just to like grasp this knowledge. But in reality, it's like so easy. You can just self-teach yourself these these principles and build from there. Now, the whole sky thing, here's the problem. When we think of like a globe Earth, a lot of the proofs come from places we can't validate. I know we touched up on this earlier, but like we're told like how eclipses work. We're told, how distances of stars or how stars can't be seen all over the Earth, and that proves it's a globe. All these things are pretty great. They do support a model somewhat. But in reality, when we go down to Earth and we measure like the direct surface of the Earth, we don't measure the convexity that the globe presupposes, which is about 24,901 miles circumference with a radius of about 3,959 miles. We don't measure this convexity in any of the measurements we've done. Now, I'm not saying that the measurements 100% prove the Earth is flat, but so far the measurements have proved that those areas, which to me, it does prove it's flat, because if you believe in gravity, you'd have to know that the water should have that curvature rate, that the globe presupposes. And we haven't measured any of this. So like, there's definitely a lot of room for new ideas, a lot of new room for a new alternative. All we're here to do is present our views, and I hope you guys are enjoying this so far.
Yeah, so we actually got Sludge Babe in the chat. We spoke to her earlier. She's from the drug Discord. She said she was in the chat actively kind of asking questions and talking. I think she's got some questions for you guys. You there, Sludge Babe?
I just wanted to present what I kind of realized talking with the people in the Twitch chat is, how do I put this? It comes down to, like, I don't think we can actually disprove them by talking. I think they have an explanation for every single point, and it's a valid explanation at that. It's actually, like, valid points that they're making. So, like, what kind of made me realize this was that the whole gravity discussion we were having, like, gravity is technically a theory at this point, because Newton's... Man, I'm on drugs, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I think I go into. I think I see where you're going. Like
yeah, I don't know. Was I talking to somebody who's in this chat?
I was actually in the chat. I was under an alias, Duke Silver. That was like my old Twitch.
Yeah, you get what I'm saying. It was the Aether theory versus Einstein's theory of relativity, and they're both theories, and you gotta just choose which one to fucking pick. and it comes down to like arguing over pretty much which god is real. Like,
That's exactly it. But that's the thing is this forum like actually brings people together to like think about that shit. Everything is literally a theory when you think about it. You can't base fucking anything off reality, dude. You don't even know if like right now I'm fucking AI talking to you and you're in a matrix getting like
well, now we're getting into like philosophy.
Yeah.
So like I can
Straight out of
blow this bitch out of the water, like really. But like that's the thing is we love having you guys in here and like to do this. But in all honesty, like if anybody has any other topics to bring up or something, we'd love to have you guys back on. Stick around in the Discord. People probably have questions. I'm guessing like. You know, if or something like that.
Hey, Motivated Ben, is this a current show you do daily, monthly? How does this work? Your show?
Oh, we've been kind of me, Skedit, Sid, and Kayla kind of get together. It's a daily thing. Like we just love to understand where subcultures come from because people are so deeply ingrained in a belief set that they subscribe themselves and spend multiple hours a day on these different Discords. We love to get people out and like kind of just bring together in like a smorgasbord of a community because in all honesty, like we can fucking scream and yell at each other all day, but like having all these people together, like that's not really done anywhere else.
Oh, Turbo Choker, thanks for following, homie. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
So Motivated Bet, here's the thing. On our platform right now, we have a bunch of diversity of cosmology. So I can promote your place. I can have some even concavers show up. There's some concavers on our server. I mean, we have enough content that goes on our server that we can probably have some people come over here and you can have them as special guests, kind of like us, man. We can
absolutely.
Definitely.
Yeah, we would love to do that, and like in all honesty, like you're like, what is this going on? Where I think our ideology is because nobody knows what the hell's going on. All we know is that we just need human interaction and connection. We just got to bring it together, boy. Like that's what this Discord's for.
Can I just mention something quickly?
Yeah, absolutely.
Give me 2 seconds actually, but I will. Sorry, you carry on for like 1 minute. I'll be able to talk 1 minute.
The OG fucking Faded Console gifted another sub to the boy Con Swizzle, who's like our #1 chat OG. Damn, we got some real ones today, boys.
I'm loving it, boys. I'm loving it. See this is moving someplace because we're able to like objectively look at different things that we've never looked at. Like I don't spend hours on researching the flat Earth and like hearing this kind of stuff and like being able to kind of connect the dots. It's like, okay, maybe that's a little bit more of a piece to the puzzle of like what the fuck is reality. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like maybe that's a little too deep, but yeah.
Nah, I agree, man.
Console balling out, man. He just bought Duke Silver a fucking sub too.
Like,
Jeez,
see
boy.
underneath the links that I posted for the server, there's a Google Drive link that's got literally like gigs and gigs worth of data. So imagine if you kept a hold of that. There's thousands of memes. There's a PDFs for the laser test. There's literally hundreds of links and stuff in it. So
yeah, I'm actually interested in this. Like you guys, in all honesty, you're the biggest Discord we've interviewed. There's so much wave behind this that this is a reality to people, and whether or not it's real, like it's not to be ignored. So
it's what we experience, bro. You really need the TV to tell you live on this ball flying through space. When it comes down to it, in your own experience, we don't see any of this. We don't feel movement. We see water seeking level and laying flat. Almost 3/4 of our surface is water, trying to find its equilibrium and lay flat. So if it's not being manipulated, it's laying flat. So how can almost 3/4 of a ball's surface be spherical but not observable or measurable? It's ludicrous.
Yeah, 100%. I just wanted to mention. I think you were saying about you're basically making the claim that how can you know anything? That sort of thing. I don't know if you've ever looked into sort of Cartesian philosophy, but he's got one thing that he's so I'm trying to break it down as simply as possible. It's called the evil demon, and basically the way this goes is that you don't know that anything's true because you don't know that an evil demon hasn't got control of your faculties, right? So how do you know that this evil demon isn't just and presenting you a false reality? What I find quite interesting though is that people don't look so deeply into what can be known when it's a ball, but as soon as you say oh, the Earth might be flat, suddenly people are asking these questions like, oh, how do I know anything? Oh, how can knowledge be attained objectively and all this stuff? And it's just like, well, why weren't you asking these questions before, when you thought you lived on a space ball in the middle of like literally nothing? I just find it interesting how the mind goes there only after the paradigm's been challenged.
Yeah.
Our community has brought together so many people that have so many different like backgrounds and so many areas of inquiry and research that we've talked about so many amazing topics. So we've had such incredible conversations. So we want to bring people back and talk about more than just flat Earth. There are tons of topics that we've come together and discussed in amazing detail.
Well, definitely then. Yeah, we'll absolutely have to have you guys back on. This was a fantastic interview. And I think we should probably do like another deep dive after maybe we've done some like if we're gonna have like maybe a discussion or more of a debate style thing. I think there's definitely more research needs to be done by people on our side. Maybe we could like even just have some of the people from the other communities come in and talk to you guys. Like I'd almost be interested in seeing what the incels think about you guys. Like it'd be interesting to hear what their perspective is on the flat Earth. Maybe it'll give them something else to focus on other than the fact that they can't get laid. But yeah, I mean, this was fantastic, guys. I really appreciate your time. Like, I'm just gonna end the stream and restart it just so we got a VOD. Like, that was fucking awesome.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
All right. Check, check. Microphone check.
What's up, bro?
Oh, what's up,
Hey,
bro?
hey, man. Yeah, the other day, bro, like I was having like audio issue. I couldn't respond to you guys. My bad. Like, cause it was my first time, kind of,
No
using X.
worries.
So I was like, yo, how the fuck you do this shit? I was lost for a second, bro.
No worries, bro. It's all good. I'll throw some mics over here.
Well, we see AJ's in here too, and Ray. What's going on, Ray?
I threw you a mic. Did you get the mic that I sent you, Rayleigh? I put invite to speak, but I don't know if it's throwing the mics out. I'll see what happens. All right, let me see here. I gotta like and share, and if you guys can do the same, please and please. Let me
Check,
see
check.
here.
Mic check 1, 2.
Yo, microphone check. We can hear you. We're good.
All right, all
Copy the
right.
link. Let me post it real quick on my Twitter. Hold on. What am I doing? What am I doing here? Oh yeah. I didn't even read
Episode
the
9.
title.
Episode 9. Let's go.
Post. Oh, you know what? That's what I forgot to do. I wanted to do a lot of like the videos and like memes and stuff, and just post them to my wall or whatever you call it on here. That way, like while we're talking, we could just like throw them to the nest. You know? I forgot to do
Yeah.
that though. Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, we got you, man. I'm gonna shoot you a co-host, AJ.
No worries. Thanks, Alpha.
Dun, dun, dun. Oh, look who the first to get vaccinated is back. It's like he never left. Get vaccinated is back. Here to listen. Still sending out requests. Like he's like if we forgot. That's crazy. That's super crazy.
Look what I titled the space: Globe Storytelling Professionals.
Nice. That's good stuff right there. Good stuff. Let me see here. Okay, cool. Dude, so check this out. So you know like how I got injured, forced into retirement, but I have like a new plan. Like I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna build a software and then sell it with a service. So I have so much time on my hand, I could just write the code and everything and create like a whole like system for hospitals. With like you, dude, like I want to share it on here. Obviously, I got a patent and stuff because I got something going on. But I was doing that all day yesterday, just writing code, and it was pretty cool, man. Getting it together. But I think that's what that's what I'm gonna do in my retirement is build a program software for hospital facilities across the nation. Yeah.
We got some new people in here. Might want to ask Muatan.
Oh yeah. Let me throw some mics out. I'm gonna invite to speak. Let me know. Give me a thumbs up if you guys get the mics thrown at you. I'm gonna just send everybody one. And Rayleigh came up, but he dropped down. I guess. I don't know if that was by accident or. Can you guys give me a thumbs up if you get the mic, as I invited all you guys, or a thumbs down? I didn't send one to you though. Get vaccinated. You know what? No, not even a thumbs up.
I don't know why didn't work. You guys able to? Yay, nay. Okay, so Cat Fax thing is the only one. I didn't throw one to you. Let me see here. Okay, so add a speaker. That's weird. I can't throw mics anymore. I guess. I could add them as a speaker, but I can't. Let me see.
Yeah, it works.
Oh, you did get it when I threw it?
No, but I just rejoined, so I had to go through the process all over again, so it didn't show it.
Oh, okay. How about you,
But
Rayleigh? When I threw it, did you catch it?
Yeah, I think so. I just had some audio issues when the first time you gave me a mic. It cut
Okay.
my audio to almost nothing.
Oh, damn. Yeah, hopefully Eon, stops wasting so much money on fake space and starts focusing more on Twitter stuff, right? On this X stuff. That'd be cool. Stops
I
wasting
invited
that money.
Helio into the server so he can bring his bot in here, but I don't know if he's gonna do it or not.
Nice. That'd be cool. Nice. So what else is new, Alpha? What you been up to?
I was slaying a couple of Globers. Was it earlier today? Who was I talking to?
Nice.
Somebody on the way to work.
Earlier?
Yeah.
I think I was here for that.
Yeah, there was Jedi was talking to him.
You're like, I only got a couple minutes, and then you went off.
Yeah.
I'm loving this new direct level flight. Not that it's new, but it is getting into this meta of like how do we use language to describe the geometry? Is somebody just making up some math term, or we have this foundational geometry because it does apply to physical reality? So we can scale this up. We can build a deck level, and we can scale it up, and then we can traverse coast to coast in flight. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'll be the judge of that.
Someone talking? I gotta drop. I
I
guess.
guess somebody must be talking. No, I don't hear anybody talking to him. He might be talking to someone else. Or he was mentioning to everybody here. I'm not sure.
He said, "Go ahead," and then I thought like someone started talking, and I just couldn't hear them.
Yeah, there is somebody. He's saying, "Can I ask a question?" I'm saying, "Go ahead." So if you do you not hear this
No.
guy, I can't even tell
Who's
who's
talking?
speaking.
Who?
What is your name? Who is speaking right now? What's your name? I just can't see. Are you just how are you speaking? What's
Is
your
that
name?
you, God?
He's like with my mouth.
I don't see anyone else that could talk though. That's the weird thing. I don't see no one else talking like in the.
Yeah, I don't either. Can you hear me?
I can hear
Yeah,
you.
I don't.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I don't hear anyone else. I don't hear anyone else speaking, man. I can only hear you guys.
AJ, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you guys, but I couldn't ask who was requesting to speak.
Into the
I couldn't hear
break.
who was.
Is his name Free Pizza?
Into the break.
What's up,
Who are you
Free Pizza?
talking to?
He probably still on Discord.
Oh my god, I am.
Oh, he's talking on Discord. That's
Yeah, he's talking
why.
on Discord.
That's why.
Yeah. My bad. I was like tripping out. I'm sorry.
He was
That is
bugging.
Yeah, you're freaking
hilarious.
us out, dude. We're like, what the hell?
Yeah,
is he
right,
talking
dude. I thought I was going crazy.
Yeah, bro's
bro.
having a whole conversation by himself.
Bro, AI was right. I'm gonna sit this one out.
Oh man, that's hilarious.
You got free pizza, man. What's up? You brought free pizza?
I tossed free pizza at Mike. Hopefully it comes with some breadsticks.
Shoot, he's gonna bring that cowbell. Finally.
You got some good glow-proof free pizza?
Yeah, see, AJ was an iron worker, so, and he built a people mover for 2.5 miles.
That's me.
Yeah.
You said AJ.
Oh, I'm sorry, APOC. Into the Brakes rubbing off on me. I'm just kidding. Into the Brakes. No, but
no, you're right.
APOC is he built a 2.5 mile people mover, so yeah, he didn't use any earth curvature for that.
Not at all. Not once.
Oh, that scared him away. He didn't want to talk to you, APOC.
Nah, he does. He doesn't like the truth.
He probably thinks you're just digging dirt, holes in the
digging holes.
That's it.
Checks out. Oh man, these guys, right?
Yeah, what I was saying before, I got really confused. My bad about that. Was like how amazing it is that the only refutation is like it is nosing down to the horizon, but it isn't, and no one's actually doing it. It's being done by itself. Like this is the only rebuttal they have is like some sort of gray area. Like let's pretend that's not really happening. And it's a very big thing. We have commercial jet, travel daily. Huge industry.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why I like that graphic that I put up all the time of that data. It's actually kind of like I said last time. It's kind of the same thing that that they were showing with the pitch. Being for showing no curve, quote unquote. But that same data, I guess I forgot the name of the software, but it allows you to see a side view of it. So I don't know.
Well, I had that conversation that happened this afternoon with Illis, I less than Jesus, whatever that character's name is, right? Previously, and he conceded an ambiguity of language, and when he says level, he means curve, and he doesn't mean it at any macro or micro level, right? And so you think I'm bad with doing the little humps, They hate me for that, but he literally took the that level airplane data, that was over the horizontal, and he put it bent it like a bent ruler across a globe, and he says, "See, it just means that." I'll put that in. I'll send it to you on Discord, but it's hilarious. He sent me that, and he was fully legit. He was like, "This is," and so sometimes I think he's just a troll.
Hey, y'all, say what's up to Free
Where he can't
Pizza. He
believe
came
it.
up to the speaker panel. What's up, Free Pizza?
What's going on, y'all boys?
Oh,
It looks like it's still flat.
Still flat, brother.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Still flat, man. Yo, let me tell you, man. If we would take Earth's shirt off, we'd be so disappointed because it's flat.
No titties. Just kidding. Oh man, that's funny.
So you're mainly on X though, Free Pizza? Or are you on another forum?
I got a little comedy podcast on YouTube. And besides that, I don't know. I'm just a geocentrist out here, man. I'm stuck in the middle. I'm still trying to look for proof. I'm hoping one day I can get proven that it's round, so I can stop thinking about it. It's I'm kind of obsessed with this topic. I never went to college.
But you have proof it's flat. But you have proof it's
You
flat.
came to the
already.
right place, man. Hopefully,
No, just like I'm an outcast. When I talk about it, I'm already already shunned and already like
Just because you're
seem like a
just because
clown.
you're
Like everything
questioning,
I say after
just
that
because you
is
question it,
yeah,
like you're not even saying that
yeah.
you're fully on board with flat Earth, but you're just because you question it, you're getting shunned. Like even that much?
Yeah, yeah, kind of, because I have like conservative talking points, and then the moment you talk about flat Earth, it's like you're it's just you're almost discredited from there.
Let's see, but that's the short-sighted, like feeble-minded individuals who can't endure a conversation like that.
True, but that's like most of the world.
I agree. But do you think that's by design? Like the system is set up for failure that way, isn't it?
Yeah, we've been indoctrinated. The reason I'm a flat earther, if you guys want to hear it,
Yeah,
is
lay it on us, man.
around when I was 23 years old. When I was 23 years old, I was nonstop watching videos about black holes and just geometry, and I've always been really good with geography and I have like a really good idea of how things work inside my brain. And I started becoming like almost an atheist, and I was crying in the shower because I started thinking, oh man, I don't know what happens when you die. Like it must be nothing, because that's what I guess that's what kind of they preach to you with this atheism, is that God's not real, and that really kind of scared me. And then when I started looking into how the sun and the moon are the same size in the sky, the moon doesn't turn, so my observation is telling me that whatever I'm looking at can't prove that we're spinning. So that got that out of the way. And then I started looking into moon landing, started looking into like the pictures they had and the conversation with Nixon and how he was the most corrupt president at the time, to all time actually. And I was just like, man, this could be fake. And then I started like going back to my roots in the Bible, and I was like, wow, this is the big deceit. This is a deceit. This must be what it is. Everything comes with a manual, and our manual is the Bible. And I was like, wow. From there, I was making jokes about this, and I literally turned my life around and never was depressed again.
All right, man, that's pretty cool. That your journey was one where at least something made you question your reality. Most people don't even
Yeah,
get
I
that
can't
far
see how people don't.
because
Yeah, I think when you start,
No, you
I'm
go ahead.
sorry. Well, I think when you don't even question it, you start becoming a nihilist, and that's when you get into like hip hop and just kind of just materialistic stuff, and that can make you happy, I guess. But mine was more of a spiritual journey, and I don't know. I kind of see things with like a wider brim, a wider I just see things like for what they are. And then when I watch videos, man, I'm like, even when I watch movies, they don't even make sense. Like, for instance, The Matrix, where Neo was going up the staircase and seen a black cat twice, and he goes, "Oh, that was a deja vu." But that's not how deja vus work. And I was just like, little things like that. I don't know if you guys ever heard of Cinema Sins on YouTube.
Not sure.
Yo, that will also break you from the Matrix, because it would basically be like it'll be a movie and they'll explain like almost every scene of why it wouldn't go down like that.
Oh, like they break
And I was
down
just like,
movies
wow,
like logically or something.
yeah, like why it wouldn't like you wouldn't do it like that. And Cinema Sins will open your eyes up too. I like that.
Check it out.
Roll credits.
Yeah, but that's cool, man. Cinema. I'm looking it up right now. Cinema edits. Or what'd you
Cinema
say?
Sins.
Oh, Cinema Sins.
Cinema Sins. Yeah, it's awesome.
Here it is. All right.
Just like what happened a few years ago, they couldn't script it with enough symbolism.
I'm gonna subscribe. Everything wrong with the Sausage Party. Okay, cool. I look forward to this. Everything wrong with Edward Scissorhands.
What's your
Nice.
channel, man? You
That's how
you need some subscribers like your comedy or what?
I don't know. I'm rocking with like 300 subscribers. It never really took off, but ever since I had my baby, I just been kind of concentrating on the baby. I really don't. Yeah, that was like, I guess in the past. And, I don't know. I want to be like a comedian.
Cool. Yeah.
That's cool. It's a long road, but if you like what you're doing,
Hey, that'd be interesting. I want to hear your guys' story and how you guys became flat earthers.
Yeah, if they want to tell you, mine's not that interesting, but yeah, if you guys want to share,
Let's hear it.
yeah, if you guys want to share your
I
stories,
got you on that. Yeah. I was told that there was a specific geometry, but that was after like really looking and past like sort of all the tertiary information that you're taught. And I wanted to know what the geometry was. And then I went looking for that geometry in the real world, and it wasn't there. And then I found out that Einstein came up with this thing called relativity, so that you're not even supposed to see any of these supposed other things that happen. So then it was just, if you want to believe um, things that are outside the realms of possibility, then that is just up to you. And there is nobody lying to you. There's not conspiracy theories. There isn't this effort by Merriam-Webster to spread this misinformation of what horizontal is. And so I just accepted what I can know, and accepted that some things I'm not there at knowing. And then, I have the wisdom to like, okay, step back. If somebody wants to teach me how they can know something, that would be a good lesson to learn as well. Basically, just you find serenity and an evenness. And I found that means true, which is synonymous with level, which is synonymous with flat. And so it's very simple for me.
good stuff. Anybody else want to share? Sounds like an AA meeting.
I did the Serenity Prayer on for that reason, but it's pretty good.
Good stuff.
Would it be easy to say that we were all conspiracists, theorists before this even happened? We're all conspiracists before this even happened.
No, conspiracy theorist is a made-up term by a communist to disparage their political opponent. There is obviously conspiracies that happen in this world. This is one or two, or more than one person, conspiring for means that are maybe disadvantageous to others, but advantageous to them. So there's no theories about it. What you got to point out, what is the conspiracy? Like either it's a conspiracy or it's not. We're not, or you're postulating. So
Is
this
this
is the main
is this
thing. I want to
strictly flat
know
Earth?
who is lying to who. And, if CNN's lying to you, well, I'll probably tell you why. They got viewership, they got an agenda, there's many reasons.
Yeah. What were you asking, Pizza?
I was asking, like, can we like kind of go down other rabbit holes? Is that what can we do that here, or is it just strictly flat Earth?
I don't know. That's up to Alpha, but I mean,
yeah. No, I mean,
as long as there's someone not, talking,
we're just chilling right now.
asking.
But yeah, you could, if someone new pops in, we gotta kind of like address the new person because they might want to come in for the topic.
Right.
But other than that, we're just chilling. We can, talk about other things. Just mind where we're at too, because there are limitations, obviously.
Right.
But we could talk about like Stanley Kubrick's sitcom in the 60s, the moon landing, and how the Masons played the golf on the
Oh yeah, go
moon
ahead.
in one of the episodes. That's one
I like that.
Funny ones. Because he was talking about the movies earlier.
Right. Cinema Sense.
And then we had that incident. We had that incident a few years ago that had a lot of scripting and a lot of symbolism.
Oh, I do like the topic. I think it's very fitting. I think there's a lot of Globers out there that, you know, they can spin a good story and make it sound somewhat believable. So I like that.
Yeah. But yeah,
Well, they don't have to spin it believably. They just sort of sell you on something, and you want to buy it. They hype you up. Good hype man.
Mhm. I forgot the topic was
Yep.
Globe storytelling professionals. Fits perfectly.
Yeah, it's like it's wizardry. That's what Owen Benjamin called it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they keep kicking the can down the road, like so they never actually have to give you what they're promising. They're like, one day you'll get there. You know, you'll have the hoverboard. You know, and have the going to Mars. You know, in a few more years. And
I'm
we
still a
lost the
big skeptic.
technology.
I just want to bring up. Did you hear this thing with Duffy that they're gonna send some flat earthers to Antarctica to, like, I guess it's called the AU map, and they're gonna see if that
Yeah,
model.
that's the global war map. So they're trying to debunk their own global war map that was developed due to its accuracy of direct flight paths. This is hilarious. I don't know what they
How big of a deal you
they
think
don't
this is?
understand models. They don't understand scale. Like it's crazy.
You're talking about other flat earthers, right?
No, Will Duffy and McToon, they don't people, the globe believers that think they live on the outside of the globe, like they're absurd. Like the model is you take the elevation angles from the azimuthal plane. So the globe model, this toy that you spin on your desk, like a toy, like a model race car, is a flat Earth model. It's very interesting.
So would the brim be Antarctica? Still with what you're talking about?
How are they going to get there?
Well, there's this preacher named Duffy that's gonna send like flat earthers and a couple.
Yeah, they're going to fly there. They're going to fly flat there.
Yeah.
They're going to fly flat all the way there.
Okay, I understand that, but
And then they're going
it
to
matters what the
measure
sun does.
an
It matters what
elevation
the sun
angle
does
to
around
the
their head.
sun.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but it matters what when they get there. If the sun goes around them, then we have to come up with a new model. But if the sun sets like it does in the equator or in the northern hemisphere, then we're proven right.
What new model?
Well, maybe we don't even have a model, but we have to come up with a pretty good one
We
because
have
of
the
the time
globe.
zones.
The globe is a flat Earth model.
No, I understand that, but do you understand, like, there's only two scenarios that's going to prove it right or wrong. You understand what they are, right? I mean,
So it's going to prove the globe wrong twice if you reify a model. It's just illogical every which way you slice it.
Not necessarily, but there's time zones, so we know what the sun does. We know what the moon does. And what I
We
mean by
take
that is,
elevation angles to the moon and the sun and the celestials. Hence, we have the globe model, which is
I got you.
celestial model.
And then you spread out Antarctica, and if you're like kind of like towards the South Pole, if the sun goes around you 360, then it's probably around. I don't know. That's what I hope. I don't think they're gonna prove it though. I don't think they're gonna do it.
Is there a video? Is there this evidence already? Because they're not trekking new ground. They're not doing an expedition. They're simply going on a resort trip to an already established camp.
But they say it happens there.
Okay. Well, I mean, they have a camera guy there. They're gonna do all these other flat Earth things on the way there.
Like you guys know Jerryism and what's it? Guess it.
Yeah.
Kind of. I think I've heard.
They're the ones that were nominated to go. Like I don't know if I don't know if you consider them like trustworthy. I don't know. I want to say they are. I don't think they would.
Well, is there a reason not to trust them? Why wouldn't I trust them?
No, I'm not saying that, but there's a lot of
trust them. And trust them about what? What would they lie about?
Exactly, but if they seen the sun go around their head And I'm not a shell at all. I'm a geocentrist, but I would even have to rethink what I think inside my mind.
It's an affirming the consequence and a
wouldn't. You
formological
wouldn't at all.
fallacy.
Exactly.
Okay. Y'all don't boot me for this because I was on another Flat Earth
Nah,
channel.
you're cool,
And they
bro.
literally kicked
No,
me
you're
off
good.
literally.
They,
But so let me get this straight. You don't have like an idea of what the world would look like without a model, like just using your imagination, I guess.
No.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, I think that there's flat earthers out there like this, but mine would kind of be like the what is it, the UN map, you know, like the UN map, right? And then the border would be Antarctica because the water needs a container, and then determining what the sun does from there, and then I would have to rethink everything, I guess. And I'm sure they're not even going to even get the chance to do it, but
Yeah, but you don't need
it's
a
something to
wall.
consider.
You don't need some ice wall. An ice wall is a globetard military term. It's from their papers. Like these are terms
Not
given
necessarily.
to say that
I heard flat
reef
earthers
is
say
like
that.
a ring around it. You don't have to say that because you only have 2 locations that are even able to go to these continents. You would say would be south of them.
Yeah, Australia and I guess maybe South Africa.
And then when you really consider like the magnetic declination, and you kind of morph all these land shapes, I mean, there's a lot of models. I mean, there's many.
A lot of models.
Yeah, there's so many models. There's so many variables to consider. We don't use just like one model in our reality. Like we have a model for like thermodynamics. We have a model for gas pressure. We have a model for you know.
True enough, but that wouldn't change. That wouldn't change by the trajectory of what happens to the sun when they do that experiment or observation. Those things wouldn't change. Like I'm kind of like honestly, I've been like almost concrete. It's not gonna happen, but if it was to go around their head, I don't know. We would have flat Earth. Like I'm not gonna say it's gonna be debunked, but I would kind of like be more respected. I don't know.
Well, I think your position as a geocentrist, because you're still a globe believer, you just, you're at the center, which I mean it would just be more obvious. So you're not losing anything as a geocentrist. But you're having this conclusion of there being this map that is around.
Well, if it would go, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. If it would do 360 and Antarctica, then it would prove geocentrism, and I would be almost like, goddamn, then the Big Bang is right. I would almost like have to rethink a lot of things. You don't think so?
I mean, no, for you as a geocentrist, you'd be like, this just makes perfect sense. You're just still a geocentrist, right?
How would I still be a geocentrist if it does a 360?
Well, you'd be a geocentrist, but on a globe. So when you say geocentricity, you're not talking about like on a globe. So you are referring to, because a geocentricity almost doesn't make sense on flat Earth because there's no underneath it.
Yeah. So.
All right, and does a geocentrist think everything goes around them, right?
Yeah. So when you say geocentric, do you know what it means? Repeat that.
I would guess it would be like the map of the United Nations.
Oh,
kind of like
no. Geocentric is the idea that the Earth is a globe, but that the globe is the center of the universe.
Oh, that's insane.
That's what it's.
No, I don't think I think
that's what it sounds like.
That's what you've been calling yourself for a while.
That's what you were calling yourself.
Yeah, I'm a retard. No, I don't think that.
My bad. I was throwing.
So what would be my term then?
Flat earther.
Okay.
So,
yeah, I like that.
I don't know. Do you believe that horizontal?
However, you still think that the Earth is, according to the way you're thinking about it, like the AE map, right?
Yeah.
Okay. There's a problem. People can say that's the best thing that we have to present anyone, like as if it's for them to look at. The problem is there's no way to verify that that is actually the way the lands look, splayed out like all over. Nobody's ever seen the Earth in that way. So how can anyone say that that's exactly what the Earth looks like? There's a problem. It's called reification, and it's a fallacy. So if you're reifying the thing that you think is reality without any evidence, then that's just your credulity speaking, because you want it to be so. You have your willingness to accept. Your willingness to accept that that's the case. It's the same place that we got into the mess with the Earth being a globe. Your willingness to accept that the Earth is a globe at the very first time you heard it. It's not the fact that it actually is or been shown to. It's just like a concept in your mind. So that's the same thing that happened here with this idea of the AE map. Is getting presented to you like it's a real thing. And so you're taking it in like that's reality. But you haven't, there's nothing that you can or any other flat earther can do to verify that's exactly what the case is, because you have to look at it from a distance and check to see if the land masses are exactly the same. There's a lot of problems, man, with that. So you can't say that that map from the UN is exactly what the Earth looks like. It could be conceptually thought of that way, but it's not going to be the thing that people can say, we're going to hang our hat on this thing because that's what the Earth looks like. No one knows that, dude. And if the first person that says, I know that's what the Earth looks like, they're going to have to produce the evidence of how they verified it. You see the problem, Free Pizza? Yeah.
Yeah, I do, but they use that map for to launch missiles.
Yeah, because it's not that's
Yeah.
not the idea that that's what it looks like flattened. I would say it could be the idea that how you travel, but it's not like the exact way to represent it, because in many flat Earth model attempts, like Mark Sargent has did a flat Earth, with the continents in a very different orientation. The sizes are different. Antonio Subrats, who's another kind of like prolific flat earther who passed away, he did the same thing. He did a flat Earth map that was very different than Mark Sargent's and the AE and all that. So many people can attempt to put the continents in a very different arrangement, but then that means that no one can actually say where they actually are in relation to another one. If you get what I'm saying, like the continents themselves, like how does anybody know what it looks like if from a top-down view, So then, if you get what I'm saying now, then how is it possible that anybody's co-signing to say that that's exactly what the Earth looks like when nobody can do that?
It would be really
it's a problem.
It would be really cool to, like in theory, get like a bunch of planes distance away, like to go into a certain like flight pattern where they are so many miles apart from each other, but they can still just record all at the same time, almost like if you could imagine like
giant ruler,
like no, like a bunch of like drones on a football field, and if they had cameras on them, they can scan the whole football field together.
It's like a giant ruler going across the surface of the Earth. Like
yeah.
So
yeah, in that sense, yeah.
Anyway, but
that'd be cool.
Yeah, logistically, it's not something that can be done. So that means that we're right. Even today, people are still not knowing exactly how it all looks. Okay, so that's not what the world map is for. Because if you type in like Free Pizza, just type into Google, how many maps are there of the world? And you're going to get your answer. Hundreds of them. All different. Different continent sizes, different orientations, everything. So which one is the one that you're going to hang your hat on? You know what I mean? The AE map.
Well, that's. I'm sorry. That's a really good point, but how the way I would galvanize my talking point would be that the time zones of the daylight, because we know what the sun does. So if you're in Australia, it would be the same as, I guess, like Japan, but they're in two different north and south circumferences, right? Or in different sides of the equator. And then you kind of spread it out in your mind. You use like critical thinking. I'm not saying none of you guys do that. I'm just saying I use my critical thinking. So I know that that's the trajectory of the sun, and then it's going to move to the next time zone. And then you just kind of use your imagination, because I'm not going to say that the flat Earth or the heliocentric model is correct. And then I would kind of just go, all right, now if I was in Antarctica, it's going to do something contrary to what they tell you.
Yeah, but even still, there's somebody that already had the information that they've been over there. There was a plumber, I think, or what was the guy's name that went on Nathan Oakley show? He was.
I forgot his name, but yeah, he was there for 18 months, something like that.
It was 18 months, and he never seen a 24-hour sun. That much you can say. He'd never seen a 24-hour sun.
Yeah, and he said it goes down, and yeah.
Yeah, it goes straight across the sky, east to west.
So, just like how it does every day, like how we experience it. Right?
The only place that it seems to go in a circle is somewhere in the north. If you go somewhere in the north.
Hey, just real quick, we have Ahmad and Joker up here as speakers, and just wanted to welcome them. I've been throwing mics out as people join.
What up?
And then we have M2M as listener. Creation Bear came in the building here. Added him up here as well. What up to Matrix? I see Matrix is in there as well.
Hey guys, I just had a quick question. I'm gonna be quick and then go back to listening. You guys can hear me okay?
Yeah, pretty good.
Who is staying up for 24 hours? Or are they setting up a camera? Like, which is it? What are they doing?
They said they're gonna take turns.
Yeah, better be somebody.
Come on, man.
Yeah, they said they're gonna take turns. Jared and Witsit, they said that they're gonna take shifts. They're gonna take shifts. Yeah, because they also have expensive equipment. I guess they're gonna take that they're gonna have to keep an eye on anyways. I mean, but who's gonna steal it? You're gonna catch this thief very easily, right? But they have to watch the equipment, and then they're gonna take shifts. They said we'll see what happens.
They should rename it to the final excrement.
That's what
Jared was saying when he leaves Punta Arenas that when he's flying there, he's gonna know right away by where he's sitting on the plane. I don't know exactly how he's gonna know.
I kind of like the ring of Antarctica immigration, and I think they should just stay there.
Just kind of pitch a tent, huh? What's up to Luke in the building? Kiwi, Buzz, Ralph, P-Dubs, Marine. Welcome, everybody. If you guys are interested, you want to just raise your hand, we'll bring you up. I do see get vaccinated not going to come up, but thanks for requesting. We're going to have to shift some people around, though.
Yeah, we have the floor open to Globe Storytelling Professionals. So if you're a Globe Storytelling Professional, we'll get you kind of in a hurry up here.
Go ahead, Joker. Joker raised his hand.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm a little bit ambivalent about the flat Earth topic. I've heard a lot of the arguments for and against. What I'm kind of wanting to hear is, you guys may have a lot of arguments that prove that the flat Earth is true. What is one topic or one central question that you guys raise that you think kind of proves flat Earth or shuts down the heliocentric ideology?
The lack of curvature is a quick one.
Right?
Direct level flight.
Yeah, so like Matrix is saying, the obvious. Direct measurement of drop over distance on the surface of the Earth. Pretty simple.
Can you explain that a little bit more?
Yeah. On the surface of a Earth that should be a ball, like the way they think it is, the only way they understand that the surface is curving is if they put a tangential line on top of the point where they're standing, and put that line. A deviation from that line would be how much drop there would be over the distance. And depending on the drop is how much the Earth is curving away from that tangential line. Follow me? Joker?
Yes, I am. Yes.
Right. So if the Earth is curving at a specific rate according to the geometry, the geometric shape of the Earth, being that it is an oblate spheroid, would be curving away at a drop rate that would be consistent with the radius value of the Earth. Yeah?
Yeah.
Pretty much, man. That's what we're looking for. Drop over distance.
Pretty easy. Just real quick, anybody want to rotate for the speakers? Because I got some requests, but we don't have no room. Anybody want to drop down?
I'm happy to drop there, man, if you want to put me down.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, you can drop me down too if you want.
Who was that?
Taylor.
Taylor.
Okay, yeah, well, just make some room for more people, and then if they drop down or they leave, then you guys could come back up. I'm gonna add we got P-dubs. Anybody else? Just raise your hand. I'll bring you up. Except get vaccinated.
Go ahead, Joker. He has his hand up again. Or is it just my screen?
Well, so yeah. So another question that I had. Do you guys know who Zerka is?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's cool as fuck. He's based.
Do you guys agree with his take on the geocentric versus heliocentric?
I'm not sure what his take is, but 24/7 is a group of individuals who there's a lot of randoms that are going to be in this chat room right now with us. They don't speak for us, so hopefully, I don't know what this guy's arguments are, like per se, but if they're anything in line with what we say, then I'd say okay. But if they're deviate from it in some way because he thinks, I don't know, some crazy conspiracy theorist ideas, then yeah, would disagree. So I don't know what what his take is.
So would you mind answering me this, which would be when you go into a high IQ, it's someone that really knows the geocentric and the heliocentric type arguments. What do you think is the best argument that the spherical, what is it, that the geocentric argument is, to where most flat earthers are not able to debate? But maybe it's not a really good point, but there's always some type of good debate tactic that they have. What do you think is that best point that they have? And
they don't,
well, maybe not tactic, but like
well, no, I think you're right. I think you're right, Joker, and that's why I'm gonna give it to you, man. They don't have, their arguments are weak in the form of the argument. It's weak. What makes it strong is how the interlocutor is addressing the room, because it's all about optics, right? In an argument, it's how the person interacts with the other one. So the interlocutors are going to be debating with each other, right? So then if the person knows that it's a no-win scenario, right? There's nothing of evidence they can produce. What they're going to do is make it seem like the opponent is unable to be able to postulate their the premise. So they'll make it sound like the person is inadequate, Well, that person is too stupid to say they don't know anything. What's your education level? Or they'll demean them, and they won't address the topic. So there's sophistry, right? That they'll start using from the moment they know that they're in a no-win scenario. So they avoid direct questions because they can't answer them. So they use their tactics, like you were mentioning. I know you might have not meant to say that, but that's exactly what they do, and that's the only thing that they have an upper hand for the flat earther who's trying to ask honest questions. Now in here we don't, of course, it's a whole different ball game. But in the out there, you just in the the interwebs, that's what you're gonna find. You're gonna find the flat earthers trying to ask them questions, and then they reverse the burden of proof onto them, and it makes it sound like the flat earther is being grilled instead of the glober. And that's what happens. It's all tactics. They don't have, like I said, their arguments are weak and feeble because there's no substance. So whenever they are in here, you'll find out like the reason why they have to do that, because they don't have an answer. And so it's a tactic. That's the only way they get the upper hand. If they're in a conversation with someone who's very inexperienced in having conversations. So that's.
Have you seen the video that's been going around Instagram? It's pretty viral, and it's been going around TikTok for a couple of years. It's where, I mean, obviously you guys can probably just say, well, no, that's completely fake. It's not real. But they purport the test to be it's done by flat earthers, and the flat earthers are setting up. It's like a 5x10 5x10 foot portrait with like a hole cut in it, and if
I think he's talking about the one on Netflix with journalism.
I mean,
if there's no, if they cut out the same size hole on the same scale at the same exact spot within the portrait that they cut, and they spread it out within 8 miles, they should be able to shine a light through the hole that they cut out and be able to see it.
Yeah, but let's put that into perspective though, because I think the big picture is getting missed. And
yeah,
even,
go
ahead. When that test was being done, it's not an experiment, first of all, because that word is bastardized in this forum.
Observation.
Yeah, it's just a test. They were testing some things out. Now, whenever they done that, and let's say, for example, if the person who thinks the Earth is a globe, if the argument stands that he's proving that the Earth is curved, how big do you think the Earth is with the curvature that would be that small? Like, think about it. The boards, how far away were they apart? Not very far, right? Now, you have to think about it. If that was the case, and the middle one was higher than the two ones on the either side, then how big do you think the Earth is with the curvature that small? Now think about it. The whole Earth would have to be curving if the middle part would be the hump. You get what I'm saying? So how far was the first one and the last one? Because the middle one would have been the hump. You get what I'm saying? Or no?
Not at all.
Okay, so think about it. There's three planks with a hole in the middle of it, right? 3 planks.
Okay.
You with me so far? 3.
Yes.
All right, space them out. How far were all 3 of those spaced out? What was the distance between each?
I don't know the exact distance, but you can give an X amount of distance.
Yeah, let's just say let's be conservative, right?
Perspective. Yeah.
Let's be conservative. Like, let's not get too crazy with it, because I don't think shining a flashlight through something that they couldn't see the last board. You know what I'm saying? It has to be within a close proximity.
Yeah.
Let's say. Let's just be reasonable here. So within that close proximity to those boards to each other, and then he tries to shine a light, and then of course they would argue, the glober, that the middle one would be higher than the 2 ones on either end. So if that was true and the Earth was curving, how big does that make the Earth? Because now you're going to put in perspective the size of the Earth, if that truly is Earth curve.
Okay. I think I understand what you're saying.
Get it?
So you're saying that with that experiment that they used, it could possibly be a way to explain if it could be an experiment that says, okay, well, we just debunked flat Earth because you shine a light through this and you're not able to see it
all the way
through this. But then what you're saying is that, okay, well, let's take that calculation. Let's say that I have my board here and you have your board here, and we'll take that distance, and if you're not able to shine a light through that and see it, that would technically be the curvature. And you're saying, okay, let's take that equation of, okay, so we know that there is curvature, so with that equation, how big would the Earth be, right? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, because think about it. There's a hump in between the two boards on either end. Okay. So if the hump exists, then it can be measured.
Okay, I think. Well, so I do follow that. I think my question is, why would they, if it is a flat Earth, why are they not able to see the light through that?
I think we're whistling past the graveyard here. So I think what's
I understand your point though.
But how much do you want, because this point doesn't really land, and I think it needs to, because of the fact that most people are looking at the Behind the Curve mockumentary, and they're going to be like, well, there it is. Bob's your uncle. He just proved that the Earth is not flat. But the problem is, if he proved that the Earth is a globe, well, then how big is the Earth? We haven't even talked about that. Because if he didn't prove that the Earth is a globe, then what is it then? There's another option. It's not flat. It's not a globe. Then what is it? Something else is happening, right? What is it?
What do you think that is? Because I don't know. Because we're only giving two options. It's either flat Earth
I mean, yeah, the idea. Okay, so the idea is it's not flat, and it's curving. Okay, by how much? And they
you think it is curving, but it just depends on
what I'm saying is they're telling you it's curving. So basically, they're saying a lot, right? Without saying enough. So they're telling you that it's curving, but they're not telling you the details of how much, like the distance between each board and what was the total curvature that was taken into account. Because what they're in essence, what they're doing is measuring the curve. Because between those three planks, as far apart as they were, you'd have to take into account what's the distance between each plank, and then how much curve between all three of them would be pronounced, right? What's the curve? And then we're going to get into some real juicy stuff, like how much curvature has been pronounced, so we could know what the curvature of the Earth is. But they did not. Here's the old 23 skidoo, is that they didn't tell you any of that. But you believing that the Earth is a globe are just going to readily accept it without any evidence.
So basically what you're getting down to is you don't even think that the whole experiment that they did is it's in bad faith. It's not even real.
It's a farce. So whatever was done and however they were saying that they came up with this and that, I don't think that there's any numbers to any of that. I think what's happening here is that they're trying to inflate some type of narrative. And I don't know what angle they're going for, but if it was genuinely about the Earth being a globe, there would definitely be some numbers there to back it up. And then for you to say, you know what, that's interesting. So if they got 3 planks and they spaced them out, and all 3 planks were at a specific distance, I'm going to put some math to this. I'm going to know how much curvature there would be. So when I do my observation, my test, I'll be able to replicate this and then find out for myself the curvature of the Earth is definitely there. It is absolutely 100% unequivocally there.
There's a difference between, you can either totally reject the experiment, or if the experiment says, okay, so we're not able to see the flashlight through each plank that we put up. All right, so the Earth isn't flat, but now let's go ahead and find the curvature.
Right? Yeah, how much curvature is there? So the thing is, the
problem is that we're getting into the realm of okay, well, the Earth isn't flat. We're getting into the realm of, okay, so how much curvature is there? That's the only thing that we're trying to find out.
No, what I'm trying to find out is that if it wasn't flat, like the way they were portraying it, that it would definitely be measurable curvature of some kind. So,
well, I mean, I guess they just didn't care to do that.
No,
though,
wait a minute.
right?
What do you? Listen. The whole thing about what's happening here is that people that think the Earth's a globe are using this as some springboards for their belief, and it's not. It should be. I would say this should show off some like red flags whenever you think about it, because if you're wholeheartedly accepting, oh, God, they proved that it wasn't flat, so we're good. No, we're not. That's the beginning. Now you're gonna have to find out what math they use to determine the distance between each plank, and then figure out how much curvature there would be between the first and the last plank. And if you're not doing that, you're basically bypassing an opportunity to then figure out how much curvature they did find out is there between all three of those planks.
So I actually totally agree with that. I think they
Right.
should have. I think they should have extended the experiment that they did, and within those calculations, within each plank, they can find out the curvature of the Earth. But this is what I would like to say:
Sure.
is there any experiment that flat earthers have done within modern age, right? Within the last 10 to 15 years, that is like basically the exact same experiment where they have, at the same sea level, planks, cut out holes, flashlight. They've done that experiment where you can shine a flashlight through
We have
that.
commercial air flight.
Yeah, we do things on the daily, but I would say the best thing that has been done already to solidify the point is understanding how we know elevation profiles on land. So how they get mean sea level, a vertical point from the rise and fall of tides off into any distance onto land. See, the horizontal plane that extends out into every portion of the Earth that we exist on is known to be garnered from the rise and fall of tides, and the mean of those tides is how we draw a horizontal plane from that point off into the distance. So any place that we land on, go to on land, there would be a specific profile that it could be arbitrary, just anything, 150 feet above sea level or whatever, right? Anything that you put that number to would be above that vertical point that you got from the rise and fall of tides at the vertical point from where you got that, right? That mean sea level. And so you draw a horizontal plane from there and to the other place where you're standing at on land to know how much above mean sea level you are. So we do this daily to verify that the Earth is not curving anywhere, because check this out. If it was curving in a specific direction, right, away from you, then that drop over distance would be able to be measured, and you couldn't go from a vertical point like mean sea level off into the distance, because that would be a tangential line that you'd have to go from that point that you're standing from mean sea level off into the distance. A tangential line would be a way to understand how much the Earth is dropping away. So it would be a drop over the distance. Now, we don't have a drop over the distance. That does not exist, because what we get from mean sea level is a horizontal plane off into the distance to get how much we are above mean sea level on land. But check this out. If it was a tangential line, that tangential line would be a straight forward approach to say that I know the Earth is dropping away from this tangential line because it's curving at a specific rate. So you can't have your cake and eat it, right? So it's only going to be either mean sea level off into the distance with a horizontal plane, and anything is going to be either above or below that horizontal plane, or you have a tangential line from mean sea level that's dropping away and having a curved surface pronounced because you know how much the Earth is curving to make it a globe, right? So a drop over the distance. So you got one of two things. You're going to either have to settle on that mean sea level is garnered from the rise and fall of tides, and from that point off into the distance is a horizontal plane, or you're going to say I have a tangential line from that vertical point on mean sea level, and it's actually dropping away from at the distance, so it'll drop over the distance. So you're going to have to choose one or the other. You can't have both. So that's how come we know that it's been done every single day. So go ahead, K-Pop.
Hey, Alpha, I just want to jump in real quick. I wanted to do a whole, I don't know, like if he didn't watch the rebuttal, or about everything about that mockumentary that happened. But before I do that, Free Pizza has had his hand up the longest, and then we have a new speaker.
Yeah, that
after
guy
him.
left. I think. I think he left.
He's still on my screen, so I don't know. It's probably
He
like a
left
glitch or something.
over here.
Who
Go
left?
ahead.
Free Pizza did?
No, I think Free Pizza. Were you? You're not the one I was speaking to.
Oh no,
right?
no. Oh, the other
Yeah.
guy left. Okay.
No,
Yeah, the other guy
no,
left.
but I just want to just let you know when Jared was telling us about that documentary he made for that video, they made him sign like a DMA or
NDA.
like made him sign like something that NDA, yeah, that he wasn't able to like kind of watch the video before they published it, so they made him look like a complete weirdo. But I heard all he did was that he just lifted the light slightly up above his head, and then it went through the boards. But I don't think they edited that in the video, and that's why at the end of the video, I think he says, "Oh, geez," like he makes it almost seem like, "Oh, you proved me right," but he was actually like insinuating that he couldn't explain it either way. So like they were kind of.
That's what I was saying. That's exactly what I was saying. He couldn't explain it, but the problem is, like, if it was showing curve, that all the information would be supporting it for the data. Anyway, I just want to let the speaker that has, I don't know what your name is. You have a moon
Speaker
for
with no name.
You have a moon for. Go ahead, man.
It's Keon. But yeah, thanks for the mic. Yeah, I want to ask, what do you guys think are the implications of the flat Earth? Like, let's say you guys are right; it's flat. What does that mean for the world?
Well, that changes.
Yeah, his emblem is a black Earth.
Sorry.
He has a black Earth. As
Oh,
his name.
okay. Yeah, that changes your perspective on how you consider the cosmos, because everything you think of right now is based on the heliocentric notion. So you think that you're a planet that's going around the sun, along with other planets that are going around the sun. So if that wasn't the case, then your existence on this earth would be something very different. You would approach life differently because you would think differently. Your epistemology for the world, your worldview would be changed. But that only happens if you can contemplate the implications, not if you just say like, well, nothing would happen. I still put on one leg at a time and go to work. Like, yeah, of course, that the necessary things still occur, but you would at the very least, change your epistemology and the way you perceive the world around you. It wouldn't be the same. So truth does change your life, sir.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that to a certain point, because if the Earth is flat, like, do you really think we'll know? Like, we get to know?
Yes, you can know right now. Now, it sounds absurd, but it's true. A lot of times they tell you that you can't know something. That's because you're set up for failure, sir. The system right now has set you up to fail. That means that they give you philosophy in a way how to perceive the world around you, that you cannot have discernment about the world around you. So they say the earth is curving, you just don't see it. But the earth is spinning, but you just don't feel it. So there's a lot of things in contradiction to how your perception is known, right? So they say, well, you can't trust your senses, sir. That's not how this works. Oh, and by the way, science doesn't work in absolutes. So they tell you a bunch of things that make your world, the way you perceive it, upside down and backwards. So you're not able to have an understanding of the physical and natural world because they give you a broken system. And you try to use your perception through that broken system and reason with yourself. Well, maybe I don't really know what's going on, and the scientists know what's going on. So I'm just a little peon, in this world, and I have to look up to them. And that's not, bro, listen, your mind is your own. Okay. First and foremost, and you're very capable. If you're in this chat listening to me right now, or at least talking to me, you're capable enough to have discernment for yourself. Now, there's things that are true and there's things that are not true, and you can know the difference, right? So, for example, they're telling you that the earth is a globe. Now, what evidence have they produced that you can verify that that is true? I'm gonna give that to you so you can think about it. Is there any response to that, sir?
Yeah. I mean, It's like, first of all, like if you think about history, for example, there have been people that, let's say, measured the Earth being a globe, right, throughout history. Other than that, today you have literally millions of scientists who believe it's a globe.
All right,
So
I'm sorry, sir, but the only reason I'm going to stop you there. Okay, that information that you're telling me is superficial on the surface, and it doesn't have any substance. And I'm going to tell you why. Because what you just said to me was something that you can't tell me who is the people that know this information. So can you tell me the information that would bring us to that understanding from the people who investigated according to you? You said there's a lot of people that figured this out. I want to know who figured it out. Because I've been asking people, they've never told me who it is.
Yeah, so I think it started with the Greeks, some of the Greek mathematicians, and then
Which one?
I think the first one was Eratosthenes, something like
Okay.
that.
So
And
what did
then
he do? What did he do? Okay, what was the method that he discovered that the Earth is an actual globe?
it did an experiment, between two cities, I believe,
Okay.
using sticks, and then I think he measured.
Yeah,
something.
the narrative isn't correct. It was one well, and it was either a stick or an obelisk. But either way, from Alexandria and Syene, there was 500 stadia in between there. So the important thing is that what he was demonstrating there was measuring shadow angles. So the well was actually shown to 90 degrees. The sun was shining into the well all the way to the bottom. So knowing that he could see all the way to the bottom of the well was showing that the sun was right above that location. Now, in another place, geographically 500 stadia away, according to the way they were saying, the shadow length was diverging at 12 o'clock noon, I think it was. So if that is the case, that the shadow was diverging and the other one was the well being seen all the way to the bottom, they were saying this can only happen on a surface that's curved. Problem is that this can happen on a surface that's flat. Now, I'm going to give you a demonstration to think about, sir. Now, do you have a light in your room right now, sir? I don't know your name, so I can't call you by your name. Okay. So do this for me. Put two objects, one underneath the light, one far away from the light. Put it on your flat floor, because I want to demonstrate to you what he done was not an evidence that the Earth is curving. Now, where the instance that you're going to see is one of the objects that's underneath the light is not going to have a divergent shadow because it's right underneath that light. The one that's farther away, however, will have a divergent shadow. And you could measure that divergent shadow by how much is diverging. And it could probably give you an approximation as to how far away from the proximity to the light because of the fact that you're measuring that angle. Now, you understand something very simple. What Eratosthenes did was exactly the same thing that I'm showing you right now. He had two things. One, not showing a divergent shadow. The other, yes, showing a divergent shadow. But on this case, you're seeing it happen on your flat floor, which means that he was thinking of the Earth's surface as curved. So he didn't perform something to show a demonstration of the curved surface. He was assuming it was curved, just like you would be doing if you say, well, my floor is curving. Yeah, but you're doing it on a flat surface, so you can't assume because you can see the floor. You know it's flat. So if that's the case, now you've provided evidence to yourself that Eratosthenes he only assumed and he did not show a demonstration of the curved surface. He's assuming it was curved, even by measuring the shadow lengths. Because you can do the measuring of shadow lengths right now in your room right now on a flat floor. So what I'm showing you is this is a demonstration of the surface not having a conclusion if it's either flat or curved, because it can happen on both surfaces. You can have a curved surface, you can have a flat surface, but it doesn't give you a demonstration of which one it is, because on both it works. So he would have to have a conclusive option to where it doesn't allow for the other one to be. But because I just showed you it can happen on a flat surface, I've just debunked his conclusion. It's now inconclusive, meaning that it could either be one or the other. Do you see where I'm going with this, sir?
Yeah. So you're saying the experiment can be done both on a flat plane or
Yeah.
on a globe, right?
Because all it took was his assumption. That's all. He had an assumption prior to even doing it. He knew that the surface was a sphere in his head, but he just didn't know. He couldn't do any math until he found out distance. So he started to, kind of make this mathematical construct of how he's going to make it look like it's the radius of a circle. So if you look into the story, he didn't verify the one thing that I keep asking everybody in here to do that thinks that the Earth is a globe, which is drop over the distance. That's the tangential line that should exist, and the curve dropping away from that tangential line to give you how much drop there would be over a distance.
Yeah, I mean, I watched the video about the experiment. Somebody actually did it in our time, right? They actually went to
Now,
Egypt.
but now think about it. Are they assuming the surface is curving because locally there's no way to tell that the surface is curving? So he got a local place, right, wherever he was, and the floor itself. How did he know that it was on a curved Earth? Because the floor itself could have been a flat floor that he was doing it on. Because I showed you could do it on your flat floor. Did it not show you the same?
Yeah, he actually said yes. He said that is possible. Like it could
exactly.
be that but he's also said that like the sun would have to be like closer.
Yeah, but think about this. There's no
on a flat plane.
Yeah, there's no linear distance to the sun that can be known. Now, there's an idea that the guy who thinks that the Earth is a globe can tell you linear distance, but they don't know. And I could have a conversation with them to prove to you that they don't know. If you want me to, I can. There's some people in here that think the Earth is a globe. I'll let them speak, and then I'll talk to them about it, and I'll prove it to you.
Yeah, but he literally said that it has to be like very close to us.
Yeah, I know.
In order for it to work.
But the problem we're dealing with here is that you can't say one or the other. That's going to be the end result, that you couldn't say it's one or the other. It could be far away, it could be close, but in either case, you don't know the linear distance to the sun, so there's no way for you to say, that you know the distance. You get me? So you can't know the distance of the sun, so it could be close, it could be far away, and it could work on either idea, but there's no way of knowing for sure. Like the other guy said, it's inconclusive. So we're looking for a way to conclusively find if the Earth does curve. You get me?
Well, was he measuring elevation angles to the sun to know what time it was? And
Yeah,
like if the sun was 90 degrees above him?
There's a lot that they said there, but there's not enough meat on the bone to actually make it conclusive. So it doesn't matter at this point. It's what it is just it opens up your mind to thinking, and you have to find a way that you could define the surface to have that drop over distance. And I don't know what is your name anyway, Mr. Black Moon or whatever.
Keon.
All right, Keon. Yeah. So yeah, there's only one thing to do, and that's measure that drop over the distance to find out how much the Earth is dropping away from a tangential line. Yeah. And you could find out.
So man, listen, I got to tell you what's wrong with your theory here, okay? If you take a flat something right under a light, and you put the light there, and of course you move it back, it's going to make a shadow, and the other one's going to find out. That's fine. But the problem with your theory is this: is that the Earth rotates, it spins, it doesn't stay straight. That's why we have nothing there. There's no assumption. No, that's
How
what.
did you figure that out? What do you when you go outside? Yeah,
well, one thing is because.
Hold on. Just
let me just prove it to you.
Wait,
go ahead,
real quick. Look, first of all, P-Dubs had his hand up for a while. Free pizza as well. Just be respectful, Coach. He kind of just jumped in. Like we were just waiting. I was waiting for.
Yeah,
people.
there's a system, Coach. All right, go ahead, P-Dubs.
We'll hit you, Coach, for sure. We'll talk about it, but let's start with P-Dubs first, and then we'll go to Free Pizza, then we'll go to Coach. And anyone else want to raise their hand to come up as well? Shoot a request, and I'll bring you up. But
just get Ralph up here, man.
I
Yeah, go ahead,
apologize.
P Dubs.
I
Can I,
apologize.
It's all right. It's all right. But P Dubs is next. Go ahead, P Dubs.
Yeah, when I came into the room, you guys were talking about the 24-hour sun in Antarctica and how no one's observed it. Let's just take that lie as truth for a minute and say that no one's observed a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, which is a blatant lie. There's literally videos of it on the web. But let's just assume that's not true. When we go from, let's say, LA on the summer solstice, and we look how long the day is, it's about 14 hours and 25 minutes. Now, LA is at about the 34 parallel north. If we go further north up to Harrogate, Canada, it's at about 54 degrees north. The length of the day is 17 hours and 8 minutes on the summer solstice. In between there, I kind of skipped New York there. New York at roughly 41 degrees north is 15.05 hours, or 15 hours, 5 minutes. So there's a steady progression as you go further north that the days get longer. And from the conversation earlier, I don't think I'd have any pushback against the fact that there's a 24-hour sun in the north. It's very well observed. You don't even have to go all the way to the North Pole to observe it. You can observe it in the northernmost city on the planet, and see a 24-hour sun there on the summer solstice, and it's only at like 71 degrees north, something like 72 degrees north. Interestingly, in the southern hemisphere, south of the equator, when you're 33 degrees south of the equator, say Cape Town, length of the day during the summer solstice, 14 hours and 25 minutes. Ushuaia, at Wellington at 41 degrees south, roughly matching New York's 41 degrees north. Length of the day, 15 hours and change, 15 hours and 7 minutes or something like that. And then when you go further south to Ushuaia at 54 degrees, matching Harrogate's 54 degrees north, you get 17 hours and 20 minutes for the length of the day instead of 17:08. So these, and they're not exactly the same distance from the equator. There's a clear trend that as you move away from the equator during that hemisphere, sorry, I don't have a better word for it. During that hemisphere's summer, the days get longer and longer. And as we observe in the northern hemisphere, it results in a 24-hour day once you get to 70 degrees or further north around the solstice. There's no reason to think this very clear trend wouldn't continue in the south. Between the actual video evidence of a 24-hour sun, which is contestable, sure, and the not contestable length of days for the summer solstice in these cities, because there's thousands of people that live in these cities. I think somebody would report an inconsistency in the length of day. I think that they're a trustworthy source. The thousands of people that live in Ushuaia or Longbarrian or wherever you want to go to. It's a pretty clear trend that you're going to get a 24-hour sun in the southern hemisphere as well. So I'll just leave that there. I just think that's a decent, interesting piece of information. And then in regards to showing a curve or showing how an observation of the sky can show curve, as Keon brought up, all that's really needed, and this is a Euclidean, non-Euclidean kind of geometry thing here, is a third stick. So on a flat plane with a sun at a specific height, or a specific time of day, you could put out 3 sticks or use a well and 3. It doesn't really matter. You can use 3 sticks or a well and 2 sticks, however. The main thing is measuring the angle of that, or the length of that shadow. You would see a difference. This is just pure geometry, not flat earth or rounders right now, just pure geometry. 3 sticks on the surface of a plane with a light casting a shadow will result in a differing lengths of shadows than on a plane with 3 shadows, or 3 sticks and 3 shadows. There will be a difference in the length of those 2 systems, keeping everything else the same, the distance to the sun or whatever, or the angles of the sun or whatever. You will have a different result on a flat plane versus a spherical plane. Now, do I know anyone that's done that particular example of an experiment? No, I don't know. But it would be an interesting one. And since I'm not the one contesting the commonly accepted model, the commonly accepted model could be completely wrong, right? The idea that the Earth is spherical is the commonly accepted model, could be completely wrong. However, it is not that model's. It is not on that model to provide the burden of proof. In logic, in a debate like this, the person who is challenging the commonly accepted truth, even if it's wrong, bears the burden of proof. So the person who says that the Earth is flat is challenging the commonly accepted mantra, saying, understanding, belief, false belief, whatever it may be. They still bear the responsibility of putting those 3 sticks in the field and making the observation to show that the Earth is actually flat. There should be a linear relationship between the length of the shadows on a flat plane and the sun. It's a basic geometry. I put up in the nest a way that can be tested. This is a very straightforward observation. When you look north, you can count the number of degrees above the horizon that Polaris is. That's not contestable. That is a reality. I don't care how you achieve it. It is a known thing that you can look at the horizon and calculate the number of, or count the number of degrees above the horizon that Polaris is. For every 69 degrees north you move, that Polaris moves up 1 degree in the sky. And if you look at the graphic I posted in the nest, that's exactly what we would expect to see from the surface of a sphere. However, it is not at all what we would expect to see from a flat plane. If Polaris is a fixed point in the sky at any given night, and we're not talking over thousands of years or anything, we're talking on any given night for a set of observers at the same time, they will not be able to line up their viewing of Polaris. They won't be able to, if they drew their sight lines to Polaris along that flat plane, as shown in this graphic up above, it won't work for Polaris. It simply won't. But it will work great from the surface of a sphere. In fact, it works perfectly. And then I will put one more thing of someone who has actually done this test, or done a similar test, with a bunch of different participants all over the world. And what they did is they set up sticks in their local area, in their yard or whatever, and took photos and measurements of the lengths of the shadows. And a very industrious globe earther, he invited flat earthers to participate. Amazingly, none did, but 23 globers did. So I guess they could all be lying. Wouldn't that be something? Again, not really his responsibility as he's a glober. He's just literally defending the globe, not challenging it. And it should be the burden of proof of the person challenging it, but he's not. He's defending it. And so he had all of these people write down the angles of the shadow and the length of the shadow and plotted those both onto a flat plane and onto a spherical Earth. And on a spherical Earth, all of those shadows resulted in a sun that was very distant and essentially sending out parallel rays for all intents and purposes. And on the flat Earth, it was a complete jumbled mess that made no sense whatsoever. So there's a real, a real observation, if you're afraid to call it an experiment, a real observational science that could be repeated by flat earthers. All they got to do, it's just, we're all talking from around the world right now. Pick a date, measure some shadows, show us that it's flat. I'll end there.
All right, we got
a lot to unpack, but go ahead.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and keep in line with, because today I just like to say, guys, appreciate everybody for joining this channel, and yeah, if you wouldn't mind, go ahead and share this space out with everybody you can. Today's topic, of course, you can see at the very top, 24/7 Flat Earth, episode number 9, Globe Storytelling Professionals. We're gonna allow them to. We just heard one right now. We heard one. So P-Dubs,
great.
Round of applause. Good story. I like the story. It had a lot of pizzazz. Had some things in there that made you want to believe, but still it's lackluster in its evidential performance. So
What was
what we're gonna do?
lackluster?
What we're gonna do is go ahead and
So you're
hand
not
it
going to
over
address
to.
it.
Yeah, we can. There's a lot to unpack, like APOC
Well,
said.
unpack any of it.
We don't want to do it.
Instead of just going to another speaker.
Yeah, we gotta let more globe tell.
So you don't want to actually address anything. I see
We're
you
gonna
guys'
hit.
faces. I'll see you later. Yeah, I'll see you later.
Yeah, we'll unpack it. But we're gonna let all the stories be.
No, you won't. You'll forget it. You'll forget it as you talk to another bunch of people.
No, we gotta.
We'll remember it.
No, you won't.
Yeah, no. Yeah, we will.
APOC wrote it down. All right, you'll be all right.
So,
You'll be all right.
what are you going to get out of somebody else that's going to all it takes is one proof to debunk me. So where is it? Why hasn't there been any equivalent type of experiment run by flat earthers?
All right, we just gotta let other people come in. I mean, because it's an open forum for everybody.
Getting angry.
Yeah, I know.
I'm just thinking it's funny that you guys are deflecting.
You got the feelings meter.
It sure sounds like you're deflecting.
Tipping the scales right now.
I mean, it seems like you're deflecting. You're not addressing my arguments.
Don't throw a tantrum, P-Dubs. Just relax.
I'm not.
We got other Globers in here.
Yo, P-Dubs, let me talk.
Yeah,
God
let him
damn.
talk, man. For goodness sakes.
Oh my goodness. So look, P-Dubs.
You're gonna address it
when they have. Can I talk? Yeah. I don't know. So look, P-Dubs, the videos that they have in Antarctica of the 24-hour sun, if you would check them out, they've been edited because the clouds they're like the same in 24-hour span. No, I've seen it as well. I've seen the one.
P-Dubs.
Okay. Well, we'll rebuttal that. Yeah. So,
we let you talk for like 15 minutes, bro. We didn't interrupt anything. We did that to kind of set the bar.
It was less than 5, but yeah.
So, okay, well, it felt like 15. But
oh my God,
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to couple points.
I know what to do. Don't worry, we got that.
But you're not talking to another globe.
Don't worry, we got this.
Dubs, please.
So here's the point.
All right, so
here's the point,
Dubs, I want to know when they have.
Hold on, Peter. Hold on, just real quick. Dubs, he probably left. I don't know. He probably did. No, he's here. So
you dropped him, but that wasn't really cool, man. Because he was just trying to.
I know. But here's the point, though. Here's the point. Okay, Coach. We let him talk.
No, I'm here, but they're not letting.
We didn't interrupt him at all, not once. Okay, we set the bar for the respect.
You're right.
Okay. So we set that respect, right? With the bar for respect. So anybody else that goes outside that, we at least now know. Well, hold on. We gave that, so you got to give it back. Okay, that's why we did that, so we could set that bar. So going further. Now I don't want to enter. I'm going to mute myself. We'll let Pizza talk. I think Dubs might have dipped out. I don't see him no more. Rightfully so. But we're going to address it though. I did. By the way, Alpha, I did write it down. You're right. I did. It's 24-hour sun and the angles of the shadows, and from both two different things. But yeah, go ahead, Pizza.
Yeah. So I'm surprised. I'm actually wondering how P-Dubs is going to think when the sun goes and sets in Antarctica when they have actual good evidence, video evidence, because the 24-hour sun that we see right now, you can tell it's been edited to shadows. Now that one experiment that they had with the sticks out of the ground, it's actually a well with a stick in the ground, and I know kind of how the experiment was, but a lot of people don't know how exactly they got the measurements in miles because they didn't really have accurate tools to do that then. But I do like to say this about shadows, that eclipses, they say that the sun and the moon are two different distances, but they're two different sizes. I think 400 times bigger than the moon, but it's 400 times further away. And that the shadow is like, I think only 138 miles. So we already know that shadows are just like, I don't think they're a good way to prove anything. Because if we, as you know, whenever you put anything in front of a light, that the silhouette is going to be way bigger than the object than the object it's portraying. Now, what was the other things he was saying?
Well, it's here's the three things.
Yeah,
24-hour sun. Many videos he claimed. It was the degrees of the sun, like when it's at the equator, and then like Los Angeles sees it for this long, New York sees it for this long, and Canada sees it for this long daylight. Gotcha. Then the third one was the angle of shadows with 2 sticks, 3 sticks, and even 23 sticks. Isn't that funny? He said 2 sticks, 3 sticks, and there's even 23 sticks because he said there's 23 people that did
Mhm.
the observation. But with those 3 things, we'll touch them at the end because I did want to like let's go through them all, right? Let's go through all the. We want to get all the globe stories, right? Told by the greatest professionals X has to offer tonight, whatever, and we'll go through them at the end, one by one if we want. But let's let Coach go next, okay,
Nice.
Pizza? Go ahead, Coach. You got the.
Yeah, I'm out of here. Go ahead, bud.
You have the stage, Coach. Go ahead.
You have a great day, man. So listen. Okay, first of all, it's hard. Shit. Because so here's I'll start this so I don't get no haters. All right. Because I ain't never went to space, and whoever's a flat earther ain't never went to space. We can already automatically say there's nobody that can say for personal proof, because if you believe the media is a liar for either side, then that's what you believe. Now that's how I'll start this shit out. All right. But I've been an athlete all my life, and I want to say this far part so you know where I'm coming from. So I never read a book or anything because I was a professional. I went to play football. I was a wrestler, all that shit, and got me through college and got me a degree, and it got me to coach in the NFL and shit like that. And so I learned shit, but through college I learned something. The one thing I learned is that if someone would have taught me, I could have understood shit, because my teachers, they only just said I check in and then go to the weight room, and that's all I did. But when I went to college, I actually had a couple of teachers that actually wanted to teach me how to learn. So the one thing that I was really good at, I wasn't good at English. My roommate, who's my best friend for 45 years, he taught me how to write. Okay, he taught me all that shit, because the first fucking essay I ever wrote, it started with an indentation and ended with a period. Nothing in the middle. No capitals, no fucking commas, no shit or anything like that. That's how stupid I was. But the one thing I did love was physics. So going to astronomy and going to physics, I could actually, and maybe my wife is a special needs teacher for 29 years. She thinks I have some sort of, well, I have CTE, of course, for all the years of playing football. But she thinks I am ADHD, but I have a little bit of autism type shit. Okay, and I love my wife. I'm cool. I can go by every day. I'm great. But there, when I see a physics problem, I actually see it. I can't do the work, but I fucking see it. Now, I don't know if any of y'all know Neil deGrasse Tyson, all right? But he's one of the smartest motherfuckers on this planet. And when it comes down to a planet or a star, when a star, and this is for you flat earthers, so I'm not trying to like down you or anything, but this is the theory, okay? Because like you said, unless you've been up in the spacecraft, we can't prove it. But the theory of every professional scientist, Nobel Peace Prize winner, is the sun is a huge star that it has condensed to have gravity, but also is going to burn out one day. This is what the sun is. And there are other galaxies in the universe that are the exact same thing. Because the star is so big and so round, it has gravity to keep the planets within a rotation. Now, there are things that scientists don't know, because Jupiter is like in the middle of the solar system, but it's the biggest planet out of all the planets. Still, the sun puts it in a rotational form. Now, most people believe that the rotational form is just like circle, like everything circling, but it's not. It's uplictic. It is like it is a circle that is not made like a perfect circle. It has long sides, it comes back around, and has short sides. That's what it is. That's what every planet has. So because the sun draws it in like that, and because no, I'm not going to get technical on you, okay? But here it is, because the moon rotates at its axis at the same rate that it orbits the Earth, and it's about like 27 days. This is that's known as the this I wrote down. This is known as the synchronous rotation, and it's why the moon always shows the same side of the Earth. Therefore, that's why the name dark side of the moon happens, because the moon actually rotates with the Earth, but same gravitational pull as with the sun. If you did not have the moon, every Earth day would be 8 hours a day. That's the rotational force of it. That is these are physics facts. Okay. The Earth's circumference is 24,900 meters, and it takes 24 hours for the Earth to cover that distance. I'm reading this. I'm not smart enough to know, but I have this in my little book here. The Earth's rotation at the equator is 1,038 miles an hour, or roughly 1,000 miles an hour. The Earth is rotating that speed. However, here's the thing: the reason why we don't fly off the Earth, okay, is because the gravitational force of the Earth. The sun is making the Earth rotate. The moon is actually helping it rotate, but we are rotating in a circle, and that's why we have other planets. Now, I don't want to cause I'm not talking shit up to anyone who believes Earth is flat, but I'm gonna let you know something, man. I mean this with all my heart. These are things that I studied in college. I couldn't do the actual work on it, but when you read enough, I got an A+ in advanced physics in college. All right, and I have a master's degree. I did not, like I said, I was stupid in high school, but there were certain things that I really liked. And when you see that there are galaxies around the universe, then you have to realize that there were many suns when the Big Bang happened. There were many big stars that created gravity. And gravity is no bullshit, because if you throw something in the air, that motherfucker's coming down. That's what's going to happen. That's gravity. So if there's different galaxies, that means the galaxies are rotating around something bigger than that. Which Neil deGrasse Tyson says white holes and black holes. Black holes suck it in, white holes pull it out, and that's why it's a never-ending. That's why the whole universe is never-ending. And that's just what I have to say. But that's honest God truth, guys.
Thank you for that, Coach.
All
We got
right.
another Globe storytelling professional.
Thank you, Coach.
We got
love
Globe
the ending
storytelling
of it.
professionals coming up. Guys, if you want to tell your story, if you're a Globe storytelling professional, you're welcome to come up here. I think what's awesome is that Coach's story had a little bit different taste than we had with P-Dub. So I'd rate it a little bit higher than P-Dub's
I
story.
did too.
So that's just me. But
Hey,
if
that
you,
was awesome, Coach. Thank you so much.
I'm just
Appreciate
saying
it.
what I learned. I apologize if I offended anybody.
No,
I
it's
don't
all
think you
good.
offended anybody. Not unless anybody comes in here and says that. But
Yeah, no, it's
if
good.
all right, so we got Mr. up here. Mr. Is that your name?
All right, well,
Welcome.
the
Yeah,
next,
what's up? I wanted
yeah,
to. I don't know what kind of form this is. I just heard Coach talking. First of all, don't talk so poorly about yourself, man. You just read all that, said all that just fine. We understood it. So give yourself credit, especially if you're a coach for a professional NFL team. You know, just don't play football off the field, like in an elevator with a woman.
Years old, and I know I have PTE, so I
Yeah.
know I can talk a little bit. My wife even tells me that, but I don't. I know my mouth runs sometimes, but
that's all good, bro.
So, host, am I allowed to talk to Coach and ask him questions?
We're actually having a forum right now where we're asking anybody new to come up. I think APOC's kind of guiding the forum at the moment, so just let APOC.
Yeah,
yeah.
listen. Did you have a? Do you want to? So tonight we're doing the Globe storytelling professionals.
I love
We
that.
don't really.
Such a good
We don't
idea.
want to. We don't really want to keep it personal amongst the crowd right now. Maybe towards the end, but we want to get everybody's stories in though first. Is that cool?
Absolutely,
We
yeah.
can start. We can start with you. You got to
Yeah,
start.
yeah. If you listen, the thing is, how do you understand the Earth to be a globe? And a coach already went through it. P-Dubs went through it. P-Dub's
Oh,
got a little hurt because he didn't know our forum, the way we're,
I
format.
don't
That's it,
I
forum.
don't understand it to be a globe.
Oh, we'll go to somebody else, but just hang tight. Maybe later on you can have a conversation.
Yeah, I'll listen, and I'm gonna put my boy to bed. I can drop the mic so you can give some other people, and then if I'll request it back for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Good idea, fellows. By the way, that's a great idea.
Yeah,
Have a
you
good
know,
evening.
people don't have to actually hear because we're always arguing and debating with them. So I'm just like, let them say what they want. It doesn't hurt me.
Right? Yeah.
Hey, I'll tell you what, Alpha. That last story, he ended with white holes suck it and black holes pull it, and I was dying, bro. I was on mute,
Yeah.
but I was.
Listen, man,
That got
like
me.
everybody has their own. Everybody has their own take on it. So who else do we got, APOC? That's coming up.
Next we have Tony with his hand up. Go ahead,
All
Tony.
right.
The floor is yours.
Yeah, you know how fast we're traveling around the planet? The planets travel around the sun. Would you like to know that?
Yeah,
67,000 miles an hour. That's how fast we're going through the universe.
That's not true, brother. I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you.
Go
but
check it out.
38 miles an hour, or roughly 1,000 minutes per hour.
Hold on, Coach. Remember earlier we said we're not going to cut people off. We're going to let them talk. We don't interrupt nobody.
Yeah, we gotta let him. It's his time,
Yeah,
man.
it's
We
his
gotta let
time.
him.
You know, like he's on stage. No worries. We'll just no
Am I
worries.
back
All right.
on?
Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
go ahead, Tony.
I asked Alexa, and she told me.
Nice.
She don't lie.
Okay, she's an honest woman. All right, so let's see if was that it, Tony? Did you get any more information?
You guys want to put my 2 cents in?
Go ahead and put your 2 cents, man. Put 10 cents.
Just did.
Okay. If you listen, if you guys are listening right now and you absolutely know the Earth is a globe, come on up, man. Tonight is Globe Storytelling Professionals, so you could be
one more thing. The world is a globe.
Excellent. Nice. Good to hear. Anybody else?
One more thing.
Keep at it, man.
Can I say one more thing?
Yeah.
The sun's not going to burn out. It's going to turn into a red giant.
Okay. How long
it's
will it
going to
take?
Get bigger than what?
Do we have to worry
it's
about
that? It's going to get big
in our lifetime.
It'll encompass Mercury, Venus, and us.
Okay. Cool stuff.
I'm not saying when, but that's what's going to happen.
Oh,
that's billions of years, so we don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, we don't have to. I don't think we have to worry about that, huh, Tony?
In other words, it's going to expand.
If you want to worry about it, that's up to you, but I don't think you have to.
Yeah, but I just thought I'd say something about that.
Okay. Any more?
Because it's going to look a little funny on a flat planet.
Flat planet? No, you don't think there's a flat planet, do you? You said it was a globe.
Yeah.
Okay.
It'll look better on a globe.
Okay. All right, we got another person coming up.
Down. Put that pipe down.
Yeah. All right, we got H-Town, I think, if he's up here. H-Town, welcome to the group. Tonight's X show that we got here is Globe Storytelling Professionals. Now, if you think you can muster up the strength to tell us how you know the Earth's a globe, go for it, man. Give us your best shot and impress us. So far, we had Coach, P-Dubs, and Tony speaking about it. But if anybody else wants to take a shot, go ahead. Like, pretend that you're just going to give me your best evidence for the Earth being a globe without having any rebuttals. I'm not going to debate you or anything. I just want you to tell me how you know the Earth's a globe. That's all.
For now, yeah, right? I'm just going to listen for now, and then I'm just going to talk later, yeah? If that's all right?
It's up to you, man.
Yeah. Just give another person a go, please, man.
I don't know if there's anybody else, but if you guys are out there, raise your hand. We'll bring you up.
Can I go? I had my hand up.
Yeah. I got that bug where you can see everybody's hand up, but yeah, go ahead.
Keon's next.
Yeah. I wanna say to what Peter said earlier. He said that the burden of proof is on the flat earthers, and I agree with that because 99% of this planet believes that we live on a globe, right? So the burden of proof is on the flat earthers. So the question would be, what experiment you guys like? What experiments can you do to prove that the Earth is not curving?
That was easy. Yeah, but we don't want to engage that at the moment unless there's no other person who wants to come up and tell us how the Earth is a globe. I don't mind. I don't mind talking to you.
Can I get something on that shit? Or if you want me to, I'll wait my turn.
No,
though.
I don't
can
care,
tell you-
but I'm saying like he wants us to respond to him. We'll do so. I think we got some people trying to get up here on the.
Let him go. Let him go. Let's hear him.
Okay. Okay. I won't say nothing if you guys don't want me
No,
to.
I don't care,
I'm
man.
not-
Like what I'm saying is, I wanted to get
Go for it.
some new people. We got Tony. He's
Hey, where-
speaking. Don't
I'll
speak for the panel,
I'll
Tony.
wait.
You're a guest here, bro.
Sorry,
Like,
we're just-
relax. Just calm down, man. We gotta get all the new people.
Okay.
We got Jack Boot up here. Jack Boot, welcome
Okay,
to
I'll
the
turn
panel.
off my mic.
That's a good idea. All right, Jack Boot, if you're there, welcome.
That's funny.
We just gave Jack Boot the mic, but I don't think he's. Are you there, Jack Boot? Jack Boot. I don't think he's there.
Maybe he's trying to connect or something. I don't know. Maybe.
Jack, are you out there?
There you go. There he is. Go ahead, Jack.
Can you
Yeah.
hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
All right.
The
Thank
floor
you.
is
Thank you.
yours.
Thank you. You know, yeah, I love these conversations, but you know, as I open the rabbit hole on all this stuff, you know, one thing I know for sure is the history I'm 60 years old. The history I was raised on was all manipulated fake history. You know, the fact that, you know, man walked on the moon in 69, 70, 71. We've never been back, you know, but yet, you know, this NASA thing, nothing but trickery, fakery, everything's satanic, everything has a satanic name, everything's to mock God, you know, and prove that, you know, there isn't a God, but we are God. You know, it's
You lost me there, but on the moon thing, I was with you. But
Oh,
go
come
ahead.
on, man. If everyone's gonna keep
kicking
talking,
in.
I'm just gonna drop everybody, and we'll just bring people up one by one. I mean, if it makes it easier. All right, go ahead. Go ahead, Jack.
Yeah. So, yeah, you know, it was funny because I sold a house last year to a guy who works down here in Utah. I live in Utah. He works for Williams, and he's an engineer working on the science of taking something 400 degrees below zero so they can make it through the radiation barrier. And I'm like asking him, if we made it to the moon, why are you working on the technology right now to get up there? You know, people can't even conceive the fact that no, man has never walked on the freaking moon. And then what is the moon? You know, that's the other thing that, you know, the flat earth theories and all that, you know, what talks about, you know, what is the moon? A reflection? You know, is it actually a planet you could walk on? That's the other thing that I've always wondered. But, you know, it's just all fake. It's, you know, everything we were raised on is fake. We're not rolling through the universe at, you know, 1,000 miles per hour, you know. It's insane. No, we're on a stable planet that's not moving, period, you know. And how do we always see the same stars every night if we're ripping through the universe, you know? So, no, it's you know, I'm a globe skeptic, and the more I study about this, yeah, it's got to be flat, you know. And the other thing that always confuses me is that I need to find the answer to, I should say, is, you know, how do you come to the edge of it, you know? And will they just come take you out? Well, who's they? You know, that's trying to keep it hidden. I don't know. That's the other thing that when you try to explain it, people just think you're crazy. But anyway, I'll listen. Glad to be here with all you.
Appreciate you, Jack Boot. Man, yeah, refreshing. I thought we were gonna get another Glober, but we got somebody who's contemplating flat Earth and possibly is flat earther. not sure, but yeah, it's good to hear, man. Level-headed people coming in. So, hey, listen, we are also being live streamed on YouTube by our good friend Helio Skeptic. He's live streaming us. So, I'm gonna go ahead and put. Do you have the 24/7 Discord X link also, APOC? Because
Yeah.
yeah, he's streaming us right now on YouTube. So we're on YouTube and we're on X, and we're being recorded here on X as well. So all of this good content is going to be able to be harnessed from you guys later on if you want to come back and listen to it and seeing what the Globe Storytelling professionals talked about. And also, we're being live streamed on YouTube as well, so we got a YouTube audience. 24/7 is a brand. It's a group of individuals, which includes myself, APOC, Relay Criterion, who's in here right now. There's a few others like KJ, Helio Skeptic. There's a few other people in here. Appreciate you guys. T-Dub, I think, is in here. Yeah, there's a lot of people from 24/7, but I appreciate everybody who's in here right now. And what we're doing is it's a little bit different format tonight. We're allowing you guys who think the Earth's a globe to come and tell us without us debating you and just no interruption. You guys get to tell us how the Earth is a globe, or if you think the Earth's flat, you come here and tell us that too. If you're brand new, if you're not new to this forum, my name is Alpha Veritas. I've been doing this for about 10 years, so I'm very, very good at doing what I do. And my co-host here, APOC, has been along the ride for about the same amount of time. I don't know, APOC, if you want to tell them your story and what you are and what brought you to Flat Earth, but
yeah, we can talk about that after we hear all these awesome stories for sure, though.
Yeah, and
I want to get them stories.
Yeah, we're gonna do that, but I think a good introduction to what let people know who we are, so that in case.
Yeah, so you said that, APOC.
Just a quick introduction, man. We do have to kind of give them a taste of what we are and why we're here doing this.
All right, yeah, for sure. I appreciate you guys being here. By the way, if you could give a like to the space as well as maybe share it. But yeah, me myself, just like many other flat earthers, was once a globe earther, right? As we all were at one point. Heard about this flat Earth because back when YouTube was actually had a good algorithm, and it actually suggested things that was your interest, right? This was way back when they were still good. Watching what I would research and look into, Eric Dubay popped up as a suggestion. I guess because I clicked on it and I watched like just a couple minutes of it, I'm like, this guy's an idiot. Remember, I'm a glober. I'm like, this is stupid. Big on space, big on science. That was all me back in the day. Then I guess because I clicked on Eric Dubay, Nathan Oakley, 1980 popped up on my suggestions, and I clicked on that, and I don't know why, but their tactic, the way they were saying things, I was like, nah, no way. So I set out to, of course, like many of us, set out to like disprove flat Earth, this nonsense. Started listening more, just being quiet. Found 24/7 flat Earth as well. You kind of surrounded by a lot of intelligent people that clearly are thinking in ways that I never even, fathom. I would be thinking like, wow, I really never thought about that. Why haven't I thought about this or thought about that? But long story short, ended up realizing, wow, I was really wrong, and things are this way and not the way we've been, brought up to believe in. But fast forward, here we are here today, and that's kind of my story in a nutshell. I think it matches a lot of flat earther stories where you first are like, what the heck is this stupid stuff? And instead of, ridiculing and mocking it, I had an open mind to it. And I think that's something that the Globers that have been the same time as us, Alpha, taking so long, but they're just stuck. Why we broke free from it? I don't know. Maybe it's part of the Great Awakening. But there's a lot of Globers that are still stuck, and they're not going to move from that position no matter what. They can't understand measuring the world flat as we know it. The Earth is, measured that way, parallel, all the way through. We treat it as a stationary planar Earth. We view it as a stationary planar Earth, and it's practically used in that sense. So that's my story. The long and the short of it. So let's get back to these stories, though.
1 minute and shit. And then now, fuck that. No, I'm playing dog.
No worries. But who had their hand up next? Because now my screen's all glitched out. I have like 4 hands up. I
Yeah,
don't know who's.
I have my hand up.
Oh, go ahead. Let's
Yeah,
Keo.
yeah, Kian. I don't know who was speaking earlier. I think Jack Wood. He talked about the moon landing and stuff like that. I
Mm-hmm.
don't think there's any correlation between the moon landing and the shape of the planet. You know, because I personally have my own doubt about the moon landing, but it doesn't mean anything. You know, it doesn't mean that. Let's say the moon landing was fake. It doesn't mean the Earth is flat. Then you know, there's no correlation. Um, and yeah, just to go back to what I was saying, you know, like all of the scientists and you know of this planet believe it's a globe, right? If it was flat, I would imagine that maybe let's say 20% of them would just come out and say it's flat, you know. But I never heard of any academic, uh, you know, making any statement of that sort, you know. So that's kind of weird.
All right. That you're wrapping it up right there, which is okay
Yeah,
if you are. Okay, no worries. All right, okay, cool. I just want to again give everybody their time to talk uninterrupted, and we'll just keep it moving. Just real quick, anybody else have any amazing globe stories that you want to share with us? Why you think it's a globe? We're giving you that prime opportunity to go ahead and just raise your hand. I'll bring you up as a speaker. Yeah, I'll be waiting for the request. Just raise your hand if you want to talk, Coach. I believe you're next, though. Go ahead, Coach. What was that, Coach?
I said my hand is up. I'm just fucking with you guys, but my hand is up.
I know,
God damn it.
I know. That's why I said go ahead. The floor is yours.
All right, so I want you guys to check this out. Let's just say you guys thought that the Earth was flat. Okay, and now here's the thing. Um, this is a true physics story. Okay, if this is in a vacuum, you can't have wind blowing or anything like that. All right, but if you took a 44 or 45, didn't matter, and you held it up above your head and you shot it in the air, and in a vacuum, that bullet would go as high as it possibly can. Okay, no, wait, before you even start this, do we all believe that gravity exists? Because we don't believe that gravity exists, then there's no use even telling this story and shit. Is there gravity? Is when you throw something in the air, does it fall down?
Yeah, you're talking.
Oh, I hear crickets chirping. Now, y'all remember thinking about how you going to fucking answer this question? I'm like Judge Judy. Don't think about where I'm going because you'll never know where I'm going.
No, I guarantee you, I got way more than enough to talk to you about this. I just don't know if you can handle it.
I'm really fucking with you,
So
dog. I swear to God.
let's just kind of parse this out, right? You're talking about.
Okay, so check it out.
Okay, so
if
I
you-
guess I wasn't talking, and you can go ahead and overrun me.
I apologize. Maybe I was.
All right.
I thought, never mind, bro. Go ahead.
So
Do what
if
you're
we're
saying.
going to talk about gravity, we have to understand that it's a cause and effect relationship. Now, if you're going to parse it out in a way that you're going to explain both, not just only part of it, which is just the effect. The effect is when you drop something, you can see something fall through the medium of air. That's the effect. The cause, however, is something very different. Now, do you know, would you be able to explain both or just only one? Which is what you said.
Here's what I'm going to explain. Now I can talk. When gravity pulls at 9.8 meters a second times per second, that's a fact. You can drop a bag of feathers or a bowling ball. It still drops at the same time. It's been okay. It's been tested and everyone knows this. There's nobody that will deny this. So if you shoot a 44 caliber gun in the air, it will actually reach a zero velocity where it will not be moving anymore and it will come back down. So in a vacuum without wind blowing, when it comes back down, if you shoot that bullet right there above your head, when it hits you in your head, it'll be acting as if you shot that gun right in your head. That's how fast gravity pulls. Now, I want you to take that as a fact. Now, here's another fact. The fact is, if it was a flat Earth, then gravity would never pull
All right.
per second per
Yeah,
second.
yeah,
It would
you're
never.
hold on.
See, no, it would
Hold
never
on,
do
coach.
that. It would never pull per second because the Earth is flat. The whole
All right,
world.
he doesn't know how to stop. So we're talking about the cause and effect relationship. You're only talking about the effect, and then you went off and said how it couldn't happen on a flat Earth. You're getting
I didn't
lost.
do anything.
Yeah. All right. So you're getting lost in how what we're talking about is the explanation of the cause of the effect. So not just the effect, and then you went off after you talked about the effect, you went and talked about what flat Earth is not doing and the physics of what it's not doing. So just be very mindful of what I'm asking for. The cause of the effect.
Hey, just real quick, maybe we should
Stop muting me.
all right, hold on. Jesus. Maybe we should jump to we have Ralph up here now. We have Shamira. Let's jump to other people and then we'll come back, coach, to the you want us to engage now in conversation, but we got to stick
Yeah.
to we're hearing the stories. So
We're doing a
put that
format, but yeah, he was real insistent on wanting us to speak. And the format
yeah.
is we're trying to get you guys to tell us how the Earth is a globe by any means of like gravity and such. But if you're asking us questions, yes, we're very well versed in the idea of what people think gravity is and how they're misunderstanding what it is. We already know that, but we don't want to talk about that because we want to give you the floor to tell us how the Earth is a globe in any way that you can
Yeah.
tell us.
Yeah, so coach, put that on the back burner for now. For right now we're gonna let Ralph go and then Shamara and Tony, you'll go third because you already went. So we want to let the new people, but keep your hand up though. If it is up, at least it's on my screen. So go ahead, Ralph. You'll go next.
God, I love you, and you can kick me out if you want. But the fact of the matter is, what I was talking about is why
All
the
right,
world.
I went ahead and did as you requested. I just removed you as speaker. No worries. I appreciate you. No hard feelings. Stick around though. We'll answer your questions. Go ahead, Ralph.
Yeah, military artillery manuals, pretty much teach that they need to account for curvature and apparently Coriolis. But, this is either, you know, another part of the overall propaganda to keep the heliocentric or spherical Earth going, or the Earth actually is curved and does rotate, and militaries need to account for it when they're trying to hit their targets.
All right.
Oh, that story was short. Is it a short story?
Did you have more to say? We're giving you as
Oh
much
no,
time as needed.
Oh no, absolutely not. No, just simple, easy, concise idea. I mean, if anything, this is just mainly for the people who are straddling the fence. Yeah,
Go for it.
militaries across the world have taught, since the advent of artillery, to account for Earth's curvature and Coriolis. So it's either that's bullshit, and militaries actually don't do that, and they only publish these manuals as propaganda to further prop up the spherical model, or the Earth actually is curved.
All right. Thanks a lot, Ralph. We got your story down. Shamira, hold on. Let me see your full name. Shamira, that is your name. Go ahead. You're next. Yeah, the floor is yours. Is that the way you say your name? I'm sorry if I'm saying that wrong.
It's Shamira. Thank you.
Shamira. Hello. Go ahead. Your floor is yours.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you for this space and thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk. Well, I'm not a globe storytelling professional. I am a flat earther, biblical flat earther. In fact, I will not be able to explain flat earth in science, measurements, and all those things, but just with common sense, knowing that we are not moving, looking at the water surface, no matter how far it is, even using a special lens, a special camera lens, at the distance, you can still see it's flat and all those things. But I'm not going to expound on it. I used to believe that the Earth is a globe because of school, of course. But growing up, then I became a Christian, and then I encountered videos and documentaries about biblical flat Earth, and then I look at those verses, and I try to read them, try to read commentaries about them, and because there's 200 plus biblical scriptures that prove that the Earth is flat. And that's what's convinced me. I know not everyone would agree because not everyone is a Christian, but even some Christians also do not agree, and they say, "Why are you taking the Bible literally?" But the Bible is, it is as it is. Yeah, so that's just my journey with the flat earthing. It's because of the Bible or scriptural verses that prove that the Earth is flat, and the reason why many people are asking, "What is the purpose? Like, why do they have to say, what's the purpose?" Well, I think the purpose is because Satan or the devil or the enemy, whether you believe it or not, he just perverts everything that the Lord has created. If it is beautiful, he turns it ugly. If it is moral, he turns it immoral, and all those things. Um, yeah, so that's my stand. I'm a biblical flat earther. Thank you.
Hey,
Awesome. Thank you.
thank you. We have in the top of the nest the link to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. That's for the X channel, and just go to the X channel for 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and it's going to give you the links to our Discord, the links to where we're at in the politics room, and the link to the YouTube, which is live streaming right now. So you guys get to see yourself on YouTube and on X. So we're live streaming on YouTube and on X. So shout out to everybody that checks us out over there, and for everybody joining us, welcome. We're having a different format tonight. Me and APOC are letting the globe individuals come up here and tell us how the Earth is a globe in any way that they can tell us, without any resistance. Because usually we're debating these guys, but if you feel like you want to tell us how you know the Earth's a globe, then come up here. If you think you have what it takes, that is. You can tell us a short story or a long one. I don't really care. But either way, I'm not gonna. There's no resistance at the moment. We're not gonna. We laid our swords down, so you can just tell us how the Earth is a globe.
I believe next is Tony. Tony's has a hand up, so he's next. And then
Yes, I've been
everybody
waiting for a
else.
god awful long time.
Yeah, sorry, Tony. Just real quick before you start, and I threw out some mics. I don't know if you all are catching them. I don't know if it's working, but I will just, if you're interested in coming up, raise your hand and I'll accept the request. That'll work.
Yeah,
All right, go
the
ahead,
hand is
Tony.
kind of working funny a little bit.
Yeah, it's weird.
Okay, let's get back down to this thing. Okay, I have a question. Flat earthers, how do you explain the weather?
Pressure and temperature. That was easy.
Yeah, hurricanes.
Yeah, temperature and pressure.
Tsunamis.
Temperature and pressure.
Yeah, but how does it work on a flat planet?
It doesn't need to be a flat planet. It just needs to be working on the surface of the Earth. That's all.
All right.
All right, we got
Okay, I'll
this
leave
other
that.
guy in here. Yeah, we got this other gentleman who wants to speak, I think.
We have X Mile High knows us is the name, knows us. Floor is yours.
Hey, thank you very much. Water is always level. There is no visible curvature. The sun is not 93 million or 96 miles away, 96 million miles away, and the moon is not 238,900 miles away. The moon and the sun are both made of plasma, okay, and they're local inside of this realm called terra firma. All right, and then I could go on about the outer realms as well with Terra Infinita, but that would be a lot to explain. But the moon is a reflection of this realm and beyond with the plasma. So it's pretty interesting stuff. And I'll land my plane there. Thank you.
Alrighty then.
All right, awesome.
Is there anybody else that wants to come up here and tell us what they think of the Earth is? I mean, it's a free for all tonight, so I don't care if you're flat Earth or globe Earth. It seems concave
Yeah.
Earth, hollow Earth. What do you think the Earth is, guys?
A question for Homeboy. I got a question.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry to interrupt. I just had a question for Homie. So we're all standing on the Earth together, looking up at the moon. Where did you get all this extra information from?
Are you talking to Noah?
Yeah. I mean, you said a
Have you
lot of good things, but you just said some extra things that I don't think you actually like. Where are you getting this from, or
well?
how can I know this for sure?
So, did you believe in the original narrative that we landed on the moon in 1969? I hope not.
No, but still, you're saying that like the moon is a reflection, it's
Yes.
plasma. I
Yes.
think okay. You're saying okay, so go ahead, back that up. We're ready.
Have you looked at the moon yourself? Have you
Brother,
looked at the
don't
craters?
ask me questions. You said the moon is this, the
You
moon is that. I
asked the
need to
question to
hold
me.
on there, Bucko. You said you know for sure what the moon is. I don't think you do. But if you know for sure and you can stand on that, I
I
want to
guess
know
you're
what you,
putting words in my mouth at this point. So go
brother, you
ahead.
just said.
Continue to put words in my mouth. Go ahead.
Hold on. You for sure said the moon is plasma within a certain location,
Yes, I
etc.
said I
So
believed
I'm
it
not
was.
putting words
Just
in your
because it's
mouth.
my
I just
belief
want you
doesn't
to
mean it's actually
hold
everybody else's
on.
belief.
So I'm not putting words in your mouth then. What I just said is exactly what you said. So I would just like to know how you know this for sure, so that I can know it for sure. Then I can go and teach it to other people.
Well, maybe you should do more research on it. Why do I have to do the footwork for you?
Hold on. I've done just enough research. I'm just asking you, how do you know this? If you're able to say it for sure, how do you know for sure? Or you could just be honest and say, this is speculation. This is what I think is happening.
It's not speculation.
Then go ahead and stand on it 10 toes down.
I
How do
can
you know
post
this
some
is for sure?
stuff for you, but it sounds to me I'm mirroring what you are giving back to me. Okay,
What?
so
Hold on.
if you're going to
I'm
put
not.
words in my mouth,
I've never put words in your mouth.
look,
You
dude,
said for a
I
fact
will
the
post
moon
stuff in
is
the
this.
jumbotron.
Hold
You
on,
don't
bud.
need to talk with a high tone of voice, dude. Bring it down
Okay,
a little bit. This is a chill
I'm
conversation.
okay. What you don't know is I'm here to help you out, my friend. Okay, I don't think you should be saying things like this because if I was a globe earther, I'd jump all over it. Oh, the plasma? How do you know? And if you say, well, just do your research, that's not that we don't do that here. You should stick to things that you know for sure and that you can prove. You definitely
So,
can't go to the moon and prove anything about it. So I wouldn't be
so
saying these things if I were you.
did we go to the moon in 1969? It's a
I
yes or
already
no.
answered that. I'm not a globetard. I'm on I'm on one of the moderators with Alpha Veritas on our server. But I'm just saying
That's a cool story, bro.
well, it's not a story, that's a fact. But what we do there is we try to stick to things that we can prove and verify. You cannot verify what the moon is. But I wouldn't recommend you say, well, it's this and it's that and it's here and there unless you can stand on that and prove it. Which I don't think you can, so I'm recommending you maybe not say things like that. Just a pro tip, bro. I'm on your side. You keep asking me if we went to the moon. Hell no. What the
I
hell?
have the receipts. If I didn't, I wouldn't say shit. So yeah, nice one.
You haven't said anything. What's the receipt? What's the facts?
So I shouldn't have to give receipts. I could show you the receipts.
What?
I
The
don't
moon
need
is
to
made out
talk
of
about the
cheese,
receipts.
guys. Come
I
on,
have them.
everybody
I
knows
could
this.
post them. Do you let people talk ever, or do you just
That
like
wasn't
railroad
me.
them every
That
single
wasn't
time?
me, by
I
the
guess
way.
you do.
All right, hold
Bro,
on,
some
guys.
random
Moderator
other
It
person.
abuse.
was
Hold on,
him. It
bud. You're
was him.
tripping.
Moderator abuse.
Hold
Hold
on,
on,
dude.
guys.
Go figure.
Hold
Hold
on,
on,
dude.
guys.
For
Hold on.
for to be fair, some other random person spoke up and said the moon is cheese, and you're blaming that on me. So
Yeah, hold on.
relax.
Pandel, he came up. You guys are kind of
What
going
kind of
back
cheese
and
is it?
forth. Hold on,
Guys,
Tony.
by my profile picture, I control the world. I can tell you. The moon is made out of Swiss cheese.
Come on,
All
bro.
right,
At
so
least be original, dude.
all right,
We've
so
heard that. That's a
Pandel, just real
scripted
quick,
line.
you want to take a turn, Pandel, to have your globe
I like
story tell?
Camembert.
Pandel, you want to take your turn right now, and then because they're kind of going, towards each other, but we wanted to
I'm gonna
give
back
No,
off.
I listen. To be fair, I'm not. I don't have no beef with this guy. I'm just trying to give you a pro tip, my friend. Because if I was not your friend, I would be jumping all over that. Oh, plasma.
All right.
Oh, how's that?
Your
Oh,
pro
All right.
tip will
do
not
some
be
homework.
used. Thank you.
All right. So just real quick, the gentleman who had come up here, I guess he dropped though, so I guess he didn't want to tell his story. Is there anybody that wanted to come up and tell their story? As far as
Wait,
the
whoa, why are
going,
we moving on so quick, Apocryphon? I'm sorry to
be-
interrupt. Why are we moving on so swiftly away from this moon is plasma thing?
well, because the
Can I
format
talk?
tonight. Yes, Tony. Hold on though. The format tonight is we're giving them
Sure.
the platform to speak about it, and we're not really engaging about it right now. We're just letting it be, and then we're gonna get all the stories out. It's Globe story telling
But that
professionals,
wasn't a
and
globe story,
no,
Apocryphon.
I know. So that's why it was open up for even flat earthers that want to tell their stories, but given the same format going to where people talk about it as far as the engaging and going back and forth and the one-on-one or the everyone against everyone, like it's just a different format tonight, that's all. But
Interesting. I just want to be careful for the audience listening. That guy doesn't represent us. So unless he wants to stand on the moon being plasma, that's fine. But I don't condone that. So I just want the audience to know that. Like, when you speak up and say, "Well, yeah, I'm team flat" or whatever, you're kind of speaking for a lot of people. So just keep that in mind, bro.
Yeah.
But
See,
I'll yield the floor.
I guess you're a ghost mod in this conversation, though, right? Because you're dictating the conversation.
Yeah, facts.
So
yeah,
why don't you just be a co-host then instead of
All
being a
right.
ghost?
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
speak
Let's
out
not get
loud.
the. Let's
again,
not.
We can make that happen,
Listen,
bro.
listen.
We can
that's
make
So
that
not
the
where
happen.
we're going.
so the back and forth was not where we're heading tonight. We're gonna
I thought I
gather.
explained
Gonna
that.
gather all the. We're gonna gather all the storytelling stories about everybody who can tell us about what they think the Earth is. Afterwards, we're gonna address everybody's points. So we're
Right.
gonna. I don't know
Yeah, I
how
go.
many people want to be brave enough to come up here and tell us that the Earth is a globe and how they know it's a globe, or if you think the Earth is flat and how you think whatever it is you think. I don't know. You think that the moon has a map of the Earth? Oh, I don't know. I'm just putting it out there. But we're gonna talk about it afterwards. It's just
Yeah, I have
a lot of people don't have enough time to talk about because we're always back and forth, and the conversations never get heard by like maybe what somebody wants to talk about. I don't know.
I have a globe story. If I can go ahead.
APOC, was he next? I'm seeing everybody's hand up, so I'm sorry
I
because
know it's been glitchy. Tony was
it's
next though. Tony was
yeah.
next,
We get
and
hold
then
on.
I see
we'll go
Tony and
Tony, then
Keon with their
Keon.
hands up.
Yeah, Keon was second after Tony.
Yeah, we'll go Tony, then Keon, if that's okay. Are you okay with that? Okay, go. Go
Am
ahead,
I
Tony.
clear?
Yeah, go ahead, Tony.
I've
Go on.
seen the moon through a telescope. I know what it looks like.
Yeah, so was everyone else, bro.
Yeah, round of
But I've
applause.
seen it, and it has shadows up there.
Excellent.
Okay,
That's
but
good stuff.
what the telescope, just quickly, what the telescope didn't do is it didn't whisper in your ear, "Hey, the
I'm
moon is
sorry, I did not
this."
have that attachment.
The moon, exactly. So seeing it, cool, bro. We see it. We all see it. Newsflash.
And I'm using a. I'm not using a reflector. I'm using a refractor.
Cool, but
All
you
right.
don't have the whispering attachment on there to tell you what the
It's
moon
all
is.
it's all good. Don't pay no mind to him. He's all right.
I know the difference.
Yeah, I know.
Hey,
Tony.
don't talk to me like that.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So we got the next gentleman with his hand up.
Yeah.
Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Thanks. Yeah. So I'm someone that does research into stuff that people don't research usually, like aliens, UFOs, and all of that stuff.
Here we go.
So when it comes to this topic, like you literally have hundreds of PhDs, lifetime researchers, university professors writing about it, writing books, and talking about it in general. But when it comes to flat Earth, like I struggle to find anybody that writes books or papers.
Why would they?
So I mean, it's
Hey,
important,
CB,
right?
hold on real quick. Hey, CB, we're just letting them talk. Like, no, don't even don't say nothing. Like, we're just being cold,
That's
quiet. So,
crazy, bro. That's
yeah,
crazy, bro.
yeah, we're just,
Don't
Yes.
say
that's,
nothing. That's crazy,
yeah, yeah,
bro.
not like
Come
just
on, man.
completely, just let them talk, and then like let them get it all out, and then we're just gonna go to the next person. Yeah, that's the
That's
Yeah,
format tonight.
crazy, bro.
I appreciate that. So yeah, my point is, you know, for something such as important as the shape of the planet, we should have I wouldn't say maybe all the scientists, but at least a small percentage of these academics, going against the establishment, saying, "Hey, you guys might be wrong," and writing books about it, writing
Apocryphon, I got it too,
papers
bro.
about it. You know, but I have never seen an academic saying anything about the shape of the planet being
They're not getting
different than what
funding
we
for
already
that.
know. Sorry.
There's no funding for that. In fact, the funding
Bro,
goes the other
come on,
direction.
bro. Hold on, no, bro. Come
Come on,
come on.
Apocryphon,
This,
man. What is
I,
this, bro?
I
That's
know, bro,
weird,
but
man.
it's the format tonight.
You're
Just
not
like,
allowed to talk to them. Like,
yeah.
what the
Oh
fuck?
fuck. Oh, bro, come on, bro. Like, look. It's come on, CB. Just let them talk. Just let them. That's just the format, bro. That's what Alpha, has made it to be. It's the globe storytelling professionals. Like everybody is going to get their shot. Everybody's going to have their chance. Like, and that'll be good. We'll just leave it at that.
Yeah.
Hey,
All right.
host, can I say something? Stop
Uh,
muting me.
Yeah, can I finish? So
go
I
ahead. Go
appreciate.
ahead, Keon. Go
Go
ahead,
for it.
Keon.
Yeah, I appreciate that, APAC. Yeah, so my whole point is we should have at least a small percentage of these academics going against the establishment and doing everything in their power to to tell the truth, because the same thing is happening in the UFO phenomenon thing, right? That is even something more, let's say, uh, I don't want to talk about it, but that's something that the government definitely doesn't want people to be talking about, and you have literally hundreds of academics talking about it. So yeah, I'll end it there.
All
All
right,
right.
then.
Next, we have, I believe, Flatsy's next. As Flatsy's come up, welcome.
Well, thank you. Good to see you guys on here. I've been on here all day almost with another space.
Nice.
Yeah, there's actually a book coming out. The Ballbusters are writing a book for Flat Earth, so that'll be coming out soon. And if you've ever really looked into the people that claim this, especially if they're doing interviews or whatnot, like especially when they were under oath, they didn't really say anything. They used kind of deceptive language that diverted away from actually saying anything, kind of like politicians do. So I would look into that at least. Maybe study how deceptive language works. And yeah, there you go.
Wait, you're talking about the UFO thing?
Yeah, in Congress, or was it Congress? I don't know. Those guys were under oath. You listen to their testimonies, and they don't actually claim anything about any of that. They speak around it.
Yeah, but I'm not really talking about. I'm talking about the books that we have about this topic, and it's thousands of books.
Well,
So
there's books about Narnia, so I'm talking about under oath, like people that speak under oath. That would be a really good situation for somebody to spill the beans, and even then, that didn't happen.
right, but that's not my point though. My point is we have books about them, but we don't have books about flat Earth, or at least papers, peer-reviewed papers or anything like that.
Well, that's just not true, but that's okay. It's kind of hard to look into. I get it. But there's plenty of books and papers, and there's what was the Earth Not a Globe is a book. There's I think that might be the Robotham one. I'm not sure, but I've seen a lot of things, and it's not really about looking into whether or not somebody believes something. Anyways, it's what you can prove.
All right, Classy, was that all you wanted to say for the night? For now?
Sure. Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. We've been giving people as much time as they needed, to get it all out, and it
Yeah, it's
was
a
a
different
good.
format tonight. Like APAC, APOC is saying, we're trying to get you guys who think the Earth is a globe to give us your best evidence, and do what you can to show everybody that the Earth's a globe. Tonight's theme is globe storytelling professional. So if you're a globe believer or a flat Earth understanding that the Earth is flat and stationary, you want to tell us a different take or whatever, we're giving you the floor right now.
And look,
Usually we're a bit combative, so we're not doing that tonight. I've been saying that the whole night. Golly.
Sorry, I just got here. My bad.
No, it's okay.
No, it's not you. It's just
Yeah,
I've been telling even the Globers, they want to ask us questions and argue with them. It's like, dudes, changing the format tonight. Just tell us how you know the Earth's a globe. That's all we're asking. That's it.
And here's the thing, right? So, for all the listeners in the crowd, as we said, we were going to address everything, if need be, and we usually do this streams for many hours, right, into 6 in the morning my time. So that's or 4 in the morning my time. So we still got 4 or 5 hours still, 5-6 hours still. But I'm taking notes all the way back to P Dubs and Coach and Tony and Keon and Jack and I have Keon, Coach Ralph, Shamira, Tony knows us, Tony, Keon, and Flatsy. That was it, the order that everybody has spoken, and I have 3
Thank you.
pages of notes. Okay, so we could address everything that's been talked about, but what we want to get the stories out first. Does that make sense? So don't think that you're just going to speak and we can't go back or we're not going to remember it. I got the receipts. I got the notes. All right, we could go back. There's a lot of stuff you guys have said, and I'm documenting it, so that way we can go back. But whoever's next, go ahead, floor is yours.
Yeah, I have my hand up, so I'll just say quickly. So I think if the Earth is flat, Elon must be the biggest liar in human history at this point, because as we know, he's dedicating his whole life, in going to Mars and showing the world videos and pictures of the Earth being round, right? So it has to be the most deceptive person on this planet, right? Which I doubt, because why would you dedicate your whole life to that and actually you're not going anywhere, right? He wakes up every morning, he works his ass off, but he's not going anywhere. He's building all these spacecraft, but it's actually not going anywhere. To me, when I think about it, that's kind of hard to believe, personally. So that's another story.
All right. All right. Hard to believe. Anybody else? Thank you for your story again.
By the way, we just want to say we think Elon's pretty cool. Thank you, Elon, for the space. I'm just kidding.
Oh, you know what? I didn't do that. I usually tag
I have
him.
my doubts about the man.
Yeah, if you're gonna cancel anybody, he's there. You can cancel him. We're okay. We're all good over here. Don't cancel us.
I was going to say, Alpha, this has been a pretty good day listening to this. Sorry, I've been busy at work. I didn't get to help out, but if you need a hand, feel free to throw me in. I can help you out, APOC. But this has been pretty good.
Yeah,
just
we
listening.
actually do need another co-host.
Yeah.
You want to co-host?
Yeah,
all right.
Throw me in. I was there, and then I dropped out, and yeah. But no, this has been good listening to the Globe stories.
There's more to come, hopefully. If they're listening right now, guys, come on in here. Tell us how you know the Earth's a globe. You know you want to. Just think about it. You could be up here telling us how the Earth is a globe, and you don't get the Alpha Veritas treatment, the APOC treatment, the AJ treatment. You just Flatsy Klein treatment. You just come in here, tell us how the Earth's a globe, give us all the ways that it's a globe, and then walk away. It's up to you. What's his name again? Noose or Nas or whatever his name is? I think he was next.
Noah.
What's
Go
up?
ahead, Nose. Hey, did you have your hand up?
No, I didn't have my hand up. I
You
just
talking about?
Yeah. Oops.
I don't know.
All right.
Can you guys hear me? I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, Creation Bear. I've never met Creation Bear, but I just think it's a bad look to interrupt people while they're trying to land their plane, regardless if he's trying to be argumentative or not. Coming from another flat earther, it's also a bad look. I think we should try and rally together, not distance each other. You know, we're in this together.
That's cool, man. He's the homie, so that's all I'm gonna say about that. Hey, CB's the homie. But outside of that, now's the time. I mean, if you have anything to talk about, what you were gonna say, or you should go ahead.
Well, I posted what I was trying to say while I was interrupted, of the moon being a reflection. Okay, we have a side by side comparison of the moon and the Earth.
Somehow that just doesn't jibe.
You're definitely entitled to your own opinions, but the video's up there if you want to, take a look.
Yeah, cool. So, is there anything else you'd like to add to that?
All I have to reiterate is the sun is at millions of miles away, and the moon is at 238,900 miles away. And the moon landing in 1969 was a bunch of bullshit. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Thank you.
Awesome. No worries. And who have we got next with their hand up? Keon, you'd like to speak?
Oh yeah, I mean I've got something else to say. Um, so yeah, I mean when it comes to space, I do have my doubts. Uh, like if you Google pictures of the Earth from space, it's hard to find a picture that you can definitely say, okay, this is real. This is a real picture. Most of them are composites. So yeah, that's kind of weird. And moon landing as well, Mars as well. I've done research into that. Apparently, those things it never happened, which kind of brings me to think that maybe we don't have these spacecraft, millions of miles away from the Earth, taking pictures of the solar system. But I think that's not that's not a reason, to think that the Earth is flat, right? Like it could be that yes, we don't have this stuff in space. We never been to the moon. We never been to Mars, but still, it's a globe. You know. So yeah, I think it's gonna be hard because I believe just 3 days ago, Elon released a video about the Polaris Down mission. You know. Where he was showing like the shape of the Earth being round and everything. Like if we can't discern now, right, what is real and what's fake, like how how is this gonna go? Because at some point in the future, they will show they will go back to the moon, right? They will go back to the moon. They will go back to Mars, and they will show us that they're on Mars, right? How can we discern whether it's real or not at that point? You know?
Yeah, it's good. Sounds like you're thinking logically about it. Yeah. How are we going to know? Well, I mean, they make these claims, but how are we going to know? How can we confirm these claims that they're making? But yeah, cool. All right, Tony, you seem to be up next.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about Voyager.
Yeah, go ahead.
Not the Star Trek show, but the other one, the Probe.
Yeah, go
What's
ahead.
it doing out there? Well, it's out there. We launched it from Earth, I think in '77, and it's left the solar system already. It's in deep space right now.
Where is it right now, Tony?
Don't know. It's way out there, though.
Well, they say it's near the Oort cloud, which is at the
Would you say
edge of the solar
Yeah,
system.
Tony, would you say it's far out?
It's past the Van Allen belt.
I had to do it. Sorry.
I mean, it makes sense. It was in the 70s. Hey, I don't know what happened. My internet dropped or something, and I couldn't connect. It was like crazy, bro. So I don't know what happened. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I shot you, Coast.
I accepted it, but then it wouldn't let me accept it. So I don't know. It was like glitching out. But
You can accept anything you like.
send it again, and I'll see if it works.
Come on, you guys. We need more Globe stories. Anybody else with a better one?
Yeah, we need more Globe stories.
We
You're
don't
letting
have
me
any.
hang here.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say if we're out of Globe stories, like if no one else wants to come up, whatever, we could go over now maybe the things that have already been said, if you want.
I go
Maybe
one
we
last.
should do that.
I got one last thing to say. Can I go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go for it.
Yeah. So, like I said earlier, we have the James Webb Telescope and all these probes in space sending images back to Earth, and there are scientists analyzing these pictures. So, how can you guys know that these are real, like these are fake images or videos?
Yeah, what about Jupiter or Venus or Pluto?
Well, I mean, at the moment, we're just here to hear your guys' stories, yeah?
Oh, yeah,
Why you would believe that we're
we still
living
want
on
to
the
get at.
globe, or what you believe is occurring. Sounds like you're trying to ask it as a question. Like, how could we verify? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I mean, my thing is like, there's no way, because I'm not a video expert or photography expert. So if I look at a video, like the video of the Polaris down, there's no way for me to know whether it's real or fake. And like, what I'm trying to figure out is how you guys know it is fake.
I like how you arrived at that. It's interesting. You said there's no way for me to know if it's real or fake. Isn't that a problem?
Sort of a paradox.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, I think there are experts that can figure out whether it's real or fake. But I'm asking, like, how do you guys know it's fake?
Well, think about it. If there's experts that know that it's real or fake, and you don't, do you think that you can only believe that it's true and not know?
Kind of makes you feel small.
Right, Tony. You get what I'm saying, right?
Yes, of course.
yeah,
Yes, I
man.
understand.
Okay. As long as you can
I'm
understand.
trying to.
Yeah, I think he can as well. I think he can. I don't know.
I mean, I get your point. You're basically saying that I have to believe that it's real, right?
Yeah, of
but
course.
The same,
You don't think
but
that's true?
That's true. But the same applies to you guys as well, right? Like, you have to
Well,
believe that it's fake.
no, but that's the thing. We don't.
No.
We don't take it as belief. So it's for us. It's
See, we
not
don't-
about. Go ahead, AJ.
So, like,
I
I
take
haven't
everything
heard
with a grain
anyone
of
here.
salt.
I haven't heard anyone here claim that it's fake.
Trent,
We would just ask for verification on how you would
yeah,
know
yeah.
that it's real.
And like, look. Maybe the world is flat. Maybe that's true. Right? Maybe that's true.
Yeah, right.
Right? Maybe that's true. But look, I'm gonna fucking just tell you this.
Truman Show.
It is the biggest distraction of your life. Because if you are gonna sit here and you're gonna claim that you know that the world is flat, and you're gonna like do all these little scientific experiments with your boats and like with your telescopes and like, oh my god, it didn't disappear on the horizon. Oh shit, oh my god. Like, what does it fucking matter? Nothing. Nothing.
Well,
It
Frankie,
doesn't mean shit. Friend,
Frankie, we're just trying to
listen,
understand why you
look,
guys.
I
Frankie,
believe in the flat earth more than you, friend. Let me just fucking tell you why it's a distraction. Okay? Look.
okay.
Look. I can see all the fucking evidence. I took a plane. I've flown in the air before. I looked out the window. I said, "Oh my god, it looks extremely flat." Like I see thousands of miles. It seems like a fucking flat earth. Look, and I don't care about Elon Musk going up into fucking space and oh my god, it's a spacewalk and oh my, it looks like it's a fucking sphere. Oh my, blah 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 blah. I don't give a fuck. Okay, none of this matters. This is all a distraction. You're being distracted. Okay? Okay.
From what?
From the fact that God and Satan exist on this plane. I don't care if it's flat.
All right.
I
So,
don't care if it's round.
okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh no!
All
Now
right.
you
So
want to shut me up? No, I can't
no,
even finish. Right? Can't even
no,
finish.
it's not. It's not about that. It's about people coming up here and telling us how they know the Earth is a globe. Frankie, do you know that if or flat? It doesn't matter. So if
I
you know
really
that,
don't care. And look,
that's interesting.
it's
So we're gonna get to people that do
Interesting.
care. People that do care can come
Yeah.
up here and speak. People that don't care can sit as listeners. That's a good thing, right? If you don't
I'll
care,
just
you
turn
can
off my
stay
mic.
as. Thanks, Tony. Yeah, if you don't care, you can stay as a listener. That's fine. But if you do care, come and tell us how you know the Earth's a globe. We're going to give you the opportunity to speak, and we're not going to interject. But so long as you can stay on point, we're not here to engage you guys. I just want to hear how you telling me the Earth's a globe. If it is a real globe, you can bring some real evidence. So I'm going to allow you the opportunity. Go ahead and do it. It's a golden opportunity because I'm not going to engage you, and it's a rare thing for me. Gonna have to bite my tongue a little. That's all right.
Yeah, sorry.
Frankie wants to come up.
That's what I was trying to get at.
Don't hurt yourself.
We're just
No,
here to.
I'm fine.
We're just here to hear about your beliefs. Yeah. So it also looks like CB's requested to come up, but he
Yeah,
hasn't
he's
got
up.
his hand
He's
up
up
in the
here.
chat. He's up. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I brought him up.
Listen,
Well, I also threw mics out too. So
yeah, I'm trying to. I don't know if anybody else wants to grab a mic.
yeah,
Mine's still active.
or should I wait?
No, what we're doing is we're gathering all the globe stories, but it seems like we've arrived to a lull in the conversation.
Can I
Meaning
say
that
something?
what, Tony? What do you want to say? What do you
I'm
want to
thinking
say,
of the
Tony?
Truman Show. I'm thinking of the Truman Show.
All right.
That was that a flat plane?
Yeah.
But he found the edge of it and went through the door.
Good stuff, man. All right. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go to the list that we made. And APOC, I guess you can start from the top if you want to.
Yeah, that sounds good. First we had P-Dubs, and he talked about there are many 24-hour sun videos, which I believe somebody kind of, after he went up, somebody said, no, there are videos that they were found to be fake and edited, and then he was like, no, they're not, they're real. So that's kind of like where that stopped. But what do you want to talk about? What do you
Yeah.
want to say about
Well,
it?
I've actually actually got the transcript downloaded from that video, guys. And I think, well, first of all, Alpha brought up that there was a guy named Robert Shortman who spent 18 months and stated that there was no 24-hour sun. But yeah, I actually have the transcript from the video if anyone wants me to drop it in the chat.
Yeah, that'd be great, AJ. That'd be awesome if you could do that. Especially because if people are coming, to hear, the argument, they want to maybe get the truth one way or the other. So it'd be good to back it up. Flats, you have your hand up. Did you want to say something about the 24-hour sun videos?
Yes, yes. I
Sure,
want
go
to
ahead.
engage so hard on everything.
Feel
Yeah.
free.
So it doesn't really matter. You measure the angle of the sun with an elevation angle measure with a horizontal plane of reference. So it's regardless of what you see in the sky, you still utilize a flat Earth and you measure it flat all the way from Polaris's ground position to the circle of equal elevation equator. There you go.
All right. Yeah, that's very. Rich, anybody else have anything to add to that?
Yep. So now that we're engaging with their questions, 24-hour sun doesn't show us the ground. You're looking up. All right? So if you think it's going to debunk one thing or the other, it's not going to do either. The only thing it's going to do is show that the sun does something in the south. That's it. So what? We're talking about the ground. Is there any drop over distance measured? That would be the consequent of a geometric shape having curvature on its surface. If it doesn't have that, we don't care what the sun does. We can do hula hoops. Doesn't matter. Got it?
Good point. Anybody else? We'll go to the next point. Next point was he said that the sun, depending on where you're at on the Earth, from the equator north and the equator south. So if you're at 34 degrees north and then you're 34 degrees south, he said that there was this equivalence of the time of light is in the sky. So he said 14 hours in Los Angeles, 17 hours in Canada, and then 12 hours in Los Angeles, 17 hours in Canada, 14 hours in New York. And then it was equivalent in the South as well, depending on what degree you're on latitude. So, anyone want to talk about that?
Now he was talking about positions of the sun over the flat plane that we exist on, trying to lend credence to the Earth that it can only happen on a surface that's curved surface, which is a globe, and that's just not true. So he didn't present any information of how he knows the Earth to be curving via this information. It's just the sun moving across the surface of the Earth. That's it. Where is the evidence that the Earth is curving due to this information? It's not. It's an assumption. So anybody else want to add to that?
No, yeah, that's a good point. He had no proof that these things are actually even witnessed. I mean, I get it. You can be like, well, but somebody said, this is how I could go to time and date and whatever. I could look at it in this town, but even still, like you said, that's proof of what's going on above us, but not proof of what we're standing on. It just doesn't validate it. I think, in my personal opinion, it doesn't validate the shape of anything. It's just what's going on with light.
Yeah, we can ask the 24/7 panel up here right now. Do you think that that's evidence of a curved surface of a globe?
No.
Time zones or the way the
I
sun moves across the face of the Earth?
And I can give a bit more understanding if you'd allow me.
Sure.
So anything that we can replicate here on Earth within a rotating reference frame, anything that's outside of where the initial apex or the axes or the axis is, whatever is outside of that reference frame or further away from the axis would have to, it's still by degrees, so you're still measuring by degrees and over a flat horizontal plane, but of course it would have to move faster in a sense to keep with the same rotating reference frame, but it's still moving with the rest of the reference frame.
Right. Anybody else have anything to say? No? All right, we'll jump to the next one. And also, if you're down there as listeners and you want to say anything about what's being spoken up here, as I go down this list, please feel free to request and we'll bring you up if you want to chime in on what's being spoken about. The next thing he said was angles of shadows were taken with 2 sticks, then 3 sticks, and then, oddly enough, 23 sticks. So, you guys want to talk about the shadows taken?
Yeah, Keon seemed pretty keen to say something there. Keon?
What was that?
I think Keon put his hand up there when you were reading that out.
Oh, Keon, you want to speak
Yeah,
on that?
it's kind of cool that Keon can say something about it, but we're letting the 24/7 respond back because
Sorry.
we were held down to like not answering anything during the course of them speaking about their globe stories. So now it's our turn.
Yep.
So
no worries.
yeah,
Yeah,
Keon's
true.
cool. I don't mind him speaking, but we're gonna keep to like the 24/7 team kind of responding because that's what CB was told, that not to interrupt these guys. So now it's our turn. That's the reason why we're gonna respond now, and they get to listen because we got to listen to them. It's only fair, right?
That's nice.
So measuring shadows is still measuring angles, which require straight lines. Still evidence for flat, not a problem on a flat Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So, and I think Eratosthenes is a method, right? So, and it doesn't matter how many sticks you use. You can use 1,000,000 sticks. It's still not going to tell you that the Earth is curving. The surface is not curving. So, I don't care how many sticks you use. I think who was doing that one?
McToon.
Was it McToon or Fight the Flat Earth? One of those guys.
It was McToon.
McToon. It
He
did
got
one.
a bunch of guys.
Yeah, and they're talking about this being the evidence that the Earth is curved, but Eratosthenes didn't do it with 2, and of course it was inconclusive. So it didn't matter how many sticks that you use. That's not the point. We're looking for how much curvature can be measured by this method, and the answer is 0. 0 curvature, because you have to assume that you're on a globe and work the math backwards.
Well, that's right. I think that's the whole point, yeah? Eratosthenes was never trying to show that the Earth was a sphere. He was just trying to calculate a circumference based on the belief that he had. This is used in the wrong context every time. Who proved the Earth was curving? Measured drop over distance. Oh, Eratosthenes. No, not at all. He just wanted a circumference of what he believed.
That's correct.
Well, can we interject as Globers, or is your guys?
Nah, we were listening to you guys, so now you get to listen to us. That's the
But
fair.
it's not
That's
fair
fair.
though, because you can
Oh, it's
you can just
fair.
say anything you want.
Yeah,
Right.
so did you.
You guys said that. You guys let you say all kinds of stuff, to be fair about it. But here's the point, though. But what I do want to say, though, there's new people in here. They might have more globe stories to add. I mean, we can put a pin in this, and we'll come back to it.
Yeah, well, let's drop the listeners, or excuse me, let's drop the speakers so that they won't get kind of feisty. Because this isn't a back and forth. We're gonna invite you up here, but it's so you can tell us your globe story. So let's drop all the speakers who are not part of the 24/7. Just for now, you guys can hang out as a listener. But
yeah, but now you can just basically give any type of answer, right? And we
really,
can't
so
rebuttal.
isn't that what we let you do? We're being fair, isn't it?
I mean, come on.
But
yeah,
we let
he's
you
like,
guys.
yeah, but
matter of fact, Keon specifically, I got you down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. You had your chance to say things. Maybe more. I just didn't document all of it.
uninterrupted.
In his defense, I did intercede because I didn't.
Yeah, but
know.
you didn't know Flatsy, so yeah, it's okay. Yeah, but he did have a lot of times that he was speaking. So in the course of that, the whole point of this is so that you can speak uninterrupted, and then we're gonna get to respond. And you say it's unfair. I think you're being dishonest. You need to be honest to the format. If we're allowing you to speak and take as much time as you want, you're gonna have to do the same. Now, if you run away while we're speaking, that's only gonna show that you're not willing to engage. So it's up to you. But I would just So let's just drop everybody that's up here. That's not gonna be on the panel. So the panel is Kembo Beats, Flatsy Klein, AJ, and Apocryphon. Free pizza is not, so you can just hear us as a listener. So yeah, we can drop everybody else, but then bring the new people up. The new blood.
The new people that want to share their globe stories. If there's any that want to, you're gonna have all the time in the world if you'd like. Is my thing glitching out, or is Creation Bear asking to come up, but he's not coming up? I'll add him again.
No, I did. I just added him.
Okay. There we go.
It was weird.
He kept popping up, and I couldn't. Yeah, it was weird. It was like frozen or something. So we have Stray as a listener. Is that Northern Rebellion? Hey, what's up? We have Lycurgus, the Kyrgyz, Sam, and the Truth, and welcome everybody that's joining us right now. If you have any globe stories to tell of why you think it's a globe, please raise your hand. We'll bring you up, and we'll give you all the time you need to tell us the beautiful story of the globe. I don't think
we're not this. Yeah, this isn't a question and answer. We're not in here to debate. We're gonna let you tell us how the Earth's a globe, and then we're gonna come back around afterwards and tell you what we think about what you said. So you first, then us. But we're being fair with you, so you're gonna have the floor.
If there's nobody that wants to come up right now, then we'll just go through the list of everything that was said, except get vaccinated. All right, I guess we'll just go through the list because there's no one else that's asking to come up. So what we're doing now is we're going through the list of what all has been said already. There's some funny stuff. So next was Coach, right? Oh, Lycurgus. He's raising his hand. I see. I'll bring him up.
We'll try out Lycurgus. I already did, and then we'll continue down that list.
Yeah, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Lycurgus, welcome. Do you think the Earth's a globe or flat? And if you do, go ahead and tell us your story of how you think the Earth is a globe.
Maybe his mic's wigging out or something.
Radio check. Lycurgus, are you there? Over. Lost one. This is lost two. Over.
Yeah, my mic isn't working well. I'm trying to work on it. I can't hear you. If you can hear me, I can't hear you.
We can hear you.
Go. Yeah, bro's on some 56K dial-up over there, man. What in the hell?
Yeah, hold on. We're gonna remove him from speakers, and then we'll
I think this should be
request him again.
We'll try requesting again.
Yes, I sent him the invite again. And I'm connecting Stray right now. Stray is also connected now.
What's up? What's up?
Is that better?
Yeah, way better. Yeah, way better.
You go first, then Stray will be next.
Okay, cool. So I still can't hear you. The space is wigging out for me. I got a thumbs up though that it sounds better. I just want to say, I think you guys are new to Twitter, right? As far as Twitter and having spaces, I know you have a Discord channel. I've been in there a while ago, so I just want to say welcome to Twitter, and it will be nice to have some change compared to, because the usual flat earthers are kind of blocked themselves off into an echo chamber. So welcome to the Twitter debate.
Yeah, check it out, man. We want to keep it kind of open for you guys to kind of produce all the information you can, Like right now, this format, however, we had like kind of back and forth engagement. This engagement, this format today is going to be you guys telling us whatever you think how you can tell us the Earth is a globe. Make sure that once you're done, you're like, yeah, okay, that's it. That way we know you're finished. And then after a while, we'll go through our notes and then kind of review what was being said and then probably address at that time, but not right away. We're going to allow you to kind of just say whatever you think the Earth is, how you think it's a globe, and or whatever, because some people think the Earth is hollow, concave, whatever it is. But so long as it's not too much of a troll, I think we'll indulge you. Which is, you know what I mean? So.
Lycurgus, can you give us a thumbs up if you heard that?
I don't think he heard me.
No, I think he's definitely having issues. But,
okay, cool. That's all I had to say myself. So,
oh, well, I don't think he can hear us, so we can't respond to him.
Can you hear us, Lycurgus?
Can you hear us?
Oh yeah, he can. He gave a thumbs up.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, let's go to Stray next then.
Yeah.
Thanks,
We'll drop Lycurgus down.
All right, lads.
There's a bit of a
probably not going to work then because I just had a couple of questions.
Yeah, I mean we'll address them. I mean, to just lay out your questions. Do you have a lot or?
No, just a couple of questions for people who think that the Earth is flat. Like, I've always wondered how flat earthers explain different time zones and how they explain day and night.
I think those are two questions, one and the same. Because it's malformed to talk about time zones. Time zones were a construct of people trying to get through trade and commerce over the surface of the Earth. So in order for me to do business with China, I need to know if they have daylight hours at a specific time. So that has nothing to do with the Earth's, knowledge of it being a globe or flat. That has more to deal with what time you want to do business with a guy in China. You get what I'm saying? That's why it's malformed. I think you're just talking about day and night.
It sort of does, because
really?
If the Earth is flat and it's going around the sun,
that's not what's happening.
No, but check this out, man. The only reason why I was saying it's malformed is because I think you're asking about day and night, not about trade and commerce.
Well,
friends, think.
Take Frankie down. He's not here to have a conversation.
Oh my God!
He said he doesn't care.
Censor me.
No, you're not being censored. You're just being escorted out the door.
Censor me. Censor me. I have truth. Censor me.
No, you don't have truth. You have anger issues. All right, go ahead, Stray.
Well, the only way that I can see it is, I mean, Earth revolves around the sun. So
good stuff. Check this out, Stray. Is there any Earth revolves around the sun? Tell us more about your globe. Anything else? Lay it to us, man.
Well, apart from the standard, Earth revolves on an axis, yada yada. But I can.
Oh, I mean, if you're gonna I'll put it to you this way. I'm sorry to interrupt, but if I'm gonna put it to you this way, if I was on the street and I didn't know how to explain the globe, and I said, "Dude, can you tell me how I can tell someone how the Earth is a globe?" What would you tell me? How could I give information to someone about solidifying the point that it's an actual globe, so they can know? What would you tell me? What information could you tell me to tell them? Give me your best foot forward, Stray.
Okay. Probably the first argument that would come to mind would be the different tides in the different hemispheres. Like your northern hemisphere has different weather and different tidal patterns to what the southern hemisphere.
Did we lose him?
I think we did. I thought I lost. I thought I was lost.
Stray, we lost you.
No, I'm still here.
There you
go. Yeah, we didn't hear what you said. You
did I drop
we
out?
We went to primary school too, Stray. We went to primary school too and learnt that too.
Well, that's what I was just asked, was to explain it as an orb. But
not explain it. Give us the part where it's verified to be true. We know the story, just like he said. We went to school just like you did. So just repeating the story isn't really helping. We're trying to get to the part where it's, verified to be true. If you can help with that.
Well, isn't the fact that we can actually observe other planets rotating?
That's not backing up the thing you just said. That's a whole other thing. And the Earth isn't a planet anyway, so no.
The Earth isn't a planet?
No. But you're supposed to give us facts, like not just tell us the story about the globe. We'd like to go and verify those quote facts. So how do we do that?
Oh, I've never been in a conversation with a flat earther or whatever before, so that's why I had those. That's why I had that initial. Okay, I have a couple of questions
that's cool.
that I'd like to see
that's
how
cool,
they can be answered.
Yeah, we don't mind engaging with you, but the problem is there's a lot of people that are in here waiting to give us their globe stories, and how they
cool.
how the most important thing I think for you right now is to critically think about how you know the Earth's a globe, because CB just told you. Like, you have to tell us as if you're going to explain it to somebody in detail. And if you're telling us what we already know, like, well, think of it like ants on a beach ball or something like that. Like, don't do that.
Here we go.
Give it to us like you would as if you were going to explain the fundamentals of physics to somebody that could only work on a sphere. Like, if you're understanding what I'm saying, Stray, is I want you to be a bit more detailed on how you explain. So that's what I was asking for. So if you're not making it convincing for me to tell somebody, then how could you convince anyone? You know what I mean? That you know the information true, or is it just based on the fact that you trust individuals who have already figured it out, so you don't have to think about it? If that is that the truth, Stray? You just trust people that tell you that the Earth is a globe, and you don't have to think about how it's a globe?
It makes complete and utter common sense to me.
Yeah, of course.
Wow.
So you believe the story, right? And you don't know how to articulate how it's a globe. You just know how to believe that it's a globe. That's what you're saying, right?
When I put into thought that, yes, the things that I can observe myself, absolutely.
Okay.
Can I just help him quickly, Alpha? Can I just quickly help him with something?
Yeah, go ahead, man. Sure.
Yeah, straight. You're a bit older than me by the sound of it. I didn't mean to be disrespectful, but just think about, you asked about the tides, right? Now, let's say the Earth is flat and the moon is going around and around on above the Earth, right? And now, let's say, for an example, that gravity was true and the moon was really pulling the water around. That could still happen on a flat Earth. If the moon's moving around, it could pull the sea around. You see what I'm saying? So it doesn't have to be a ball for that to happen. You see what I'm saying? You just got to look at things a bit differently. Yeah. I'm not saying that's what's happening. I'm just saying that's a possibility.
That's kind of a different direction that I wanted to go. I actually wanted him to just basically tell us exactly how to articulate how he knows the Earth's a globe. But what I got from him prior to you jumping in, Mark, was that he only believes and trusts in the individuals who give him the information. So he doesn't know how to articulate that he knows the Earth's a globe. He just believes that whoever's telling him the information, that's good enough for him. So he's kind of like your Faraday Glober. You know, he comes by, here's Earth's a globe. I believe you guys. What are you, a part of an organization? Got you. I believe that. So he doesn't know how to, like, himself. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the only thing I'm saying, Stray, is that you don't know how to, like, if you were put on the spot, you know, how to tell everybody the physics intricately, how they work with, like, the Earth being a globe. You're not that guy. That's fine. That's fine.
I'll have to put, I've never been in a position where I've had to actually think about how I know it's a globe.
Sure. Well, that's what I'm saying, Stray. So if you don't mind, just challenge yourself. And if you think about it, then maybe you can come back and tell us. And that's all we're asking for.
Yeah, I'll just go back to a listener and
I appreciate you coming up, Stray. I really do. I mean, it takes guts to come here, you know, even if you don't know.
It doesn't take guts. Anyone that's in here, just come up and ask a question. That's all it takes.
They come from a different generation than you, Stray. They're not the same. The young people are more
Yeah,
in a shell these days. They're not.
yeah.
They're not the same.
All right, a bit of advice to everyone that's young. Okay, fuck it, just ask.
Just
I'm
ask.
Gen X. We don't care. Think of me what you want.
Yeah.
Ask. That's how you
Same.
learn shit. All right, I'll pop off.
Later, Trey.
Thanks a lot. Is there anybody else who wanted to come up?
We
Just
got
raise your hand.
Mark of Melbourne as a speaker as well. Was he speaking?
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
he came up too, as I think for our position. That's one.
Yeah, he's
No,
on.
but are we doing hands or just ready to go? Or
Yeah, ready to
Yeah, go
go.
ahead.
But we could. Yeah, just tossing it back and forward, kind of casual.
cool. All right. Well, I might switch gears a bit from the last caller because flat Earth's been around a long time now, and most of us probably on this call think the Earth is flat. It's pretty obvious to a lot of us now. The next level is something else. So, for all intents and purposes, talking about basic physics and so forth, for all intents and purposes, we can assume that we're on a flat, a level plane, and it could be some sort of a terrarium or it's a stationary frame of reference. So we can agree on that, obviously. And we can also agree that whatever's going on outside of this terrarium, we have absolutely no idea. We have some idea of what's going on within the terrarium, but we have zero idea of what is going on outside the terrarium, other than the creator is out there somewhere, maybe, right? But just on a physics level, we do not know. Would you agree that we do not know?
Yeah, of course. Outside of this place that we're inside of, yeah, of course.
Okay. So what that means is that anything is possible. Let me just start there. So that's what I'm basing this on. Anything is possible. Now, if anything is possible, okay, we can start to inquire about what causes down. Okay, this is a direct challenge to gravity. Okay, now some people think electrostatics causes what's down. Obviously, there's no proof for gravity, so that's just a theory. So some people say electrostatics. Other people say that the flat surface, the level surface, is moving upwards to cause a pressure on under our feet. That's what's causing us to have weight, right? You've heard this?
Yeah, we've heard mostly everything that you're talking about.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
just want to point out though, Mark. I know you're in a spiel right now, but I'm just kind of telling you the format for tonight. I've been announcing this over and over again for everybody new joining us, is that we're engaging with their questions, and now we're not going off on certain tangents just yet until we engage with the questions that the people who think the Earth is a globe have produced.
I'm sorry. Sorry. I thought you said before that whoever's flat or globe, you can explain on how the Earth is flat or globe. That's all.
No. I mean, that was just according to in response to their questions, not like, you know what I mean? Like go off on a tangent on their own. Like, because of course we can all do that, but I'm saying based on, because APOC's making a list and checking it twice, so we're going through a list of all the people.
Sorry about that. That's fine. I thought we could just explain on our point of view either way. So
you can. But what I'm saying is it has to be according to their questions. So their questions and then our responses. You get what I'm saying?
All right. So if someone says what causes gravity, then I can say something.
Yeah, you could go in on it. But what I'm saying is, like, of course, APOC being the co-host, he's taking all the list of what they've already said. So we're allowing them to come up here and just like have the floor, tell us how you know the Earth's a globe, and then we can address what they've said. And if they said something crazy or whatever, then we'll talk about it.
All right, cool.
Yeah. So in the meantime, just kind of hang back a little bit.
And with that being said, is there any other globers out there that want to raise their hand and come up and tell us a story about how it's a globe? Yeah, just raise your hand, request. We have Carmine. Corrento.
Yeah, if you think the Earth's a globe, man, come on up. Raise your hand.
Carmine,
Raise
you have
your
the
hand.
floor. Go ahead.
Was that Kosho?
So,
It totally sounds like Kosho.
can you hear me, fellas?
Yeah. Hi.
Kosho, can you hear us?
Maybe it's not.
So the topic was gravity, huh?
That's Kosho.
Yeah.
No. The topic is first. Let me just preface. Do you think the Earth's a globe?
Do I think it's a globe? Well, all my empirical evidence tells me that it's not. However, I wouldn't debate the issue. I wouldn't debate it with anyone because what I found, because it's been about 7 or 8 years that I've been engaged in debate on it, and I'm persuaded that unless someone is willing to come to the truth, there's no resolving it.
Yeah,
it's a heavily biased thing. People, if they're set in their minds, it doesn't matter what you present as evidence. They will not accept it one way or the other. I see that Flatsy Klein does not agree. If Flatsy would care to explain why they have the problem.
Yeah. So once again, if you're brand new to this format at the moment, we're just asking for people that think that the Earth is a globe to come on up. Listen, if you think the Earth's flat, and that's fine, like you can present that, but we really do want to hear from those globers, the people that think that the Earth is a globe, and we're giving them the floor at the moment.
Gotcha.
And then after their little spiel, we're gonna address the topics that they brought up, and then kind of dissect what they said, and that gives the panel, whoever's here, the ability to say, "Hey, let me tell you why that's incorrect." You get what I'm saying? So it's a format that we're running right now.
Certainly do. You're telling them to put their evidence on the table. I got it.
Yep.
Thank you.
And so, yeah, if you want us to stick around and, later on you want to chime in and say, oh, I know what he said there, I'm going to address that. That's fine.
Great.
But
welcome. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, so if anybody in here thinks that the Earth is a globe, I think we have one in there. Franco's down there. He's our
Arc Studios.
I do.
Arc Studios. Yeah, you want to go ahead and you want the floor so you can tell us how it's a globe?
Yeah, sure.
We're gonna have a backseat. We're not gonna engage you. So just if you ask us questions, if you ask us questions, we're not gonna respond. So just present it like you would if you had a presentation. So,
yeah. Okay.
All right, go ahead, man.
So I was in the Navy, in the Royal Navy. We get trained on radars. They only go so far. They only go so far because of curvature. And they can only work in certain environments with certain things in place so that we can bounce the signal and get it around the curve. They don't work if we don't have those signal bouncing satellites and things like that. So it's also why we put them as high up as we do on ships. And while I was training for the Navy, they take you up this huge mountain in Wales, because it's one of the only places in the UK that you can actually see curvature. You can get high enough to see down onto the curve. So
Sorry, I just missed that. For how high?
It's pretty high. You have to walk up it. It takes all day. It's pretty high.
Can we get an altitude?
No, but I can give you the mountain. It's the only mountain with a red lake on it in Wales. There you go. You can find that.
Okay. Wait, quick question for you. I'm sorry, guys. I gotta ask. Quick question for you. Which is higher, a mountain or an airplane?
Do you think you can't see curvature from an airplane?
No. I would just like a quick.
Yeah, we're gonna. Dude, just can you just answer him real quick, because we just want you to finish saying, your evidence, and that's all we're just gonna allow people to roll through it, because. I mean, later on, we're gonna dissect all the problems, what he said. So, can you tell us what you know, Arc Studios?
Yeah, that's it.
That was it.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, so
we got.
I mean, look, if you think the Earth's a globe, would that be your best foot forward?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the argument that people give for it not being in a globe.
No. It's not really about an argument. It's about you
it is.
presenting. No, it's not an argument. for right
I mean, you
now.
couldn't even say which
Yeah,
was
for
higher,
right now,
bro.
if you were
No,
doing
I
a
was
if
asking
you were
you
doing a,
because I knew
oh
where you
my
were going with
god.
it.
All right,
It's
all
irrelevant.
right,
No, you
dude.
don't know where I'm going with it.
Check this out. What we're doing right now is for you to realize this is just you presenting the Earth being a globe by whatever means that you can. I need you to realize that's all I wanted you to do. So if you were saying that's your best foot forward, that's all we're gonna take from you, and we're jotting into APOC. Did you get down what he said? Like that's basically
Oh
all.
yeah. Royal Navy trained radars. They only go so far because of curvature. They don't work if they can't bounce off the sky and to
Okay.
satellites. And he goes up to a mountain. They take him to a mountain in Wales and to see the curvature. We got
Yeah,
it all,
yeah,
bro.
we
Don't
got it
stress.
all. So thank you very much, Art. If that was all, I'm gonna unmute now. If that was all, then that's all. But we're letting you kind of tell us. Go ahead. Was that it?
Yeah, I told you that was it.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate you. Thank you for coming up and speaking. All right, we can remove him.
All right. Anybody else would like to? Carmine has their hand up. Steve has their hand up as well. Let's do Steve's first because Steve Strand would be new. Carmine already came up. So let's go with Steve. Is that cool?
Yeah, dealer's choice.
Hey, Alpha.
What up, Steve?
Can y'all hear me all right?
Yeah.
Hey, Alpha, APOC.
Yep.
It's been a while, man. Good to see good to talk.
Yeah, for sure.
Throw something in from a Glober that I hadn't heard before. So on behalf of him, I'd like to throw something in the hat. He asked about the Aurora Australis, which was interesting because that doesn't ever come up as much or ever really in most discussions. And so I was just going to throw that in the hat with y'all guys and yeah, have that little marinate a little bit.
Aurora Australis. So instead of it being in the north, it's in the south. Okay.
Right, right.
And don't forget about Steve.
Got it. Yeah.
No, not the actual guy in here. That's funny that your name is Steve, but look up Steve for Aurora Borealis. You'll look that term up. You'll find out something weird about that. But appreciate you, man. That's what happened. That's the aurora in the equator, which nobody talks about. All right, that's another one.
What?
Yeah,
Nice.
go look it up. All right,
Pretty
so
cool. Appreciate it.
if there's no more Globers coming up, because we're asking you guys, all you got to do is raise your hand. We'll bring you up, and you can tell us how the Earth is a globe. Best foot forward, guys. Do the best you can to tell us, because we're gonna review it. We're going down the list. APOC's writing shit down, so we're getting everybody.
Oh, we ready to cook too.
Oh yeah,
We about to cook too.
Yeah, sure.
CB's got his
man.
hat on, and he's got some badass gumbo being on the pot. So, all right,
Dying over here.
Latzy, all right,
Bruh. This guy can't figure out which one's higher, a mountain or an
no
airplane.
shit. All right, so listen, if you guys are done speaking, or if you want to just hang out, if you're a flat earther, you can hang out up here. But we do want to leave enough room for at least one guy to come up and tell us his globe story. APOC, where are we at right now? We're at the coach. We're at coach right now.
Carmine has their hand up on my screen. Is that a glitch? Carmine, you wanting to speak?
I
Sure.
see Carmen.
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead, Carmen.
First, just so you know where I'm coming from, I used to work for Discovery Channel Canada when they premiered in 1994. Editing NASA feeds was routine in my job, as a senior editor there. That's one thing. Two, to the man who brought up the whole radar thing and how high you go, the fact is even if you go half the height of that mountain, you will find that the horizon always meets you at eye level and doesn't dissect in the slightest. Not in the slightest. So at what point do you suddenly see the horizon drop below your line of sight? You see, that's the problem, man. And when that man asked you what's higher, an airplane or a mountain, and you couldn't answer, that is a very
ouch.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, CB wants to. He's got barbecue on the grill right now. So before we
CB's frothing.
Yeah, there's so much content we're getting from this, man. I'm telling you, APOC he's got a list now. It's getting really long, so we got to kind of air it out a little bit. You guys don't mind? Let's go through Coach real quick. Coach had
All right. Well, Coach had all kinds of crazy stuff. But yeah, just real quick, we have Arc Studios raising their hand. I don't know if you want to let them talk first or not.
Arc Studio? No, he's. I dropped him down. He's
requested. Oh, okay.
is he requesting? No, I don't.
Yeah, he requested, but now it's gone. So I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So Coach said a lot. He said a lot of. I mean, he did talk about his personal life. He hasn't gone, but he did open it with this. Said he hasn't gone to space. None of us have, and the media lies. That was his premise. Then he said he's been an athlete all his life, loves physics and astronomy. He said Neil deGrasse Tyson, is the smartest guy on this planet. He said, and the sun is a star that condensed to have gravity and will burn out one day. Keeps all the planets in rotation. The moon rotates on its axis. Synchronous rotation, he called it. Dark side. This is all my notes from what he was saying.
Dude, tell him about the black holes.
We're gonna get there. The dark side, right, of the moon, but is why we only see one side of it. So the gravity of it keeps it locked, and the moon helps the Earth rotate. He said this, and it keeps it going. I think he said if it wasn't for the moon, I think he said it'd be every 8 hours or something like that. He said something so wild I couldn't even document it. He got an A+ in advanced physics. He wanted to make mention of that. Many suns created gravity after the Big Bang. He also said that. And he said the best part, white holes suck it in and black holes pull it out. And he was talking about white holes and black holes in space, you perverts. But that was Coach's.
Dude, I was dying when he said that.
Dude, I was on
I
mute
was
busting
dying.
up, bro. I was like, wait, did he just say that?
Yo, I can't hear anybody but Miggy. I'm about to drop out. And
Yeah,
rejoin.
come back. Yeah, we're
I'll be back for a
APOC's
second.
talking TV, so
Alright.
yeah.
Okay. So yeah, when he said that, I was like, I about lost it, bro. I was like, I stopped writing after that, bro. That was it. And then he ended on that too. There's a lot to unpack there as far as like Big Bang, Earth rotating, Neil's being the smartest guy on the planet.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't
Neil
know. I
deGrasse
don't know how you
Tyson.
want to.
So Neil deGrasse Tyson. I don't know, AJ. I mean, let's ask the panel real quick before I go in because okay, so you already heard what Coach thought, right? So what do you think about what Coach said?
Oh man,
APOC.
I don't even know where to start. That's just a
There was so much.
disaster. Where do we want to start? Well, I just have to ask him how he verifies anything that he's put forward. Yeah, we understand that he was taught this
That's
stuff.
interesting. That's it, AJ. That's the interesting thing. He said none of us can go to space, so we wouldn't know that because none of us been there. That's every time he comes into this chat, every time he says none of us, you, me, we can't go to space, so we wouldn't know. So he prefaced most of his discussions that way. So I mean, like I'm answering your question. That's how we don't know, according to him.
That's pretty good.
Well, I'd say we
you
can
get what
know.
I'm saying?
Yeah, well, my answer to him would be, well, we can know. We have direct measurements of the Earth, yeah, and all these other claims that he makes in regards to the sun and.
Yeah, but of things outside of the Earth is what I'm saying because we can't go outside of the Earth is what I mean. Like that's everything he claimed. What's going on outside is he basically said we none of us know because we've never been there. So.
Well, yeah,
you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, it's a claim. Yeah, it's something that he's right. None of us can verify it. Yeah, he just has a belief of what he's told. However, me personally, I'd like to stick to things I can verify rather than speculate on belief. But he is right. None of us can verify it.
All right. Anybody else taking on Coach? What he said?
Anybody else?
Talking to the panel. So
what was the coach's thing? Because
you can hear me, CB?
Yeah, I had to drop out and rejoin. It's all good now.
He said a lot.
Was that the radar guy or somebody else?
No, Coach was this was way earlier. I'll go over it again because it is a lot. Some of the highlights is that he started with no one has gone to space, or that him and us we haven't gone to space, and the media lies. And then he jumped into Neil, other stuff personal, but I'll skim through it a little bit thinner because more for the points that we would actually I guess speak about. Neil Tyson. I always forget that guy's name. Neil deGrasse Tyson, whatever his name
Neil
is.
deGrasse Tyson.
Grayson.
Neil
Neil
deGrasse.
deGreasy Tyson. Yeah.
Neil
Snake in the
deGreasy
grass.
Tyson.
Smoking the grass.
Yeah, Snake in the Grass Neil is the smartest guy on the planet. He called it a planet. Sun is a star that condensed to have gravity.
Wait, he said that?
Yeah. And it will burn out one
we about
day.
to use this. Oh, we about to use that against him, bro.
But
Oh,
this
CB didn't hear you say the whole thing though.
Yeah, this is just the tip of the iceberg, CB.
Yeah. Just wait till it gets better. The sun is a star that condensed to have gravity, and it will burn out one day. Here's one thing I want to say about that. How do people know that what's going to happen in time to come? That's
lore, bro. It's just lore.
Appeal to the future fallacy. Okay.
Right.
Continue.
The sun keeps all the planets in rotation. The moon rotates on its axis. The synchronous rotation, he called it. Gravity, the gravity of the moon, gravity of the Earth, keeping it locked. That's why there's a dark side of the moon, and we only see one face of it. That's his reasoning. And the moon helps the Earth rotate, he said. He said something along the lines, which I would like to go back and play back. When he said that, I was like, did he just say that? He said something like, and he was reading it, by the way, so he got this information from somewhere. And he said something like, if it wasn't for the moon, that the Earth, it would take either 8 hours or 8 days for it to rotate. Not even joking. I want to play back this. Once the recording goes up, Alpha, I'm going to go back and listen to what he said, because I think that's going to make it to the list of the dumbest shit Glover said.
I'm pretty sure he said 8 days. Yeah.
8 days,
Yeah.
AJ's right. It said 8 days, man. It's some real wild stuff, man. Is what I'm saying.
He said. I think he said that, right? So he said the moon, its gravity's helping the moon, the Earth spin. Otherwise, it would take 8 days to make a rotation, something like that. We'll play back.
I want to add before you keep going, real quick.
Go ahead. Oh yeah, go. Cut me off anytime, everybody. Just cut me off if you want to jump in.
Facts.
Off, but I just want to say the least crazy thing that he said is that the sun would burn out, because given entropy, that the sun energy is all finite, so it would have to max out. So heat death would be a thing, but that is the least crazy thing he said.
Right.
Holy. Well, he said, okay, real quick.
But
just
you got to remember, CB, he
said,
prefaced all this with, it can't be proven. It's just a story. Yeah, he's obviously reading it, but he was stating, this is what I believe, although it can't be proven by anybody because we haven't been into space.
Did he say Neil deGrasse Tyson?
That actually was a.
What did he say about Neil deGrasse?
He's the smartest man in the planet.
Boom. All right, someone clip that, because as soon as we talk about the whole seeing curvature from a mountain, you just wait. Because we gonna whip all that Neil deGrasse Tyson on you, and you're not gonna like it. All right, so
he also said something about how he aced his physics test. So that says a lot about. That's a prime example of what it means to stay within the lines and the guidelines of indoctrination. If you can completely repeat everything that you've been told, then you're going to do very well because you will obey. You know what I mean?
Pavlov's dog.
Also, exactly. And another thing to follow up with Flatsy, what Flatsy said, that's actually a very good point, considering that there's an interesting phenomena that's taken place in history called the Phoenix, where there's an issue with the sun when it changes, and then there's some sort of cataclysmic reset event. So that's quite interesting that you brought that up, Flatsy.
Yeah, just as a correction, he aced advanced physics, not just your typical physics. It's advanced physics.
I was a little bit confused on how he aced that, because he did actually state that he couldn't do any of this practically. He could only picture it in his head.
All right. Yeah, he said he had all kinds of learning disabilities, potentially even autism, maybe.
Autism, yeah.
Yeah.
ADHD. He said that
Yeah,
also.
ADHD, and it would have been a struggle for anyone. But so the fact, but he said it's because he was really interested in it. That's why.
You
How do
He said
you
know,
he
ace
stuck
it
with
without the
everything else.
practicals?
what's
Wouldn't there
crazy
be?
is that somebody who proclaims to have all these problems with their mind, mentally, whatever, can even at the least amount of crazy that they could come up with their belief system and what they've been taught. Let's not forget that they've been taught this. But he did say something that was pretty
They've
relevant.
been told this, not taught. Sorry, I just have to
Sorry,
make.
you're right. You're right. You're right. They've been told this, not taught this. Sorry, that's correct. That's my bad. Just upon given like some sort of like information, the way that he was able to absorb it. The least crazy thing that he said was probably the most prevalent thing he said.
Well, I will say this: there was something he said that's a total catch-22. I would say. He said many suns created gravity, but it's supposed to be gravity created the suns. So I don't know. He said after the Big Bang. So I think he's a little confused there about things.
All
A
logic,
little
A
confused.
little, yeah.
yeah, all logic goes out the window. Law of
Right,
Just make up your own
contradiction.
right.
lore, bro. Bring your own lore
Yeah,
to Earth Day or whatever.
we
And
need
and
the laws of logic. So, law of identity, law of non-contradiction, and law of excluded middle. Right now.
and for the best part of all of that, CB, that you missed at the end there, he said, "White hoes suck it and black hoes pull it out."
Whoa, that's just filthy. Watch
So
your
bad.
mouth, sir.
It's a filthy glober.
Space.
But he was
Speaking
referring
of,
to the black holes, in
in
space,
space
Come
and
and
white
white
holes in
hoes.
space.
on, man. Come
I
on,
mean, that you can't.
man.
Even with the lore, you can't make up how kooky this
For
shit sounds,
real.
right? You can't.
You might as well just tell me about Dragon Ball Z lore. Oh, well, King Kai's planet is 33 times smaller. That's what it sounds like. Bro, you're not saying shit.
Planet Namek. You
Exactly.
mean the gravity of
It's a
Planet
gaseous planet, of course. You didn't know that?
Right. It's just lore reporting. That's all that is. We don't care about the lore. We want the facts. What?
So, no, go ahead. Go ahead. I'll jump to Tony after, but go ahead.
Nah, I was just gonna say. I think, yeah, if we want to move along, because we could be here all night on just one. Like,
Yeah.
we parsed it out pretty good.
all right,
Go-
check it out. If you guys are out there listening to this, and I appreciate everybody. There's like 41 people in the space right now. Appreciate you guys.
Sheesh.
Go ahead and retweet the space out. Get more people in here. We want to have more Globers come up in here and tell us their story. We're gonna let you do it uninterrupted, but then we get to kind of question all of this afterwards. So we get you come in here, tell us how you know the Earth is a globe. Then afterwards, we're gonna be assessing critiquing what you said.
Yeah.
So
yeah, thank you for reminding me. I reposted it for you. I'm so
yeah,
sorry.
thank you.
I should have done that.
Yeah, we have plenty of time too. It's still early, and we've only gone through 2 of the people that had said something in regards to their globe story. If there's anybody else that wants to raise their hand and come up and share their globe story, and we'll give you all the time you need.
Let's address the other people because there's been a bunch of people that. Please,
All
I'm
right.
dying.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Me and Flat's trying to cook.
It's chomping right now. Yeah.
She's been in the
And the
kitchen this
reason-
whole time, man. Waiting.
who's after Coach? Who do we have?
So
after
next,
Coach?
then there was Tony. This is when Tony came up, and he started off saying, "Funny that he didn't do the 666, but he said 67,000 miles per hour. The Earth is traveling through space," and he asked Alexa, and it told him that. So
And then he got corrected. He got corrected by Coach. Coach corrected him. Nah, that's wrong.
So we've got a hostile witness. We've got a hostile witness to go ahead and say.
Yep.
Yeah, we've got a hostile witness with Einstein, so you can't actually detect the rotation of the Earth around the sun from any terrestrial test or what he says experiment. But good luck with an experiment and a cause and effect relationship with that nonsense.
Right.
So we can already invoke a hostile witness against you.
Yep.
Facts.
Any optical. Then he said the sun will. This is why. That's why when you said that, Coach said it. I remember Tony saying it, and I even have it written down here. The sun will burn out. It's going to turn into a red giant as well. I'm sorry. Wait, that's where he corrected him. Coach goes, "Oh, it's going to burn out," and then Tony said, "No, no, no. The sun's going to become a red giant, and it's going to encompass Mercury, Venus, and Earth."
Um,
That's what Tony said.
That's just the heliocentric paradigm giving you entropy, because they accept the law of entropy outside of Earth. So there you go. If you want to invoke some sort of paradigm outside of the laws of nature, we've got the second law of thermodynamics that proves you wrong. There you go. Okay, go ahead.
All right. Then after that was Tony got cut off. Keon came in, and he said billions of years for the sun to become a giant. Because I believe that's where CB was like, "How long is that going to take?" Or someone asked him, "How long is that going to take?" And then Keon answered it for him. He said, "Well, it's going to take billions of years for the sun to become a giant. That's going to encompass everybody." And then
silly, you can't prove that. Give me the VIN number of your time machine.
and then he said that the burden of proof is on flat earthers.
Come on, man.
Okay, we can prove flat Earth. That's easy. I'm trying to get them to prove globe Earth like you guys are. So there you go.
I see what's happening now, so I see what y'all are doing. I kind of like it. I get it. I get it.
You get the format now.
You get the
You
format,
ain't
bruh.
gotta tell me after the fact, man. Shit.
you got bamboozled
later too. Sorry.
All right, so we're gonna
Dude,
continue.
hold on.
Like
That guy blocked me though. Some other goofball was like, "The moon is made of cheese," then blocks me and says I'm the one who interrupted him and post in the damn thing saying CB needs to behave better because some dude said moon is cheese and he thought it was me. The fuck?
Do better, CB.
Tell that freaking loser to
All right.
unblock me,
So
man.
we have someone else to bring.
Yeah,
up
we got
just real
somebody
quick.
coming up, so
Rafi.
we're gonna pause our format for just a moment. Well, not our format, but our kind of talking about what they did. I guess you could put a pin on that, APOC, where we're at.
Got it. Yeah.
All right, so Rafi, if you're there, welcome to the panel. We're looking for globe storytelling professionals. So, are you one? Because
no, I'm not. I'm not one. I am. I am undecided. Yeah, I know. Undecided.
You're fine. You're fine. You're fine.
But I am undecided though, because I've been researching in a very mild way for many years now, and I've listened both sides of the arguments, and I'm still undecided. My question is for the panel, is that maybe one of the reasons why I did not really go deep down in the research of the topic, because I haven't really seen the importance of it. Maybe if you can explain me what's the conspiracy about, why is it important?
Yeah, I mean, I could talk about it a little bit, but the only problem is the format for tonight is a little bit different. So our usual format is kind of a debate style, kind of back and forth. And what we're doing this time around is we're allowing the Globers to come up here uninterrupted. They're going to get to say whatever they want about the Earth being a globe. We want to hear their best foot forward as to how they know the Earth's a globe, right? That's the format for tonight. We're allowing them to come up here and tell us whatever they think, however they can tell us the Earth's a globe. And then once they're done, the APOC's taking notes, and then we're going to review, critique what they've said. The panel up here, the Flat Earth panel that's up here. But any other night, I would definitely love to engage you. But I will say that if you're going to look for something that to chew on, something to kind of to stick to, the information that's getting told to you that the Earth is a globe controls your mind whether you think it's a globe or not. So the paradigm of it being a globe is received to you by multiple ways, right? Like education system, your parents telling you, the advertisements about global this and globes everywhere, pictures of globes, and so you're getting bombarded with that information. So the only thing you can do is accept or deny, right? So once you accept that that is a paradigm, that information controls your mind.
Facts.
Now that's the type of reality that you think you live at. So I'm telling you, the information controls your mind. You think of the Earth as a globe, in a vacuum of space, in a solar system, in a galaxy, and so on and so forth, yada, 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 right? So now that you know, the simple answer is the information controls your mind. So whatever it is that you're being told, and without any research, believing it's if you just believe, that's acceptance without evidence. So anyway, that's the short of it. But I just want to tell you that so I don't waste too many people's times, because it's not a back and forth. I just want to let you know, and then we can get to some more globe critiquing.
So I do want to say this, because I want to address Mark of Melbourne also, because anybody that comes in that wants to claim what he did, I want to address those claims also.
Yeah, but we APOC's got a list. We want to
I
stick to the
got
list.
Mark on there too as well, though. Don't worry.
Yeah, he's got to go down. I thought he's probably like 4 people down
This
the
is
list
hard,
because he's
man.
towards the end.
Because
dude,
we
it's difficult.
we're like 10 people back, right? Like,
I don't know.
we got a
APOC,
huge queue. We haven't even like, we're so deep.
We're barely on the first page of
Come
1,
on,
2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pages, bro.
When do we go back and start going through this shit before I forget, man?
Yeah,
Because I ain't writing
we can do
nothing
it right
down over here. All right, I'm going straight off the dome.
APOC's got you.
I got it all.
APOC's got you, man. He's got you.
All right, let's keep cooking, then. Let's keep cooking.
All right. Well, we have Jack Boot was next on that came, after Keon. But before we get to that list, just making sure, any Globers still that want to share a story?
Yeah, you Globers can interrupt us and come up here and tell us how you know the Earth's a globe at any time. You got to do is raise your hand. We'll bring you up.
Because I see a lot of new names in the list, so I'm not sure. Give a thumbs up if you like the format. If you like what we're doing, like what you're hearing, you maybe just, I don't know, just enjoying the conversation.
The format's fire, bro.
The sad part. The sad part was when Keon claimed to be a good researcher. I was so disappointed when he said that, because all his examples are horrible.
Me too.
Damn, Keon, you gonna let him talk to you like that, bro? Damn.
Every Flat Earth Friday, he has the worst examples, and he's got to keep trying.
Damn, bro.
Yeah, but
you gonna let him talk to you like
24
that? Golly.
24/7. He got upset, man. Keon was all about like, well, wait a minute, I want to respond to that. I'm like, nah, you really can't. The format tonight is you guys get to speak, and then we're gonna critique you guys afterwards. That's the way it goes.
He didn't like that.
And he's like, but I don't. Then that's not fair. And I was like, well, we let you say whatever you wanted to uninterrupted. I think it's pretty fair.
Right.
Anyway.
Yes.
So after Keon, a Flat Earther came up, Jack Boot. He's a 6-year-old. He said everything's manipulated, fake. History's fake. Walking on the moon was fake. Satanic.
Facts.
Mocking God. We are God.
Damn.
He lives in Utah. Knows this guy is an engineer. He's doing something, making something that can survive the 400 degrees below zero environment. And then he said, why are you working on it if we already did it? And I was like, that's a good point. Why are they trying to figure out how to get things into that environment if they already apparently did, right? That was a good point. I like that. I like when you said that. Arc Studios is raising his hand. You want to jump up, Arc?
Yeah, Arc is on the list, actually. He might be on the list again. So hopefully, let's see if we can get him up here. And
double the money.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get our money's worth. All right. Arc Studios, welcome. You're on the speaker panel. Tell us more about your globe, Arc Studios.
The top of the mountain thing. I didn't say anything about a horizon. I didn't say anything about a horizon.
Yeah,
don't anyone tell me that I'm looking at a horizon.
Yeah, this isn't a back and forth.
I'm just gonna clarify.
But he did, though. He did. He's lying. He's lying.
Yeah,
I'm
this isn't a back and forth, though.
right now. You gonna let me finish, or
not really?
Oh,
do you have
yeah,
anything to
so
add? Do you have anything to add about the Earth being a globe, or?
yes, that's what I'm talking about.
All right, go
That's
ahead.
what I'm saying.
Yeah, but it's
You
not going to
cut me
be.
off. You literally cut me off while I was
But you
talking
can't
before.
be. You can't be wanting to debate somebody. That's the thing. I
No,
can't let
I
happen.
didn't get to finish what I was saying, and then you've gone and put
Yeah.
words into my mouth
No, I
now
don't
and
think
That
said
was
so.
that
me.
I said
I cut
things.
him off, but he's lying. That's
Yeah,
why
okay.
I cut
So
you off because you're a liar.
because I'm a liar.
Facts.
All right.
You
All right.
seriously think I've come here and
I'm not talking
Bye-bye.
about the
All right.
horizon. I mean, you're talking about seeing curvature from the
Yeah.
mountain. That's the horizon,
He's
the curved horizon, which would be the curvature of the Earth. Dude, come on, man.
he's messing with my groove. All right, so he went back down. All right, who
All
else
right.
we
We
gonna
have
bring up?
Holy.
Stray.
Sorry.
He also asked.
Yeah, Ark. Don't bring Ark up. He's not coming up.
All right. Yeah, Stray's back. Stray came back. The stray cat came back. Stray is back.
Stray, what's up, man?
Stray's a cool cat. Though.
He's a
I
pretty
like
cool
this guy.
cat. He's Gen X like me, so.
Oh shit.
All right.
Hey again, dudes. I've
What's up,
been
bud?
racking my brain. So I've been racking my brain trying to think. And one point I can come up with is taking a compass, north, south, east, west as cardinal rules. You can go in a directly straight line around the globe in any direction and come back to where you are.
Are you sure?
That's my understanding of a globe. Like if you're taking the coordinates of where you are, you can travel in a
It's not a straight line.
straight line around the globe.
You've
No.
never
It's
taken.
not.
Such
It's
a
not
trip.
a. It's
You've
not
never
a.
taken such a trip, have you?
All right, go ahead and finish what you're saying, Stray. And then we're gonna go ahead and just continue forward. So we want you to put your best foot forward and finish saying what you were saying, so that we can critique it later. Go ahead.
Was that
Go ahead,
for me?
Stray.
No?
Yeah, that was for you. Go ahead.
Okay, so you can go up to a certain altitude and go in, one compass point's direction, maintain that trajectory, and you will come back around to where you were. That's my
Okay,
my
is that it?
understanding. That's me racking my brain. So yeah.
All right, appreciate you, man. Thank you for coming back up and telling us
All right.
that.
Poke me
I
back
got it
down.
down. Cool, thanks.
Yep. Next we got Rafi.
Yes, I do have a critical question that I think would definitely conclude on the topic is that when the plane is going from, let's say, Canada to Europe, is there any documentation, any
Yeah, this isn't a.
anything?
Sorry, Rafi. Yeah, it's gonna break the format if we start answering questions and back and forth, because it's gonna become a debate, and we're trying for it to be as best we can. Just you
Okay.
telling us how the Earth is a globe. That's the best we
Okay.
can, and then later on we'll critique what you said. So
I understand. If anybody has a documentation, they can post it in the bubble. I'll go and check it out. Thank you very much.
okay. Documents for what?
Well,
I
for
think
the does the plane change its angle as it's going, or is it going straight?
Oh yeah, you're asking questions once again. No, yeah, questions we'll wait for later. Once again, I don't know, El comprende. You understand what I'm saying? Questions later, not now.
No preguntas
All right.
ahorita, porfa.
No preguntas. No preguntas right now.
so. If you ask the question now, we can write it down and then
Yeah.
answer it.
We'll answer it later. Cool. All right.
Yeah. There was somebody else that raised their hand, but I don't know what happened to them.
Yeah, it might be. What's his name?
Yeah, Rafi again.
No. It was somebody else.
That's someone else.
Yeah. I don't
Like
know that they're.
like Kyrgyz
You gotta-
I
and
think they
Rafi,
dropped
the
back to
two.
listening.
Kyrgyz, I think, is one, but he put his hand down. I think.
Yeah, maybe
Uh,
Thomas has their hand up,
Come on up.
or is that just a high five?
Lift him up
You
to the
can hit a
stage.
request, Thomas. I'll invite you to speak, or just ask, and I'll bring you up if it didn't work.
Guys, the format is easy. All you guys got to do is come up here and tell us your globe stories. We're looking for the
There's
globe
like a delay or
storytelling
something.
professionals.
There's like a delay
So,
or
if
something.
you get on a beach ball and you're an
Yeah,
ant,
dude. I haven't heard that yet, but if we do hear that, that'll be wicked. You're gonna have to look for something to punch in the background, maybe.
I'm already looking for one.
You put some holes in your drywall. Go ahead.
I guess they're not coming, so let's go back to
Do
the list
it.
here.
Do it. Do it.
All right. So we're talking about Jack Boot.
Can we just pick one? Or are we going like in order, or how does this work?
No, just going in order. Not only we're going in order. So then Jack Boot went on to say that we're not rolling through the universe. It's insane. This is a stable planet, which was kind of like, hold on, wait, you're going back to planet, bro. Yeah. And then he said, but he also brought up another good point. Same stars every night. That's a good point. I think so.
Yeah, so logic, you don't want to defy the law of non-contradiction. We need the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of excluded middle to be respected up in here.
Right. Last thing he said was getting to the edge.
Here we
taken
go.
Out. So I was like, what?
He was kind of saying something along the lines of like the newbie flat earthers, you know, kind of like, I don't know. I felt like he was kind of new to the whole thing, perhaps. And I got that vibe. Maybe he was like
in season 1. He in season 1.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the kind of vibe I was getting. But there's not really much meat on the bone there for that guy. I mean, he's just really agreeing everything flat Earth. So.
Yeah. And then, Keon then came back, and I guess because he was talking about the moon landing never happened, and Keon was like, well, the moon landing, and this, I actually like that he said this because we could flip that on him. He said, well, the moon landing has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. I was like, okay, and he's onto something. I agree with that. Because some people say, because we land on the moon, that makes us a ball. So I appreciate that.
So if it has nothing to do with the Earth being a globe, then how did they get to the moon if they didn't know the radius of the Earth to actually go around it to gain escape velocity of 25,000 miles per hour?
Thank you for exposing the elephant in the room, Alpha. That is exactly.
That's a good.
We just spray and pray, bro. They're experts. They're just point and shoot and hope it works.
Yeah, how many times did he told you that, CB? Oh, we just send rockets up. That's all we do.
Throw it up
there. Carmine has his hand up. That's who it was.
Yeah.
Carmine that hand up.
Yeah, first of all, I think the format's fantastic. So what I would ask is, if no one's stepping forward to give their account, can we discuss our evidence contrary in the meantime while we wait? Is that fair?
I mean, the thing is, like, what critique do you have to what's been said? Like, I want to hear your if you're up in the panel, man, like, let's hear your critiques on it.
Yeah,
like, this shit is good stuff right here. I mean, we got gold.
I sent you a link to a post that it's got three graphics. NASA published something they call the ideal rocket equation. Ideal.
Oh, hey, is it in the? It's up in the nest, right?
I put it in the pill.
Oh,
I sent you the link to it.
Oh, I see you. Yeah, if everybody, I can draw your attention to the pill at the top. Check it out, man. He's got that information right there. Let me click on it. Oh, you found it, didn't you? What did you think about that? Isn't that cool, Steve? Is that what you were pointing at, Steve? Is he there?
No, it's Carmine. You're looking at.
Oh shit, dude! My bad. I got the wrong guy.
The pill's in the comments.
Yeah, in the comments.
The pill comments. Okay, my bad.
Ooh, that's why I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, my bad.
What are you talking about?
Let's see what you got going on.
I'm looking for it.
Wait.
Carmine. See it yet.
Is that where it says evidence that demands a verdict?
That's the one.
All right, that's 28 minutes ago for you, APOC, if you're looking for it.
I see it right there, yeah.
Let's see what the snippet says here. Dayside always towards the center of orbit. This is a simple proof against the heliocentric model of the cosmos because it demands that Venus and Mercury only be observable in the daytime, never at night, and neither at dusk nor dawn. Nevertheless, with the naked eye, Venus is very frequently and very easily observable at dusk, dawn, and even at night. And I've seen that too. Therefore, NASA is enormously fraudulent pack of conspiratorial criminals, and those who defer to their pretense of authority in matters of cosmology are either willfully ignorant at the very least, or equally vile and criminal at best. Case closed. Oh, it's pretty based, I guess. And it's got, but he's got like a virus in the Apollo lunar escape module, looking the same.
Nice.
Looks like
a follower. I'm a follower now. Thank you, buddy.
yeah, man. That's pretty cool. But anyways, Carmen's got a little background to him, man. So he's with the senior editor in
yes,
Discovery
the
Channel.
next one.
Yes, that's
The
correct.
next one.
Damn, brother. Hey, wait. I gotta ask him. Hold on, Apot. I gotta ask you, man. Were you involved with anything they had to do with Stephen Hawking and the behind the curve thing that they did? Discovery Channel had a lot of stuff, brother. And I gotta ask you, like, they, I don't know, was it maybe in the recent years? Well, how long ago was that, guys, on the panel? You remember Discovery Channel did that thing with Stephen Hawking?
Yeah,
and,
the Stephen Hawking's with the helicopter.
yeah, did you know anything about that, Carmine?
What year was that? Because I was only with them. I was with them from their launch in '94, and I worked until about 1998.
Oh,
no,
nah.
that was recent.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Shit.
But I was also I was also there freelancing for a bit when they put their documentary 9/11 Anatomy of a Disaster.
Yeah, but don't you think that some of the stuff they put together was a little bit too leaning towards the status quo? Like they are more towing the line than they are actually like really skeptical and like.
Yes,
From my experience, I feel that's kind of.
And Stephen Hawking passed away, and they replaced him with a very poor double. If you look carefully, I read Brief History of Time back in the late '80s.
Freaking Carmine's base, dude. Like, what the hell?
Hostile witness, by the way. So Stephen Hawking in his book, we use him as a hostile witness.
Yep.
All right, we have somebody coming up. Let's see.
We got Nikki as well here, Alpha.
All right.
in the
Yeah,
queue.
go ahead. Go ahead. If you think the Earth is a globe and you have a story to tell, go ahead and let us know how it's a globe. Best foot forward.
Yeah, let me try to explain this crazy theory I have that agrees with that Galileo guy we put on house arrest. Am I right? So, the Earth perhaps.
Hey, excuse me. Yeah, sorry. Hold on. Nikki, can you get closer to your mic? Because you're cutting in and out.
Yeah. Is this better?
If you don't mind.
No, never mind. Can you hear me now?
Barely.
Audio, what do you guys think?
A little bit difficult to hear.
Yeah, it's really
kind of like
it's
muffled
you're
or
far.
something.
Yeah, no, it's like you're too far, so like the words are
It's really like in my mouth right now. Can't get much closer.
Do you have a different, like a microphone, or just use your phone speaker?
Let me try that.
Yeah, we're trying to get a good audio.
Hello. Better,
Way
better.
better. Yes, way better.
How
Way
much?
better.
Hello. Okay.
Yeah, go for it.
All right. So back in the old times, in the times where there were civilizations before that, rebel slave defier of the Order of Ramses II was born. There was, Egypt and India and China and Babylonia or Sumeria or Assyria, depending at what time of year you're looking. And all these societies were pretty advanced and knew a lot of things and looked at the stars, the telescope, the stuff we learned in American school that the Greeks did. These guys did too. They just had a slightly more crude tools because they were in a different era of smithery at the forge. You couldn't make, and they didn't have as good glassware, but they still looked at the stars and they kind of came up with some belief systems that perhaps may even be more accurate at predicting and showing things than the narrative you see on the Zionist media complex or in the capitalist world in which you walk around. For instance, in Egyptian polytheism, we have a pantheon of many gods we pray to, similar to Greek polytheism.
Sorry, Dickie, and I'm only interrupting because the format is here.
Okay.
Right. I want you just to, if there's any way that you know that the Earth is a globe, we want your best foot forward on giving some evidence so that people who are listening, third-party listeners,
Got
can
you.
actually
I have like a
hear you.
2 sentence answer.
Yeah, but we're not actually. I mean, we're not. There's no meat on this bone, right? So I really want you to get something of substance of how the people know geometrically that the shape, that the thing that they're standing on,
Okay.
is an actual
Okay, got
spheroid.
you. I got the
All right.
answer.
Thank you.
Okay. Based on how many freaking based ass V2 missiles Werner von Braun's slave labor rocket was fired into England, you can look this shit up. Because they had to hide in the bomb shelters. You can see that based on the fact that the ICBM, which is what the Americans rebranded our V2 as into, after Werner decided I'm gonna be American instead of Russian. Fuck that shit. When he came to America to become the head of NASA, then I think based on his missile, I think that because it curves and it doesn't fly straight, that basically we're a globe type sphere structure.
Okay.
That would be my reasoning, because that based Nazi became an American who lived to old age and was actually a proponent of women and minority rights before it was cool. And I don't think I'm related to him, but I happen to be German.
All right. Thank you. Was that all that you think you can muster up with that, as far as
I
like
think
what your best foot forward?
anything else would just be like American like Red Scare propaganda that like oh, we should go electrocute the Rosenbergs again.
All right. Thank you for coming up and telling us, what you know about the globe. So, Nikki, everybody, thank you very much.
Save some drugs for me.
You guys are savage. All right. So,
Any others?
yeah, is there anybody else in here who thinks the Earth's a globe? Put your best foot forward if you want to come up here and tell us how the Earth is a globe. Now, this panel has a different format. Yeah, we would engage you guys in a debate. That's not what we're doing right now. We're going to critique afterwards. So just tell us, and please, the best you can. I'm saying this now. Don't ask us questions, because we just want to hear your presentation of how you know the Earth's a globe, and then we'll critique later on. That's how we're doing it. So Apoc's the man. He's recording everything on a little sheet, taking small little notes. So we will review all of this later. So anyway, if anybody else wants to come up.
There's quite a few new people. Just raise your hand if you want.
Man, this queue is piling up, man. Can we address something, please? Bro, I've been out here waiting for like a half hour already.
Well, we
There's no more mic.
address these things before
Bro,
they
we're literally gonna forget.
Nah, Apoc's got you, man. I'm telling you.
Come on, man. The burners are getting cold, man.
So next
See, baby.
we have. Oh wait.
Hold on.
So
we do
left off,
address
oh, sorry, go ahead.
pile up too much.
It's piling up like crazy, gang.
All right, so we were at Keon, where he said that moon landings has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, and he then went to say that all scientists believe it's a globe.
That's crazy.
And he's never heard of, in academia, he's never heard anybody making a statement about it being otherwise.
And notice that he didn't give any example of any actual scientist saying anything nearly close to what he said. So it was very ambiguous, kind of the answer he gave. So there wasn't any answer to like what specific scientist he knew. It was just like, many scientists say that the Earth is a globe, and they double check their numbers and they check the data, and everything
the figures,
checks out.
And the numbers,
everything's all good.
The fossil records.
He said we got the top scientists looking into this, and by golly, they know it's a globe.
I remember
and
that.
You're like, dude, whatever. All right, so Apoc.
Next, after that, Coach came back in. He was just like barged his way in, and he said if he could take his 44 and shoot it up straight up, and then he cut himself off. He said, "Wait, hold on. First, we need to discuss gravity. Do you guys believe in it?" He's like, "Because if you don't believe in gravity, then there's no point of giving my example." And then he said that gravity pulls 9.8 per second times per second. He said, and he said everybody knows this.
Oh,
and then he got cut off.
Yeah, times per second meters squared. So that's what he meant.
So everyone knows that.
Yeah, but not everything falls down. We're not just out here in the real world seeing things just falling. We're seeing things not just falling. You
I
know
don't
what I
see
mean?
anything falling right now. Nothing.
Exactly. I don't see anything falling either except my hands in disgust.
My jaw
Well,
in awe.
I just feel it's more confusion, yeah, where they're conflating the cause and the effect. The effect becomes
Well,
the
that's
Interesting.
cause.
gravity.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're all witnessing the effect, 9.8 meters per second squared. No problems, yeah. We're not going to
Yeah.
deny that we
Except
see
for
some things
like
do that.
air.
However, what's the cause?
Yeah,
This
this
is what
also
we're
goes
applying.
towards other flat earthers, which I will wait until we address Mark of Melbourne, which I want to, but I know Apocryphon
Yep.
wrote Mark of Melbourne's
Yep.
story.
Yeah, he got it. He just patience is a virtue. I mean,
Next we had Ralph. He jumped in. He was like, military material manuals. They speak about the curvature and the Coriolis, and then he just like did a mic drop. That was it.
he wasn't much for. Yeah, no, I was like, okay, that was a short story.
Yeah. That was okay. It was a short story.
Yeah, but there's many people in the military that will discuss how they never even think in their minds at all about Coriolis. So,
Right. And yes, I do have Mark's story, by the way.
I love that we're calling them
And
stories.
he's like,
That's what they are, dude. Like, there's nothing. I mean,
That's all it is, bro.
I mean,
so take an ant and a beach
not
ball.
facts.
So after then came Shamara came in. She's a biblical flat earther. She said it's not moving.
Facts.
She used to believe in the globe, grew up, and then she learned about biblical flat earth. She said 200 plus scriptures. She said some Christians don't agree, and thinks that the purpose is the devil perverts the word and created. Perverts the. I can't even read my own writing.
that's true.
The word
what
created.
that is true. Yes.
The world. Okay. Yeah.
We mostly agreed. I don't think there was like, usually when flat earthers come up here and because a lot of people didn't know the format that we're doing, so they were just kind of jumping in and telling us their side, and that's fine. I don't really care. It's just when I hear those globe stories, man, because those are the most exciting ones to hear. Because not every glober is the same. They're all gonna say different things, and I think that's really interesting. Because you guys haven't heard some of the things I've heard over the years I've been doing this, man. So
I found it interesting.
I want you to be privy to that.
It was really good, yeah, and the way they speak with conviction, some of them have how they know these things, yeah.
Right. And then the next guy will say something completely opposite.
Yeah, it's opposite of that guy, yeah. They were even
Yeah.
disagreeing.
Yeah.
They were disagreeing. And coach was like disagreeing with what's his face in here? The other guy, APOC. Remember coaching?
Which one?
Kean. Yeah, he was like, no, that's incorrect. I was
Right.
like, oh, he's
And
correcting him.
they'll
Like,
both
good.
they'll both say it with the same amount of fervor and confidence, right?
Yeah.
I love that
Because he's
shit.
like, the Earth's going around the sun at 67,000 miles per. He's like, nah, that's incorrect. No, no.
Yeah.
It was like, okay.
Yeah.
How
In
You can
regards
run
to
this
that,
every
that
week.
conviction, but in regards to that conviction that they have, that's a good point that Carmine made earlier. Is it's on the individual to really make that decision. I mean, when some of us find out, dude, it can take months, if not years, for us to come around.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it is. It is a good approach to act like you don't know, but also it's so funny how they contradict each other in their own paradigm.
Yep.
So that goes to show you how much they will draw conclusions on their own in their own mind to make it make sense to them.
Bring your own globe day. Right? BYOB Earthers, bro. They just brought their own version. And then they'll finish it up with, and everyone knows that. So like the last guy.
Right.
Yeah.
My personal critique on Shamira, I actually appreciated her. Just me personally, because I do find it weird when you meet someone to say that they're a Christian and yet they believe in the globe. But I understand though, because I too was once a Glober and I believe in Christian. But, or I'm sorry, I once was a Glober, but I was a Christian. But once you learn the truth, then the scriptures start to make sense. Even scriptures that I've read many times. But then, like I never would have thought when it said like the ring to the clay, right, pressing upon the clay. Like I would have
Job
never thought of it the
38:14.
way, right,
Yeah.
the way it, when you're told though, oh no, wait, that's representing the world, and this
The
that's
curse
because the
of
world's
bias.
not a globe.
Yeah, but it's
Then it makes
the curse of
what's
knowledge
that?
bias that you're experiencing. So you expect that since you know something, that you expect other people to just already automatically know what you know when you tell.
Right.
Right.
Yo,
Yeah.
and
So that
the APOC, the order of creation, the very beginning in Genesis, talks about how the sun, moon, and stars were created on the fourth day. That's not
right.
possible in a heliocentric model where the sun was the first thing to have all the planets revolve around them. And that's
Right.
just, looking into how the word doesn't describe the earth being a globe. And it's like not a heliocentric book.
Yeah. No, and then it's interesting because then you'll see Christians put science or what they're the pseudoscience before God, because then they'll say, no, that's not what God said, or that's not what God meant. Even though it's like clearly like, are you sure? Like it literally says like these are the steps.
Yeah, it's
Like how did this exist before this? How did plants exist before the sun, right? Because like you said, the sun and the moon and the stars were not even they came after the plants. So it's really interesting. He said there let there be light, but then the sun and the moon were made later. So I don't know. I think that's one of those things that's
Yeah.
why it gets questioned.
Yeah, the thing
But
about let there be light was the evidence that light was existing in a dark world. So that
right,
was the creator's light. The light that he set forth in
yeah,
the sky was the light he made. So the light
right,
that emanated from him was the light that was creation that brought
which would have been yeah,
yeah. And another thing
so
that people forget is that Earth
yeah,
in that context, when the Earth and the heavens were created, or the heaven was created, Earth was considered a whole thing. Not just the dry land. When it was later in that context, Earth was dry
yeah.
land.
Let me just
Context.
because I was taking you somewhere with that, but that the creator was a light. So at the end in the book of Revelation, it talks about when the sun will go dark and the moon will turn to blood red. So there's going to be a time period in the end, right, where the sun will exhaust its light, but he will be the light. So light will be emanating from him. So just as it was in the beginning, so it will be in the end. So that's
yeah,
why I was saying
yeah,
that's where you draw from those verses. If you understand the biblical narrative, you would be able to say that Scripture interprets Scripture. So it will show you that
right,
that's how you look to the beginning to see what the past, you look to the past to see what the future is going to be, and that's the same as it was in the past will be in the end. Just
Yeah,
let you know that's
right.
oh, that's why I was saying that the least crazy thing that guy said earlier was burn
So,
out. So that's not crazy. That's actually built into creation. The
yep,
sun, the
yep.
heat death,
Yeah.
with
It will exhaust its light. Yep.
yeah, exactly.
hey guys,
Really?
we have Dan Blue brought up as a speaker with their hand up.
Damn, Blue.
All
Hey,
right. So
what's up?
what's up, Dan Blue? So I don't know if you know the format. Just real quick, if you're coming up here and you think the Earth's a globe, go ahead and give us your best globe evidence. We're not gonna. This isn't a debate. This is just you telling us how the Earth is a globe, and then we'll sit back and listen. We won't interrupt or interject. We'll let you finish saying what you're saying, and then we'll put you back down as a listener. But we wanted you to get your best foot forward as to the evidence as to how you know it's a globe. That's the format tonight. So, or if you're a flat earther, I don't know. Like that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I
What
was gonna
is you,
say that's gonna
man?
be pretty hard because I don't believe that it's a globe.
Ah, flat earther.
Oh, feel
But
you.
I
Cool,
thought it
cool.
was funny. I came in the room and you were talking about that specific verse and the heliocentric versus the geocentric. I
Hmm.
recently got excommunicated from my church for sowing division,
W.
allegedly, because I was sharing flat Earth stuff, and the
Mm.
pastor actually gave an entire series on creation because I had caused such a stir within the church, and he tried to do
Right.
some mental gymnastics over that Genesis thing because somebody specifically asked,
Right.
"Well, how was there a day when they were created in this order?"
Exactly. And
Geocentrism.
Got him.
just
Hold on.
as yeah, go ahead, Flashy.
I do want to say geocentrism is still a globe Earth that doesn't spin in
Yeah, of
space.
course. Of course. So even at that, still the scriptures would explain that the earth is not a globe. So it still would point to that it's a flat and stationary plane. So the scriptures do side with flat earth 100%. Like I said, the Bible is the flat earth book. And even though those people got upset, and if you were describing it to them and you pointed it out to them, damn Blue, like it's up to them to realize that, they made the error in trying to correct you in something that they should be corrected on. So, like APOC, I don't know. Do we have any more?
Carmine's raising their hand.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Alpha, if I may refine your methodology, which is spot on. When you said best foot forward in Latin, that's known as prima facie evidence. It's the evidence that demands a first look because it is sufficient to prove the point. So that euphemism, best foot forward, is literally a prima facie posit. And someone was saying no middle, exclusion of the middle. That Latin principle is tertium non grata. Tertium non grata. Now, yeah. So now, using the Bible to prove it, those who have faith in the scriptures, it's fine. But for those who reject them, it won't suffice. So we got to stick to science. Got to stick to the science. One more thing.
Yeah, and the premise of that discussion was somebody who wanted to state their kind of their opinion of their stance, and their stance was more leaning towards a biblical perspective versus just like a physical natural world like demonstration. So
Yes.
for us, and we're just kind of like going over the notes as to what the person we were engaging. And so that's what we're doing. We understand, trust me, dude, I've been doing this for 10 years. I know the ins and outs of this like so well.
I can tell.
Yeah.
I can tell.
So
the law of excluded middle is a law or a principle law of logic. So I don't even have to refer to scriptures for that one. It's
exactly.
Yeah, the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of excluded middle is the basis of logic. So.
Right. And the problem with that is, though, people that are on the side for the globe, they don't reason with logic. And I think that's the error that they commit whenever we're having a conversation with them. Because to them, logic is not, there's such a thing as contradictions or paradox and things that they don't jive with like how something can and cannot be the same. Like, you know what I'm saying? So
indeed,
it's you could try to say that these are the laws that we abide by in the physical and natural world, but what they're going to do is toss that right out the window in a conversation where they say, well, I don't know. I don't even know if I'm a brain in a jar. How do I know that? Like,
here we go.
Classic. One last thing, please. One last thing. I'm not sure if you caught this one, but DeGrasse Tyson, first of all, he's a Freemason. Secondly, he was brought to meet Neil Armstrong in person when he was a youth. So they had groomed him from the get-go. He was groomed. And here's the kicker. At one point, he suddenly pipes up and says, well, the Earth is shaped like a pear. The southern hemisphere is a little wide. It's fatter than the northern.
A little chubbier.
Yeah, it's chubbier in the bottom. That's what he said.
Little chubbier.
That's what he said, chubbier.
Chubby's a good word. It's like...
Yeah.
Big boned. It's big boned.
Oh,
living on a pear. We're living on a prayer.
Yeah,
living
thick.
On a pear.
Yeah, if you're gonna spell thick, it's THICC. Thick. You know what I mean? So, that's a thick. All right, we brought somebody up. It's Make It Don. Make It Don. Welcome to the panel. We're having a different format tonight. We're actually talking with people who think the Earth's a globe, and them to go ahead and tell us how they know it's a globe. Give us your globe evidence, sir, if you have some.
Yeah, bro. I was gonna touch on what we were earlier. Like with the what do you call it? The lack of critical thinking that's displayed by these globe tards. Like
Oh, you're a flat earther.
what
My bad.
what
Oh,
what
go
have you
ahead.
got? What have they got to lose? Just entertain it. You know what I mean? Entertain it. If you don't believe, that's fine. But they don't even go there. That's how tunnel visioned they are. It's crazy.
Yeah, you ain't heard all of it, man. You wait. I mean, there's so much. Like it fascinates me. I think every time we have conversations with these guys, it just like I can't you can't make this up. Like the kind of stuff that they say when
Right.
they're justifying their belief in the globe. Now, belief is acceptance without evidence. So they have this belief, strong belief in the globe, and they don't know why. It's just like when you ask somebody, well, okay, let's just everything aside, I want you to tell me exactly how you know the earth is a globe. They're like, dude, come on, man. Data,
Yeah,
all the
they're
facts,
stumped.
The numbers,
scientists,
the
Yeah, yeah.
like,
figures.
They
duh.
get stumped.
There
They
are
get
fossil
stumped.
records.
It's like a deer in the headlights when you ask them, when you say, okay, well, let's talk about this rationally. Let's present the evidence, and let's sit down as two
Yep.
rational people and check it out. It's like a deer in the
E-
headlights.
It's
Even if you
amazing.
try to address the things that they said, they'll be like, "So you don't believe?" Like,
Well,
what the?
so now you're questioning all of the science? I mean,
Right.
all of the
Right.
science? I mean, everything? And you're just like,
This
what science, bro? Like, what?
this literally happened with the guy with the. He's like, just go on a mountain, you'll see it. I'm like, okay,
So
well, I know for
ultimately,
a fact that
they
the
contradict
math
themselves.
says
They contradict themselves because
the math exactly.
science says you never stop questioning and you never stop pondering ideas. That's the whole thing. Isn't that the whole
Except
body of
So it's
science?
not science.
except when we talk
Not
about the
really.
globe, because that's
The
settled science, sir.
science doesn't say anything. It
Science doesn't
have,
say anything.
yeah, there you go. CB's on my wavelength.
Except for when it's a speak and say, like they did with those kids. You pulled it. The globe says
Science says.
curve,
Oh my god.
curve.
No, but it's like, but you're right though. They do contradict themselves, just like this goofball who said you could see it on a mountain. Well, no, you can't see curvature from an airplane, and which is higher, an airplane or a mountain. So if you can't see it from a plane, how are you seeing it lower?
Dude. All right,
Jeez,
so I
dude.
think
Listen, if
APOC.
I can take it one
And
step
then he's
further.
like, "So you
I
don't
can take it one step
believe?"
further. I've noticed, like, really intelligent people. Some people are vulnerable to sort of blockages. What do you call it? Like a blinker or something in the brain. You know, not. You
Syndrome.
know
My
what I mean?
friend,
It's hard to explain. It's hard to explain.
it's nothing short. It really is nothing short of mass hypnosis. Nothing short.
Well, you just got you
Facts.
I
guys.
think you're onto something there, bud.
You just wait till I address ether believers because you
Ether. What's that?
exactly. You just wait till I do that because I am waiting very patiently.
Oh, don't worry. Somebody will stroll in and say something, but you're gonna have to bite your tongue because we have to hear them all the way through. They're till they're done.
My hands are rated E for everyone.
Nice one. That's a
They're
good
Alrighty then.
lethal weapons.
So, APOC,
So
who else is up next on the?
next, Tony came back. But before I go to the list, just real quick, shout out to the 47 listeners. I
Oh, damn.
appreciate you guys being here. If you haven't, please give it a like and then maybe even share it on your what do you guys call it on X?
Retweet
Your
it,
wall,
baby. Come on
your
now. Retweet it.
I don't
Shoot
know what
me
you
a
guys call
follow.
your
Shoot APOC a
profile.
follow. AJ Flaticlank CB. Come on now. You know the
Yeah,
drill.
and if you're new to here, or you just got here, if you have any proof of the globe, this is your opportunity to take the grand stage. We will not interrupt you, and you can share everything you know about it being a globe. Tell us your story, because we are looking for those professional globe storytelling
Tell us about ether
individuals.
too. Tell us about ether too for sure.
Oh, you're an instigator.
A little bit.
So if anyone So if everybody listening, if you just want to kick back and listen, as we are now going back over everything that's been said already, and we'll bring you up if you cut us off at any time. I don't see no hands raised or requests, so I'll go back to the list. after Shamira talked about the about her biblical flat Earth, Tony came in and he's a one-liner and he was like, "Question to flat earthers: explain weather." And then that was it. He just explain weather.
L.
Yeah,
Do you guys want to
I gave him the
answer that for the
rebuttal.
crowd?
It was pretty easy. It didn't take because he's like, if the
Yeah,
Earth is
temperature.
flat, explain weather. I was like, dude, temperature and pressure. That's it.
And temperature differential and pressure.
Well, but I mean, you know, the
pressure-
way that temperature affects, you know, pressure and pressure exerting its, you know, like lower, higher pressure on the like the so the
It's caused by temperature.
yeah. So you're dealing with weather systems that has no relation to the curved surface of your globe. Come on, guys.
100%.
Come on. Like, I mean, come on. If the Earth is flat or globe, what does weather have to do? What's weather got to do? Got to do with it?
Well, I think it's just an argument from ignorance, and they state that the weather can only occur the way it does on their spinning ball.
Ooh, I got a rebuttal for that. Now, if that was true, then which way is the Earth rotating when I show you about 4 different places? Like, okay, I've looked at one time there was a storm above us, and the clouds on the very bottom layer were going one direction. The ones above that were going a different direction. The ones above that were going a different direction. The ones above that were going even a different direction. 4 different directions, and the way the clouds were moving. That was facts.
Yeah, it's just entropy at work. It's because of the dynamic system. So things are always trying to exist in a low energy state. So if you're going to have some sort of temperature pressure differential in one area, it's going to be a crazy trying to get to an equilibrium, you know, not necessarily like zero. It's the low energy state. So you have high energies and high pressure going on all at once. That is what weather, wind, everything, all those things are entropy.
It's all hydrothermodynamics. It's all hydrothermodynamics. And not all places on the surface of the Earth are at the same temperature. So you're going to have thermals and places where are non-thermals rising. So yeah, that generates all
entropy.
Yep, pretty much.
All right, man. That wasn't. I mean, he just came in there really quickly, so I just answered him, and I was like, so doesn't determine the Earth, the globe, but thanks.
Yeah. Then after Tony Gnosis came in and said water's level. There's no curvature visible. Sun is not the distance it's said to be. The sun and moon are local in the terra firma, with outer realms in the plasma. And then CB jumped in. He's like, where did we get all the information from? And then he was like, he wanted to shut that down real quick, which he did.
I love how you took that into
I think he's also got part of his claim in the chat. Yeah, the Earth is flat, and the moon is a reflection of the Earth. But most of you aren't ready for that piece of information. So he's got some models he's proposed.
Yeah.
What a joke. That's a joke, man. You've got a baseless assertion and you just want us to believe it. No, thank you. I just left a belief system. I'm not going to enter into another one.
Yeah, you know what the important thing is, what we do here with these critiques, is that everybody who comes up and wants to speak, they're obviously, if you're thinking something about the Earth that it's going to need some kind of assistance for us to kind of critique through, you're going to figure out maybe that what you thought of wasn't the case. So CB was coming in to kind of interject because this guy was talking some mad stuff, right? Like just about his flat Earth ideas. And now that we're critiquing it, I mean, what do you think that he was saying? The reason why that CB was speaking up. Why do you guys think CB interjected? Like that was important. That was an important part.
He can actually speak for himself. Go ahead, CB.
Okay. He's got to go.
Trash. His mic is trash, and he's leaving. So.
His mic is trash.
Trashy mic. Plus, he's got to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
so,
CB.
Yeah. Go ahead and speak for CB. I feel like I can. He'll allow me. the guy that was talking about all these concepts and these things, he was just believing something that he saw on the internet and wanted to convey that message and parrot it. He has no actual like way to substantiate it or verify it. So we're in the same boat with the Globers as we are with these flat earthers that want to
Yep.
propose these weird ideas.
And it's just, I mean, it's on both sides, man, because you got these, they are way out there with their ideas. Well, see, the Earth is the moon's a reflection of the Earth's, like, it's a map of the Earth. Like, really? How do you know that, dude? Like, what? I mean, where are you drawing this from? There's nothing in reality that you're looking to make a comparison.
You know that
Except for your idea of like a AE map or something. Like, I don't know. It's just
there's a lot of people online, in social media, and it's almost like I don't know if it's even maybe pushed disinformation just to make. Go ahead, Pat.
Oh, I was saying I love the ideas, but you can sift through them. You know what's gold and you know what's just trash.
Yeah, it just seems like that there's a lot of like taking people down these roads of then it's like, oh, you're just like a conspiracy theorist and you believe all this other stuff, and it's just like it's a new form of a glober, though. You can't prove that stuff, so why are you repeating it as if it's fact? Because now you just sound like a flat earth glober. How do you know that the moon's a reflection of lands that you cannot get to, you cannot see, you can't, stuff like that?
Yeah, I worry about you, APOC, because I hear you in the forums, but I think collecting information from all, and I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt, of course, because you speak a lot of truth, and I appreciate you. But you'll go into these other forums and you'll please the other people that are speaking a lot of nonsense. And I get you want to collect information and maybe like appeal to that side of things. But I've heard Witsit and you talk and other people in that forum and that
Yeah, I get a lot
I'm
of
not
them.
too much. But I won't get into it too much. But I'm just saying, like, I've heard a lot of nonsense come out of that forum. Just
Well, I've always been open minded to that realm, if you will. But again,
you should be.
You should. Yeah, but then again, though, it's also like I feel like at the same time they're just replacing gravity with something else that's and I understand there's a lot of information on it. I understand. I get the like scientists of then, they were studying it. There was like in books, like the ether was like a real thing.
You don't have to defend yourself
Yeah.
to me. Let's
No, that's okay.
get to
I like
Yeah.
I like talking about it, but we'll talk about maybe a sidebar or something.
Yeah,
That's fine.
yeah.
That's fine. I do appreciate those the your words, though, no doubt. Going back to the list, Tony came back. Yeah, let me see here. It was Tony, then Knows Us, then Creation Bear, and then Tony came back and he said he's seen a moon through a telescope using a refractor lens. That was his big thing. I'm not sure where you took that after that.
Is refraction. A lens would be refraction.
Yeah. Well, he said a refractor lens instead of and I didn't catch the other one he said.
No, I think he jumped in at that point.
Yeah, he got cut off, but that's why I didn't catch it. But he did say not a. So let me see. There's a refractor lens and not a. I don't know. There's something with the R. Though.
All lenses are refractor lenses.
Well,
it has to be more specific.
Yeah, I don't know.
He was a bit ambiguous, but I didn't really get anything from him. I don't think.
Yeah. Well, then Keon came in. He's like,
hold on. He said, hold on. What did you say, CB?
You're forgetting the whispering attachment to the telescope.
Oh, the whispering attachment. Oh yeah, the whispering attachment.
Oh yeah.
It's gonna whisper because it's gonna tell him something. What did Jupiter say?
Oh yeah, that's right. I remember
gas
that part.
giant. You know, like it's not telling you that. There's nothing you're getting from looking through the telescope except for a colorful light in the sky.
Right. Then Keon came back, and he's like, he does a lot of research, professors, scientists, etc. All the people. Then he got cut off again. And then he was like 100% of that, and then he got cut off. And then that went on for a little bit, and then Flatsy jumped in. She was like giving it up for Ballbuster's book, which I want to remind of as well. Again, like that's going to be pretty cool when it comes out. I want to actually read that. It'll be interesting. What did Nathan name it? All roads lead to Flat Earth.
All roads lead to flat Earth, guys, and it really does because everything requires a horizontal plane of reference. Whether you want to say that something goes down because you apply energy to something when you throw it or lift it up in the air and drop it, that would, like be in reference to a horizontal plane of reference. But there is no downward bias. So anyone's baseless assertion of a downward bias, I would revert you to gas. Doesn't do that. So there you go.
A quick plug. I know I do this from time to time, but I do it because we're on X. So don't forget to follow everybody that's up
Just
here
hit
on the panel,
50.
guys.
We hit 50.
Yeah, we have 51 in my count. 51 people are watching this. We got people on YouTube and on X. Guys, we're the 24/7 Flat Earth group. So if you guys want to, just check out the other streams that we had. This is episode number 9, Globe Storytelling Professionals. So we're up to episode number 9. We're continuing. It's a continuing series for 24/7 Flat Earth, and we're gonna keep to doing this series. We're gonna go as long as we can, right? So for you guys that are just joining us right now, the format is just having anybody who thinks that the Earth is a globe come on up, tell us how it's a globe, and then we're gonna critique it afterwards. But we're not gonna engage them like a debate style. We can do that some other time. But if you guys like this format that we're doing, give us some thumbs up. Let's see if you like it. Go ahead on your icons right now. Do a little thumbs up if you like this format, so we can continue to do this format again. We'll continue to do this format and until I guess you guys get tired of it or something happens. Somebody just wants to start debating or something. But
this will be a Globe Story Hour.
Yeah, it's good. It's good to hear them because sometimes they get kind of wrecked whenever they're in a debate with us. So we got a lot of thumbs up from all the panel and the people listening. I'm looking at all the thumbs up. Appreciate you guys.
I hope that
yeah.
Stray is still with us. Is Stray, are you still with us, or is that just my glitch?
No, he's a listener. He's not a speaker.
Wait, no, I don't even see Stray on my. Oh yeah, no, Stray's a listener. I see him.
Yeah, he's a listener. He's not a speaker.
I hope he's still here. He's still listed as a speaker for me. But
yeah, he just gave a thumbs up.
Saw it. I saw the thumbs up.
Cool. Yeah, this is really glitchy on X. Elon, he's got to get his priorities straight. He's got to focus on things here on Earth, not on.
Elon, they're not with me, man. I think you're doing all right.
Hey, I invited Elon, by the way.
You can cancel those guys. Don't cancel me, brother.
Hey, Elon might be listening, and one of the 8 other listeners that aren't listed.
It red flags it every time our words say Elon. It red flags him, so he gets a little notification.
He gets a notification.
Who's talking about me? What's this 24/7 Flat Earth episode 9? What?
I tagged him. To it. I invited him to it.
They're speaking trash about me, guys. I'll be right back.
He might be one of the 8 other listeners that are listening anonymously.
Yeah, for sure.
So
he's listening inside of his Tesla truck, on his way to the factory.
Mars.
Yeah. All right. So going back to the list, after they talked about the book, Keon came back. Speaking of Elon, he said Elon is the biggest liar if it's flat because he's dedicated his whole life to Mars, showing videos of space. Must be deceptive. Building spacecraft, not going anywhere. It's hard to believe that he would do this.
Yeah,
Okay.
so he's in favor.
Yeah.
No, he was in favor for Elon doing all that. Like he was telling us, how is it possible that Elon is doing all of this and he's just faking it, man? So
Right.
that was his kind of like his argument. He was basically saying, look at all of the what he's done. I mean, Elon is the man. And you mean to tell me that he did all of this and you're just gonna say, nuh-uh, Earth is flat? Like basically what he was saying.
Yeah.
Well, you can refer to the second law of thermodynamics. We don't need some sort of explanation or figure to tell us that there's some vacuum of space because
What do you
we
mean? We don't have to talk about how rockets don't work in space?
we have laws of nature. Thank you. So we don't need other people telling us about the vacuum of space being adjacent
No,
to.
I want to have like a 3-hour debate on why rockets don't work in space. Like, we need a globe. I'm just kidding. That's how usually it goes when you have the conversation of how that medium cannot exist because of the second law of thermodynamics. So, if we're saying that, it negates the conversation to have rockets working in space, so you don't even have to have that conversation. FYI,
Right.
flat earthers, if you're brand new to this, that's what it's all about. It's about getting concise and sharpen your arguments. Know what needs to be said and what you don't need. You don't need to
Shut
be talking
up.
about rockets that work or don't work in space. That's old and busted. You're on the new hotness. The new hotness is you got to know what's going on about your arguments. Don't be talking about things that are derivative to the premise. They have to actually get to the vacuum of space if you want to talk about the vacuum of space working with rockets that may or may not work in that medium. So, anyway.
Exactly. No, you're completely right. Shout out to Quantum Eraser, who gave us this really concise argument that the second law of thermodynamics would dictate that you cannot have gas pressure without a container. You don't have to know the shape of the container, you don't have to know the properties of the container. You just, like, say somebody sits a steak in front of you, you don't have to know the spots of the cow, you don't have to know that the cow
What
had
color the cow was?
yeah, you
Did it
it
like walking
cow.
10 miles to eat grass? Like, you don't need to know any of that stuff.
Exactly. You know that the steak came from a cow. So you know that it's an antecedent relationship. So the gas pressure itself requires containment.
Yep, that's the argument. Gas pressure requires containment. So if they're saying that you're in an open container, essentially, then the container would have gas expounding into the available space. So there's 3 types of systems. I'll just break it down real quick. I'll try to keep it concise. 3 types of systems: isolated, closed, and open. So with the Earth being a globe, it needs to be an open system because rockets and other things can leave the system, and so can energy. So
Matter.
energy and matter can traverse the open system. On a closed system, only energy can traverse and not matter on a closed system. On an isolated system, neither matter nor energy can traverse the system, which of course that doesn't exist in nature, so we don't have that. The only thing we have is either open or closed, only those 2 options. So the Earth as a globe can either be an open or closed system, which of course it's an open system according to what they say. If rockets and sunlight can pass through the Earth, therefore it's an open system. That means the gas pressure that you have here on Earth would escape into the available space, meaning you would not be breathing the air you are, my good fellows. You would be no gas to breathe. It would just keep expanding until it would fill the available space. So much so, just think about it, right? I mean, just really quickly. High pressure against the low pressure. The high pressure we're breathing right now against the low pressure of the vacuum of space. And if it had enough room to move out into the available volume, it would keep moving out into the available volume. According to kinetic molecular theory, gases have perfect elastic collisions, which means that they keep moving until they bounce off something else, and they keep moving. That means they would keep expounding and never stop. Therefore, no kind of air to breathe. Go ahead.
Which also disproves gravity because there is no downward bias for gas.
All right, we can talk about that because gases move omnidirectional, and they don't adhere to any downward vector. That's the big hold up for these Globers. Anyway, I don't know. We're kind of expounding on this, but APOC is there.
Yeah, we're after that. Noah's came back, and he's like, "We are in this together." This one, he was like, "No, you shouldn't be like putting each other down." And then he said like the distance of the sun and moon is not it's inaccurate. Then he got cut off because then they started going at it again. Then Keon came back.
CB on that demon time.
Yeah. Keon came back, and he said that he believes we never been there. Hold on, let me try to figure this out. 3 days. Never been there 3 days ago, and Polaris. Oh yeah. Okay, 3 days ago or 3 weeks ago about Polaris mission. How can we know? How do we know they are fake? Not a video expert, he said, but does it know what's fake? And then you came in. You said, "Hey, that's important what you just said." He said, "Experts know, but we don't." And then that's when you came in, Alpha, and you're like, "Hey, that's important that you said. You're saying you're not an expert, but then how do you know that it's fake or not?"
Because he admitted that. He was like, "Well, I'm not an expert, so I wouldn't know if it's fake or not." I was like, "Isn't that a concession? Saying that because
Right.
you're stating you don't know, you just believe. That's acceptance without evidence, my good sir."
Right. Yeah, that was a good point made by himself. He kind of flat
He
smacked
flat
himself.
smacked
That's pretty
himself,
cool.
dude. Sorry. I didn't. Sometimes it's face to foot style, and you guys are doing it.
Yeah. And then after that, Tony came back, and he was like, "The Voyager probe." He's like, "It launched 1977 and left the solar system in deep space. What about planets?" He's like, "What about Jupiter and Uranus?" And then he got cut off again. He's like, "Hold on."
The best thing to
But
say to that, we should probably rebut that, I guess, for
oh yeah, for
the
sure.
new people in here that don't know what our position is. So the Earth isn't a planet. The things in the sky are stars and the moon and the sun. All those things are in the sky. They have their own properties and whatnot that we can never know their composition, what they're made of, or the shape of them, especially. We don't know those things. So you look up into the sky, you see them, and you cannot definitively say what they are, the shape, the composition,
Hey,
and what.
you can take guesses. I mean, what you
Yeah,
think they
but
could be, but that's about all you can do, right?
they do have ground positions. That's great because we use celestial navigation for those ground positions and we use elevation angle measurements to them, which proves a flat earth because you're measuring the earth flat with an elevation angle measurement. You're not using an elevation angle like you normally would to figure out the height of like say a mountain or a building or whatever. You would use those same principles to figure out certain parts of the triangle but not the whole triangle. So it's not trigonometry either. So you're using trigonometric principles and certain things about an elevation angle measurement, but you're still using the adjacent as a linear measurement for your position and the ground position of the stars. So you're measuring the earth flat. Boom.
good point. And just for reference, when he was talking about the Voyager and saying, I was just really thinking about because he's like, it's outside of our solar system, and it reminds me of that movie Interstellar because that's when they said it, measured it in 2012, and it's weird because like the math of it, just the math, right? I'm just gonna stick with that. The math of it, it's traveled 14 billion years. I mean, sorry, 14 billion miles. According to the math of it traveling since 77. So what's that? 46 years. Um, And remember, I don't know if you remember, not one of the voyage probes, it like broke down or whatever, and they lost communication for it. And then like, oh, but we fixed it. We finally responded. But I feel like those fairy tales, those stories, that's what keeps people believing in. Oh yeah, we have something 14 billion miles away. And what does it take? Like 6 years for them to send a message to it, and for it to come
Yeah,
back.
there's a lot of space lore. I call it space
Just
mythos.
so much yeah,
The
yeah,
space
there you go,
mythos.
space mythos. And I just want, I want to just like present this to a Glober, like, how do you believe that shit? Like what? How are you still
Well,
stuck on that?
acceptance
But hey, I don't know.
without evidence, that's easy. Just it's a
Yeah,
cool story. It's nice. Everybody likes to hear cool stories.
Yeah. So I hit enter on my computer, and it sends a signal through my dish on the roof. And for 6 years, it's gonna finally get to where it's supposed to be going. It's not gonna get interrupted by a planet traversing it's just willy nilly for 14 billion miles. No problem. Nothing gets in the way. Like, and we can't even get people to talk here on our on our
I lose
here on
cell
ground.
connection when I go to the next town. Like, come on, man. That don't make any sense.
Yeah. So after the Voyager probe talk and the planet talk, Frankie came in. Frankie was like, "It's all a distraction. What does it matter?" Frankie's a flat earther, by the way.
Oh, I can't wait to answer his questions because he was really irking me because he was so emotional.
I said, "What does it matter? Doesn't mean shit." And he is a flat earther. He took a plane, looked out the window, doesn't care about Elon, spacewalks, doesn't care. None of it matters. It's all distracted from God and Satan.
He has a certain point there, if I may say. He has a certain point there. I can expound on that, if I may.
Go ahead.
Because I've said the same thing. You probably realize by now that these people are so utterly clinging to this mythos. And I'm going to explain that one too. You use the word mythos. That's very relevant. The point being, regardless of what the cosmology is, regardless of our belief in NASA and all their whole agenda, it doesn't change what's happening here with us on the surface of the Earth. So that's probably where he's coming from. That's what he means as a distraction, because we have very pressing issues.
What he said. That's exactly what he said. I don't think that you were here when he said it, so.
Yeah, I had stepped out for a while, Flatsy. By the way, Flatsy, I'm very impressed with the sharpness of your intellect. It's very rare. It's rare among women, especially, frankly.
No, well, thank you.
No, thank God that you're here. So now let's look at the mythos thing. Let's look at the mythos. You all know that Mars is the god of war, right? Of course, right? So here's Elon. We're going to Mars. We're going to Mars. We're going to Mars. We're going to war. And that's what's happening here on the face of the Earth. We are being bombarded by chemtrails, which is another subject matter that I know we can save for another. But suffice to say, there is shit happening on the surface of the Earth that's messing people up big time.
Yeah, you know when people actually are drinking the Kool-Aid, whenever they can't engage you in a kind of reasonable way that you can actually reason with them. So it seems like sometimes there's something that's like preventing them from getting to the next step, so where you can actually have a conversation. So it makes it more difficult for like you, Carmine, to actually just say, hey, let's just kind of question a few things, right? What's so wrong with that? But the moment you do, you get like this visceral reaction.
Yes,
that's just like, where did that come from? Like, why do you gotta be like that? Like, it doesn't have to be that way.
Alpha, listen, that water cooler analogy is great because, you see, if I'm at the water cooler and I'm drinking, right, and they suddenly balk at what I say and they don't want to confront it, if I stood there by the water cooler the whole day long, they would sooner die of thirst than come and face the issue.
Yeah, of course. I mean, because that's the part of them that is held down to this belief. That's acceptance without evidence. I keep on saying that because it's true.
It's actually a religion. They've made it a religion.
And it's so easy. It's so easy because it turns off your critical thinking. It's so easy. I mean, I'm talking about you can eat some potato chips and just sit back on your couch and Just look at all the cool stuff on TV. Oh, well, there's an exoplanet that's 6.5 light years away. So it's a next habitable place for all humans. And you're just like, dude, this is just crazy nonsense, man. Like we're just all listening to this and
And that was a
accepting it like
question
as if it were gospel truth. You know what I mean? Like,
I'll give you an
yeah, and
example.
that was
Let's say I'll give you an example right now in the appeal section, the comment section. I got some fellow here by the name of Lycurgus. I guess he fancies himself a Greek philosopher. He keeps telling me that the ideal rocket equation, he says, no, it means ideal as in Platonic. I say, I don't care what classification you give the idealism, Platonic, Socratic, I don't give a damn. It's ideal means ideal, but this guy insists that there's a differentiation to be made. Then he starts telling me that it's a tautology. It's a tautology. And I said, never mind that. I said, what do you have to say about that image, the graphic regarding the orbits of Venus and Mercury? So he says, I'm still looking at the image. It's interesting. It's interesting. But he won't answer to it. So if you're listening, like her, just take a flying leap, you dweeb.
All right. Hey, just
It's
real quick, I brought up Where's Dave. He had his hand up for a while as well. He requested, I brought him up. He's had his hand up. But before I get to you, Where's Dave? Just a shout out to the 25 listeners on YouTube. We jumped up to like in the 60s in a little bit ago here on X. And please, if you guys could just put a like, share it. And tonight's episode 9, Globe Storytelling Professionals. We want to hear your best evidence that is a globe if you feel this way. And you have the floor. Uninterrupted. It's not even going to be a debate. Don't ask questions.
Yep. Don't ask questions and just give us your presentation. Don't forget to follow us, guys. Follow me, Alpha Veritas, Apocryphon, AJ, Flatty Klein. Everybody here up here on the panel, to do us a solid. We're trying to get our numbers up so that we can have huge spaces whenever we go live. We're going to see if we can keep to this format so we can let the Globers explain how they know the Earth's a globe. And then we'll do our critiques afterwards. We won't engage them right away. So if you're a Glober right now, you really want to tell us how the Earth's a globe? Come on up.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
You know,
live.
I genuinely
like 5
think
years now.
like people actually thought the Earth is flat for the longest time.
Back I think it was like 2018, I had somebody introduce the idea to me, and we were like
managed to
really close friends. I mean, everything we talked about was in total agreement. And then he brought this idea up to me.
And then everyone believed it. Like that's so crazy.
What evidence do you think convinced people that the Earth was a globe?
Exactly right. Like they must have had even less access to technology and communication like we have. So it couldn't have been an actual proof, more of a they said so it must be true kind of a thing.
Yeah, so that's the same as what it is now. They still haven't given us evidence that the Earth is a globe. They just give us images and videos and say you have to trust it, you have to believe it.
Okay, here's a question I have for the flat earthers. Like, so if you take into account perspective, wouldn't the sun become like extremely small as it like goes towards the horizon?
It does get smaller as it goes towards the horizon.
But it would get like extremely small, right?
Well, allegedly it's extremely big, so it just gets smaller.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. Like the sun to me, like I actually managed to catch like a nice sunrise, like I think 2 days ago, and I was like, that doesn't look like something that's coming towards me. It looks like something's coming up.
I've always wondered with the sunrises and sunsets, what if sunlight doesn't travel as far as our angular perspective? So all of a sudden, it's a bit of light, and hey presto, a little ball appears on your horizon. Crazy stuff to think about, isn't it?
Wait, you sort of lost me there. What? How does that work?
How does that work? Well, the sun travels across the Earth as it's always done, but the light only travels so far because of density of the air, particulates in the air, whatever else goes on.
Okay.
I just posted some time-lapse gifts in the chat if you want to have a look of the sunset.
I've always liked the Africa one. That's awesome.
It shows you what a really dry environment what the sun looks like.
It's amazing how many different types of sunsets you can get. Sometimes it gets bigger, sometimes it does that, other times it just does random shit, other times it looks like it sinks into the ground only about 10 miles away. All sorts of crazy sunsets, eh?
So you see, Fry, just because it might not look that way where you are, doesn't mean that it doesn't look like what you were describing in terms of it getting smaller or bigger to other people in a different part of the world, depending on the humidity of the air, the conditions in the air, that kind of thing, right?
I guess I think like an objective way to do this would be to do it with solar filters, where like the glare is out of the picture.
Yeah, feel free. At the end of the day, what the sun does doesn't change what the Earth is doing, whether it's curving or whether it's flat. Sun doesn't change that. And so far, there's no curve. So how can it be a ball if there's no curve? That's the thing.
Yeah, the thing is, you guys are right in the sense that no one actually went up in space and looked at how the sun, or even the moon for that matter, looks like or does or whatever. They just, use calculations and figured like if the sun and the moon were actual spheres and we are revolving around it, it would do certain things. And like even like let's say the 24 hours are in Antarctica, that's like part of it. That would have to be true, which is why like someone said like you cannot become a flat earther if even if the sun sets, which is kind of interesting to me because the globe directly calls for it. There cannot be a sunset in Antarctica. I think Jeranism, the guy from Jeranism might become a glober after the sun, after he sees.
Yeah, it's like you said, the globe was built on assumptions and affirming the consequent fallacies, not observations or measurements. They said, well, if we assume the Earth is a ball and it's going around the sun and doing this, then we'll say that's what it should look like. And then they just, well, yeah, tell you that they've seen it from space, but none of us can verify any of that's real.
Mhm.
And if it was real, there would be curvature. But there's not.
Would you accept a setting sun as a flat Earth proof? Like a setting sun on Antarctica, I mean.
What do you mean? What did you say?
Like if the sun sets in Antarctica, would you take that as flat Earth proof?
Well, whatever the sun is doing, it's doing above an observably and measurably flat surface. That's already confirmed. So it doesn't really matter what the sun does. It's still doing it over a flat surface.
Right. Yeah, but like if the sun, like let's say, sets in Antarctica for some reason, right? That's gonna change a lot of people's opinions.
No, it won't. Not even the globers are going to be convinced of the globe, no matter what the sun does. They're still going to come to flat Earth channels every day and try to convince themselves that it's a globe. Listen, if they were convinced that it was a globe already, which they claim it already is established to be, they wouldn't even be talking about having to go to Antarctica. The very fact that they are talking about having to go to Antarctica to do something, to observe something, to prove the globe, tells you that they don't know that it's a globe.
But they're not doing it out of sincere curiosity, right? They're just doing it to, quote unquote,
Yeah,
make fun of the flat earthers or
yeah, it's
whatever.
propaganda. It's propaganda and it's coping. It's a very bizarre cope.
Yeah, but it's not a sincere experiment for
No,
them. Like
it's not an experiment. It's an observation at best, where they're already acting like they've observed the thing that they haven't yet observed. Or some of them say they have observed it already, or someone's observed it, but they're still saying we need to observe it. They need flat earthers to observe it before they're happy. It's just a
I
bizarre mental
actually,
state.
I would actually trust, like, let's say there was no globus going, right, and it's just a flat earth gang. I would trust their observations 100%. Like, if they actually see a sunset in Antarctica, I would become a flat earther, and like I wouldn't even know what to do with my life after that. But there you go.
But the sun, whatever the sun does, it doesn't tell you the curved nature of the ground or not. You're looking for the wrong thing. Like you say, if the
This
sun
is
did this, I would become a flat earther. But it's like, well,
yeah.
if you just tested the claimed curvature of the globe, you would know yourself that there's no curve. You wouldn't have to go to Antarctica. You could just go to a local lake or a coastline. Test it yourself. Just test line of sight, long distance observation.
Yeah, but see, so that's the thing, right? I'm sort of saying this tongue in cheek because to me, like, that's it's like literally impossible that the sun can actually set there. So to me, it's like saying, oh, if I see a unicorn, I'll like
Well,
I'll give you a million bucks.
Why would you hold a definite stance about what the sun does in a place where you've never been?
That's the difference between you and me, right? It's I have a different way of looking at the world than you, and to me, if this that's why I'm not even a flat earther, that's why I'm a glober, because to me, I don't need to see things myself. I guess I can trust other
You
people
just
to
said
a
the
degree.
opposite of that. You just said to you it's like 100% that the sun, or it's impossible that the sun would set in Antarctica, but you've never observed the sun in Antarctica. So how could you
Exactly.
say? So how could you say it would or wouldn't set if you've never been there to observe it?
Isn't that the difference though? That's what I said. That's why globers and flat earthers are different.
Right. Well, I wouldn't claim a definite about something that I've never observed or experienced. So that would make us different, because I go with what can be what I've observed, what I've experienced, and I'm not going to make definite statements about something that I haven't. Whereas you're saying that you would as a glober. Is that right?
I would, in fact, I would put like all my money on it. That's how confident I am.
Yeah, why?
It's just, it's a good question.
See, I think one of the big things that people change their minds, or they change the way they think about when they start thinking about this topic, is that they realize they're holding opinions or thoughts about things that they think are true without the experience to know that it's the case. And some of them prefer to maintain these positions, these strongly held beliefs, even though they acknowledge that they've got no evidence for that belief. Whereas the smart, well, I won't say the smart, but I'd say the logical position would be to say, if you don't know, you don't know. If you've not experienced it, you've not experienced it. So you couldn't say one way or the other.
I think it's about how we, what does it mean to, okay, maybe not experience, but verify things. Like for me, I trust certain, let's say, agencies or resources that you would not trust. Like even for you as well, right? Like let's say you go to a doctor or like a mechanic, and they tell you something, and you have no idea what it really means. So you are trusting them in that sense.
Right, but then they might do something which then you will see the effects of, and you will experience whether or not they are correct. In this example with Antarctica, you haven't done that. You've not had that personal experience in which you can verify it one way or the other, whereas with a doctor or a mechanic, you can see the results.
I mean, you could be under anesthesia, right? You don't know what they're doing.
Yeah. But
Under
then
the
after
blade.
that, when you wake up and a few weeks down the line, you're going to know if you're better or not.
Yeah, but what if you're dead? Like, what if they stole your
Well, then
organs
if
or
you're
some shit
dead,
like that?
well, then if you're dead, that tells you the doctor didn't do a very good job and you placed your faith in the wrong doctor.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, see, the point is like we do put trust in people.
Yeah, but
It's
putting
just a
trust in
matter of
people is not the same as knowing something. Like, you trusting that the sun does a certain thing in Antarctica because you trust whoever who's told you it, doesn't mean that you know that. It just means you believe it. It doesn't matter how strongly you believe it, it's just a belief. Until you verify it for yourself, right?
yeah, with government agencies, let's say, or like organized agencies, it becomes more tricky because there's layers involved. But let's say, I mean, you definitely can have second-hand experience of trusting things, like let's say your significant other or a close friend of yours puts something in your car, and someone asks you where's this thing, and they tell you your friend put it in the car. Wouldn't you just trust them? Like, yeah, they must have put it in the
That's
car.
not the well, okay, but for one thing, you can then go and verify whether or not that thing is in your car. And secondly, that's still very different from being told something about Antarctica, which very few people have and can go to, as a government organization telling you something. It's very different from your friend telling you something which you can then go and verify. So I would just say, if these ideas influence how you think about the world in that kind of way, you need to be very critical and skeptical, because it's a big deal. What is the nature of the Earth? What is the nature of your position on the Earth? I would
I mean,
say
of
I
course it's a big
wouldn't
deal.
leave that up to trusting a third party that can't be verified.
I would say it's definitely a big deal. Like, if I was being lied about the shape of the Earth, I would definitely would want to know.
Good,
That's
good. So that's all you need. The desire to not be lied to know the truth, is all you need. Because if you do have that desire, then you will realize that simply accepting a claim that you can't verify about the sun in Antarctica is not getting you to the truth. You're no clearer. You're no closer to knowing the truth than you were before you thought about that. Right? You're not verifying anything that would take you to a globe. You're simply saying, well, I believe the story about the sun in Antarctica, therefore I'm going to believe the globe. But it's not getting you any closer to the truth than if you were just to look at an image of a globe Earth from NASA and say, sure, that's it. Why you need to think a little bit differently about it. Like, what have I experienced? What have I seen? What can I test myself that could tell me whether or not the globe is true? Not who should I trust? What can I verify? Make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. I think it makes sense. There's actually some things about flat Earth that for me it's still puzzling. Like, that's a fair question. Like, for example, the cylindrical Earth thing. Like, why? Like, how much should it curve side to side? Like, or should it even curve at all?
Well, if it's a ball,
I don't
it
know.
should curve.
Yeah, it should curve. It should curve. But like at what rate and how much of
Well,
it
do you
should
know
it
how
curve?
big? Do you know how big they say the ball is, the globe?
Yeah.
Like, do you know? So what size? do they
5,000
say?
5,000 miles in radius or something. I could be wrong.
Just under 4,000 miles in radius, but yeah, close
Oh,
enough.
okay.
So, how did they measure that? Did anyone measure that?
What do you mean? Like, so what do you mean by measure? That's
Well, what is a radius of a ball?
from the center to the outer edge.
Okay. Did anyone measure that?
Oh, I mean, from the center? No, of course not.
Okay, so what did they measure for that to get that figure?
They measured the curve, right? They took the curve.
Did they?
I mean,
did they know?
honestly, I don't even think the first calculation that they did was probably using shadows from the sun. I think.
Yeah, so they didn't measure the radius or a curve. The curve was assumed in when they looked at shadows. If you believe that story even occurred, there's actually not even any primary evidence that took place. But if you believe it, they're not even trying to measure a globe. They've already assumed the globe.
I think there's a so I've heard this argument before that you would still see like no shadow at one place and a longer shadow on a flat Earth. That like so there's two experiments and that's the problem. The first experiment is what confirms that the Earth is. I mean, confirm is a big word, but like it at least disproves a flat Earth if you believe the sun is a physical object in the sky.
No, but it doesn't prove or disprove a globe or flat Earth. It assumes the globe in its calculation.
You know what? I'll have to look at it again. Hang on, let me check. Because I was actually wondering about this. I forgot how they did that. I know they use trigonometry and shadows, but I just don't know how.
Well, trigonometry is also a problem because trigonometry uses straight lines, not curves. So that wouldn't work on a curved Earth. So it's not very good whichever way you slice it for the globe.
I cannot believe I forgot this. Like, because when I first watched it, it made so much sense to me, and now it's just out of my mind for some reason. Hang on. I don't even know where to look for it. Okay,
Well,
let me
they
just
call it
Google.
Eratosthenes. The guy who they attribute it to is called Eratosthenes, which is Eratosthenes. But if you just type in "who measured the curve," you'll see Google will tell you it's Eratosthenes as one of the first
Right,
names.
right. I see it. I see it. Okay. So, should I share my screen? If you guys are interested. Okay. Okay, let's see. This is a 2-minute video, so it shouldn't take long.
Yeah, just watch your video. That's cool. Doop-a-doo. How's everyone doing tonight?
Not too bad, mate. Yourself?
Yeah, all good, Matrix. Good to hear you.
Just about to dip out and go to work too.
I'll wait for this guy to watch his video.
Okay, there's things about this experiment that I do not understand.
Yeah, like what?
Okay, so they're assuming parallel sun rays, which I'm not sure why.
Yeah, there's things I don't understand, like how they measured the distance between the two locations, how they coordinated the observations. What were they using?
I
Smoke
mean,
signals?
I'm assuming this wasn't like just a random person. Like he had, like if there's two cities, and you're
Yeah,
a
so it was in
ruler.
the BCs, right?
I suppose. Yeah, 2020. Yeah, BC, I guess.
Yeah, so what technology were they using to measure long distances? What technology were they using to coordinate the timing of the observations for
Those
two?
are good questions again. I'm not sure like how. Maybe they used runners to so calculating a distance is not that hard either, I guess. They probably just used horses and divided the time
So
it took,
what
or
distance? What distance does it say the two cities are?
that's not mentioned in the video. But I mean, I can give them a pass for that. I mean, those are good questions, don't get me wrong. I'm
Well, those would be
traditional, but
necessary to know if you're going to evaluate the veracity or the truthfulness of this claim. You would have to pick apart all those little details and say, does this sound feasible for
yes,
people in the
yes.
BCs?
Yeah, right. Yeah, 100%. So but to me that's not as. I'm just trying to understand what are they even trying to do here. So they say parallel sun rays.
Okay, how did they know the sun rays were
Or
parallel?
that's my question. I mean,
Because you
yeah.
observe crepuscular sun rays, which are divergent, not parallel.
Those crepuscular sun rays are, you know, the trigonometry on that doesn't make any sense at all. Like, it would have to be.
Does
A
it make
very
sense
small
that both
sun.
divergent sun rays are parallel?
Well, we know sun.
Apparently.
Hold
Go
on,
ahead.
Fry. They had good reason to believe the sun rays were at least mostly parallel.
How?
What was that?
Shadows.
What shadows?
Shadows.
Well, that's not circularly reasoned at all or anything.
Yeah, that's retarded, Mark. Thanks for stopping by with that.
It's retarded. Would you like to explain why? Would you like to understand diffusion and how
You
that
were
works and causes
asking,
not shadows?
and you just said shadows.
Yes, shadows can only
Yeah,
happen if the
just
sun
chill
rays
out,
are
chill out.
mostly parallel from the source.
Yeah, if
Wait,
the
Right?
surface is curved, so it's a circular argument. Thanks.
Wait, how did they know the rays are parallel? Because of shadows? How does that?
Because he knows
Yeah,
that the
because it
surface
gets.
is curved. Because he knows that the rays are parallel. Because he knows that the
Does
surface is curved. Because he
hold
knows
on.
that the rays are parallel, etc.
Heretic can't stand
Hang on.
logic, so stand by.
Wait.
Okay, here's the thing. So, on a cloudy day, which diffuses light, do you have shadows? No, or they're very weak, right? The strong
Okay.
shadows are
You
only
also
present
get
if the
crepuscular
lights
rays too, which
are
proves they're divergent.
on a
Sorry.
cloudy day,
Okay.
which clouds diffuse light. The shadows are much reduced, if not completely eliminated, on a really cloudy day, right? So that's the effect that you see, right? And
So you don't see parallel sun rays then?
parallel sun rays would be, or shadows would indicate parallel sun rays.
You don't see parallel sun rays.
You can see this. What do you mean you don't see parallel sun rays? Of course you do. It's what
Okay,
would cast shadows.
You post a picture of the parallel sun rays.
Just picture a shadow. There
But
you go.
even on a globe, how
Let me
can you
see the
have
parallel sun
parallel?
rays. Post a picture.
You cannot see sun rays. You can only see the effect they cast or the
All right,
effect they have.
you can't see
on
parallel
how
sun rays.
big a distance?
I'm saying you can see the effect by shadows, by strong shadows, crisp, distinct shadows.
Strong shadows. If you can't see the sun rays, how do you know they're parallel?
I said you can see the effect they have. Are you familiar with English?
The only sun rays you see are not parallel.
You mean the only sun rays you see are not parallel? I said they're mostly parallel, and that's what casts shadows.
Okay, show me the picture. Show me a photograph of mostly parallel sun rays.
Any strong shadow.
Let me see.
There you
Just
go.
post it in the chat. Just post it in the chat.
Just imagine a shadow. You've seen your own
No,
shadow.
don't tell me to imagine. Post the sun rays that are parallel according to you.
You want me to post a picture of a shadow? Will that satisfy you?
No, I said the sun rays being parallel.
No, you don't. You said you said shadow. I'll post a picture
No,
of
I
a shadow.
said
Then you
sun
can
rays.
stop
I've
this
been very
nonsense.
clear, Mark, from the beginning. You're arguing for parallel sun rays. I wasn't asking for
I said most.
shadow.
I said not. I said first. I said mostly parallel, not absolutely parallel, because
Okay,
the sun
so show
is
me
not.
the mostly
The sun is not a
parallel
point.
sun rays, Mark. Mark, show me the mostly
The sun
parallel
is not
sun
a
rays.
point source of light.
Mark,
right?
show me the
But they
mostly
wouldn't have
parallel
known
sun
that,
rays.
right? Like, how would they have known that? To them, the sun is a small.
No, it's easy. So in a room with a.
Yeah, no, Mark doesn't know.
Mark, calm down, dude. You don't need to shout, man.
Yeah, he's too triggered.
Yeah, he's not
Anyway,
You just
Fry,
try to
how are you
explain
getting
it
on?
normally, man. What's that?
How are you getting on with Eratosthenes, Fry? Do you understand it?
No, I'm still trying to understand parallel rays. It's.
Who is Mark?
Because even on a globe, wouldn't the rays, like, how can they be parallel everywhere on Earth? Like, they would have to be diverging, at least on the poles, even on a curved surface.
Okay, so you're not convinced
Fry.
So you're not convinced that Eratosthenes proved the globe?
No, I would say I'm confused. I don't understand this at all. That's what I'm trying to understand.
Yo, do you understand anything, or are you just a big idiot?
Don't be like that.
Probably the latter.
No, you're good, Fry. You're actually having a more intellectually honest conversation than most people here who
Yo.
would pretend to understand something that they actually
Yo, Cyclone, I understand everything.
Okay, do you understand that the Earth's surface has no curvature?
I don't think it does, but okay.
No, I agree. It doesn't have any curvature. So
Yeah,
you
you were.
understand that. That's good.
I
You
understand
understand.
everything. You don't need to test me, man. I understand everything.
So you understand that water finds its level.
Why are you asking me these weird questions?
Because you said you understand everything.
Yeah, I don't need to answer yeah every time.
Yeah. So you understand that water is level. Yeah.
Yo,
Yeah.
everything you ask me, I already know the answer, dude. There's no point.
Okay. So that's what I'm just checking. Water, a body of water, finds its level. Yeah.
Yo, why are you even asking?
Well, you said you understand that. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
know
Okay.
everything, dude.
So you know that the Earth isn't a globe. That's good.
I know everything, dude.
Okay. So you already know Earth isn't a globe. Fine.
Bro, I'm like infinitely smarter than you.
Okay. So you already know the Earth isn't a globe.
You're
Cool.
like an idiot compared to me, dude.
Oh wow. Very good.
You're like
Of
a
course. Okay,
peasant, dude.
let's test that. Let's test that. What's the claimed radius of the globe in miles?
Do you want me to answer? I've already established
Yeah, I
that
want you to
I know the answer,
answer. Don't
dude.
delay and Google it.
I've
Just
already
answer.
established that I know the answer,
So
dude.
you don't know. So you don't know what the
I've
claimed
already
radius of the globe
established that I
is?
know the
What
answer.
about the diameter?
Yo, I've already established.
You don't know that either? Okay,
I've
how
already
fast do you think the globe is
established.
spinning?
Bro, this guy is such a silly boy.
Well, so he doesn't know anything. That's surprising. Usually when they come in saying they know everything, they actually do. But sounds like Horse doesn't know anything at all.
Why would they lie?
Yeah, why would you lie? Sad. Sad stuff. See, Fry, you just listen to enough Globers and you'll figure it out.
You know, the problem is there's a lot of trolls who come to Flat Earth just to troll people.
These guys
So
aren't trolls.
this
These are
is
genuine Globers. This is what it sounds like when they try.
they are Globers. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying they're trolls as well. They don't know anything. Maybe Mark does. I don't know about Horus.
There's nothing to
But
know. This is the problem. There's no
Mark is
evidence
coming
to
in too
know.
hard. I'm okay. I'm looking at crepuscular rays, and I really don't know. So it says they're supposed to be parallel, but they don't look parallel due to perspective. But
Yeah, this is what you'll come across a lot with the globe. It'll say it looks flat, but it's actually curved. It looks motionless, but it's actually in motion. The sun rays look divergent, but they're actually parallel. Yeah?
yeah, but how can this be parallel? Like, look
So
at
they'll
this
just
image.
have to tell you again and again your observable reality looks like a flat, motionless Earth, but the government tells you it's actually a spinning ball. You can just never tell. Does that sound suspicious at all?
It definitely sounds suspicious as fuck. Like that doesn't look parallel at all.
Well, you
So
gotta
all
be
these
careful.
lights
If you start relying on your senses, ooh, you're in trouble with the Globers.
wouldn't like these. So the image that I posted, wouldn't they be just straight down? Like why are they, going at an angle? Wouldn't they be like straight down across?
Yeah, because they're not
Well,
parallel.
the globe size tries to say they are actually parallel, but it's just perspective that makes it look like.
That
waiting.
makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah,
It's crazy.
I'm waiting for them to drop that silly argument.
Oh my god. It's so crazy, dude. How can that be parallel?
Because if you are a Glober, then you just have to believe that they are.
Yeah, this is so funny.
They don't want to throw Aristophanes under the bus.
wouldn't want to disown a bad circular argument.
Okay, hang on. I have a question here. So the image that I posted, right? If someone's standing under one of these, let's call them spotlights, would they see the sun directly above them, or would it be like at an angle? It would have to be at an angle, right? That's so weird.
What was that?
Like if someone's standing like, so the image that I posted, if someone's standing like right under the spotlight, would they see the sun directly above them? Like is the light coming from directly above, or is it coming like from an angle?
Well,
Sun's
depends where
extremely
you are on here.
mysterious for it seems to be apparent to each viewer. So you, from that perspective that person's taking that image at, they'll see that particular section of clouds lit up. But someone 20 kilometers away, they will see the sun in their own apparent location, lighting up some different clouds. And with the moonlight, like you might look up at the moonlight, see it lighting up a little section of clouds, but someone far away, will see it lighting up a different section of clouds, kind of like how a reflection works in a way.
No, but I'm just trying to in the globe model, how is it supposed to work? So if you're standing right underneath that light, yeah, you would see it at an angle. So how is it parallel? I don't understand this.
See, the way it's supposed to work in the globe model is that you see one thing which contradicts the globe model. You stop believing your eyes, you switch off your brain, and you simply trust government cartoons.
Yeah,
that's the way it has to work.
Hey guys!
Let me try to look at some more videos.
Hey,
on
where
YouTube.
are you from, by the way, Fry? You from India?
Yes, I'm from India.
What about the Indian space program? You seen all
So
that?
I have to interrupt. That was racist as fuck. Why did you assume he was from India, bro? That's racist as fuck, bro. You're very fucking racist.
Wow. Wow.
Oh, Isro,
This is the level.
I like Isro. I mean, I'm a space fanboy. So.
So you think the Indian space program, the CGI
Yeah, of
cartoons
course.
that they've put out?
Yeah, it was CGS. What can I say?
Does that make you think, hey, I wish it was like real footage and not CGI cartoons?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they definitely should have put a real camera in there. I don't know why they didn't do it.
Isn't it suspicious that they don't do that?
I wouldn't put it past nerds to do shit like that.
What, to lie?
To like,
tell you,
I mean,
to tell you something's true, and then the evidence they give you is just a PS1 level animation.
I'm just saying these aren't PR people. They to them, numbers are more important than visuals. So.
What's more important
It's
to you,
whatever.
evidence or numbers, cartoons?
I mean,
wouldn't you
visuals
like
would
to
have
have
been
some
great.
convincing evidence? Since no doubt your taxpayer money is going towards it. Don't you want to know
Out
where
of all the Indian government organizations, I like ISRO more than a lot of the other ones.
I like how our friend here is divining the thoughts of the people at the Indian Space Agency. That's pretty cool. What are you gonna do for your next trick? Tell us what Wolfgang is thinking as well. He's like, well, I know this is what they do. This is what they're thinking. Really? With some kind of secret interpreter that we don't know about? What's going on?
Yeah, I think
I'm
I
just
think
guessing,
Fry
man. I don't know.
he's still a little bit too trusting of the spacemen.
Yeah, I'm still trying to understand corpuscular rays. Hang on.
Well, you
Give me a
don't.
minute.
You have to realize that every answer that you give, it's only because you just believe something to be the way it is. That's it. You're not really like, when you say I'm trying to understand. No, you're trying to see the flat Earth through the lens of the globe Earth. How does how does this work on a flat Earth? Because I see it happening this way.
Oh
Isn't
man,
that
look
true?
at Mark G's evidence for parallel sun rays.
Mark G, man.
How?
He's that guy there. He's always like putting his foot in his mouth all the time.
Oh my god.
You can't make this shit up, Wolfgang. You can't. I haven't
They
heard
never
Fry,
cease to
but
amaze.
I can just tell you this guy is full on whatever narrative is, whatever they're saying out there. That's what he is. You don't even
Well, to
have
be
to
fair to
think.
Fry, having spoke to him for a few minutes, he sounds a bit naive, but not malicious. He doesn't sound like a bad guy.
Give him 5 minutes.
Aw. I like you, dude. I really don't think most people, like, at least flat earthers are malicious or lying. I've seen some YouTubers claim that. Oh, they're only in it for the money. I don't think so.
Yeah, it's hilarious. They say,
doubt-
"Oh, flat earthers are just in it for the money," even though flat earthers get demonetized, deplatformed, banned, harassed, stalked. People call up people's employers to try and get them fired because they're a flat earther. Like, it's not an economically
mad.
advantageous position. Whereas if you release pro-globe videos on YouTube, even if you have the personality of Roadkill, you will get 1 million views, like Simon Dan or Professor Dave. They've got anti-personalities. On any other topic, it would just be buried and have like 6 views because they're so odious and boring. But because they're pro-globe Earth, they get like 1 million views.
But that video of Professor Dave probably introduced flat earth to a lot of people. Like,
Yeah. Well, that's the
until
funny
that
thing,
point,
because
people
in their
actually
attempt
thought.
to defend the globe, they actually introduce more people to flat Earth. It's hilarious.
Over the years that I've been doing this, I've only heard maybe one person or two from India that have said that they understand the Earth to be flat and stationary. And it's no wonder, dude, because most people over there, you have to accept the narrative of what's being told to you. You can't break away from the mindset that the Earth is a globe over there. It's like it's too much. The peer pressure over there is overwhelming. If you like, say Fry, right? Just take him for example. If he was to start to question his reality in that way, he would have a backlash unlike no other. He couldn't. Yeah, I know Fry. Trust me. The guy that I spoke to a long time ago, that he was from India, he told me that he had to be a secret flat earther. He could not be an outright flat earther, as in like what we do in the States. I get it, dude.
Which is a shame.
Indians are
because
pretty
different.
regressive
Because in the
country.
Vedic
Just in
cosmology,
general.
I mean,
I know.
India, they must have been some of the most advanced flat earthers on Earth back in the day, because the Vedic cosmology is a flat Earth.
Yeah, you know what's strange though, Cyclone, is that they have some advanced agricultural methods. Like that's what I do know. Like those guys are really smart, but when it comes to being smart and also common sense, there's a lot of that doesn't get brought over. So you actually like Fry, he couldn't break away because of like it's a sad situation. Let's just put it that way. Because the guy that I would speak to a while back, like he told me, he was like, yeah, like you really can't be outright, like the laws are different, and like you couldn't just be a free thinker, not over here. Like you could be in any other place, like Europe or United States, something like that. But
That's
and
a
that's
shame.
partly why they don't have their minds changed like on here, because they have to find a way to disprove the idea that the Earth, because they don't have a choice. You do, like wherever you live. I
People in
do.
India do not think like that. Like, you will not
Yeah.
find anti-vaxxers here. You will not find
Oh, yeah.
flat earthers. That's
Yeah, I
just not.
agree.
But
I agree.
Fry, if you were presented evidence, let's say hypothetically, you were presented incontrovertible evidence that the Earth was flat, you would accept it, right? You wouldn't just deny it because everyone else believes the globe.
He'd have to be a secret flat earther if that was the case. No one could know that he. Fry, don't tell me I'm not wrong, man. Because of the fact that the backlash you would get for actually admitting something like that over there, you wouldn't stop getting backlash.
Honestly, I live a pretty privileged life. Like, I could probably get away with, being a flat earther.
Yeah, to
People
that level
just-
though. To that level, no, dude. Like even a privileged person in India, dude, you would still get ostracized. Even your friends.
I would be
that are
clowned
privileged.
on forever for the rest of my life. So
Yeah. And I mean, no one's saying that you would have to go out in public and say that this is the case, but just for you personally, you could handle accepting it if you were shown proof, right?
I mean, of course. I mean, I've had wild. I'm a vegan. That was hard coming out to my friends as a vegan because they've known me as a hardcore meat eater, let's say. So I was
Yeah.
clowned on just for that. So flat Earth would just be
Yeah,
crazy.
my advice would be you don't have to tell your friends, but don't let what you think your friends' opinions are going to be affect how you question and think about reality. I mean, that's a personal thing for you.
I mean,
Don't
but
let
Cyclone,
other people
yeah,
affect
I
that.
understand that. I'm not saying that's gonna be a factor. It is a factor, but it definitely will never be enough to sway an opinion outright. That would be just dumb of me to
Good.
do.
Well, there you go. That's what we're talking about, right? Because when it comes to this topic, you've got to separate societal opinion. Because if you're just going by societal opinion, A, you're not going to find the truth, and B, you're only going to be swayed one way with society's opinion. But whether or not the Earth is curved or in rotation or motion is totally separate from what a majority of people might think. It's about what is the physical surface actually doing. So you got to separate those two things.
Yeah. Let me watch this video. I want to see what they have to say about crepuscular rays because I at least want to know what
Yeah,
they
what's
have
that
to
video,
say.
bro?
Yeah, the Indian cuisine, subdued. I don't know if you know, is mainly it's having to do with any type of meat that they have over there. So yeah,
I used to eat a lot of meat though.
yeah, it's almost like garnished that with their main diet's all meat. So any type, chicken, beef. Well, I don't know about beef, but chicken.
Yeah.
There's some religious beliefs you have over there about beef, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. They just a lot of states where beef is illegal.
Illegal, yeah.
Yep.
But still, on the topic that we're discussing, you could privately look at things for yourself. And the only reason I'm saying that is because you have to be situationally aware of where you live, because it just depends who you're talking to. Yeah, you could be ostracized, and you wouldn't, social circles and stuff. I don't know. Some people. That's the reason why a lot of people won't address the fact here in the States that the Earth is flat, because of social circles that they're in, and they'll be ostracized, and they just don't want to deal with all of that. So they stay with the narrative because it's easier socially. It's a shame though.
For
It's a
sure.
shame.
I think a lot of people. I think flat earthers are right in the sense when they say people do not have any real proof or reason to believe the Earth is a globe.
Right.
Because it, even let's say, any curvature measurement that you would have to do, that it's just not part of your everyday life, so it pretty much doesn't even come up, and we just pretty much accept what we're told. And
Yeah, it's
we live
taken
with
for
it.
granted. The knowledge is taken for granted, and so when we take a look at it, because so everybody learns this at an early age, wouldn't you agree, right? Everybody learns that the Earth is a globe.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So when you talk about it later in life, it sounds like, why are we talking about this? They told us about planets and stars and all that stuff, so we don't have to discuss
But
this.
I talk about it because I love this shit. I watch, space
Yeah,
videos on
well,
YouTube all the
you know
time.
what's weird is that when you said you were a vegan and people had a disagreement with that, people where you live, that's also like
Mhm.
you're going against the norm already. But to actually come out and say flat Earth, like that's almost heresy. It's just say something like that for a lot of people in the States too. Don't get me wrong; it just doesn't matter where you are, but
Yep.
more so where you're at because of the fact that you have like this group mentality. The people there, like, they will say like, we don't do that, we don't think like that, they'll tell you stuff like that, like, our people do this and our people do that. They'll give you that kind of speech, so
Right. I mean, so for me, the vegan thing was interesting because I actually got into a little bit of activism, like, going out talking to people when I was like, fuck this. I mean, this is
yeah.
not like, sometimes you have to read the crowd, and people in India are not ready for this shit at all. So I'm
Nope.
like, you know what, I'll keep it to myself.
Yeah, for now.
fine.
Even you being on the internet talking to us if somebody found out, man, you'd be in trouble.
Well, that's the thing, though, Fry. Just like with your veganism, where you realized, okay, I do believe this is true, but it's not helpful for me to speak to people about it in public.
Yeah.
It's the same.
Yeah.
It can be the same thing with the Earth, right? I
That's
mean,
what I was
you
saying, yeah.
knowing that it's true doesn't mean you have to go out and shout about it in the streets. You can just understand it yourself.
Yeah, but I do understand the urge, right? Like, you see something that's happening in the world that you would want, like, you see it as wrong, and such a huge deception, especially. I think it is natural to think that you would want other people to know about it.
Of course, but you have to be ready to have the conversation. If you're not ready, dude, it's going to sound like you're uneducated on the topic, and people might mistake you for just being a believer again.
Yeah, the thing is, after like watching a lot of flat Earth content, I've actually learned so much about like just the globe position, or even the flat Earth position for that matter. It's been a fun ride so far.
Yeah, we'll keep coming in here. Only thing is, every now and again, like with people that just are dipping their toe in the information, like so as like what you're doing, they might get a little like on the side of trying to defame globe Earth in some way, because they're like, wait a minute, now how are you going to explain seasons? Like there's a part of you that still wants to like ask these questions that would obviously just be like, well, I would say non sequitur, but it doesn't really give you information of the Earth's geometry. But it's because you've been told a
Sure.
story. The
Yeah.
story that you've been told about like how the ball planet works with like the, how it rotates and it moves around an ellipse around the sun. Like all these ideas or this narrative, it has like a lot of stories attached to it. So you have to kind of figure out where flat Earth falls into that. Like, how can you tell me the Earth is flat when I know that this narrative is telling me an explanation of how things operate in my reality? So your mind is trying to square the fact that you think that we're going around the sun in an ellipse, when in reality that's not the case. You just see the sun move across the sky from east to west every single day, from horizon to horizon. So for you, all you got to do is like make observations and say, well, this is all I can say for what's happening. And people might be like, well, yeah, but you're not thinking of the other thing, like we're actually a ball planet going around the sun. Be like, I don't see me going around the sun, I just see the sun moving across the sky. So
Okay, see,
you know what I mean?
yeah, okay, I'll be honest, like the goofiest thing that I find flat earthers say, and it's particularly not even like, about the curvature even. It's just that things disappear bottom up on a flat plane. Like, to me, that's not true.
Yeah, but what if it can be proven, Fry? What if that can be proven?
I've seen people try to prove it, but I've seen most of the videos. I've seen the coin video. I've seen so many videos.
So do you think that your perspective from the ground, like from the elevation that you are from the ground, changes the way you see something in the distance? You don't think that's true?
Wait, repeat that?
So your height above the ground changes your perspective of how you see something in the distance. So you could lower your view down to the ground, and it will change your perspective of what you see in the distance. You don't think that's true?
It changes. I mean, if it's very far in the distance,
No.
Your height.
Okay, so I know, but it's not about like, okay, so you'd like to say this is a type of an agreement, an agree or disagree, right? I agree to disagree that you say that when you lower your eyeballs down to the ground, it changes what I see in the distance. You're saying that's not true. It doesn't change something you see in the distance. Because that's what you're arguing, right? You said it's dumb. I think that argument is dumb. That's what you said, right?
Wait, so if I lower my gaze,
yes,
something in the like,
yeah,
if it's visible, right? It doesn't matter.
Yeah, no, but you start losing the visual range, like on what you see in the distance. You can't see the very bottom of that thing as you lower down to the ground. Your eyes. This is just true, and you seem to be having a problem with understanding that this is true. You think that we're just making this like fallacious argument up just so that we can have this bottom up obstruction have an answer.
Okay. So just to show that I'm not trying to be like like if you ask a normal person who has never heard of if who's not even heard of flat Earth arguments, if you just ask them like can things disappear bottom up on a flat plane? Most people would say no, right? Because that's
but they'd be wrong.
Yeah, but I'm just saying like it's intuitive and it.
No, it's not. It's not intuitive. What's intuitive is that you actually test this out to find out the truth. When you don't, you stay ignorant. But that's fine. You can stay ignorant all day long and say that's not true. The part where you actually start to research and investigate this will actually prove you wrong. So you say that that's not the case. That's not true. And this argument is dumb. But you've never tested it for yourself or actually visually seen something in the distance disappear from the bottom up due to your vantage point from the elevation you are from the ground. Changing your elevation will also change how you see something in the distance. This is true.
Okay. Let me ask you a question here. Like
Sure.
let's say a tall building, 400 feet high. There's like a laser at the bottom of that building, and it's disappeared bottom up, like 200 feet of that building has disappeared. So the laser from the bottom part of the building will not reach me.
The laser from the bottom part of the building will not reach you.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means. Like, what's the distance you have between you and the building? Like, you're not giving any relevant information.
It's over a huge lake. And
yeah. Are you referring to a specific test that's been done?
So there is a video of some flat earther who uploaded of a 400 feet tall building where the bottom 200 feet are missing. That was not the point of the video. The point of the video is something else, but I'm just using that as an example. Like if someone was standing in the bottom floors and pointing a laser at you, would you see it?
Yeah, well, you need to. That's a hypothetical. You need to actually test this and actually come forward with actually saying you did something to test this out. And if nothing is done, then that hypothetical doesn't stand. So the only thing that you can reason with is something that has been done and it can't be achieved. So you have to actually propose that something has been done, and this is your test. We've tested this, and now look at my results. You haven't done that.
Yeah, but
Fry.
for you.
You have to apply critical thinking. Have you done this?
No, I've not done this, but I'm asking what
Okay, so
would you
has anyone done this? What you're requesting?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, so we have to start there, Fry. We start there. We don't start with assuming anything, because that's how you got in the mess in the first place, believing the Earth is a globe. That's how you got there, by believing without testing. So this is the reason why we do this in this channel. We ask people for what they have done or any method that they've seen, and let's test the method. If you haven't done it yourself, that's okay. If somebody's done it, that's still fine. We can test whatever they've done to see if that the validity of their what they've done is real. So
Yeah, but so that building, right? It must have had lights on the bottom floor.
yeah, but we're doing something. We're doing something that's not testing the claim. That's the problem. You can't make your assumptions based on what you think could or could not happen. You have to test the claim. This is what that's why this channel is here, Fry. It's here so that you can use your critical thinking skills, develop some method, and then test the method, and then tell the people that you've tested the method and go try it out. I've done this, here, you go do it now. Or somebody's done this, here's what they've done, and then show us what they've done so we can, at least scrutinize it. But if you haven't, you can't proceed forward to tell us, well, but still, you can't do that. You have to find a way that a method has been done to test what you're talking about, at least, the very least. We don't go off of hypotheticals, what can or cannot happen. We go by testing things. That's why you see flat earthers making videos that show you demonstrations. That's important for you. You need that, because if you don't have that part, then you can't proceed forward and say, well, let's say this. Let me speak for a minute. Hypothetically, and then you go off on a ramble. You can't do that. If you don't have anything to put forward, then you're not testing anything. You're just making your assumptions because you want the Earth to be a globe in some way. That's what I'm saying.
No,
If you're here for a while, I'm telling
you.
I'm telling you, Fry, you need to find a method by which somebody's tested it, or you can test it yourself by your demonstrations, because that's how we stand or we fall. We stand or we fall by what we are able to tell people. Check out my demonstration, or check out this person's demonstration, and submit it to this panel, and then we can all test it to see if they're doing something that's correct or not. But if you don't do that, then you're just guessing because you want the Earth to be a globe. It's a narrative that I could think of it like a globe because this thing that I'm thinking about could work. No, that doesn't help. That's why I'm saying you applying critical thinking is really important here in this channel. Hopefully that makes sense, man. Because all I'm telling you is
that makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah. So when we argue in here, with anyone, we always go back to what I just said. Always, because a person says, "Well, how do sunsets work on a globe, or on a flat Earth? Because they only work on a globe, So we go back to but in what way does it show geometry when the sun's traversing across the sky and it goes from horizon to horizon? Because we can talk about convergence, we can talk about the angle of view, all of these things that have to do with vision. Now the conversation revolves around a person's understanding about how vision works in perspective and visual range, and there's a lot of things, right? The ambient temperature of the day, all kinds of good stuff. But if you're uninformed about all of these things, then you don't know how to address the conversation. You're just thinking globe. I want it to be a globe. No, it's a globe. You don't apply any critical thinking, and that's what we're doing here. We're getting people to actually realize they're not doing that. They need to apply critical thinking.
Yeah, but this is not even really about the globe or flat Earth. Really, this is just.
What do you mean? Yeah, it is. Everything deals with it, Fry. You gotta listen to the conversations. Everything you're bringing up. Even if you say, well, it's not really dealing with flat Earth or globe Earth, subconsciously you're bringing up a question.
Yeah,
you think that the Earth is a globe.
I mean, yes, because.
Let's be honest. That's what it is, isn't it?
Yeah, but what it's testing is, it could, the Earth could be it could be flat. It doesn't
it is, but it's okay. Because of the fact that all I'm saying is and I'm just reassuring you because you're at a state right now of mind that you don't know yet. That's fine, but your time in here should be listening to the conversations of people demonstrating they know that the Earth is a globe. If somebody's putting the effort forward, then listen to their conversation. Like you can't just assume that people everywhere already know that the Earth is a globe. You have to listen to them actually testing claims. That's what we do. When people make a claim, we ask what they've done to test their claim. What evidence do you have to put forward that you know the Earth is a globe? You can't just get information that somebody's given you and you're like, okay, I know the Earth's a globe because they gave me this information, but it can't be tested. So, like, for example, do you see a picture from space, right? They show you the Earth that looks like a globe or whatever. And then you give it to us and you're like, yeah, see, that's my evidence. The Earth is a globe. There's an image.
Oh, I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, but people do. And so when that happens, it's like, well, that's fine. You show us an image, but how can you test the claim that this is what the Earth looks like? In what way? The content of that image from that photograph, you can't take it anywhere into your reality outside. The Earth doesn't look like what they're showing you on that image. So you can't test whether or not you can compare that image to anything you see. There's nothing you see that looks like that image. So you have to take it based on a belief, not you, but the person.
Even if it looks like anything, like it doesn't matter because it's not really going to convince. I guess it's not.
Well, you know the argument. That's why you understand at least that point, right? That you can't convince somebody based on that. But anything to deal with like what you were talking about before, like light traveling over a distance, the way we can see, some things in the distance that look like they're missing, the bottoms of whatever you're talking about. It doesn't matter. Like whatever it is, it has to be in the context of understanding what method can be done, what instruments can we use optically, and putting all of these things together, you can form a method or find out if somebody's done a method to check this out. And then testing whether or not a distance would matter, like what specific distance, 10, 20, 30 miles, 40 miles, whatever it is, and have there been any tests, and then look for that. Because your position has to be something that can be scrutinized. We have to be able to say, okay, he just told us something. How can we look into this? Is there any papers on this? Have people done something? And then we will test the veracity of that claim. That's the important part. We don't just go by feelings and I think the Earth is flat because Crit said so. Crit said the Earth is flat, so I agree with him. It's flat. That's not how it works in here, and a lot of people think that's how it is. Well, Elbow TV, he just told me about flat Earth the other day, so I believe the Earth is flat. No, that's not how it is. We tell everybody there's a method by which you can understand the Earth you stand on has been measured to be flat and stationary, which is it's not moving and is definitely not a globe curving anywhere. So this is important information for you. This is how we're doing it, because flat Earth has to stand against the idea that academia has propped up an understanding that the Earth is a globe. So in order to fight back against that, you have to have knowledge about what you're talking about. That's why a person who has been researching flat Earth for a while, they know what it sounds like. They know what they're talking about. Because if they heard the arguments of like, okay, well, the Earth is said to be a globe. We had Eratosthenes back in the day doing his well and stick, where he's measuring shadow lengths and stuff like that. We know the argument, so we know how they don't prove the Earth is a globe. Anyway,
yeah,
it's important.
Would you say so? You probably didn't get into flat Earth because of let's say crepuscular rays or
no, it was water
disappearing.
It was water.
So the water is flat.
Yeah. Water actually conforms to the nature of reality. So water lies flat and horizontal, and it displays no convexity over large bodies. Large bodies of water will display no convexity. It's not convex like the surface of a ball. It is not convex at all. Zero convexity. Water lies flat and level. with surface tension, because as it's spread out over distance, it will fill up a volume of a container. So, swimming pools, bathtubs, it doesn't matter what, it'll fill up the volume, and then the surface, because of tension and the hydrogen bonds that water has, it will spread out evenly and flat, per the nature of our flat Earth.
So you believe in atoms and molecules? I've heard some flat earthers
those are
even
those
contest that.
Yeah, those are conventions that are useful for describing certain things, but they're not in and of themselves something. So they're like, if I want to convey an idea to you, I can talk to you about kinetic molecular theory, the molecules of gas. But these conventions are useful for me conveying this idea to you about how the gas pressure operates. In and of themselves, there's no little BBs flying around, if you get what I'm saying.
I mean, even like the standard model is like they don't adhere to that, right? Like it's not what they teach in schools, like this
Of
this
course,
small
of course.
balls of
But
it's the probabilistic
yeah,
model.
there's ideas of how you're gonna tell somebody something without having that empirical evidence. Like, okay, let me hand you all of these marbles, and these marbles, the way they operate is they bounce around everywhere, and then they react this way in a containment. Like, there's nothing you can hand somebody so they can test something like that. So you have to give them this convention so that they can be like, okay, I get what you're saying now, because you gave me this description of how I can think about it. Get it?
That's fair. Yep.
So that's what those are. And the best model that they got for something like this displays like these little tiny marbles, these small BBs, and they're bouncing around, they're flying around. And so that gives you the idea that these small discrete chunks of matter are moving around doing something, right? And then, of course, in certain laws, the way things are described, like gas laws, that you have to understand, this is what this model will depict, how we can create pressure and generate force with that pressure. You know what I mean? So there's a lot to deal with, like the convention that kind of comes into play, but we use it so that it's easier to kind of transcribe our ideas to someone else. Otherwise, how could you tell somebody something's happening when you don't have no visual observation evidence of it doing what you say? You know what I'm saying? You can describe it in many ways. So,
but it's not just any water, right? Like you cannot look at a glass of water and be like, oh, the earth is flat, because
no, it's not any water. It's the mechanics. It's the mechanics of water. Understanding hydrostatics, Fry. So water is the beginning. It's a more simpler way for you to wrap your mind around what I'm talking about.
No, but wait. Like let's say the Earth was actually a globe, right? And water is attracted to it like a magnet attracts iron. So if it was a huge magnet and you're looking at a glass of water, like that water will look flat to you. It wouldn't have any curvature to it.
That's not true. That's not true, because water will display whatever the surface it's on. It takes the shape of its container, Fry. That's what water does. So if you pour water in a glass, whatever shape that glass is, it'll take the shape of that glass. But the surface,
I'm talking about the surface of the water.
I know. What I'm telling you is I'm about to say it. It takes the shape of the container, but the surface remains to be flat and level on the top. Now, at no time when you have large bodies of water, we're talking about large bodies, right? Large bodies of water in a container do not display any convexity.
Right. So you specifically need to test it on a large body of water, right? You cannot just test it on in a glass and be like.
But what you're dealing with is a couple of things, right? Because water is holding rigidity when you take it up from whatever surface it's on. So if you have, let me just tell you what that means. You have a cup of water, right? You can do this now with your water that you have in your house. Fill up a cup of water. Now I want you to think about something. Whenever direction you tilt that cup in any direction, it doesn't matter what direction you tilt it in. notice how the surface of that water remains flat and horizontal to the surface that you're standing on. So it gives you kind of like a gyroscope would. A gyroscope holds rigidity in space, right? It allows you to see what level would mean, like without having to, like, stand on the ground or whatever. Like you could tell that because you're tilting the container of water, right, that you have in your hand, the surface is holding its horizontal reference to the plane that you're standing on.
Yeah.
So it's doing that naturally, right? And you got to think, okay, if I scale up a little bit bigger, right? If you go to like a pond, then you go to a lake, and you go to whatever size water always remains to hold that rigidity. Now, if it's in some type of containment, right? Like if it's in a pond or a lake, when the shore of the lake is containing it, well, it's still holding that rigidity. So that means the surface of that water will always remain flat and level due to the fact that it's remaining horizontal to the surface that it's on. So right now it's in a lake, it's in a pond. You could grab a whole bunch of that water and put it in a container and lift it up off the lake or the pond, and that container you just put it in, it will still be lifted up, but the surface of that water as it's inside of a container that you put it in will always remain flat and level to the earth in reference to the horizontal plane that it's referencing. The horizontal plane that it's referencing would be the flat earth that we're describing.
Yeah, but so what I'm asking is, like, let's say, you look over an ocean and, it's curving, like you can actually see, let's say the earth was not so huge, according in a flat globe model, and you could actually see the curve, and you'd be like, oh, that's curving, but, my swimming pool doesn't curve because it's,
Yeah,
you
but
cannot see
there's you're thinking too far ahead. Nobody's ever witnessed what you're describing. Nobody's witnessed
Yeah,
that.
but it could be a possibility, right?
No,
And you
it's
wouldn't
not.
know.
It's not a possibility because water would be doing something that is not doing in reality. Reality describes how we understand water with hydrostatics. So if water if we can understand water in that way, and you're saying water's doing something other than what we understand it to do, then you're violating the natural law that it abides by.
No, it's
How
it's
can
not.
how can water
It's
do
not.
something? How can water do something that you're saying it's doing when we don't observe it doing that? You get what I'm saying? You have to have the observation that follows what you're saying. And if that observation does not follow in any way, it can't be measured, it can't be
So
tested.
that's what I'm asking. Like, which measurement, which observation, would be violated by.
Right. So
Let's
think
say.
about it like this. There's a place in the United States. It's called the Salt Flats. I don't know if you know what Salt Flats are.
Nope.
Um,
The one with the perfect reflections of the sky.
Yeah. Well, I mean, after a rain.
I think you're thinking. Are you thinking of like the Black or the Dead Sea or something?
Well, you could use any
The
surface. It really does. At this point, it doesn't really matter. But
I mean, could you use like the Ganges River as like a?
You could. You could.
Oh, that river is dirty as fuck.
It doesn't matter.
Even they did. Like that is disgusting.
It doesn't matter what you're talking about at this moment. But all you need is just a surface.
Kind of does.
It kind of doesn't, dude. All right. So
anyway, go
when
on.
you think about the body of water that you're looking at, right? So there's something called specular reflection. Excuse me. Specular reflection would happen to be what you see, a smooth surface, like a mirrored surface, and the only way you could get that is if the surface itself was displaying, no ridges or ruffles, like wind blowing on it. So there's times where you could see, like in the salt flats, a perfect mirrored surface, like it looks like it's just mirroring the sky. Now, with the specular reflection, you could have it on a curved surface or a flat surface that has no curve to it. So specular reflection is just a surface that doesn't have, any rippling effect. So it distorts
Right.
it distorts the image.
Yeah,
So
damn, bro, you should be making mirrors. That sounds crazy.
What you see in a reflection depends on what the surface is doing, right? Whether it's curved or not. So if the surface was curved, then you'd notice that the specular reflection would be curved as well, kind of like a funhouse mirror. So if you've ever been to one of those like carnivals, funhouse,
More about mirrors. You
and
should
it
start
shows,
making mirrors.
sir, can I finish what I'm saying? If you don't
I'm
mind.
sorry.
So if it shows like a curve on it, it's going to display like when you look in the mirror, like you're all wavy and whatnot, right? But if you look at a regular mirror that's flat, It's going to show you a representation exactly what you would see if you were staring at it, like without no curvature on it. So we apply the same idea with the specular reflection. If the surface of the water that you're looking at, like with the salt flats or with any lake, that's showing specular reflections, right? You can show that there is no convexity, because if it was convex in some kind of way, then the light that's hitting that water and then bouncing up to your eye, it would show a curved surface, and it would look like you wouldn't be able to see something in the far distance, because of the fact that the light, when it hits that water and it bounces off of there and tries to hit your eye, it would be at a very different angle. You wouldn't be able to see the thing in the far distance. Now, we've noticed this in many images, that you could see mountains in the distance, or people looking
Wait.
over.
See, you don't think it's possible for the surface to just be curved slightly enough for that to not be disturbed?
Still not done. So if you're doing that, it doesn't matter where you go. Any body of water will do, so long as you don't see too much wind disturbance.
Donald Trump getting into this much.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude! Holy shit!
Why do you get to talk? Why do you get to deliver a 5-minute presentation?
Because I'm trying to unravel some of the cognitive dissonance that most of you people that think that the Earth is a globe, that you have in your mind. So if you don't allow me to finish, you're gonna have. You're like the guy. Listen, dude. You're like the guy who wants an explanation in like 2 sentences or less. That doesn't happen here. If we don't talk about it in this way, you guys are going to miss out the main point. You understand? And so the main point is, if the curved surface of the Earth was displaying the convexity, what you see in the distance wouldn't be seen, because of the slight curvature. How much there would be from the point where you're standing, making the observation, to the far distance where the thing that's being reflected on the water is striking the water and then bouncing off and hitting your eyes. You wouldn't see it because of the distance. So the
will be
diffuse
reflection.
Thank you. So it would be diffused, and you wouldn't be able to see it. So therefore, the surface that's a specular reflection has to be a smooth, flat surface in order for you to see a perfectly mirrored surface. Now, if it was curved, like I said before, it'd be like the funhouse mirror. You'd get a distorted image. You'd see like a really, weird looking image from what you're seeing on the water. It would be convex, and so that would be the difference. So
I think the scale matters here, right? Like how much is it curving?
Exactly, Fry. That's the reason why I'm bringing this up. Okay, so now it's time to ask you: do you know at what distance the Earth curves with? From let's say, I'll give you an example. If you're gonna use an arbitrary distance like 20 miles, what is the amount of curvature there should be between 20 miles from you and the target distance?
Oh, 20 miles. So 8 inches per square mile, something.
So per mile squared.
Yeah, per mile squared. Yeah. So
per mile squared, not square mile, because square mile is different.
Oh right, yeah, per mile squared. Probably, I don't know, 20 inches, maybe more.
No, not inches. No, we're talking feet, sir.
Oh right, it would become feet at that point. I don't know.
Right, you can
a bunch.
You can Google Earth curve calculator, and it will come up with a calculator where you can just put in your distance.
Yeah, but then you know what the next point of argument is going to be with that one. Like I'll try to add refraction
in reality.
Yeah,
and it's not. No one's measured it.
No one's measured it, and that's where I'm trying to take you right now, Fry, because of the fact that 8 inches per mile squared has never been measured at any time. That is a fantasy measurement, because you can't use some type of idea that somebody did something to measure the surface that's never been tested. You can never test the Earth to have that curvature. What I'm showing you right now, water's not curving in any way. So if it was curving, like I said, the specular reflection that you see where people see these lakes and have mountains in the far distance, and it bounces off the surface of the water and into the person's eye, they can see a perfectly mirrored surface of something far, far away from their position. And that wouldn't happen if the surface of that water is curved, because that image would not display itself the way it does. Therefore, if the curvature existed... Go ahead.
There was a video of the surveyor who measured like 2 inches of curvature over a lake or something.
2 inches.
Yeah, it was crazy. I was like, what? I did not even know
but
you
that
can do
doesn't.
that.
You got to think about it like this. It has to also conform to what the size of the Earth is, Fry. It can't just be some random measurement of curvature. It has to be specifically according to the geometry of the Earth being a globe of a radius of 39.
Oh, he used a lake or something for it. Like
yeah, but did you hear what I just said? Did you hear what I just said? It has to conform to the measurement of the Earth being a globe of a radius of 3959, Fry.
Yeah, exactly, and it did. Like
No,
he came
it didn't.
to a.
It didn't, dude. If you're okay, you right now you don't know who's done some magical measurement, and you think somebody's did something, but upon your research and you're gonna post something, it's not gonna be that because we know everybody who talks about this subject, nobody's ever measured that ever, Fry. Now I want to know who this magical person is.
He did
that
it with
curvature.
theolite or something. You know that tool.
Yeah, of course. A theodolite, Fry.
Yep,
I need you to use some critical thinking here. The theodolite that he's using. Is it useful to measure the horizon? What do they use that tool for? Let me ask that question.
Yeah. Why
what
not?
do they use the theodolites for?
Oh, I'm not sure.
You're not sure.
I don't know what they
So
use.
you're coming at this argument with I'm not sure what they use theodolites for, but I think it could solidify a point I can drop over distance. See, here's the problem, Fry. You have a lack of understanding of what you're talking about, and then you're engaging in an argument that you don't have any knowledge on and thinking the outcome is going to go in your favor. Right now, as it stands, you don't know what a theodolite is useful for and what industry they use it for. This is a lack of knowledge, and you can't address an argument with lack of knowledge. You have to go in at least prepared to know what you're going to talk about.
Wait, but like I want to hear this. So you said it doesn't point towards a horizon?
Fry. You can't use an argument right now. You really desperately want to talk about what's going on here. I could tell you, and you're just going to tell me at the end, nuh-uh, I don't want to hear that. I want you to go study what a theodolite is, who uses them, why do they use them, where do they use them, all these things. Go and do that, Fry. Come back, and then we can talk about it once again. Because you would be armed with the information. Right now, if I was to engage you, because I know everybody would love to engage you on this point, you're not going to understand.
Do it.
You're not going to understand. No, I'm not. I'm actually not going to, because I understand you have a lack of knowledge. I know that. Engaging you would be a fool's errand. To start off a conversation with you not understanding what it is and then thinking you're right. And at the end, we're just going to wind up saying, well, you need to go study. I'm saving everybody the time. We're not going to do that. You need to go study what it is, come back, and then we can talk about it. That way I know that you know what it is, what its tolerance is.
I did catch you mention that it doesn't point towards the horizon.
No, dude, listen. You just... you want to bait me into this conversation. It's not going to happen, Fry. I know all the tricks that people use. It won't happen, Fry. I'm denying you the fact that you're going to engage you on this. You need to go do research.
Let me find that video. I'll post it.
Not just the video. I don't want you to just pull up the video. I need you to do the research. You have a lack of knowledge of what a theodolite is, or who uses them, why they use them, where they use them, all that. You need to know that before you engage me in a conversation that you have no knowledge on. Does that make sense, Fry? That I'm asking you something reasonable and you're not...
No, it does. I'm not saying you're being unreasonable.
All right, so best thing to do before you find that video, because you're going to try to bait somebody else in here to have the conversation. I'm pretty sure they might engage you. But you need to understand you have a lack of knowledge, Fry. You need to fill your mind with whatever theodolite is and how they use them, where they use them. I'm telling you, this is what you need to do. Addressing you on this point is a fool's errand.
That's fair. I'll look up what it is.
Yep.
Well,
and study up.
Gaylord in the chat is sounding like he's got some globe evidence to present. If we're moving on.
Yeah, we moved on. You can take him, Cyclone. I gotta get going anyway. Yeah, but don't try to engage Fry on this.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm just warning everybody.
I was like, yes.
Yeah. No, because if I leave, you're gonna be like, okay, guys, can I talk about the theodolite? No.
It's okay. I have to go eat anyway. This was fun though. Thanks for engaging me.
See ya, man.
I appreciate it. Yep.
Yeah, peace, bro.
Gaylord, you're up.
Yeah, let's hear it, Gaylord.
Oh, can I talk, or am I going to be muted when I start making sense? I'm curious.
Let's hear your best globe evidence. We're all ears.
Okay, so can you guys explain to me why the stars rotate a certain direction in one hemisphere and the opposite direction if you stand on the other?
Okay, so the best globe evidence is a question to us.
I'm waiting for an answer.
Well, we asked you for globe evidence and you asked us a question.
Yeah, we're waiting for globe evidence, not questions.
Or is that your evidence?
Well, the question is a precursor to the evidence, so can you answer the question or no?
How about you just get to the evidence?
Yeah, do the evidence.
Okay,
first.
so the implication being that you can't actually answer the question.
Okay, so what was the evidence?
I'm seeing that you actually can't answer the question, right?
All right, so you don't have any evidence.
Oh, okay.
So you can't open a textbook at school. It's going to tell you that the globe evidence is flat earthers couldn't answer a question.
No, well, I mean, that goes without saying. You can't answer the simple question, so...
But, I mean, you're not answering the question. That's not an answer to what I just asked you. So is that evidence flat earthers didn't answer a question?
So, do you know what precursor means? The question I asked is a precursor to me providing my evidence. Can you answer the question?
In a row, you're not answering.
Hey, can you talk less and answer the question more?
Hold on, you deflected my question because my question was the first question asked, and my question to you was, "What's your globe evidence?" And then you responded with a question.
Yes, my answer to your question is predicated upon my question, or the answer to my question.
You didn't answer my question.
Can you stop arguing semantics and answer the fucking question? Why do the stars rotate in one hemisphere the opposite direction in the other hemisphere? Tell me that, and then I will tell you why you guys are dumb.
Well, you didn't. The question was asked to you originally.
Please shut the fuck up about questions and answer the question. Holy shit! Is this all you do?
Why are you getting?
Listen,
is this all you do? Just
you're
holy
implying
shit.
that this is globe proof. So how about you just provide it,
Yeah, it's strange for a guy to whine about having his question answered when he's literally deflecting from a question that was asked to him.
Yeah, it's the first question you've been asked, and you deflected it straight away, bro.
Yeah, like,
so I'm guessing you guys.
The question was a deflection from a question that was posed to you. Kind of ironic.
Oh, okay. So yeah, you can't answer a question with another question, can you?
So is your answer?
That's a logical fallacy, or whatever the fuck you guys call it, or an appeal to authority, or something like that.
Your evidence. So the evidence you're presenting is the motion of the stars. Is that right?
That rotate the opposite direction in the northern hemisphere as opposed to the southern hemisphere. Yes, please answer that, and then I will answer your question. Holy fucking shit.
So how does that tell you the
Oh my god. You're implying this is globe proof, so just present it as globe evidence. That's it.
So can you not answer the question? Just admit it if you can't answer the question.
This guy might be a retarded guy.
So you can't. It's funny. It's funny being called a retard by somebody who can't answer a simple question.
Motion?
Yeah, that's you.
Stars motion.
Yeah.
How is the stars motion?
Well, I'm rubber. You're glue. Whatever you say sticks off me, sticks to your flat ass head.
Yeah, Cyclone.
See, I can act like a child too. Shut the fuck up and answer my question.
No, you are doing it. You're already acting like a child.
Now, hold on,
Guys, hold on.
Cyclone asked you a question, and you went straight to a deflection. So if that makes someone retarded, not being able to answer a question, I guess that's you.
Wow, your whole "I'm rubber, you're glue" argument is really working out there. You fucking child.
You can't seem to tell us how the star's motion is evidence for a ball.
What the fuck did you just say?
You can't seem to explain to us how the stars being in motion tells you that the Earth is.
Okay, so this is actually a waste of time. Have fun, whatever the fuck you guys are doing here.
Oh, he ran away.
Wow. Sweet. What do you think, Fry? How was that for a globe argument? Did that convince you?
There's liabilities on both sides.
Well, not really. The burden of proof is on them.
No, I mean, like, there's, sometimes there's flat earthers that just are absolutely getting decimated because they don't know how to argue the point whatsoever. And then same thing
Well,
with
that's
globe
not
Earth,
what
which is their
was
sun
just
like that.
occurring there, was it?
No, I'm saying this one is a globe Earth liability.
Yeah, that's what I said. Oh, he was so triggered from the very beginning.
So confident and so stupid at the same time.
And I think he was at the time, Miggy was answering questions from Fry and going back and forth, and he was blurting during that too. Talk about Miggy's an attention seeker, Miggy this, Miggy that. And you're like, dude, now it's your turn to talk, and you won't. You just ask another question and just sit there with a dumb look on your face. If you have all this stuff, and then he's worried about, I'm going to get muted, and then he's like, watch this, and he disconnects.
Well, they should just replace Eratosthenes in the school textbooks with just ask flat earthers a question, and when they can't answer, that's your globe proof. That's the method for determining that the world is a ball.
Look how derpy his question was. So if the Earth is a globe with with two hemispheres, explain flat Earth on the globe.
Explain flat Earth on the globe.
I got a globe here. There's two hemispheres. Stars rotate different directions. Now explain flat Earth on that.
He's also wrong about what the sky does.
Oh, yeah. There's multiple layers of derp.
But I guess it's not really necessary to get into any of that when he was just asked for his proof and then he came with a question. Is this going to be a globe proof, or do you need us to explain something to you? Which one is it? Because if you came with proof, I don't think you need to be asking us any questions, right? You can just present your proof. You don't need help. You don't need the flat earthers to explain anything.
Give a 50-50, phone a friend.
Yeah, exactly. He's looking for a lifeline from us. Why does something happen that doesn't happen? What kind of answer am I supposed to give? Here's this thing that doesn't happen. Now explain it. Yeah, it's just in your head.
If you don't answer, then he runs away. If you do answer, he runs away.
If you tell them that it's just a matter of turning around, they'll be in here for hours arguing against that.
Yeah, it's interesting how that alone they don't get that part. It's like,
yeah, it'll just go on forever. They'll never relent, and it doesn't matter how many time lapses and stuff you show them. They'll just say they're fake. They'll literally do all the things that they say you do.
like you watching, you can use things like the ceiling fan, like tires rotating on which side of the road or which side of the car you're sitting on. Use tracked vehicles and all this stuff, and none of it sinks in because they don't understand.
I wasn't going to waste.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, Craig. I was going to say, that's why I wasn't really going to waste my time going into that with him, because I mean, the projection was immediate. The first interaction he had in the voice was a question asked to him. He deflected it with a question, and then 2 seconds later was irate that someone else wasn't answering his question. Plus, like you say, he's not going to. If we even get into the weeds of that argument, it's just going to be a waste of time. It's more sufficient just to point out that he doesn't have any evidence that the Earth's a ball, and so he can just spiral out like he did.
Yeah, that's good. That's better. It's way more to the point, and it's already done. Whereas if you'd gotten into the weeds with him, he'd still be here going nuh-uh. And he'd be here for like another hour just going nuh-uh on the same thing.
Yep. And now he's back to spiraling in the chat. Hilarious.
VC was too hard. Better stick to chat skanking. Oh, he fled because he thought he was going to catch a disease. He's a hypochondriac. He's already got brain rot. He can't handle too many more diseases.
Another one bites the dust. What about Knuckin' Futz? You were in the chat. Knuckin' Futz, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. What's going on?
Not much, just discussing the Earth. What's your thoughts?
Oh, I'm kind of tired today. I was mostly just going to listen to you guys ham it up.
All right. Well, are you too tired to tell us why you think the Earth's a ball?
No. I'd say my answer to that today is that all of the smartest people alive today and the people that they studied from generations ago all tell us that the Earth is a ball, so it's good enough reason to believe.
No, I'm saying the Earth is flat. So that's debunked right
there. So which of the smart people specifically actually proved it or gave evidence for it?
Let's see. What comes to mind? The one that I remember right now is Henry Oldham in 1901.
Henry Oldham. What did he
do? He's still alive?
No, I don't think so.
So how did he do? How did he evidence that the Earth is a ball?
Well, he situated 3 poles, each 3 miles apart, and exactly the same height above a level water surface. And by drawing a straight line between poles 1 and 3, if the Earth is a globe, then pole number 2, which is in between them, should be higher than the line created by poles 1 and 3. And then he proved that by measuring it with a theodolite.
Measured it with a theodolite.
That's correct, yeah. His experiment's been replicated hundreds of times since.
Well, could you show us his data or his observations?
If you Google or look on Wikipedia the Bedford level experiment, you can read all about it.
And that's got his observations on it?
He wasn't the first one to measure at the Bedford River, but he was the first one to use a theodolite to confirm it.
And it's got his observations using the theodolite?
That's correct, yeah. The theodolite had to be raised, I think it was 0.02 of a degree in order to create a line of sight with the middle pole, which trigonometry converts that to roughly 6 feet higher.
Could you link the observations in the text chat?
I'm on my phone right now. Again, if you just Google the Bedford level experiment, you can read all about it yourself.
Well, I know about the Bedford level experiment that Robotham did. He didn't see any curve.
Right, and then Wallace came along and corrected his experiment and actually won the bet.
Right, but then that later got taken to court, and the court said that he didn't actually win the bet, and that Wallace had to pay Robotham back the money.
No, that's false.
No, that's true. You can look that up. It's on the Wikipedia. So where does that get us? Conclusion.
He's having to talk to his scriptwriter right now.
Sorry, no, you're actually right. The court ruled that that the bet was invalid because it was
Listen to him.
inappropriate.
Oh, that's incorrect.
Because
That's incorrect.
Because it was
That's what he said.
inappropriate.
This Wallace guy said too. He's like the same as that Wallace guy. Robotham went out, observed no curve, and then some guy came along and said, "That's incorrect."
Sorry, just let me finish my thought. Yeah, the court ruled that it was inappropriate to bet on something that was so well established as to not even be challengeable. That's why they.
Right, so he had to pay his bet back. So he didn't win the bet, proving the Earth curve.
Right, the court ruled that the Earth's shape should not be bet on because it's common sense and well understood.
Right. Okay. So his bet was thrown out. So they obviously didn't think he had actually won the bet, meaning that he'd proven the curve. So who did?
Well, you keep changing the story. The court canceled the bet because they thought it wasn't appropriate.
So he didn't
for somebody
win the bet.
to bet on accepted science.
He had to pay Robotham back, right?
Yeah, it was a matter of ethics, not a matter of being proven right or wrong.
So did they say that he had measured the curve?
The court said that the Earth's curvature was well understood and accepted at that time and should not be bet on.
Right, so they didn't say he measured the curve.
No, they just said the Earth was curved. Everybody knows that.
Yeah, right, but that's what we're looking for the evidence for, and saying everybody knows that isn't evidence.
Well, right, so then later on in 1901, this is why I mentioned Henry Oldham, he actually put the poles in the old Bedford River, but you can do it in other places too, and measured curvature.
Right, you said that, but then when I said, could you post the observations, you said no.
I told you where you can go read about them, and then you said no.
Right. Right, but it's your argument, so it's for you to present the evidence, not for me to go and find your evidence.
Oh no, I'm not making an argument. You asked me why I believe the Earth is a globe, and I told you. I'm not trying to convince you.
Yeah, well, okay, fair enough. Because no evidence would not convince me.
Yeah, I mean, you can think that there's no evidence. That's up to you.
Well, you don't have it. No. Claims made without evidence can be dismissed without evidence, right?
Well, I mean, the one question that I always come back to wondering in this particular experiment is how the heck does that middle pole get higher, even though it's set the exact same height above the water surface as the other two poles? How does that happen?
A question.
Oh.
That's probably why you lost the bet.
If you were to evidence that that was the case, then yeah, what would be the answer for that? And how would you verify what the answer to that is?
Well, on a globe Earth, the reason why it's higher is because it is on the bump between the two outside poles, which,
it's a globe.
curved surface.
That's circular logic. That's begging the question, because you're saying if it's a globe, but you haven't demonstrated it is yet.
So, begging the question assumes what you're trying to prove. This would be a hypothesis being demonstrated to be true. Those are very different. This is an experiment, not an argument.
How did you prove that the cause was a curve of water?
So, I'm sure you know how science experiments work, right? You have a hypothesis, and then you go out to try to prove or disprove the hypothesis. Yeah.
Right, so what's your hypothesis?
Right, so in this case, the hypothesis was that the Earth is a globe. And
the Earth is a globe, not a scientific hypothesis?
Yes.
You sure about that?
Yeah, pretty sure.
Doesn't a scientific hypothesis need to have an independent variable and a dependent variable?
And no, actually, a scientific experiment needs to have an independent variable and a dependent variable. A hypothesis is just an idea.
Well, you need to be able to test the idea using your independent variable and dependent variable.
Isn't it after witnessing a natural phenomenon, that you would make the hypothesis? So what natural phenomenon would you have seen that would have made somebody think the Earth was a globe?
Probably watching the sunset, or watching boats sink into the horizon as they go further away, stuff like that.
But isn't a sphere a certain shape? What I'm trying to get at is you're assuming a shape. I'm sorry for cutting you off, by the way. It was that Cyclone. Sorry about that. I was just kind of curious, because if he's saying, "Oh, we have a hypothesis," okay, well, how can you hypothesize a sphere? Even by the observations that you saw, it doesn't prove anything. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I was just about to say, I need to go on mute for a bit anyway, so someone else take over, but I've set it up pretty nicely with him saying that the Earth is a globe is a scientific hypothesis. So if someone wants to take it at that point, that would probably be a good jumping off spot.
Someone said that proving the Earth's a globe is a scientific hypothesis?
No, he said saying the Earth is a globe, or theorizing that the Earth is a globe, is a scientific hypothesis.
What's the dependent variable?
Boy, you guys, you don't really know science much, do you? An experiment requires independent and dependent variables. A hypothesis is just an idea.
No. The hypothesis forecasts how the independent is going to affect the dependent variable. Mister, you guys don't know science too well, huh?
Yeah, you need a valid hypothesis, not just any hypothesis. It has to be valid.
So first you have a hypothesis, right? It's an idea.
Yeah, and
then you said,
so you were already wrong about it once. You don't have to do it twice.
Well,
it's going to forecast how the independent variable affects the dependent variable. So what are those in your shape hypothesis?
If you're going to interrupt me, then I'll just let you talk to somebody else.
That's probably the best case for you.
Well, if you can find anybody else in the scientific community who actually says that a hypothesis includes dependent and independent variables, you let me know.
Okay, I'll grab you the citation for that specifically. That's exactly what it is. Scientific hypothesis. You're going to forecast that your independent variable affects your dependent variable. That's the whole point. I have noted that you can't do that, so you don't have the hypothesis that you said you had.
Hello? Hello?
What's the point?
Yeah, it's like interesting that he's going to have science without observation, without experiment.
Mathematics is not only about observation, right? And it's a science.
What is a scientific experiment exactly?
Here, I'll read this citation from Merriam-Webster. A hypothesis.
Is that math and science being the same thing too? That's a very interesting.
A hypothesis in science is an assumption, an idea that is proposed for the sake of argument so that it can be tested to see if it might be true.
You didn't just say colloquial hypothesis. You said scientific hypothesis.
That's right. The question is, what does a hypothesis mean in science? A hypothesis is an assumption, an idea that is proposed for the sake of argument so that it can be tested to see if it might be true. In the scientific method, the hypothesis is constructed before any applicable research has been done, apart from a basic background review.
Right.
Observation.
So, a scientific experiment is a hypothesis test.
That is
How
correct.
are you going to involve independent and dependent variables into your experiment without having identified them first within your hypothesis?
Well, the hypothesis doesn't require independent and dependent variables.
Yes, it does. Dummy, and I'm going to prove it to you right now.
Scientific experiment, right, is a hypothesis test, you need to drag whatever is in your hypothesis over to the practical side of the experiment. It involves independent and dependent variables and identifying them.
That's required to perform the experiment. Yes, I agree.
I think I heard that thing about Robotham before winning a court case. But that's even better because that kind of shows with Zen Garcia and all the court cases he won, like modern day. So you've got 200 years of court cases. Trading the Earth is flat and stationary.
Nice. I've just cited the scientific method for you. Read it and weep.
Yeah, hypothesis is absolutely ridiculous without a test. To test if the hypothesis, you could hypothesize anything in that case. Pigs fly because I saw them on TV. That would be just as valid as your hypothesis without a hypothesis test.
If you don't have a valid hypothesis without both variables, then you have nothing to base the experiment on to begin with. And it's funny that this guy is attacking other people's knowledge of science when he's saying stuff like this.
You must have a valid hypothesis to do the testing. If you don't have a valid hypothesis, how are you going to test flying pigs?
Yeah.
Exactly.
You don't have an experiment without a valid hypothesis. The experiment is a hypothesis test.
And, it's kind of ridiculous for someone to claim they have a hypothesis on a shape claim or a geometric claim.
I know.
You don't need a hypothesis. All you need is a measurement if it's a shape claim.
Exactly, yeah. It's a category error, so he dragged it into arguing what a hypothesis is instead of presenting his valid scientific hypothesis for a shape, because no such thing exists, obviously.
Is he going to reply to any of this or concede?
Well, if you don't interrupt me, I'd be glad to respond. To help fit it into what was just cited, I'll apply the Bedford measurement into that. So the hypothesis is the Earth is a globe. If the hypothesis, the Earth is a globe, is true, then were we to set up these three poles in a level body of water, we would expect to see the middle pole higher than the two outside poles.
So what's the dependent independent variable in your hypothesis?
Sorry, give me a second. I've got something in my eye. I'll be right back. Hold on.
Take your time.
Oh, it must have been mass attracting mass. So your eye orbit gravitated a piece of dust. Oh shit!
Where do we observe the globe?
They're called globes tears.
Matthew 7.
It's a plank
Hey,
of wood.
hypocrite. You got
Where
a
is the
plank in your
firmament,
eye.
cowboy?
It's a plank. It's
A plank. Yeah, he has a plank in his eye.
Did
Okay, sorry.
he say that the hypothesis is that the Earth is a globe?
Sorry, I'm back. So
Yeah.
in the case of the Bedford measurement, the dependent variable is the angle between the first pole and the second pole. The angle of rise, in particular.
You can vary and manipulate.
Rise or angle of
Sorry, was there a question?
What's the independent variable?
The independent variable is the height of the three poles and the line of sight between poles 1 and 3.
And how did you vary those?
Observe phenomenon, angle, suppose cause, height of poles.
So nothing to do with the shape of the surface itself then. Thanks.
Yeah, and that's being
great.
generous, giving him the dependent variable as being an observed natural phenomenon.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Like poles in the water. Like, come on, man. Like, you have a shape claim. Provide a measurement of your shape claim. Because it's not anything to do with a hypothesis.
Well, the measurement that emerged from this experiment or demonstration was a curvature of roughly 6 feet per 3 miles.
It's already pretty malformed because you know what the cause of pole is.
They had poles at intervals of 6 feet for 3 miles.
Yeah,
No,
they did that.
They had 3 poles.
If you're going to say that they measured 3, what did you say? What was it?
So
3.
There are 3
feet.
poles, right? There's pole 1, 3 miles further, there's pole 2, and then 3 miles further, there's pole 3. They are all the exact same height over the surface of the water, which is level. As you guys say, water always seeks its level. And so with this layout, one would expect that the angle between the first pole and the second pole and the third pole would be perfectly horizontal. But it was not.
Do you have a straight line of sight?
You'd have to plumb those poles first, and to plumb them, you got to have a flat surface.
You have a straight line of sight from pole 1 to pole 3.
There goes your refraction excuse for Wallace's contention with Rowbotham's test.
Well, I believe he wanted to raise the poles in order to cancel out refraction.
But Wallace's rebuttal to Rowbotham was refraction. Now you're saying you've got a straight line of sight. Suddenly it's not bent.
Well, when the poles are of sufficient height over the surface of the water, then you can establish line of sight, which is what
straight line of sight. According to your glow boot friends, there's never a straight line of sight through the air.
Oh, I can't speak on their behalf, but Henry
the textbooks tell you that.
Henry Oldham established a straight line of sight between poles 1 and 3, and pole 2 was higher than that line of sight by 6 feet, or 0.02 of a degree.
I'm going to tell you to eliminate refraction completely. Your line of sight, you're going to have to go way outside the Earth's atmosphere.
Oh yeah, I don't think he can eliminate it completely, but he can certainly neutralize it as compared to.
You don't have a straight line of sight.
As
going
compared
back to the original rebuttal that he had, right, with Rowbotham's observation.
So Rowbotham, his experiment, I believe it was it was 12 inches off of the surface of the water. So that was definitely going to struggle.
I think his
with
telescope
refraction.
was 8 inches above the surface of the water.
Ah, thank you. Yeah, not even 12, so 8 inches. So that will definitely suffer from refraction. So the higher you get, the less refraction.
Speed ain't going to make a lick of difference, man. You've still got curved line of sight. You either got straight line of sight, you've got curved line of sight. And to know how much to account for to actually straighten it after you've done your angle measurement, which, by the way, you can't get an angle measurement with a curved line, right? So mathematically straightening it out so you can get an angle measurement and knowing how much to account for is going to rely on the measurement, the results of the initial test. You'd have to do it without air, even know to begin with to know how much refraction to account for. It's just ridiculous on its ass.
So I think a good, if you were to go out and do this yourself, which it can be done in any level body of water, it's done all over the world. If the Earth was flat, then you would expect the line of sight to be able to line up with the height of all three poles, but it never does. The second pole is always higher.
So Wallace has no rebuttal to Rowbotham's observation.
I'm sorry, what does that have to do with what I just said?
Because you've still got curved line of sight. You're still going to be saying you're accounting for a certain amount of refraction. But to know how much refraction you need to account for, you'd first need to know exact rate at which the Earth's surface is curving, the water's curving, because that's in the equation, baked into the equation for refraction.
Let me ask you this: if refraction is indeed influencing what we're observing in this demonstration, then shouldn't the third pole be even higher than the second pole?
Don't claim to know what effects bending through the single medium of air would have. I'd assume that it would be straight, but
yeah, I mean,
who knows
for some reason,
what visual effects is occurring while the light is traveling through.
For some reason, no matter where you go on the planet, if you do this demonstration, the result is always the same, which I think is kind of weird.
Yeah, nothing. There's no observations from Oldham on Wikipedia. Unless you can show us them.
Yeah, then where is this curvature on the Black Swan image, though? Can you tell us that?
Oh, I'm not familiar with the Black Swan.
Yeah, well, it's the horizon is further than 10 miles, and we don't see any curvature in there at all. As a matter of fact, all you see is the horizontal plane of the water rising as it goes further out. It gets higher up all the way until it reaches the first oil rig where it enters the water, and then further out and higher up is the second oil rig where it enters the water, and you can see the boat in between the two oil rigs. Then you see the horizon further out and higher up than both oil rigs where they enter the water. No curvature, only the effects of perspective.
That sounds fascinating. Why is it called a Black Swan? I would assume you could photograph this same thing hundreds of thousands of times.
Because all we need is one to prove that all swans are white. All we need is one black swan. It's over with.
You don't need to go and find 10 black swans or 100 or 1,000.
Well, in this case, globies are saying.
I fucking like to steal from fuck niggers. I don't like niggers.
Wow. So in this case, the globies are saying that all measurements of the Earth include curvature, and the flurpers are saying all measurements of the Earth are flat. So I would think if you can take one picture that shows your black swan thing, then all pictures should show that, shouldn't it?
All we need is one, and you don't have one single instance of the geometric horizon being exactly where it's supposed to be at 1.225 miles at 1 foot above the surface. You don't have one single instance of that from any source, period.
And you're relying on straight line of sight, remember? So you absolutely, by necessity, are implicating a geometric horizon.
Well, I think it's odd that, if the Earth was flat, there shouldn't just be one picture demonstrating it. I would expect to see tons of them.
There isn't. There is a few.
So
they're building up.
now he's saying that in order to prove that not all swans are white, you need to show that every swan is not white.
Well, no. So make sure that your analogy is fair here. It's not an all swans are black or all swans are white kind of situation. The Earth is either flat or curved, right? And so just because you have one photograph that looks like it's flat or looks like it
No, the world is round.
doesn't make it flat or curved, right? So you would expect, whatever it is, you would expect most of the photographs out there to lean in one direction. So why do you have just one black swan for flat Earth?
They do, but you're missing the entire point of the black swan argument.
Well, I mean, I'm not a scientist, but I am
You just need
familiar
one
with.
black swan to show it's not all white.
So I'm sure you're
right past.
I'm sure you're familiar with statistics.
Excuse me.
And in
Excuse me.
statistics, there are outliers, right? And science does not go based off of anecdotal outliers. It's all about averages, right? Thousands of measurements averaged together.
That doesn't matter because
Excuse me, can I ask a question? Can you guys provide me a map of a flat Earth map, please?
They're all flat.
Sorry?
Yeah, you got one in your mama's basement.
Flat.
Look at there.
They're of Earth, and they're Earth maps, so they're flat Earth maps.
Every map is flat.
But if they're flat Earth maps, why do?
But every map is flat.
Wait. Why do ships, when they go west, they come
You
from
ask
east?
for a map, bro. You ask for a flat map, and every map is flat. That you just
Okay,
literally just.
But why is it
Not
when
gonna
stuff
keep it.
goes west, they come from east?
Okay, go around your house, and then you answer your own question with that logic. Hopefully
Wait,
you
how's
get
that?
it.
How's that related to a?
Okay,
to the
okay.
map,
Go
though?
out your front door. Go out your front door, and then run around your house, and then question.
But this is not the. We're not talking about the front door. We're talking about a map
But hold
of
on,
the world.
but hold on, listen. Okay, draw a map of your house, and then go out the front door and go around your house, and then ask yourself, "How did I get to my front door?" And then
Sure,
then
but-
we can go further. Go ahead.
Sure, but I don't want to travel around my house. I want to know how. I want a map of the world, please. A flat world, a flat Earth map, please.
Yeah, it was already said all maps are flat. But if you go around your neighborhood, does that mean you're going around a ball? Is your neighborhood a ball?
Is your brain a ball?
Yeah, you're great, bro. Just because you could go all around a basketball court from one corner to the other, one side to the other, from the 3-point line to the halfway court line, and then the just because you can go all over it, it doesn't make it a sphere that you're on.
Oh, okay. So the world is the size of my courtyard. Is that what you're saying?
Well, if you can't understand something small, how are you understanding the things that are so big and great?
Well, what I do understand is stuff that goes west come from east. So explain that.
Again. Okay, so explain why when I go out into my front yard and then I sneak around the back on my cat that's sitting on the porch, you think he's like, wow, how did you get here? Why are you on the left side of me when you left on the right side of me? Do you not understand this?
Yeah, I do understand. It's implying that you're going in a circle, right? But we're talking about things going in one direction
Let me ask
to the west.
Let me ask a quick question. In the example of you surprising your cat, did you change directions according to a compass when you did that?
Did you not understand what I said?
I did a
You're going in one
beautiful
direction.
circle. Here's what I did. I built a gigantic compass, right? And then it's stuck in the middle of my house. And then I put a really big, like cartoonish pencil, and I made a real big circle around my house, right? And it made a circle. And then from the center of my house would be the north, if you will, right? And then when I left in one direction and followed that line that I drew, I came back and met my own position. Go ahead.
Yeah, and when you go the opposite of north, and then what?
Yeah, hold on. There's
The globers aren't.
hold on, guys. There's two reification models that are being talked about. Both of them can't be understood to be what the case for reality is. So you can't say what is or is not happening on an Earth that nobody knows overall what it looks like. So I'm just going to make that a statement to both sides. So we can't be talking about the subject with the idea.
I was just talking about my house.
I know, but
I don't know. You guys sound pretty confident. I'm just asking for a map.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm addressing this. So for you that think that the Earth is a globe, you don't know that it's an actual globe. How do you know that
I don't
there's
refer
an
to the
actual-
Earth as a globe. That
So
is
what do
also
you-
incorrect.
What do you refer to it as, sir?
It's an obloid. It's a spheroid.
Okay.
It's not a globe.
That's great. How do you know that?
Well, there's no other way to explain traveling from east to west or west to
Yes,
east
there is.
in one
Yes,
direction.
there is. On a flat and stationary plane. Now, how do you know it's a globe? Or
Well,
an
if
oblate spheroid?
that's the case, if it's on a stationary flat plane, then if you change direction
How
in
do
any...
you know it's
well,
an oblate
excuse me, I'm still
spheroid?
talking. What is wrong with you?
Because you're
Well,
not
if you-
answering my question. You went off to
You
ask
asked me a
another one.
question. I'm still in the middle of answering it. So
No,
when you
you're
change
not.
your angle,
No, you're not. How do you know it's an
if you
oblate
change your
spheroid?
angle, yes, I
I'm not
am.
gonna
When you
change
change your,
my
well,
answer
yes, I'm
to what
talking.
I'm giving you.
Yeah, excuse me.
How do
I'd
you
like
know
to
it's an
finish.
oblate spheroid? No. How do you know it's an oblate spheroid?
What do you mean, no? You asked me a question. I
No.
want to answer it.
No, you're. How do you know it's an oblate
What
spheroid?
is wrong
Answer.
with you?
Answer. How do you know it's an oblate spheroid?
What is wrong with you?
How do you know it's an oblate spheroid? Go. You
No,
think you
you're
know what
rude and no, you're offensive. No, I'm not going to talk to you.
because you don't know what you're talking about.
No, I don't want to
Exactly
talk
my
to you.
point.
No, I don't want to talk to you
This is
specifically.
exactly my point. You guys come
No,
in
you
here.
need to behave. You need to learn to behave.
You need to behave. You don't have the answer, so you're resulting to this method of
And
doing what
I
you're
would
doing.
like to discuss the subject, but you're very,
No.
you just
Okay,
cannot have a
tell me how
conversation.
you know.
Obviously.
Tell me how you know the Earth's an oblate spheroid.
Okay, bye.
See ya.
Yeah,
Okay.
peace
So,
out.
so you don't like the alpha's questioning, so answer mine. How do you know it's
No,
an
he's
oblate
rude.
spheroid? How do you know it's an oblate spheroid?
No, hold on, Sonny.
Right.
If you-
So,
if
so
you
the
turn
thing is,
any- last time he came here, he did the same thing. He tried to do
Yeah.
a divide and conquer. And we're turning mods down.
I figured.
So yeah, he's going to have to type in chat that, or let's see here. Like
Yeah.
Russ, you have got to turn Alpha back up, or at least have him at like 5%, so you know he's talking, so you're not over talking.
Or
Yeah, I've got
actually,
a
he should
question
be
for him.
answering. Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
I got a question for him. So how do you know it's an oblate spheroid?
who's asking?
Everyone.
Oh, now it matters who's asking.
We
Yeah, it does.
I'm asking.
Okay,
how do you
so-
know Earth's an
I'm
oblate
asking.
I am
spheroid?
Spartacus.
So the only way
I'm
to
asking.
answer why things go west and come back east in one direction is that there's
I should
circumnavigation,
ask you the same question too. And he's a glober.
and it doesn't have to be North Pole. It can be any pole.
That still didn't satisfy the question how you know the Earth is an oblate spheroid. That's a geometric shape. You didn't answer that question. How do you know the Earth's a geometric shape?
Because the equator, the circle around the equator is most largest compared to the North and South Pole.
What do you mean most largest? How do you know the size of the Earth?
Well, you take measurements from trade routes.
Trade routes? Well,
Yeah.
what trade routes are you taking? Tell me how. Make the connection for
The
me.
ones
Trade
that
routes- trade
brought you. You asked me a question,
Yeah, I
right?
didn't finish. I didn't finish giving you the question. You're answering something you don't even know what you're answering. All right. So from
Wait, who's
trade
talking?
routes.
Oh, it's you again. I'm
I
not
am.
talking to you.
I
No,
am.
no, I'm not talking to you.
Yeah. So here, check this out. You're afraid. You're afraid of
No,
answering.
I'd like to talk to someone else. I don't like to talk to you. Thank you.
Oh yeah, you can talk to me, man. Talk to me, man.
Yeah, I like how you're evading. Your evading is noted. That shows
No, you're
how
very
you guys don't have
abusive
the
and
answer.
rude. No, I just don't like you.
Abusive or rude. Why are you
Yes.
a snowflake? First of all, why are you a snowflake? Just answer the questions. That's all
No,
you
I
gotta
don't
do.
want to talk to you. You're abusive, rude, and aggressive.
Oh my god, dude!
I'm not going to talk
You
to
don't
you.
know how to debate. You should just not talk to me.
What if everyone refused to talk to you except Alpha? What are you going to do then?
Then I'm just gonna be quiet.
Yeah, because you have no globe. Because you have no globe proof. We know why
Every
you're
little
being quiet.
snowflake.
Sorry, Alpha.
No,
Well,
I'm
I
just saying,
Yeah.
man. Like,
Alpha has been assigned to your case. Yeah, you're gonna have to deal with Alpha. He's been
there you
assigned
go,
to
I'm
your
not
bro.
gonna
file.
deal with Alpha. No.
Why
I'm gonna
not?
deal with some normal people, right?
Normal people.
Exactly. Yep.
Dude, listen. You don't want to answer the question because you know what's gonna
No,
happen.
you listed. I don't want to talk to you.
Oh, you
okay?
listen. Listen. Y'all,
No,
guys
you
gotta
Man,
listed.
don't
I don't
mock
want
him,
to talk
dude.
to you.
Don't mock him, dude. Apologize for mocking him.
All right, you guys are a big group of snowflakes, and you're melting in the sun. So that's number one. Number two, you don't want to answer questions that are pertinent to the idea that the Earth is geometric shape. because you don't have the answer to those. Trade routes? Are you kidding me? What are you going to learn from a trade route that the Earth is a geometric shape? Think about it, gentlemen.
Yeah. Ships and planes are all fake. It's all in your walls.
Ships and planes. How does that work when you think of the Earth as a geometric shape when you don't have a geometric shape to present?
Yeah, here's how it works. So all the trade companies and all the FedEx and all those massive companies working in ship industry every day for the past 100 years or so are all running a conspiracy, and they're all lying, all of them.
Okay, so that's your answer.
You're the only guy who's true, and everyone else is lying.
Yeah, that's your answer for how the Earth is a geometric shape. That people would be in a conspiracy.
See, you're still talking to me. I don't want to talk to you, man.
Yeah, I'm talking to you because you don't make any sense. How does it sound? How does it sound to? Shut up, dude. You're not even. You're a snowflake. Sit down. You're a snowflake. Listen, I'm talking to the other guy who's trying not to be a snowflake.
Yeah.
If you're thinking about the Earth as a geometric shape, and you're saying that there's a conspiracy because people that are delivering logistics all over the world are doing it on a globe, or if they're not doing it on a globe, it's a conspiracy. Dude, you don't even know if the Earth is a geometric shape.
Yes, you're the only one that knows. You can't even provide a flat Earth map, and you know everything.
Yeah, we're not talking about a flat Earth map. We're talking about how you think the Earth is a geometric shape that you don't have evidence for, which is what you're demonstrating.
Did you just mute me?
What?
Exactly why I don't want to talk to you, because you keep muting me. Why should I talk to you?
You don't have any idea.
I'm not muting you, but you're not giving anybody here any indication that you know that the Earth has a specific shape. You're just saying,
I'm going to stay quiet until someone else talks. Okay?
Right, because you don't have answers, just like everybody else.
No, because you're aggressive.
Aggressive? I'm just asking for questions that you don't have answers to.
No, you're interrogating and demanding answers.
Exactly.
And you're interrupting me in the middle of every sentence.
Really? All right.
You just did that to him. So I was the one that muted you. Hold on. I was the one that muted you because you just did that just to him like 3 times, dude. So please don't be crying about interruption if you're the one interrupting as well.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, let's ignore him interrupting.
This beta is too triggered.
See, I just got interrupted.
All right, Mr. Snowflake, all you got to do is answer the question. How can you understand the Earth's a geometric shape? Have they ever measured the Earth to be a geometric shape? Yes? No? You have an answer to that? You got to come with some measurements, man, if you're going to talk about the Earth being something like a ball, an oblate spheroid, whatever you want to call it. It doesn't matter.
Have you ever heard of a thing called LiDAR scanning, bro?
Yeah, I know what LiDAR scanning is, but
what is it?
How did they figure out that the Earth is an oblate spheroid for years?
What is it? What's LiDAR scanning?
Yeah. Listen to this, buddy. Before the LiDAR scanner even was a thing, how did they figure out the Earth was a ball?
What's LiDAR scanning, bro?
You're not going to answer the question because you're afraid.
No, you know, right? So what is it? Answer.
It doesn't matter what LiDAR is, dude.
No, it does, because you ask, how do you know the world is a geometric shape, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you know what a LiDAR scanner is, right? What is it?
I do.
Okay, go on. What is it?
Yeah, it's a way that they use like measurements over the surface of the Earth. So you can measure things. You can measure things with LiDAR. Your phone. Yeah, your phone actually has this technology within it, so you can use it to measure. But they're not measuring. They're not measuring any drop over distance.
No, bro. No, I'm sorry. You're wrong. LiDAR scanning is laser scanning, bro. You scan the.
I know. The technology has been used in other devices, such as your phone.
Yeah, exactly. So the wonderful thing about LiDAR is when you scan the surface, you can get a geometric shape, bro.
You don't get a geometric shape.
Oh, no, you don't? Okay, it's just a conspiracy then. It's all fake.
Citation. Where do you get... Hold on. Where do you get that the Earth is an oblate spheroid with a LiDAR radar scan? I need that information. Where is that at?
Bro, you have a fucking LiDAR scanner in your iPhone. You can scan shit with your phone, bro. What's wrong with you?
Dude, I'm asking you, where's the evidence that using LiDAR scanning shows the oblate spheroid? Where is that information? Go on.
No, your question was how do you know the world is a geometric shape?
It's your turn.
That was your question. Now you're changing your question.
Using LiDAR, where do you get a geometric shape? I need a citation for this. Where is that information at?
Bro, you're going crazy. You're nuts right now, man.
You're losing because you're not
losing what?
Evidence. The argument.
What's there to lose, bro? This is a joke.
The argument. You're not producing the evidence that using LiDAR you found a geometric shape of the Earth being an oblate spheroid. Where's that information at?
Bro, you can see
Where's the
world. You can see the scan of the world, like the surface of the ocean,
bro.
just by looking it online.
Yeah,
bro.
I posted it. I posted it for you, bro. I posted it for you.
Everywhere. It's on the internet. Google it. Have you not heard of Google? Bro, have you been living under a rock?
No.
What's wrong with you?
You saying that it's on the internet, but you don't know where it is. So how are you supporting
Google
the argument
3D
right now?
scan Earth, bro. Holy shit.
I don't have to do the work for you. That's your job. You have to present your argument.
No, it's not my job. You're asking me to provide evidence for you. You have an entire search engine.
It's your evidence. You just said that LiDAR is a way to prove that the Earth is a geometric
spoon
shape.
feed you or educate you anything.
You need to have the answer to the question. You don't have
Why?
it. You need, because that's how you
I do. I already answered it.
No, you didn't.
You don't know what LiDAR is.
Yeah, you answered it, but you didn't provide any evidence, did you?
Evidence?
Yeah.
Why should I provide evidence?
You didn't provide evidence. You didn't provide evidence. You're just yapping.
What are
You're
you?
yapping about
What? You're
LiDAR.
trying to say LiDAR doesn't exist? It's fake
No.
or what?
Dude, you didn't provide any evidence that LiDAR is showing that the Earth is a geometric shape. Where's the evidence of that? You didn't provide it.
Sure, I'll provide it.
Okay,
One second.
sure, then do it. Then do it. Don't be afraid of the questions. Just provide the evidence when asked for it. If you say that you think that that's true, then provide the evidence. You shouldn't be afraid of it.
Here you go. Here's a LiDAR scan for you.
Yeah,
I
of the Earth being a
posted one for
geometric
you
shape.
already. I posted one already for you, and better yet, it's even, bro, man, it's
Here you
even
go.
better than. Okay, bro, man, listen real quick for a second.
Here inside chat.
Okay,
That's a LiDAR
bro, man,
scan
can you
of the
hear me,
Earth.
bro,
It's a
man?
geometric
Bro, man,
shape.
are you listening? Can you hear me? Can anybody
Yes,
hear me?
I can hear you, bro. But
Okay, so stop talking then. Let me finish what I'm saying, bro. Listen, LiDAR scanning.
Yes.
There's also something called bathymetrics LiDAR. Do you know what that is?
That I think I do, but I'm not going to pretend I know. No.
Okay, that's what they use to scan along the coast or into the waters to get
And the ocean, right?
a profile of the ocean, right? So here's the point, though. Okay, so here's the point. I posted a photo for you showing you that the way they take these scans, and look at the way they scan the water. Tell me if you were accurate about your position and said they're scanning a globe, yet their own data, by their own fucking data, they clearly show that water isn't curving. It's literally a slam dunk, and you flat smack yourself when you invoke LiDAR, because LiDAR actually proves that it's not curving away, and that's their data. You can see it.
That's why he didn't understand when he was bringing up LiDAR. He thought that he had a point. It doesn't
No,
show
you
that
asked
the Earth
me.
is geometric
You asked
shape.
me to provide evidence of a geometric shape of the Earth. I did.
Yeah, you said with LiDAR.
You didn't.
And LiDAR is not a way
3D
to
scan
provide
of Earth's
no.
surface. Yes, you want a geometry of the Earth,
Dude,
right?
How much surface are they scanning? Do you know the information?
Do you know what geometry is?
Answer the question I asked you. How much surface of the Earth are they scanning?
I think he's trying to weasel himself away.
Yeah,
and then
he's
be
not
like,
going
I
to.
never.
No, I'm not trying to weasel myself. I literally answered his question. He's like, how do you know the Earth is a geometric shape with LiDAR? And I told him.
How much surface of the Earth are they scanning? How much surface of the Earth are they scanning?
Well, you can always scan a section of the Earth.
Yeah, how much of the surface of the Earth are they scanning?
I don't know. They choose an area and they scan it. What?
Okay, so if you're saying that there's a curvature shown, I want you to detect how much surface
Did I mention anything about curvature?
There it is.
Anything
I
at all?
told you.
Dude,
I knew it.
If it's an oblate spheroid, it would naturally have curvature, and the LiDAR scan would show that it's curving along the path of the Earth being an oblate spheroid, like you're saying. And if it doesn't show that, then your evidence is not backing your claim. Obviously.
Wait, what was my claim? Wait, hold up. What was my claim?
That the Earth is an oblate spheroid. That's your claim.
Okay.
And
you
LiDAR
asked me, how do you know?
scans
How
show
can you show me the geometric shape of Earth?
Yeah, you told
And I
us
did.
that LiDAR scanning shows that the Earth is an oblate spheroid, and
No,
it's
that's not what I
doing
said.
that.
This is why I don't want to talk to you, because you don't seem to realize what you say.
So,
Do you
Russ,
realize what you
Russ,
said?
Hold on, just real
Russ,
quick.
you
Bro, man.
don't realize what he said because he told you about a geometric shape of the Earth,
Yes,
not
but
the topography of the surface. Just
no,
shut
but
the fuck
Necros.
up.
No, he told me.
But
Can you show me
Necros.
geometric shape
Oh
of
my God.
Earth?
Wait, hold on. Hey,
And I
bro, man.
showed
I'm
him
actually
some
gonna.
geometric shapes.
Bro,
Stop
man. I'm actually
interrupting
gonna.
people, or you guys are gonna have to start getting mute.
Hey,
People
bro,
are
man.
gonna
I'm
have to
actually
mute
gonna
you.
kind of. I'm actually gonna kind of defend you real quick, bro, man, because even though you're a snake about it, I see what you did, and I know you're gonna admit it because you're at least if you're honest, you will. Necros and
Okay.
Alpha, what he did was he said it's a globe, right? And then when Alpha said, "Show me the geometric shape," he said, "Oh, LiDAR, it gives a shape geometrically."
Yeah.
But what you're failing to do though is you then stepped away from it being a globe, a spheroid, and now you're like, "Well, I showed you geometric
No,
shape."
I provide a
No,
different explanation for that.
Apocry, it's still
I don't know if you guys were
wrong
listening. I
because
said there's
LiDAR,
circumnavigation.
because LiDAR doesn't give you a geometric shape. It does give you a
He's saying that
depiction
he's.
of a surface.
I
It doesn't
know,
give.
and he's calling
Yeah,
it
but
like
it
that.
does literally give you a geometric shape of the
There is
surface.
I
no
knew it. I
shape
called it.
Yeah.
I
there.
knew it. I knew it.
We're asking for the Earth being an oblate spheroid. That was the premise. And you listen to this. You understood this when you were going into this argument. So it's not like you were unaware. You're just trying to make a non-point. Where now the question is, how do you know the Earth's an oblate spheroid? You can't bring LiDAR up. Now that you know that, you brought LiDAR up. It
Okay.
was to your own detriment. Now you realize LiDAR is not the way to know the Earth's an oblate
That's why he was
spheroid.
trying to change it.
So how do you know the Earth's an oblate spheroid?
Just a second.
See, that's why I wanted to bring that up, Alpha, because I caught him. Oh, see, he literally tried
You
to flip
caught
up
me.
from it.
Caught me
So
doing
it's-
what?
So
I
ask
being
hold on,
dishonest.
He's diverting. He's swinging off.
Dishonest.
He's swinging off, guys. This is what happens when you start. I need you to tell me how you know the Earth's an oblate spheroid, guys. Just for a second, just
Well,
quiet.
okay. Let's make a good faith
No,
agreement.
stop.
How about this?
Stop.
Why?
I need you to tell me how the Earth's an oblate spheroid right now.
Sure, I'll give you that answer if you provide me one thing.
No, I
Just
need
one
you to
thing.
provide it now, or are you going to be
No, you're
disingenuous?
gonna have to provide me one thing so I can give you an answer.
How is the Earth an oblate spheroid?
No, we're gonna be on the same page. You're not
No,
above
you need
me
to
here.
provide the answer. How the
No.
Earth is an oblate spheroid, or you
You're
don't have
gonna
that.
give and take.
You can
You're gonna
simply
give
not
and
have-
take.
No, it's not give and take. This isn't you asking for what you want.
It's
This
not
is you
an
demonstrating
interrogation. I'm not.
100% interrogation. You need to either have the answer or not. That's up to you. You make the call. You're gonna have the answer or not. How is the Earth an oblate spheroid?
Sure, give me a second.
Good.
How's the world of flat surface?
So he's
Nope.
already
How is the Earth
run.
an oblate spheroid? We're not leaving this question until either one of two things is going to happen. You're going to produce the evidence how it's an oblate spheroid, or you're going to get so frustrated and mad like a little snowflake and just leave the chat, which both of them are fine with me. How is the Earth an oblate spheroid?
How is the world flat?
You're
You
not
did
going to do
run.
it, aren't you? Listen, you asking me that question is
I
your
will do it. I will do it. But
No,
it's just
then do it then. Then just do it. How about this? I'll make a deal with you. As soon as you post it in the text chat that I know that you mean business, then it'll be easy. You'll just get unmuted and you'll go ahead and present your evidence. But you're not going to demand anything from this chat. We don't owe you anything. You, sir, have the burden of proof. You have to. We're asking you how you know the Earth's an oblate spheroid, and you're evading. You don't want to tell us how you know. LiDAR scanning didn't help you. You know that little trick that you try to use with it? Didn't work. Now that everybody knows, the only way you get unmuted is if you post something in the text chat that we know that you know the Earth's an oblate spheroid. And if you don't have to, if you don't want to, it's up to you.
Your first attempt to run from the question just failed. So just don't try something else because it
I
won't
have a
work.
different I have a different question to ask on a completely different angle. So when we explain to me how we get a full moon, half a moon, and a slither of the moon, isn't it the sun hitting the curvature of the Earth, casting a shadow onto the moon? Could you just explain that, or am I just dumb and not know the reason behind the actual thing behind that? I don't know. Do you understand what I'm saying? How come you get a half moon, full moon, and all that?
Maybe
showing
go.
the shadow. I don't understand that. Then
No,
Is this
that's
no?
friend. It's not the Earth eclipsing the moon in that pattern. Not even according to the heliocentric
No?
model. We'll have to go. No, go Google that. Google moon phases, and it'll tell you.
Okay, cool. I just thought you flat earthers would have been able to definitely like boom, 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 like off the top of their head because that's like yeah. Oh, good. I'll go back to mute myself.
No, it's just the angle at which in the heliocentric model, and this is all mathematical, right? That the you could call it a shadow if you want, but it's basically the side of the moon that's exposed to the sun in relationship to the viewing angle of the Earth. That's in the heliocentric model. That's what it is. But you should read up on it, look at the math, and see how they explain it. It's got some holes in it, but nobody ever pays attention to that. They just kind of take the story for granted and then go from there. But yeah, anyway.
Yep. Oh, I'm going to go anyway. But you flat earthers are very interesting people. Bizarrely enough, you've got me thinking that the Earth may be flat when I always thought it was round, but I still think the Earth is round. So I'm very divided here. But I'll let you all get back to it.
I could leave you with one little tidbit if you'd like about the moon.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Before I head off,
let me give you a little tidbit. So, how is it possible if we're on a sphere Earth, you're at midnight in your location and you're looking up at the moon and it's full? How can there be a full moon at midnight when the sun's supposed to be on the opposite side of the Earth? Check that out.
Because the rotation of the sun has nothing to do with the rotation of the moon.
But the Earth is also rotating as well. So we're rotating. That's a good question. Look, let me ponder that.
Solar noon is
No, that's a good question because it's nighttime. It's nighttime and you're facing away. So, yeah, you should.
Yeah, but it could be off on an angle.
Sunlight.
I mean, the sun is
getting
quite
full
a
sunlight.
big. Yeah, but the sun is quite a big sphere, and it is going to cast lights, a fair way. But look, keep it up, lads, and I'll leave you to it. I'm off.
All right, come on back anytime. When you figure that out, I have several more about the moon that don't make any sense at all.
Oh, well, then, before I head off to the other Discord to put my webcam on to flirt with these chicks to show my body, go for it then.
The Earth is
Okay, so once you investigate, because like I said about the full moon being directly above you or close to above you at midnight, and the sun is supposed to be the sun would be blocked by the Earth shadow, completely blocking any light coming to the moon, especially if the moon is almost directly above you. But here's another one. You have a daytime sighting of the moon, and in other words, the moon and the sun are both above the horizon. How could you possibly have a sliver moon in the middle of the daytime when both the sun and the moon are above the horizon, clearly well above the horizon? You should have a full moon if it's in full view of the sun. That doesn't make sense either.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, cool beans. All right, I'll leave you to it. I heard what you said. Yeah, food for thought. Food for thought. All right.
Yeah, and I know those things are a little off topic because we generally like to stick with the surface of Earth and how people know that Earth is a globe. Like we would ask them directly, what is your evidence of Earth being a globe? And how do you know for sure Earth is a globe? Through either a measurement or something akin to a direct measurement. So we would need to know that information.
Yeah.
Sonny, the globe answer to your question is the Terminator line illusion. Go ahead and search.
Gemsy, did you get sucked into a vortex?
Wait, can you hear something?
Yeah, I heard it going. That's
a notification.
Oh.
I was gonna post some LiDAR images. This one shows like over 1,100 kilometers, 1,120 kilometers.
Yeah, I'm still hearing it, but that's okay. Must be some sort of anomaly. It's like going.
You're hearing it? I'm on mute. I'm on mute. 1 second. Switching between apps.
Wow, that was intense, wasn't it? I'll tell you guys one thing. If the Earth is flat, NASA has some explaining to do.
Oh yeah, but you would have to get rid of. You'd have to have millions, possibly billions of sheeple realizing the truth first, because if they have people that are willing to go along with this lie without even checking for themselves, just believing it, then why would they ever change? They're getting $72 million a day. That's quite a motivation to keep on lying to people, especially if they willy-nilly believe it.
Well, maybe. I don't know.
72
You can involve too many
million.
people up in the conspiracy theory thing. You can't get two best friends and keep a secret between them. I don't know how you can get up these people to keep their mouths shut about something. I don't see it.
Well, you've obviously never been in the military.
No, I have. You're talking about compartmentalization, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well, still, people are people. So people get drunk, they talk.
Yeah, but if people have
friends
no,
get mad at them and spill information, stuff happens.
yeah, but if the people in the one compartment don't know the whole entire product, how are they going to talk about something that they don't know about?
Well, everybody can't be compartmentalized. Someone has to know.
There are many astronauts that are actually alcoholics because they are not allowed to talk about it, or they just give hints about the topic.
Yeah. Or they just disappear.
Yeah.
Something like 16 so-called astronauts during the Apollo missions died mysteriously. One of them got their car stuck on a railroad track and got hit by a train, and the train had a company logo. It was owned by NASA. You can't make this shit up.
Well, the ones that are still alive that
You know,
were
if I was
supposed to be
thinking along those lines, I would be more inclined to think that NASA made a mistake about the shape of the Earth as opposed to getting a bunch of people to maintain the same lie. You know, but who knows?
Yeah, believe what you want.
Yeah, sure.
It's a pretty big mistake.
Well, I'm just saying I would believe that before I would believe that you could get all these people to just, go along with the same thing. I don't see that. People just don't do that. People talk. Even when you don't want them to talk, they talk.
It doesn't mean that they all know about it. The
No, probably not, but someone knows. I mean,
Yeah,
who's putting everyone into the compartments?
Well, what would NASA know about the shape of the Earth? It's just a bunch of people. All those people live on the same flat Earth as you do. What do you need them to tell you the Earth is flat? Just measure it yourself.
Yes.
There's no
Exactly.
space, so no one's going to space. So, what do you need NASA for?
You might not need to ask for anything. I don't know.
Perfect.
I wished I had all the answers.
Is it quiet in here or just me?
It's quiet.
It's just you.
Damn. Silent moment for the Globies.
I think it's nap time. Yeah.
Hey, Raiden.
Hello, friend.
Hello. You're a big pictures from space guy, if I remember correctly. What's interesting what you said about let's just hope they made a mistake. Well, if you're saying that the pictures from space are legit, how the hell did they make a mistake? Where's room to make a mistake there?
Is it me or is he roboting?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, you were rebutting there before.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything he said.
Hey, reality man, got me now?
I can't. Okay, yeah, you're clear now.
Well, you said you were hoping that they just made a mistake, correct?
No, I didn't say I hope they made a mistake. I said if I were to believe between NASA
Okay,
just
you
simply
would
making a mistake
prefer
and
the idea that they're not lying, it's just all one big mistake. Well, you're a big pictures from space guy, though, correct?
yeah, I think satellite images are definitive.
Okay, so if those pictures are legit, where in there, if they've been presented as legit images of the Earth in its entirety from space, where is there in there an opportunity for it to be a mistake?
No, I don't think so. Maybe you came in on the tail end of what I was saying. We were talking
Yeah,
about
well, I heard you said you were hoping you would like to think that instead of them telling some grand lie, just
No, let me clarify for you. What I was saying was I would be more inclined to believe that NASA just simply made a mistake about the shape of the Earth as opposed to believing that millions of people could maintain the same line. That's what I said. I'm just saying that would be more believable to me than being able to get all these people to keep their mouths shut about something.
if the pictures from space though are presented as legit, correct, and they're not, there's no room in there for it to be a mistake.
No, I don't think they are a mistake. No, as far as I know, none of those images have been debunked by anyone to date.
I know that's what I'm saying, dude. You're not very well, dude. Right.
You're roboting again.
Because you're really not following on this on lower rate. Can you hear me now?
Rejoin.
Barely. It's kind of choppy. Did anyone else hear what he said? I couldn't. It was unintelligible to me. Hey.
Jesus Christ.
One bad Glober don't spoil the whole bunch, girl. I guess one bad Glober does spoil the whole bunch. Basically, no globe proof equals sour grapes.
Autism, stupidity, and ignorance.
All the makings of a globalist.
That part is kind of interesting when you hear globalists like shit talk autism. It's like
I am so sure most of you are school dropouts.
it's like they talk about these
100%.
rocket scientists are all sort of
Oh no, you're the rocket scientist. No, you're the scientist. You're the professor. You're the university academic. You have the highest honorary, academia awards, above all the scientists. You know everything.
You must have always did what Daddy
Absolutely.
told you, huh?
Your answers are so fucking great. Your just stock answer is, I don't know. And we should accept it.
It's good because not knowing something takes wisdom. See, the globalist worldview is not knowing something is a fault, like a character flaw. Like you're ignorant on purpose.
Because when a person tells me I don't know, you don't know much of anything then.
Yeah, I'm guarantee you there's more you don't know than that you know. The majority
I do fucking know the world is round.
Look at even the word round and what the world is. You don't even know that.
You know what's crazy, Crit? You know what's crazy, Crit? When I was a kid, I had a microscope and I looked into what bacteria are and I could see them with a fucking microscope. Otherwise, if I didn't have a microscope, I would be like, bacteria must be fake because I can't see them.
You're so full of shit, dude. There's no microscope you had as a kid that you saw bacteria.
It's the same thing with flat Earth.
Dude, you're telling bullshit. You're bullshitting and telling people to believe you.
You can't see a curvature, don't you?
Sounds like your
Am I?
best. Sounds like your best globe proof.
No, I'm
is
not
to
telling
look through a
people to. I don't need
microscope.
people to
You
believe.
look
I
through a
really don't
microscope
need
and
people.
saw bacteria.
Bro.
That's your best globe proof you've provided so
Yeah,
far.
Bruce, you're bullshitting.
That's globe.
You're
No, I'm
bullshitting
not.
and
I'm
trying
not
to
here
say
to
who the
provide
test
proof. I
people.
don't need. I'm not obligated to provide proof to ask clowns that have nothing to back up their arguments. You have zero. You don't even have a flat Earth model. None of you can agree upon a flat Earth working model. You don't have a
even
map.
have a globe.
You don't have
You
a
don't have a
model.
globe.
You
You
can't
don't have
prove
a
the world is
globe.
flat. You just make up these
You
denialist
don't have a
arguments.
globe Earth
No
model either.
illogical,
You
stupid
don't have a
arguments.
globe Earth model either.
And now you're being defensive because you're dumb. You're a high school dropout. You're probably a school
provide
dropout.
the globe
You're
Earth
ignorant.
model.
You're ignorant.
Imagine
You are
asking for a
ignorant.
model while not having a model yourself. That's wild.
Provide the globe Earth model.
Yeah, I do
right
have a model
now.
myself.
Put
It's
it in
called
the side
Earth.
check.
It's
Put it
round.
in the side
You can
check.
go on Google Earth and see it for yourself.
Hey,
There's an
Richard,
entire
Globe Earth
measurement.
model
You can
in the
measure
side-
it to
put it in the
yourself.
side- put it in the side check.
7,900 kilometers.
Yeah, you
Put it
broke
in the
your
side check. Where's your globe Earth model?
Number one, you think that the American government.
Google Earth. Have you not heard of it, idiot? Never heard of Google Earth?
Based on flat Earth measurements.
What's wrong with you?
Google Earth.
Welcome
This
to
guy's
flat
funny.
Earth.
Yeah, Google
Google
Earth.
Earth.
Yeah,
This
Google
guy's
Earth.
hilarious.
It's a model of Earth.
Hilarious.
Yeah, Google Earth.
Do you know where
Why
they
is
got
that
the
hilarious?
measurements? Do you know where they got the measurements for Google Earth?
Where did they get the measurements from?
Yeah, I guess you don't know, do you? They
Yep.
got it from
Where, no, you tell me.
Whatever
You tell
daddy
me
government,
where-
whatever daddy
I'm about
government
to tell
tells
you,
them.
if you'd show
Whatever
your
daddy
big pie
government
hole.
tells them.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Let me try get something. Let me try something real quick.
Yeah, I'm
So,
listening.
Bruce-
I'm all ears. Where did they get the measurements from? Go on.
Okay,
From
Bruce, you're saying that
horizontal.
all of us
Let's
are
hear
high-
it.
Hey, Bruce, you think all of us are high school dropouts?
Go on.
Yeah, Bruce, you're like
Speak.
the internet is saving you right now. Okay, like
Sonny
it's
started
lagging you
speaking.
out.
No. Sonny spoke, and he's like, "Do you know where they got the measurements from?" Okay, where'd they get the measurements from? Go
We
on.
talk to people on
I'm
the
listening.
moon, but can't hear this guy on the internet.
Why'd he go quiet?
Yeah, they got them from elevation angles from the horizontal. They're all flat Earth measurements.
Suddenly, this content's too advanced for him.
Got him.
Elevation
Yeah, he
angles from the horizontal.
He
They're
doesn't
all
get
flat
it.
Earth
He doesn't
measurements.
even know.
That
He
is the
doesn't even
dumbest
know
shit
how
I've
they
heard
got
in my life. What the
latitudes.
fuck?
You don't
Not
even
even
know
He
how
me.
doesn't
they
know
got
what the word
latitudes.
Sonny, he's having difficulty with the word
Elevation
round.
angles from the. What the fuck is this?
Yeah, he doesn't know the difference between spherical and round. You're right.
Dumb globe
So,
lovers.
hey, Bruce,
Have you
So
not
say-
never heard of? You've never heard of ships traveling around the world. You've never heard of exploration,
talk about
geodetic
this already.
surveying. Never heard of? Yeah, they use the
you-
elevation angles to measure
talked about this already.
landscaping. You've never heard of that.
Yeah, you
You've
talked
never
about this
heard of
already.
landscaping, mapping. You never
Yeah,
heard of satellites. Never
you
heard
already
of
talked about
air
this.
balloons going around taking measurements. Never heard of that.
You talked about all of this already.
Never heard of ships traveling the
Notice how he doesn't
world,
shut up.
planes traveling,
Notice how he doesn't
taking
shut up while we're
surveys.
listening to his nonsense.
Yeah, hey, Bruce, I'm trying to figure out something here because you did declare if Globetard is true, then all flat earthers had failed or dropped out of school. So that brought you into a contradiction because on one hand, you think the government, the federal government, is in a superposition to explore space for the betterment of humanity so you don't have to. And they're in a heresy because they failed at educating the public. So which one of those two things are true? Are they just a brilliant group of people who can do no wrong? Or it's a bureaucratic organization that's failing the public? See, now
You
he
think the
shuts
entire
up.
world revolves around NASA? What's wrong with you, bro?
No, I'm talking about the government. here,
fuck?
'cause we finally got you to say something that was testable.
Government?
The U.S. federal government. You have a cabinet position.
The U.S.
called-
federal government.
Yep, a cabinet position inside the executive branch called the Department of Education. You believe this department has failed the U.S. public, namely flat earthers.
Sorry.
And
I wasn't
you
aware the
also
entire
think-
world knowledge revolved around your government.
Well,
It's
that's
fucking
what you
retarded.
brought up. You said Americans have dropped out of school or whatever. You bring up all the other people. Why'd you not?
No,
guy's a
Americans.
moron.
You guys in this group, in this Discord channel. You guys in this Discord channel. You're
Oh, I
school
thought you
dropouts.
said you. I thought
obviously.
you said U.S. Okay, but you said
No,
US.
you specifically, you flat earthers.
Okay.
You're clearly school dropouts. You think there's like this super secret conspiracy theory revolving around your government when there's all these other governments. All these other governments around the world are all making things up.
What government went to the moon?
You have China right now.
No, China
they
didn't
land
go
on the
to
moon, bro. I don't know if you're aware.
No,
Propaganda lover. This guy loves propaganda.
Did 50 years ago.
Well, Americans? So the Chinese are also lying to you, are you?
Oh, you believe the Chinese government is honest? You think the Chinese government is?
If you don't believe your own government, what wouldn't you believe the Chinese?
Yeah, what I think is
what the Chinese are also lying.
Yeah, you could look up the Chinese government. They do mass open air executions of drug offenders that they boast a 100% conviction rate.
Based.
So are they lying about that? Are drugs really that harmful that they need to do mass open air?
Obviously, if you're a drug addict, you become retarded like most of people in this group. Flat earther.
No one's ever been, tried and convicted, and they were innocent. The Chinese government is so great; they always get their facts right.
Why are you going why are you going down this rabbit hole about how bad China is? We're talking about flat earthers, aren't we?
He believes whatever the government tells him. It's easy. He believes whatever the government tells him.
It's really rough, dude.
I really don't. No, I really don't.
Of people that have been victims of government violence.
Just sheeps.
Why would you trust anything the government tells you? Like the government tells you you don't need to do something or you do need to do it. It's most likely the opposite.
So even Russia is lying too. Then
Russia.
Roscosmos is also lying. Everyone's lying.
It makes a lot of money.
Cosmonauts are lying.
The Roscosmos one's pretty interesting.
It makes a lot of money. It makes a lot of money for people.
The last director of the Russian
thousands of people who are well educated, they're all into a conspiracy, and you're the only guy who's right.
Hey, what do you want the kids to know about your time as a boss of the he says, I want you to know there's no evidence America landed on the moon.
Facts.
Do you realize what you're saying, bro? Do you really truly understand what you're saying?
So did he lie about that?
Truly?
Listen,
I understand your paranoia of your own government because there's sus shit that happened in the U.S. government. That is understandable.
Look at him deflect.
But to be a flat earther because you think there's some major conspiracy around basic knowledge, that's fucked up.
Yeah, let me show you this quote right here.
Basic knowledge that the government told you that you've never experienced for yourself.
Who told you it's what you've never taken, bro?
Right there. Look at that quote.
Simple question. Okay, simple question. Do you believe in bacteria? Yes or no?
No, we're not going to go into medical stuff. That's part of the rules.
No, we will go into it. No, we will. Do you believe in bacteria? Yes or no?
We're not going to go into medical things. It's one of the topics that's off topic. Medical and medical misinformation is an off topic thing. We're not talking about bacteria. We're not going to talk about medicines. We're not going to talk about that stuff. So what we will talk about, though, is how the space agencies, namely the world superpowers, can't seem to get along at all unless they're on the ISS or Antarctica. Then suddenly they get along just fine. It seems like if you bring them to Narnia...
You're stupid. You're so dumb.
Look at the quote here. Sure, I'm dumb. So let's go with this.
Yes, you're all dumb.
Dmitry Rogan's in. No proof the U.S. landed on the moon. So what is he lying or is he telling the truth? Which one?
Depends on if he's saying what old boy wants to hear.
Yeah.
As long as he's saying what he wants to hear.
So you're gonna go shitting you're gonna shit on the Chinese government and everything it does to its murderers and drug dealers, but you're not gonna let me talk about bacteria?
Yeah, it's medical stuff is off topic.
You don't understand
why? Because it involves using a tool to find out if it's true or not that bacteria exist?
No.
And your stupid faith and belief that the world is flat?
No, because if you really thought that is a topic, you would go to that channel, not this channel.
Yep, exactly.
This channel is level. And really, one of the things, too, that it's interesting because most of the time the globalists will say flat earthers are the bacteria. So it's kind of interesting to have a little bit slight take on this, that the flat earthers deny the bacteria. So let's try to get you on track.
I don't think you understand what's going on here.
We're talking about the earth. We're not talking about microorganisms.
We're talking about what you can observe.
We can see bacteria on your microscope.
Observe.
We can't see the curve.
We can see bacteria, but we can't see the curve. Where's the curve?
Your entire flat Earth argument revolves around what you can observe.
Incorrect.
Right?
You're incorrect.
Yeah, we observe.
I'm
we
incorrect.
observe bacteria,
You
but
can't
not the curve.
observe a curvature, therefore it doesn't exist. Isn't that your argument?
No, incorrect.
Yeah, where's the
You have to measure and observe.
No, now it's incorrect.
Yeah, it's three things. It's observe, measure, and practical use. Three things.
Oh, okay. All three things that can be done with a microscope when it comes to bacteria.
No, we're going to
Funny.
stay away from bacteria. I told you that.
Yeah, well, if you use a tool,
Yes, bacteria exists, just like the
I'll tell you what. If you use a tool to measure and observe your curvature, you might as well, be able to measure the curvature and get your answer. But you don't have that tool, do you?
So
Yeah,
what
there's
was
the
it
tool.
observe
for you.
and practically use? Do you ever use the curve of the Earth or rotation?
He doesn't even know
My
it.
guy, this is why I brought up microbes.
No, we're not going to talk about
microscope.
microorganisms. We're not going to talk about.
No, we will, because it involves observation.
I bet you we won't.
We're not.
Topic
We're
to
not.
how you
No,
use
negative.
curve of rotation. Got to go to a different topic altogether. I guess you don't use it.
Ivermectin injecting idiots.
Yeah, now we're talking about ivermectin. I guess you don't use the curve of rotation because you did a hard switch to ivermectin instead of tell us how you use it. What an idiot.
Yeah, that was a quick spiral right there. And like that stuff too about the horse medicine, that's coming from the globe side. That's not coming from anyone flat earth. Are you fucking nuts, dude? This is why we stay away from medical stuff, because if you really wanted to explore that, you don't need flat earthers. You've got people who think the earth is a globe who tell you all kinds of crazy shit. All kinds of crazy shit. So don't even worry about it. Don't worry about flat earth if you're going to talk about microorganisms and stuff. You can go talk to globe people for that.
He's going to look at microbes under a microscope, and so the world's a globe. Why is that his go-to every single time? Check a microscope and look at some
Because a microbe rhymes with a globe.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah. Straw manning too, because he's trying to oversimplify it to the point where we say, well, it doesn't exist just because we can't see it. But I mean, like, that's just one of the standards by which we're going to pitch the claim against. All right, there's a claim. The Earth curves. Okay, is it observable? Right. Step one, is it observable? Not seeing it. Okay, maybe it's we're not. It's something about our perspective, our perception that we it's just factors involved that we can't see it. All right, let's measure it. Can we measure it?
What a total dumbass, though. It's like he thinks that not seeing something is an argument to support its existence. Like, most of the time, I mean, there's plenty of things you don't see because they're not real and they don't exist. So how are you going to tell the difference? Microbes, okay, you can observe them in some way. How do we observe the curvature?
Crickets. At least now, or is he muted? Did he shut up or did he leave?
Just muted. I think that's the only
okay.
one. And shut up.
Dude's like gonna think he can talk himself into space. Blow so much hot air, he's just gonna float away.
Now let's talk some more about how we can't evidence the globe. We can't see it. Talk some more about how we can't see ghosts. And put the globe in the same category as those. Like that helps us prove its existence or something. Do you have any like positive evidence, or are you just going to tell us that you can't see it? Because if we can't see it, might as well just hand wave it. How do you know that fairies exist? Well, you can't see them, but you can't see bacteria either. I can't see Santa Claus, but I can't see bacteria, so Santa Claus must be real. Is that how it's known that bacteria exist? You can't see them? Is that the argument for it? We figured out that we can't see these things, so we know that they're real? Your head is trash, dude. You're demented. Another shit-brained globetard who needs the TV and the government to think for him.
Shut the fuck up. Go educate yourself, idiot.
Well, I'm trying to get educated.
Go back to school,
But
for
Blaine
fuck's sake.
has education, but he can't
Stop
provide it.
yapping and go educate yourself.
On what?
Get some logic in those
That's
two
what
brain
this room is
cells.
for. That's what this room is for, is to educate people.
I just posted the diagram in side chat. That's your flat earth. It is so stupid. It's so dumb to think that flat earth actually works. That when you curve around a fucking thing called circumnavigate, which you think is just a circle around a flat earth, then if you turn any angle, you're going to go out the fucking...
Once again, if
Hold
you
on,
keep your position, go ahead, Eric.
Well, he's been told already that that's just a globe map flattened out. He's been told that, right? Like probably 70 times, right?
You don't care. You just bad faith.
Are you just like a little bit slow in the uptake or what? Why don't you get educated? Here, I'll help you with your education right now, Bruce. That's a globe flattened out that you keep posting and attributing to us.
Oh, imagine muting me, then...
That's also called, yeah, imagine focusing on being muted when you could be getting the education you were just whining about a second ago. So one, as has been told to you probably 100 times, that's a globe flattened out that you keep posting and attributing to us. And that's also a straw man attributing something to us that we didn't name. So the two things I just taught you now. You're welcome for the free education.
Got him.
You have none to provide. You have none to provide.
You got your ears plugged.
I would rather hang myself than listen to any of your quote-unquote education.
Do us a favor.
Your
do it.
non-education.
Well, I mean, that's
Your
great.
stupidity.
Yeah, you
Your
can just
denialism.
yeah,
Your
just-
non-facts.
Stay stupid then, because that's more entertaining for us anyway. So that works for me.
Shut the fuck.
It makes us money, so we appreciate you.
Are you so
I know
triggered
you're
over
doing this for
man?
entertainment. You must be trolling. This must be a troll group. This is
No,
not for
trolling.
real. You can't be this
Absolutely, Earth
stupid.
is
No, it's
observably
impossible.
and measurably and practically used as flat and motionless.
It's either
That is
all
a
of
fact.
you are normally educated,
Educating
and
a
you're here to troll.
educating a government glazer like yourself brings us great joy. We're doing the world a favor, educating people like you. You got to stop.
Okay,
worrying
guy
thinking
called
the government's
Sergeant
telling you
Larson.
everything. That's
All
right.
right,
You
guy
call me
who serves
sergeant.
in the military.
Why
Does
Okay,
that-
bootlicker.
That means I served in the military.
Why are you so
Are you
triggered
that
over
stupid?
this?
You sound like one. Yeah. You sound like a
That's how
fed.
dumb he is. He thinks
Okay,
that 'cause his
troll.
name's Sergeant Larson,
You're a
he's
troll.
served in the military.
Stop, please.
Yeah,
I
probably.
want to
Most
know
likely.
why.
You're probably a
I want
police
to know
officer.
why this bothers him so much.
Because he's wrong and he can't admit it. Like typical man,
Does
he
it bother
can't
you
admit he's
so
wrong.
much that
Low IQ
Hey, how about you go draw up a diagram of the world, bro? I did.
Low IQ narcissist. Like you can't accept that you're wrong or that you know
Yep.
you made a mistake at all.
Exactly it. He can't.
No IQ narcissist. You have to mute me to talk over me.
Well, you're not
Because you
that
don't
good.
shut up.
Yeah, my words are more valuable than
'Cause
yours.
I don't take shit from
mute
idiots.
Yours. I just
You're
mute
s-
yours so that we can hear mine because mine are worth more.
You're
Yours are
spewing
just
big
dumb.
government nonsense.
Well, what can I do, man? I'm smarter than you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're smart because you listen to the government. That's real smart to do. They've never lied to anybody, right? Your government,
I
any
don't
government.
If you were smart, you wouldn't have to tell us
My
that.
government?
It would be self-evident.
Which government would that be?
Yeah.
Which government?
It would be
Every
self-evident
government
if you were smart. Nobody would question it. It would just be
So
obvious.
teachers are government?
It'd be readily obvious to everybody here. The fact that you even have to tell us that tells us that I think deep down you know that you're not too smart. You wouldn't have to remind us. It would just be
And you wouldn't
self-evident.
get that mad or you're calling people names and ad hominem. Like that's insane.
Do you put when you talk to people in real life? Do you put your hand on their mouth when you talk to them?
Good thing we're not. This is not real life, and this is Discord, and you don't get control around here.
Yeah, good thing you can LARP with your whatever shtick you have here, muting others whenever you need to make a point, because you can't make a point because it's so dumb.
Because it's all dumb. That's all you got. It's so dumb. The government told me the moon landing happened. I believe everything. I'm gonna go glaze them up some more right now.
All good.
Oh, who mentioned moon landing?
Listen, we did
Who's
it
talking
earlier.
to
We were talking about it earlier, you moron.
I am going to shut you up.
Are we?
I'm gonna fucking... Sorry. Okay, Rust FSB bot bothers you so much, and we're so dumb. I'm just going to give you the opportunity to leave of your own accord. Okay, before I just boot you
no,
out.
I'm going to stay here. I don't like authority, nor do I like
Okay,
getting
I'm gonna
abused,
boot
and
you
this
out
is why
then.
I'm staying
See
here.
ya.
You love
To
authority.
be a pain in the ass.
So he just
World's
admitted he
round.
just wanted to be a pain in the ass.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I do. At this point, I do.
But somehow now he's anti-authority. His whole argument has been authority.
Bye-bye.
I mean, if you're here to protest authority, it just doesn't seem consistent with your worldview. You should just be going along with whatever we say, because that was how you were going before about it.
So
Yeah, you got
I got
banned.
rid of him because there just really is no point.
You're not wrong.
Well, I'll unban him so that you like if you want to go for the entertainment factor, but like it was just that was it. That's all he's going to keep coming back with. Same thing. Useless, worthless.
Right.
Man, he really had a meltdown this time. He tried to be polite and stuff, but he just wasn't able to hack it with his arguments at all. And he just kept kind of like spamming and repeating them, and it just kept getting dismantled really easily. And by this point, he's just in full freak out.
I think Sergeant Larson wants to be unmuted.
Test, is his phone still on? Check.
You.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. You never know with iPhones.
I mean, his bigotry was off the charts, man. Off the charts. Yeah. But anyway, it'd be nice if there was somebody who held his position who was, capable of just like having a conversation, like a normal, mature conversation, maybe.
That was interesting. You guys still had a meltdowns in here today or no?
Yeah, it bothers some people so much, right? Like, and they think that we're so dumb, and they'd rather like metal shavings than you listen to anything we have to say, but yet sit around just to, just continuously tell us that on repeat.
You think people do actually think you're dumb?
Yeah, I think that guy's that's all he had to go to. That's all he had left was just to insult.
Oh, okay. Maybe. I don't think I've ever talked to you before. I'll ask you maybe to see what your thoughts are. I'm assuming you're a flat earther, right? If the Earth is in fact flat, does this thing extend into infinity, or is there a boundary somewhere?
Why would we know that?
Well, I was
I have
wondering
no
what he
idea.
thought. Okay,
I have
that's
no
fair
idea
enough.
about infinity. About infinity.
Do you think it stops somewhere?
I think it probably does, but I haven't been there. Why would you
Okay.
even ask us that?
Just curious what you thought there. That's all, because I have no clue.
That's
Maybe you
not
know
even
something I
necessarily mutually exclusive, right? Because it could be enclosed, right? Obviously is enclosed, right? We're in a closed system. That does not mean that there is no surface which extends beyond that.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
they're not
I didn't
even
know what you
mutually
thought.
exclusive.
I didn't know if you thought it
Right,
stopped somewhere, if it just kept going, or what.
I don't know. I can only speculate, but
Okay, that's fine.
like I said, it can stop and continue simultaneously. They are not mutually exclusive.
I
You
understand what
can
you're saying.
reach a barrier, right, and there still be more surface beyond that.
If you had to guess,
Could
which
be
you think it
impeded.
is? If you just took a guess, which would you think it is?
I was to take a guess, what?
Do you think it stops, or do you think it keeps going?
I don't know.
Well, I know you don't know. That's why I asked if you just had to guess. Which would you pick?
I have no idea, man. I couldn't make a guess. I no way. Look, what is even infinity? How would one ever be able to justify saying something as being infinite?
I don't know. I was just asking you if you had any thoughts about it. That's all. You said you didn't know, so that's fine.
It's just a concept that nobody can even experience.
Okay, well, forget about infinity. You already said you didn't know, so that's fair enough. No, I just brought up infinity because I didn't know if this flat plane, if it had a boundary or if it just kept going. That's why I use the word infinity. I don't know.
I said that those are not mutually exclusive. They can be both.
It can
You
stop
got to start
and keep
thinking
going.
outside of the box, man. You want me to speculate, right? You can't even grasp the concept of there being impedance to your travel horizontally, yet there's still being surface that extends horizontally beyond that.
So are you suggesting, in other words, that it can have an endless boundary?
No.
No? That's scary. Well, you already said you don't know, so that's good enough.
I
We
said
don't need
no.
to beat it to death. So. It's just curious what you thought.
So, where's your evidence of a flat Earth?
Water
Water what?
lays flat at rest.
What do you mean at rest?
You don't know what at rest means. Let's troubleshoot. Is it the word at or rest?
It's the word rest.
You don't know what rest means.
I don't know. I know what it means when physicists say it. I don't know what you mean when you say it.
Oh, well, that's what I mean. That there are no
What do you-
forces acting on it.
No forces acting on
Or
it.
it's at an equilibrium of forces.
Okay, so you believe in forces.
What, like pushes and pulls? Yeah, I believe in those.
Okay, now let me ask you a question. Is water at rest being pulled on by gravity?
No, not according to Einstein or me.
Really? Einstein doesn't believe that.
Yeah, Einstein believes that gravity is the curvature of space-time.
Uh-huh. And when objects travel under curved space, it's just the path that they're under.
Yeah, I don't subscribe to that. I think that that's just kind of like, fantastical thinking.
And why do you say that?
Because there's no empirical demonstration for something called space-time. It's like a mathematical...
Demonstration?
What?
So all the empirical demonstrations are what? Like NASA, deep state, cover, what?
No, what empirical demonstration?
Well, for instance, using Einstein's theory of relativity, you can predict the existence of black holes, and then they found a black hole. So that's like
That's probably the easiest one off the top of everyone's head.
Oh, really? You know that it's a black hole. It's this void in space where nothing escapes from.
No, that's not true. And if you just literally just read anything on the topic, you would know that there's an event horizon under which light can escape, and anything past that point is black, and that's what they actually take a picture of.
Oh, they take a picture of something. Oh, okay, the event horizon that light can escape from, and then everything else they have to speculate that no, it's not. So
no,
this
it's
is
not
just
speculation. If there was light escaping, you would see light.
So what's the direct demonstration for the fabric of space-time? Because it sounds like it's inference.
How about the black hole they found?
Nah, it's all inference and interpretation and speculation.
It's all inference, right? It's all speculation. So when you take a picture of something, that's speculation.
Well, you don't know what you took a picture of. You're just speculating about what it is.
No, theoretical physicists predicted the existence of an object, and then they found an instance of the object.
No, they don't. They don't know that they found an object.
No, they do because they took a picture of it. You're not even arguing at this point. I'm not even.
Well, is there like an experimental? Is there an experimental demonstration for it? Like
why
you're going to manipulate.
Why do you need to experiment to take it? Why do you need an experiment to take a picture?
Oh, that sounds like you don't have one. It sounds like you don't have one.
So are you going to answer my question? Why do you need an experiment to
Well, you would need one to empirically verify that space-time caused anything to happen.
Wait. Cause anything? Hold on. So all we did was take a picture of a black hole. We didn't say the black hole caused this or that.
We got a long way from water.
Okay, yeah, we have. So how do you answer the question, why do we need an experiment for a picture?
Well, why are you talking about that anyway? I thought we were talking about the flatness of water at rest.
Because I asked you, do you believe that gravity is pulling it? And
now let's just take no. Einstein doesn't. There is no pull according to Einstein's theory.
That's fine. Acting under the influence of gravity, we can say.
Okay, well, how does gravity? Okay, then just tell me how gravity influences water, just to make it on topic.
So then, is it a yes or no?
I don't know. Tell me how gravity influences water, so I can tell if it's compatible with what water actually does.
If we want to go with the most accurate model, we would say that Earth curves space-time such that the water is is traveling through space that whose path in a straight line whose path is curved, whose plane.
So water rests curved, not horizontally, then, due to the influence of space-time.
I don't know, horizontally with relative to what?
Well, vertical.
Vertical. Okay, yeah. It technically it's toward the center, but yeah, flat.
Well, that's radial. That's not horizontal and vertical. That's radial, inward and out.
Yeah. It acts radially, but the flat Earth approximation, you can approximate it as a vertical force.
Yeah, but the water's only observed and measured as being.
So my question to you is things like waves and oceans, and do you our models predict that
we're okay with waves contention?
Yeah, sure. Waves. Our models predict that these waves correctly predict that these waves are acting under the influence of gravity, and that's why we see these patterns. How do you predict that?
1 second, I'll be right back.
He flees.
You're going to need a scientific experiment for that.
For what?
To validate the cause and effect relationship that you're implying
between gravity and the waves. Oh, I don't have to do that because people have already done it, like literally thousands of times.
They do. What experiment did they do?
Yeah, so if you want to, it depends on the question you're asking. So you need to ask a precise question. So for instance, do the wave patterns in the Atlantic Ocean have a causal relationship?
Are experiments in the form of questions to me?
Yeah, well, I wasn't done. Please don't interrupt. It's very rude. And if you ask questions like that, you can take that question to a professor or a researcher or someone on a college campus close to you, and they'll actually break down how they do their experiments and how they answer that question. So, why are you talking to me? I mean, I'm not a researcher in tidal waves.
You don't know.
So I was going to ask, if water is affected by gravity so that it lies curved rather than flat.
What do you mean lies curved rather than flat?
Oh, so I mean, what part is confusing? Like curve, flat, like.
Yeah. What do you mean? So water spread across the Earth is curved as a whole. I don't know what you mean by lies. Is that what you mean by lies curved?
Okay, so it's seeking a curve, not a horizontal level, due to gravity.
Well, in the limit, it's seeking a curve, right? But an approximation at a very close distance, very proximal distance, it looks like it's seeking a horizontal line. Sure.
Yeah, I'll just grant you your gravity explanation if you can show that water's actually seeking a curve.
What do you mean seeking a curve? It just acts under the forces that it's under.
Yeah, okay, so is water going to rest curved on the face of the Earth?
When you say rest curved, do you mean like under the force of gravity? Is like what are you saying mathematically when you say that? I don't know what you're saying.
Mage, turn your camera off. Mage, camera off. Thank you.
Yeah, so in your magical paradigm of living on a space ball, everything would be under a gravitational field, right? So the water at rest would be conforming to the radius of the sphere, and the gravity.
Well, it's not at rest. So that's why I'm really confused. It's not at rest.
Well, yeah, it's really confusing to figure out what I mean when the water's just still and you're not doing anything to it.
Well, it's not still. So that's really my confusion.
Yeah, this is just very confusing. It's really hard to figure out what a person means when they're just talking about like a body of water just sitting there.
So if you think still means under the, you really like to interrupt. Just hold on. If you mean under no forces, then that's patently false, given that it's under the gravitational force.
Right. So if you don't, blow on it or put a fan on it or disturb it in any way, is it going to be conforming to a curve?
It depends on the surface that it's consuming. So if it's in like a cup, it'll take the shape of the cup. Yeah. Because it has barriers.
Oh, I'm talking about the surface, right? So the overall body of water will conform to the cup and its shape, but the surface should be level, but according to you, actually curved.
Well, I don't know. No. Level? I don't know why it would be level or what you even mean by that.
Have you ever seen water before?
Yeah, I've seen water.
Okay, so like if you pour a glass of water, the surface of that water is just going to be level regardless of what the bottom of the cup looks like, right?
So when you say level, you mean congruent with a flat plane. That's what you're saying mathematically.
Yeah, flat, level, having no part higher than another, horizontal.
Okay, yeah. So that doesn't exist for Earth because Earth is curved. It's a sphere.
Okay, I understand your claim. Now, would you be able to show that? Is there a measurement that shows water behaving that way?
Yeah, I guess just go to a college campus and they have a whole swath of researchers that can answer that for you.
So no demonstration, no measurement.
No. Go to any college campus and they'll be able.
Well, you're redirecting me. So you don't have
because no, because I'm not a researcher. I don't know why you're asking me.
You don't know. You don't know if they've done that.
Go to a researcher.
You can't appeal to something you don't know anything about, right?
Yeah, for sure, man. Totally.
So you don't know
you're the one that's challenging the claim that the Earth is a sphere, and
but you're
you
just
want
the one believing
me, somebody who's not in that field, to present data from that field.
Yeah,
or
you're
you could just not be lazy and go to a specialist in that field, but you refuse to do so because you're comfortable
you don't
in your
know
own ignorance.
if that exists or not. You don't know if what you're appealing to.
Your own ignorance. That's
you
fine.
Don't know what you're appealing to. You don't know if what you're appealing to exists or not.
Yeah, it sounds like you were lazy because you didn't do the research that would be required to actually know what you believe. You just believe it.
You want me to present data of water acting under gravity?
Well, I mean, I don't really care either way. I mean, we've done our job, which is to show that you're just believing this, that you don't actually know it. Which is all I really wanted to do.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. How about this? I'll just get you a physics textbook, and then you can go to the section where it says water pressure, and then you can see how that's demonstrated.
I'll do that for you, actually, myself. 1 second. I got you. All right. Well, here's what I found in physics textbooks on water. It seeks its own level. Yep. That's what they're telling me.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, where is that quoted? Where does it say seeks its own level? I'm looking at the link. I'm not seeing that.
Physics hyper textbook, Isaac Asimov, Understanding Physics. Engineering LibreText. Science in 3K.
Let me just control.
So, I mean, all the resources seem to be telling me
show us
that
actual measurements of curving ocean water? Like, why do you want me to Google this? Like, why
It's
can't
your
you just
belief.
Google it?
It's your belief. I don't believe it.
Yeah, so this just shows that you're not intellectually honest, that you're not willing to challenge your own beliefs by going to experts. You
That's
want
what
to
I'm
ask
doing right
random...
now. By
No, I'm
asking
not an
somebody who
expert.
has
You want
that
to ask
belief.
a random guy on Discord.
Well, okay, fine. So you are just a blind believer. You haven't done the research to actually know. You just believe, and I need to go to somebody who actually does know. Okay, fine.
I have strong... listen. No, so most of the world is abstracted, right? When I go to a doctor to see if I have cancer, I don't know how the machines work. I don't know where they get, their training from. But through, just basic observation, I have strong reason to suspect that these people know what they're talking about. And so I'm not saying that the reasons that it's true or to believe it are because people say so, but generally speaking, when people have a background and an education, they have reasons to believe the things they do. And so just go to them. But you
So
don't
is
want
this
to do that.
like
You don't
a
want to challenge your
generalized?
own belief.
So is this
Right.
just like a
I
generalized
would
belief
love to
that
see
you
you
have,
go
or?
to a college campus and ask a professor the questions
Well,
you're
I don't know
asking.
why you
Otherwise,
don't,
I don't
because
really care.
it's your belief, though, right? So I'm not sure why you haven't done that. And
Yeah,
asked them,
okay.
hey, where's the actual measurement for water conforming to a curve instead of just coming to a horizontal level at rest?
Like, anybody can do the same thing, right? Like, anything you claim, I can say, well, where's your experiments or where's your
Well,
measurements?
I cited my claim, though. Where's
No,
yours?
No, you keep saying You keep saying things like water will find its own level, and then I control F.
Shut the fuck up! Yeah, I mean, what's wrong with that? I can cite it, and it can be demonstrated easily.
Yeah, but it's not, because every time I look at one of your links and I control F it, it's not there.
What are you talking about?
Which just makes me think you're making it up.
I gave you the citation.
It's all there, dude.
No,
Don't
you gave me
lie.
the link and then the quote, and then when I control F the quote, it's not there, which makes me think you're making it up. Which is probably why you believe that the Earth is flat, dude.
I can give
Wake
you a link to
up.
this one, dude.
So you
Dude,
can't
I can
use a
give you a link to this
computer.
one that I posted. Right? Dude, I can give you a link to this one that I posted, a PDF file, and you can search the PDF and find this exact quote, right? Points at the same horizontal level surface within a body of liquid are at the same pressure as long as the liquid is at rest. In fact, this statement is often taken as the definition of a level surface. This is what you were talking about.
I think the
Appealing to
Glober.
Yeah,
experts.
this is not water seeks its own level.
The Glober doesn't know how to use a computer. He probably just copied the whole thing with the quotation marks, and he's like, "It's not there." Flat earther.
Yeah, you fucked up, dude. It's right there. Under the paragraph, the science of the flow of water. Third bullet point. Word for word. Water will always form a flat surface unless it is acted on by another force, such as wind.
Yeah.
And you go up to the science of, and it's cited again too on science of water, science goals of water exploration. Second bullet point.
Why would you lie, man? Why would you lie?
I mean, sometimes he's right. Sometimes they change their citations and they do it really stealthy. Like a flat earther will get something like this, they'll post it, and some globals get triggered by it. Send them a message, say, hey, flat earthers are using your citation to demonstrate the earth is flat. and they'll change it, they'll delete it, they'll do all kinds of shady shit. But this one's still up and still there, and you still didn't find it. It was right as easy as a nose on your face, and you still couldn't find it. I'm always going through and checking the citations because it happens a lot. You guys would be surprised. Oh, looks like he ran off. He's like, you guys are lying. That ain't there.
He probably also screwed up with the Isaac Asimov citation because that's just an Amazon link to buy the book. You can't actually read the book from that link. So actually, we should probably change that link. But either way, it's him who doesn't know what he's doing. I'm sure of that.
Yeah, that was bad. That was a very bad showing. Open book test, and he failed. He failed an open book test. Pre-K level.
That's why I like that citation the best, because it really shows you where they're at. Like, let's just rewind it right back to preschool. Like right where things went wrong.
One, yeah, and then I like following it up with the university level one that I post. I mean, like they're basically saying the same thing. One's a little bit more advanced, but from kindy to, you know, university, they're basically teaching the same thing.
That was Mage, right?
Yep.
Okay. I DM'd it to him, so when he resets, he'll have it right there in his DMs.
That DM will trigger him. I don't think he's going to be happy with that one at all. It's like, yeah, but that's not how water acts, because gravity. And he starts talking about black holes, and it's like, just show me gravity doing the thing to water. Probably let him talk about that too long, even. I was in the store, so sort of distracted.
That was like that dude with the hairdryer. He's like, I can, you know, control and change the, you know, the state of liquid hairdryer. Okay, yeah, all right, fair enough. There's your force, right, acting upon it. Is it like, and then he's saying, well, then you accept that gravity does it. I said, well, show me you know, all right, demonstration with a hairdryer, yeah. Okay, where's your demonstration with your gravity gun? Huh? Show me you using gravity to change the behavior of liquid.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, like, no.
But like their style of arguing when it comes to stuff like this is to just get confused about really basic stuff like, man, I'm confused. What is at rest? I just actually kind of stole I just stole a page right out of Crit's book for that time. Just troubleshoot which word is he getting stumped on.
Yeah, go word by word. Tell me when words fail you.
Yeah. That's really funny. Well, I mean, like, what do you mean at rest? Like, if we were talking about anything else, would they really have a problem with at rest? And, it comes to this, and suddenly they don't even know, like, what the word and or to or for mean.
And that works too, because you say, at this point, every word you've ever used could mean anything and nothing at the same time. So how are you even able to articulate the Earth as a globe if the words are so subjective, they've got almost no meaning whatsoever?
Like, I just don't get it. What do you mean at rest? Yeah, I don't understand. Like, still water. What does this mean? Like, how dumb do you have to make this for them?
Yeah, like they've never seen ripples on the surface of water.
Yeah, I don't get it. There are waves and wind. Just pour a cup of water and just let it sit on your counter. And see what I mean. I'm confused. Okay, fill up a bucket with some water and just let it sit there. I'm confused. That's why I love the pre-K citation. Because, like, they break down to the point where they don't know what at rest means, even. So it's like we do need to just go to pre-K level.
Yeah, I was going to say something, but that was absolutely hilarious about the at rest part. What part don't you get? The at or the rest? Okay, what does it mean when what does it mean when you are at rest? Can we start out there? Like, start out that simple.
Well, I'm never really at rest because I'm still breathing and gravity's affecting me.
I know, it gets that retarded. Oh my God, these people are delusional.
Like, we might just have to work on English with them first before we can even have the conversation.
Well, I was going to say, no wonder the psych wards are absolutely full to the brim because most people are Globers. There's a perfect answer. And no offense to anybody who's been to a psych ward. I mean, sometimes you might have to go straighten some things out. Okay, that's okay. But generally, 99% of those people are Globers. Just put it that way.
We see the mental problems here every day.
Yeah, it's actually like we have like PhDs and Glober delusions.
And I'm asking them to show me it's me with the mental problem, and I'm okay with it if they do. But they just project their own mental illness.
I don't see why it's so difficult to grasp the concept, or the juxtaposition of something that's changing, something that is changing.
Remember when he's like, "Oh, so you do believe in forces, at least?" Like, they just think that we just throw out everything, I guess. A force isn't real.
Yeah, so we're dealing with people who think that all human knowledge boils down to belief, not actual facts. Like there's no actual facts, it's only what you believe. It's just so weird.
The weird part is when they're calling you dumb and lazy because you didn't go find the validation for their claim that they didn't even find. Like, but I'm the dumb, lazy one. You're here believing this without that, but I'm dumb and lazy because I didn't go get it. For you.
Yeah, and not to mention, like the other part of his bogus claim that how many hundreds of PhDs, cosmologists, astronomers, and all sorts of other types of professions, higher levels of supposed education, have we talked to that have no more proof than he had, which was zero. Zero proof.
Yeah, they all just say the same stuff. Someone else has it. We've known for thousands of years.
Something I just thought about on the Eratosthenes question. I thought about this while I was listening to one of these guys talk about Eratosthenes. So if he was measuring the light going in the well and the angle, why didn't he just measure the angle of the well to the surface? Because it should be tilted. Oh, fucking hell.
I mean, I haven't heard someone bring that up in a while. How the well, yeah. How does he know the well was exactly a 90-degree angle to match the light to see all the way at the bottom?
I think you just need to know it's plumb. I don't think you need to know its angle to the surface.
No, for the light to hit the bottom. Like, what if it was
right? Yeah, you just need to know the
70-degree angle or something. Especially after like secondary or third, times digging at the bottom.
It's interesting to know. Heretic, are you there?
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you. I think it was maybe about 4 or 5 days ago, or it might have been last week. I can't remember the guy's username you were talking to. Do you remember the person who called you a soy boy? Do you remember that person?
I think it was Twonger. I think I said it to him first.
Okay, I think that sounds familiar. Anyway, you guys had gotten into a conversation about the shape of the Earth, And I was wondering what you think. Do you think the idea of the Earth being a sphere, do you think it's a lie or a mistake?
The Earth being what?
A sphere. Do you think that's either a lie or a mistake?
Both. I think some people are probably
Yeah,
lying, and some people are mistaken.
Okay. Oh, that's interesting.
What's with you and the false dichotomies today, man?
I didn't think it was a false dichotomy.
I don't know if I could pinpoint somebody that I would know absolutely is lying. I could just kind of guess, speculate, give a best guess, but...
Okay, that's fair. I was just curious what you thought about it. 'Cause I don't talk to you very often.
I mean, somebody's got to know.
Okay.
Ones who are mistaken because when you ask them about it, and they don't know anything about it, like, okay, so Earth's a globe, right? And they're like, yep. Like, how many continents are there? They're like 12. How big is the Earth? 10 miles. What's the radius? Like, what's the core made out of? You know, like, they don't know any of the shit. Like, how many layers of the atmosphere are there? 12, 8, 9. What planet is Earth in the solar system? 1. Are there any planets bigger than Earth? No.
That's a good one.
What galaxy is the Earth in? I don't know. It's a candy bar. Mars. Those ones are just dumb. They're mistaken. They don't know what they're talking about. Somebody told them something, and they're like, "Yeah, pineapple belongs on pizza."
But then they're going to get really angry if you challenge any of that lore to them. They don't even know what they're defending. Like, that happened all day with that Russian bot guy, whatever he's called. Like, he doesn't know any of the stuff. Has to Google everything on the fly. But he's super triggered that you don't believe like he does. And he doesn't even know what.
Yeah, he's like, flat earthers it's a mental health condition. Based on what now? What do you base that on?